The Omnibus Collection. By Harry Harrison. Deathworld. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 1. Jason dinAlt sprawled in soft luxury on the couch, a large frosty stein held limply in one hand. His other hand rested casually on a pillow. The gun behind the pillow was within easy reach of his fingers. In his line of work he never took chances. It was all highly suspicious. Jason didn't know a soul on this planet. Yet the card sent by service tube from the hotel desk had read, Kirk Pyrrus would like to see Jason dinAlt. Blunt and to the point. He signaled the desk to send the man up, then lowered his fingers a bit until they brushed the gun butt. The door slid open and his visitor stepped through. A retired wrestler. That was Jason's first thought. Kirk Pyrrus was a gray-haired rock of a man. His body seemingly chiseled out of flat slabs of muscle. Then Jason saw the gun strapped to the inside of the other man's forearm, and he let his fingers drop casually behind the pillow. "I'd appreciate it," Jason said, "if you'd take off your gun while you're in here." The other man stopped and scowled down at the gun as if he was seeing it for the first time. "No, I never take it off." He seemed mildly annoyed by the suggestion. Jason had his fingers on his own gun when he said, "I'm afraid I'll have to insist. I always feel a little uncomfortable around people who wear guns." He kept talking to distract attention while he pulled out his gun. Fast and smooth. He could have been moving in slow motion for all the difference it made. Kirk Pyrrus stood rock still while the gun came out, while it swung in his direction. Not until the very last instant did he act. When he did, the motion wasn't visible. First his gun was in the arm holster, then it was aimed between Jason's eyes. It was an ugly, heavy weapon with a pitted front orifice that showed plenty of use. And Jason knew if he swung his own weapon up a fraction of an inch more he would be dead. He dropped his arm carefully and Kirk flipped his own gun back in the holster with the same ease he had drawn it. "Now," the stranger said, "if we're through playing, let's get down to business. I have a proposition for you." Jason downed a large mouthful from the mug and bridled his temper. He was fast with a gun, his life had depended on it more than once, and this was the first time he had been outdrawn. It was the offhand, unimportant manner it had been done that irritated him. "I'm not prepared to do business," he said acidly. "I've come to Cassilia for a vacation, get away from work." "Let's not fool each other, dinAlt," Kirk said impatiently. "You've never worked at an honest job in your entire life. You're a professional gambler and that's why I'm here to see you." Jason forced down his anger and threw the gun to the other end of the couch so he wouldn't be tempted to commit suicide. He had hoped no one knew him on Cassilia and was looking forward to a big kill at the casino. He would worry about that later. This weightlifter type seemed to know all the answers. Let him plot the course for a while and see where it led. "All right, what do you want?" Kirk dropped into a chair that creaked ominously under his weight, and dug an envelope out of one pocket. He flipped through it quickly and dropped a handful of gleaming Galactic Exchange notes onto the table. Jason glanced at them, then sat up suddenly. "What are they, forgeries?" he asked, holding one up to the light. "They're real enough," Kirk told him, "I picked them up at the bank. Exactly 27 bills, or 27 million credits. I want you to use them as a bankroll when you go to the casino tonight. Gamble with them and win." They looked real enough, and they could be checked. Jason fingered them thoughtfully while he examined the other man. "I don't know what you have in mind," he said. "But you realize I can't make any guarantees. I gamble, but I don't always win." "You gamble, and you win when you want to," Kirk said grimly. "We looked into that quite carefully before I came to you. If you mean to say that I cheat, carefully, Jason grabbed his temper again and held it down. There was no future in getting annoyed. Kirk continued in the same level voice, ignoring Jason's growing anger. Maybe you don't call it cheating, frankly I don't care. As far as I'm concerned you could have your suit lined with aces and electromagnets in your boots. As long as you won. I'm not here to discuss moral points with you. I said I had a proposition. We have worked hard for that money, but it still isn't enough. To be precise, we need 3 billion credits. The only way to get that sum is by gambling, with these 27 million as bankroll. And what do I get out of it? Jason asked the question coolly, as if any bit of the fantastic proposition made sense. Everything above the 3 billion you can keep, that should be fair enough. You're not risking your own money, but you stand to make enough to keep you for life if you win. And if I lose? Kirk thought for a moment, not liking the taste of the idea. Yes, there is the chance you might lose, I hadn't thought about that. He reached a decision. If you lose, well I suppose that is just a risk we will have to take. Though I think I would kill you then. The ones who died to get the 27 million deserve at least that. He said it quietly, without malice, and it was more of a promise than a threat. Stamping to his feet Jason refilled his stein and offered one to Kirk who took it with a nod of thanks. He paced back and forth, unable to sit. The whole proposition made him angry, yet at the same time had a fatal fascination. He was a gambler and this talk was like the taste of drugs to an addict. Stopping suddenly, he realized that his mind had been made up for some time. Win or lose, live or die, how could he say no to the chance to gamble with money like that? He turned suddenly and jabbed his finger at the big man in the chair. I'll do it, you probably knew I would from the time you came in here. There are some terms of my own, though. I want to know who you are, and who they are you keep talking about. And where did the money come from? Is it stolen? Kirk drained his own stein and pushed it away from him. Stolen money? No, quite the opposite. 2 years' work mining and refining ore to get it. It was mined on Pyrrus and sold here on Cassilia. You can check on that very easily. I sold it. I'm the Pyrrhic ambassador to this planet. He smiled at the thought. Not that that means much, I'm ambassador to at least 6 other planets as well. Comes in handy when you want to do business. Jason looked at the muscular man with his gray hair and worn, military-cut clothes, and decided not to laugh. You heard of strange things out in the frontier planets and every word could be true. He had never heard of Pyrrhus either, though that didn't mean anything. There were over 30,000 known planets in the inhabited universe. I'll check on what you have told me, Jason said. If it's true, we can do business. Call me tomorrow. No, Kirk said. The money has to be won tonight. I've already issued a check for this 27 million, it will bounce as high as the Pleiades unless we deposit the money in the morning, so that's our time limit. With each moment the whole affair became more fantastic, and more intriguing for Jason. He looked at his watch. There was still enough time to find out if Kirk was lying or not. All right, we'll do it tonight, he said. Only I'll have to have one of those bills to check. Kirk stood up to go. Take them all, I won't be seeing you again until after you've won. I'll be at the casino of course, but don't recognize me. It would be much better if they didn't know where your money was coming from or how much you had. Then he was gone, after a bone-crushing handclasp that closed on Jason's hand like vice jaws. Jason was alone with the money. Fanning the bills out like a hand of cards he stared at their sepia and gold faces, trying to get the reality through his head. 27 million credits. What was to stop him from just walking out the door with them and vanishing? Nothing really, except his own sense of honor. Kirk Pyrrus, the man with the same last name as the planet he came from, was the universe's biggest fool. Or he knew just what he was doing. From the way the interview had gone the latter seemed the better bet. He knows I would much rather gamble with the money than steal it, he said wryly. Slipping a small gun into his waistband holster and pocketing the money, he went out. Chapter 2. The robot teller at the bank just pinged with electronic shock when he presented one of the bills and flashed a panel that directed him to see Vice President Wayne. Wayne was a smooth customer who bugged his eyes and lost some of his tan when he saw the sheaf of bills. "You wish to deposit these with us?" he asked while his fingers unconsciously stroked them. "Not today," Jason said. "They were paid to me as a debt. Would you please check that they are authentic and change them? I'd like 500,000 credit notes." Both of his inner chest pockets were packed tight when he left the bank. The bills were good and he felt like a walking mint. This was the first time in his entire life that carrying a large sum of money made him uncomfortable. Waving to a passing helicab, he went directly to the casino, where he knew he would be safe, for a while. Cassilia Casino was the play spot of the nearby cluster of star systems. It was the first time Jason had seen it, though he knew its type well. He had spent most of his adult life in casinos like this on other worlds. The decor differed, but they were always the same. Gambling and socialities in public, and behind the scenes all the private vice you could afford. Theoretically no-limit games, but that was true only up to a certain point. When the house was really hurt, the honest games stopped being square and the big winner had to watch his step very carefully. These were the odds Jason dinAlt had played against countless times before. He was wary but not very concerned. The dining room was almost empty and the majordomo quickly rushed to the side of the relaxed stranger in the richly cut clothes. Jason was lean and dark, looking more like the bored scion of some rich family than a professional gambler. This appearance was important and he cultivated it. The cuisine looked good and the cellar turned out to be wonderful. He had a professional talk with the sommelier while waiting for the soup, then settled down to enjoy his meal. He ate leisurely and the large dining room was filled before he was through. Watching the entertainment over a long cigar killed some more time. When he finally went to the gaming rooms, they were filled and active. Moving slowly around the room, he dropped a few thousand credits. He scarcely noticed how he played, giving more attention to the feel of the games. The play all seemed honest and none of the equipment was rigged. That could be changed very quickly, he realized. Usually it wasn't necessary, house percentage was enough to assure a profit. Once he saw Kirk out of the corner of his eye, but he paid him no attention. The ambassador was losing small sums steadily at 7 and silver and seemed to be impatient. Probably waiting for Jason to begin playing seriously. He smiled and strolled on slowly. Jason settled on the dice table as he usually did. It was the surest way to make small winnings. And if I feel it tonight, I can clean this casino out. That was his secret, the power that won for him steadily, and every once in a while enabled him to make a killing and move on quickly before the hired thugs came to get the money back. The dice reached him and he threw and ate the hard way. Betting was light and he didn't push himself, just kept away from the sevens. He made the point and passed a natural. Then he crapped out and the dice moved on. Sitting there, making small automatic bets while the dice went around the table, he thought about the power. Funny, after all the years of work we still don't know much about Psi. They can train people a bit, and improve skills a bit, but that's all. He was feeling strong tonight. He knew that the money in his pocket gave him the extra lift that sometimes helped him break through. With his eyes half closed he picked up the dice, and let his mind gently caress the pattern of sunken dots. Then they shot out of his hand and he stared at a 7. It was there. Stronger than he had felt it in years. The stiff weight of those million credit notes had done it. The world all around was sharp cut clear and the dice was completely in his control. He knew to the 10th credit how much the other players had in their wallets and was aware of the cards in the hands of the players behind him. Slowly, carefully, he built up the stakes. There was no effort to the dice, they rolled and sat up like trained dogs. Jason took his time and concentrated on the psychology of the players and the stick man. It took almost 2 hours to build his money on the table to 700,000 credits. Then he caught the stick man signaling they had a heavy winner. He waited until the hard-eyed man strolled over to watch the game, then he smiled happily, bet all his table stakes, and blew it on one roll of the dice. The house man smiled happily, the stick man relaxed, and out of the corner of his eye Jason saw Kirk turning a dark purple. Sweating, pale, his hand trembling ever so slightly, Jason opened the front of his jacket and pulled out one of the envelopes of new bills. Breaking the seal with his finger he dropped two of them on the table. "Could we have a no-limit game?" he asked. "I'd like to win back some of my money." The stick man had trouble controlling his smile now. He glanced across at the house man who nodded a quick yes. They had a sucker and they meant to clean him. He had been playing from his wallet all evening, now he was cracking into a sealed envelope to try for what he had lost. A thick envelope too, and probably not his money. Not that the house cared in the least. To them money had no loyalties. The play went on with the casino in a very relaxed mood. Which was just the way Jason wanted it. He needed to get as deep into them as he could before someone realized they might be on the losing end. The rough stuff would start and he wanted to put it off as long as possible. It would be hard to win smoothly then, and his psi power might go as quickly as it had come. That had happened before. He was playing against the house now, the two other players were obvious shills, and a crowd had jammed solidly around to watch. After losing and winning a bit he hit a streak of naturals and his pile of gold chips tottered higher and higher. There was nearly $1 billion there, he estimated roughly. The dice were still falling true, though he was soaked with sweat from the effort. Betting the entire stack of chips he reached for the dice. The stick man reached faster and hooked them away. "House calls for new dice," he said flatly. Jason straightened up and wiped his hands, glad of the instant's relief. This was the third time the house had changed dice to try and break his winning streak, it was their privilege. The hard-eyed casino man opened his wallet as he had done before and drew out a pair at random. Stripping off their plastic cover he threw them the length of the table to Jason. They came up a natural 7 and Jason smiled. When he scooped them up the smile slowly faded. The dice were transparent, finely made, evenly weighted on all sides, and crooked. The pigment on the dots of 5 sides of each die was some heavy metal compound, probably lead. The 6th side was a ferrous compound. They would roll true unless they hit a magnetic field, that meant the entire surface of the table could be magnetized. He could never have spotted the difference if he hadn't looked at the dice with his mind. But what could he do about it? Shaking them slowly he glanced quickly around the table. There was what he needed. An ashtray with a magnet in its base to hold it to the metal edge of the table. Jason stopped shaking the dice and looked at them quizzically, then reached over and grabbed the ashtray. He dropped the base against his hand. As he lifted the ashtray there was a concerted gasp from all sides. The dice were sticking there, upside down, box cars showing. "Are these what you call honest dice?" he asked. The man who had thrown out the dice reached quickly for his hip pocket. Jason was the only one who saw what happened next. He was watching that hand closely, his own fingers near his gun butt. As the man dived into his pocket a hand reached out of the crowd behind him. From its square-cut size it could have belonged to only one person. The thick thumb and index finger clamped swiftly around the house man's wrist, then they were gone. The man screamed shrilly and held up his arm, his hand dangling limp as a glove from the broken wrist bones. With his flank well protected, Jason could go on with the game. "The old dice if you don't mind," he said quietly. Dazedly the stick man pushed them over. Jason shook quickly and rolled. Before they hit the table he realized he couldn't control them, the transient psi power had gone. End over end they turned. And faced up 7. Counting the chips as they were pushed over to him he added up a bit under 2 billion credits. They would be winning that much if he left the game now, but it wasn't the 3 billion that Kirk needed. Well, it would have to be enough. As he reached for the chips he caught Kirk's eye across the table and the other man shook his head in a steady no. "Let it ride," Jason said wearily, "one more roll." He breathed on the dice, polished them on his cuff, and wondered how he had ever gotten into this spot. Billions riding on a pair of dice. That was as much as the annual income of some planets. The only reason there could be stakes like that was because the planetary government had a stake in the casino. He shook as long as he could, reaching for the control that wasn't there, then let fly. Everything else had stopped in the casino and people were standing on tables and chairs to watch. There wasn't a sound from that large crowd. The dice bounced back from the board with a clatter loud in the silence and tumbled over the cloth. A 5 and a 1. 6. He still had to make his point. Scooping up the dice, Jason talked to them, mumbled the ancient oaths that brought luck and threw again. It took 5 throws before he made the 6. The crowd echoed his sigh and their voices rose quickly. He wanted to stop, take a deep breath, but he knew he couldn't. Winning the money was only part of the job, they now had to get away with it. It had to look casual. A waiter was passing with a tray of drinks. Jason stopped him and tucked a 100-credit note in his pocket. "Drinks are on me," he shouted while he pried the tray out of the waiter's hands. Well-wishers cleared the filled glasses away quickly and Jason piled the chips onto the tray. They more than loaded it, but Kirk appeared that moment with a second tray. "I'll be glad to help you, sir, if you will permit me," he said. Jason looked at him, and laughed permission. It was the first time he had a clear look at Kirk in the casino. He was wearing loose, purple evening pajamas over what must have been a false stomach. The sleeves were long and baggy so he looked fat rather than muscular. It was a simple but effective disguise. Carefully carrying the loaded trays, surrounded by a crowd of excited patrons, they made their way to the cashier's window. The manager himself was there, wearing a sickly grin. Even the grin faded when he counted the chips. "Could you come back in the morning?" he said. "I'm afraid we don't have that kind of money on hand." "What's the matter?" Kirk shouted, trying to get out of paying him. "You took my money easy enough when I lost, it works both ways." The onlookers, always happy to see the house lose, growled their disagreement. Jason finished the matter in a loud voice. "I'll be reasonable, give me what cash you have and I'll take a check for the balance." There was no way out. Under the watchful eye of the gleeful crowd the manager packed an envelope with bills and wrote a check. Jason took a quick glimpse at it, then stuffed it into an inside pocket. With the envelope under one arm he followed Kirk towards the door. Because of the onlookers there was no trouble in the main room, but just as they reached the side entrance 2 men moved in, blocking the way. "Just a moment," one said. He never finished the sentence. Kirk walked into them without slowing and they bounced away like tenpins. Then Kirk and Jason were out of the building and walking fast. "Into the parking lot," Kirk said. "I have a car there." When they rounded the corner there was a car bearing down on them. Before Jason could get his gun clear of the holster Kirk was in front of him. His arm came up and his big ugly gun burst through the cloth of his sleeve and jumped into his hand. A single shot killed the driver and the car swerved and crashed. The other 2 men in the car died coming out of the door, their guns dropping from their hands. After that they had no trouble. Kirk drove at top speed away from the casino, the torn sleeve of his pajamas whipping in the breeze, giving glimpses of the big gun back in the holster. "When you get the chance," Jason said, "you'll have to show me how that trick holster works." "When we get the chance," Kirk answered as he dived the car into the city access tube. Chapter 3. The building they stopped at was one of the finer residences in Cassilia. As they had driven, Jason counted the money and separated his share. Almost 16 million credits. It still didn't seem quite real. When they got out in front of the building he gave Kirk the rest. "Here's your 3 billion, don't think it was easy," he said. "It could have been worse," was his only answer. The recorded voice scratched in the speaker over the door. Sire Ellis has retired for the night, would you please call again in the morning? All appointments are made in Advan. The voice broke off as Kirk pushed the door open. He did it almost effortlessly with the flat of his hand. As they went in, Jason looked at the remnants of torn and twisted metal that hung in the lock and wondered again about his companion. Strength, more than physical strength, he's like an elemental force. I have the feeling that nothing can stop him. It made him angry, and at the same time fascinated him. He didn't want out of the deal until he found out more about Kirk and his planet. And, they, who had died for the money he gambled. Sire Ellis was old, balding and angry, not at all used to having his rest disturbed. His complaints stopped suddenly when Kirk threw the money down on the table. Is the ship being loaded yet, Ellis? Here's the balance due. Ellis only fumbled the bills for a moment before he could answer Kirk's question. The ship, but, of course. We began loading when you gave us the deposit. You'll have to excuse my confusion, this is a little irregular. We never handle transactions of this size in cash. That's the way I like to do business, Kirk answered him. I've cancelled the deposit, this is the total sum. Now how about a receipt? Ellis had made out the receipt before his senses returned. He held it tightly while he looked uncomfortably at the 3 billion spread out before him. Wait, I can't take it now, you'll have to return in the morning, to the bank. In normal business fashion, Ellis decided firmly. Kirk reached over and gently drew the paper out of Ellis' hand. Thanks for the receipt, he said. I won't be here in the morning, so this will be satisfactory. And if you're worried about the money, I suggest you get in touch with some of your plant guards or private police. You'll feel a lot safer. When they left through the shattered door, Ellis was frantically dialing numbers on his screen. Kirk answered Jason's next question before he could ask it. I imagine you would like to live to spend that money in your pocket, so I've booked 2 seats on an interplanetary ship. He glanced at the car clock. It leaves in about 2 hours, so we have plenty of time. I'm hungry, let's find a restaurant. I hope you have nothing at the hotel worth going back for. It would be a little difficult. Nothing worth getting killed for, Jason said. Now where can we go to eat? There are a few questions I would like to ask you. They circled carefully down to the transport levels until they were sure they hadn't been followed. Kirk nosed the car into a darkened loading dock where they abandoned it. We can always get another car, he said, and they probably have this one spotted. Let's walk back to the freightway. I saw a restaurant there as we came by. Dark and looming shapes of overland freight carriers filled the parking lot. They picked their way around the man-high wheels and into the hot and noisy restaurant. The drivers and early morning workers took no notice of them as they found a booth in the back and dialed a meal. Kirk chiseled a chunk of meat off the slab in front of him and popped it cheerfully into his mouth. Ask your questions, he said. I'm feeling much better already. What's in this ship you arranged for tonight? What kind of a cargo was I risking my neck for? I thought you were risking your neck for money, Kirk said dryly. But be assured it was in a good cause. That cargo means the survival of a world. Guns, ammunition, mines, explosives and such. Jason choked over a mouthful of food. Gun running. What are you doing, financing a private war? And how can you talk about survival with a lethal cargo like that? Don't try and tell me they have a peaceful use. Who are you killing? Most of the big man's humor had vanished, he had that grim look Jason knew well. Yes, peaceful would be the right word. Because that is basically all we want. Just to live in peace. And it is not who are we killing, it is what we are killing. Jason pushed his plate away with an angry gesture. You're talking in riddles, he said. What you say has no meaning. It has meaning enough, Kirk told him, but only on one planet in the universe. Just how much do you know about Pyrrus? Absolutely nothing. For a moment Kirk sat wrapped in memory, scowling distantly. Then he went on. Mankind doesn't belong on Pyrrus, yet has been there for almost 300 years now. The age expectancy of my people is 16 years. Of course most adults live beyond that, but the high child mortality brings the average down. It is everything that a humanoid world should not be. The gravity is nearly twice Earth normal. The temperature can vary daily from Arctic to tropic. The climate, well, you have to experience it to believe it. Like nothing you've seen anywhere else in the galaxy. I'm frightened, Jason said dryly. What do you have, methane or chlorine reactions? I've been down on planets like that. Kirk slammed his hand down hard on the table. The dishes bounced and the table legs creaked. Laboratory reactions, he growled. They look great on a bench, but what happens when you have a world filled with those compounds? In an eye wink of galactic time all the violence is locked up in nice, stable compounds. The atmosphere may be poisonous for an oxygen breather, but taken by itself it's as harmless as weak beer. There is only one setup that is pure poison as a planetary atmosphere. Plenty of H2O, the most universal solvent you can find, plus free oxygen to work on. Water and oxygen. Jason broke in. You mean Earth, or a planet like Cassilia here? That's preposterous. Not at all. Because you were born in this kind of environment you accept it as right and natural. You take it for granted that metals corrode, coastlines change, and storms interfere with communication. These are normal occurrences on oxygen-water worlds. On Pyrrus these conditions are carried to the nth degree. The planet has an axial tilt of almost 42 degrees, so there is a tremendous change in temperature from season to season. This is one of the prime causes of a constantly changing ice cap. The weather generated by this is spectacular to say the least. If that's all, Jason said, I don't see why. That's not all, it's barely the beginning. The open seas perform the dual destructive function of supplying water vapor to keep the weather going, and building up gigantic tides. Pyrrus' two satellites, Samos and Bessos, combine at times to pull the oceans up into 30-meter tides. And until you've seen one of these tides lap over into an active volcano you've seen nothing. Heavy elements are what brought us to Pyrrus, and these same elements keep the planet at a volcanic boil. There have been at least 13 supernovas in the immediate stellar neighborhood. Heavy elements can be found on most of their planets of course, as well as completely unbreathable atmospheres. Long-term mining and exploitation can't be done by anything but a self-sustaining colony. Which meant Pyrrus. Where the radioactive elements are locked in the planetary core, surrounded by a shell of lighter ones. While this allows for the atmosphere men need, it also provides unceasing volcanic activity as the molten plasma forces its way to the surface. For the first time Jason was silent. Trying to imagine what life could be like on a planet constantly at war with itself. I've saved the best for last, Kirk said with grim humor. Now that you have an idea of what the environment is like, think of the kind of life forms that would populate it. I doubt if there is one off-world species that would live a minute. Plants and animals on Pyrrus are tough. They fight the world and they fight each other. Hundreds of thousands of years of genetic weeding out have produced things that would give even an electronic brain nightmares. Armor-plated, poisonous, claw-tipped and fanged-mouthed. That describes everything that walks, flaps or just sits and grows. Ever see a plant with teeth that bite? I don't think you want to. You'd have to be on Pyrrus and that means you would be dead within seconds of leaving the ship. Even I'll have to take a refresher course before I'll be able to go outside the landing buildings. The unending war for survival keeps the life forms competing and changing. Death is simple, but the ways of dealing it too numerous to list. Unhappiness rode like a weight on Kirk's broad shoulders. After long moments of thought he moved visibly to shake it off. Returning his attention to his food and mopping the gravy from his plate, he voiced part of his feelings. I suppose there is no logical reason why we should stay and fight this endless war. Except that Pyrrus is our home. The last piece of gravy-soaked bread vanished and he waved the empty fork at Jason. Be happy you're an off-worlder and will never have to see it. That's where you're wrong, Jason said as calmly as he could. You see, I'm going back with you. Chapter 4. Don't talk stupidly, Kirk said as he punched for a duplicate order of steak. There are much simpler ways of committing suicide. Don't you realize that you're a millionaire now? With what you have in your pocket you can relax the rest of your life on the pleasure planets. Pyrrus is a death world, not a sightseeing spot for jaded tourists. I cannot permit you to return with me. Gamblers who lose their tempers don't last long. Jason was angry now. Yet it showed only in a negative way. In the lack of expression on his face and the calmness of his voice. Don't tell me what I can or cannot do, Kirk Pyrrus. You're a big man with a fast gun, but that doesn't make you my boss. All you can do is stop me from going back on your ship. But I can easily afford to get there another way. And don't try to tell me I want to go to Pyrrus for sightseeing when you have no idea of my real reasons. Jason didn't even try to explain his reasons, they were only half realized and too personal. The more he traveled, the more things looked the same to him. The old, civilized planets sank into a drab similarity. Frontier worlds all had the crude sameness of temporary camps in a forest. Not that the galactic worlds bored him. It was just that he had found their limitations, yet had never found his own. Until he met Kirk he had acknowledged no man his superior, or even his equal. This was more than egotism. It was facing facts. Now he was forced to face the fact that there was a whole world of people who might be superior to him. Jason could never rest content until he had been there and seen for himself. Even if he died in the attempt. None of this could be told to Kirk. There were other reasons he would understand better. You're not thinking ahead when you prevent me from going to Pyrrus, Jason said. I'll not mention any moral debt you owe me for winning that money you needed. But what about the next time? If you needed that much lethal goods once, you'll probably need it again someday. Wouldn't it be better to have me on hand, old tried and true, than dreaming up some new and possibly unreliable scheme? Kirk chewed pensively on the second serving of steak. That makes sense. And I must admit I hadn't thought of it before. One failing we Pyrrans have is a lack of interest in the future. Staying alive day by day is enough trouble. So we tend to face emergencies as they arrive and let the dim future take care of itself. You can come. I hope you will still be alive when we need you. As Pyrran ambassador to a lot of places I officially invite you to our planet. All expenses paid. On the condition you obey completely all our instructions regarding your personal safety. Conditions accepted, Jason said. And wondered why he was so cheerful about signing his own death warrant. Kirk was shoveling his way through his third dessert when his alarm watch gave a tiny hum. He dropped his fork instantly and stood up. Time to go, he said. We're on schedule now. While Jason scrambled to his feet, he jammed coins into the meter until the paid light came on. Then they were out the door and walking fast. Jason wasn't at all surprised when they came on a public escalator just behind the restaurant. He was beginning to realize that since leaving the casino their every move had been carefully planned and timed. Without a doubt the alarm was out and the entire planet being searched for them. Yet so far they hadn't noticed the slightest sign of pursuit. This wasn't the first time Jason had to move just one jump ahead of the authorities, but it was the first time he had let someone else lead him by the hand while he did it. He had to smile at his own automatic agreement. He had been a loner for so many years that he found a certain inverse pleasure in following someone else. Hurry up, Kirk growled after a quick glance at his watch. He set a steady, killing pace up the escalator steps. They went up 5 levels that way, without seeing another person, before Kirk relented and let the escalator do the work. Jason prided himself on keeping in condition. But the sudden climb, after the sleepless night, left him panting heavily and soaked with sweat. Kirk, cool of forehead and breathing normally, didn't show the slightest sign that he had been running. They were at the second motor level when Kirk stepped off the slowly rising steps and waved Jason after him. As they came through the exit to the street, a car pulled up to the curb in front of them. Jason had enough sense not to reach for his gun. At the exact moment they reached the car, the driver opened the door and stepped out. Kirk passed him a slip of paper without saying a word and slipped in behind the wheel. There was just time for Jason to jump in before the car pulled away. The entire transfer had taken less than 3 seconds. There had been only a glimpse of the driver in the dim light, but Jason had recognized him. Of course he had never seen the man before, but after knowing Kirk he couldn't mistake the compact strength of a native Pyrrus. "That was the receipt from Ellis you gave him," Jason said. "Of course. That takes care of the ship and the cargo. They'll be off-planet and safely away before the casino check is traced to Ellis. So now let's look after ourselves. I'll explain the plan in detail so there will be no slip-ups on your part. I'll go through the whole thing once, and if there are any questions you'll ask them when I'm finished." The tones of command were so automatic that Jason found himself listening in quiet obedience. Though one part of his mind wanted him to smile at the quick assumption of his incompetence. Kirk swung the car into the steady line of traffic heading out of the city to the spaceport. He drove easily while he talked. "There is a search on in the city, but we're well ahead of that. I'm sure the Cassilians don't want to advertise their bad sportsmanship, so there won't be anything as crude as a roadblock. But the port will be crawling with every agent they have. They know once the money gets off-planet it is gone forever. When we make a break for it they will be sure we still have the goods. So there will be no trouble with the munition ship getting clear." Jason sounded a little shocked. "You mean you're setting us up as clay pigeons to cover the takeoff of the ship? You could put it that way. But since we have to get off-planet anyway, there is no harm in using our escape as a smokescreen. Now shut up until I've finished, like I told you. One more interruption and I dump you by the road." Jason was sure he would. He listened intently, and quietly, as Kirk repeated word for word what he had said before, then continued. "The official car gate will probably be wide open with the traffic through it. And a lot of the agents will be in plain clothes. We might even get onto the field without being recognized, though I doubt it. It is of no importance. We will drive through the gate and to the takeoff pad. The Pride of Darkhan, for which we hold tickets, will be sounding its 2-minute siren and unhooking the gangway. By the time we get to our seats the ship will take off." "That's all very fine," Jason said. "But what will the guards be doing all this time?" "Shooting at us and each other. We will take advantage of the confusion to get aboard." This answer did nothing to settle Jason's mind, but he let it slide for the moment. "All right, say we do get aboard. Why don't they just prevent takeoff until we have been dragged out and stood against a wall?" Kirk spared him a contemptuous glance before he returned his eyes to the road. "I said the ship was the Pride of Darkhan. If you had studied this system at all, you would know what that means. Cassilia and Darkhan are sister planets and rivals in every way. It has been less than 2 centuries since they fought an intra-system war that almost destroyed both of them. Now they exist in an arm-to-the-teeth neutrality that neither dare violate. The moment we set foot aboard the ship we are on Darkhan territory. There is no extradition agreement between the planets. Cassilia may want us, but not badly enough to start another war." That was all the explanation there was time for. Kirk swung the car out of the rush of traffic and onto a bridge marked official cars only. Jason had a feeling of nakedness as they rolled under the harsh port lights towards the guarded gate ahead. It was closed. Another car approached the gate from the inside and Kirk slowed their car to a crawl. One of the guards talked to the driver of the car inside the port, then waved to the gate attendant. The barrier gate began to swing inwards and Kirk jammed down on the accelerator. Everything happened at once. The turbine howled, the spinning tires screeched on the road and the car crashed open the gate. Jason had a vanishing glimpse of the open-mouthed guards, then they were skidding around the corner of a building. A few shots popped after them, but none came close. Driving with one hand, Kirk reached under the dash and pulled out a gun that was the twin of the monster strapped to his arm. "Use this instead of your own," he said. "Rocket-propelled explosive slugs. Make a great bang. Don't bother shooting at anyone, I'll take care of that. Just stir up a little action and make them keep their distance. Like this." He fired a single, snap shot out the side window and passed the gun to Jason almost before the slug hit. An empty truck blew up with a roar, raining pieces on the cars around and sending their drivers fleeing in panic. After that it was a nightmare ride through a madhouse. Kirk drove with an apparent contempt for violent death. Other cars followed them and were lost in wheel-raising turns. They careened almost the full length of the field, leaving a trail of smoking chaos. Then the pursuit was all behind them and the only thing ahead was the slim spire of the Pride of Darkhan. The Pride was surrounded by a strong wire fence as suited the begrudged status of her planetary origin. The gate was closed and guarded by soldiers with leveled guns, waiting for a shot at the approaching car. Kirk made no attempt to come near them. Instead he fed the last reserves of power to the car and headed for the fence. "Cover your face," he shouted. Jason put his arms in front of his head just as they hit. Torn metal screamed, the fence buckled, wrapped itself around the car, but did not break. Jason flew off the seat and into the padded dash. By the time Kirk had the warped door open, he realized that the ride was over. Kirk must have seen the spin of his eyeballs because he didn't talk, just pulled Jason out and threw him onto the hood of the ruined car. "Climb over the buckled wire and make a run for the ship," he shouted. If there was any doubt what he meant, he set Jason an example of fine roadwork. It was inconceivable that someone of his bulk could run so fast, yet he did. He moved more like a charging tank than a man. Jason shook the fog from his head and worked up some speed himself. Nevertheless, he was barely halfway to the ship when Kirk hit the gangway. It was already unhooked from the ship, but the shocked attendant stopped rolling it away as the big man bounded up the steps. At the top he turned and fired at the soldiers who were charging through the open gate. They dropped, crawled, and returned his fire. Very few shot at Jason's running form. The scene in front of Jason cranked over in slow motion. Kirk standing at the top of the ramp, coolly returning the fire that splashed all about. He could have found safety in an instant through the open port behind him. The only reason he stayed there was to cover Jason. "Thanks," Jason managed to gasp as he made the last few steps up the gangway, jumped the gap and collapsed inside the ship. "You're perfectly welcome," Kirk said as he joined him, waving his gun to cool it off. A grim-jawed ship's officer stood back out of range of fire from the ground and looked them both up and down. "And just what is going on here?" he growled. Kirk tested the barrel with a wet thumb, then let the gun slide back into its holster. "We are law-abiding citizens of a different system who have committed no criminal acts. The savages of Cassilia are too barbarous for civilized company. Therefore we are going to Darkhan, here are our tickets, in whose sovereign territory I believe we are at this moment." This last was added for the benefit of the Cassilian officer who had just stumbled to the top of the gangway and was raising his gun. The soldier couldn't be blamed. He saw these badly wanted criminals getting away. Aboard a Darkhan ship as well. Anger got the best of him and he brought his gun up. "Come out of there, you scum. You're not escaping that easily. Come out slow with your hands up or I'll blast you." It was a frozen moment of time that stretched and stretched without breaking. The pistol covered Kirk and Jason. Neither of them attempted to reach for their own guns. The gun twitched a bit as the ship's officer moved, then steadied back on the two men. The Darkhan spaceman hadn't gone far, just a pace across the lock. This was enough to bring him next to a red box set flush with the wall. With a single, swift gesture he flipped up the cover and poised his thumb over the button inside. When he smiled his lips peeled back to show all of his teeth. He had made up his mind, and it was the arrogance of the Cassilian officer that had been the deciding factor. "Fire a single shot into Darkhan territory and I press this button," he shouted. And you know what this button does, every one of your ships has them as well. Commit a hostile act against this ship and someone will press a button. Every control rod will be blown out of the ship's pile at that instant and half your filthy city will go up in the explosion. His smile was chiseled on his face and there was no doubt he would do what he said. Go ahead, fire. I think I would enjoy pressing this. The takeoff siren was hooting now, the close lock light blinking an angry message from the bridge. Like four actors in a grim drama they faced each other an instant more. Then the Caecilian officer, growling with unvoiceable frustrated anger, turned and leaped back to the steps. All passengers board ship. 45 seconds to take off. Clear the port. The ship's officer slammed shut the cover of the box and locked it as he talked. There was barely time to make the acceleration couches before the Pride of Darkhan cleared ground. Chapter 5. Once the ship was in orbit the captain sent for Jason and Kirk. Kirk took the floor and was completely frank about the previous night's activities. The only fact of importance he left out was Jason's background as a professional gambler. He drew a beautiful picture of two lucky strangers whom the evil forces of Caecilia wanted to deprive of their gambling profits. All this fitted perfectly the captain's preconceptions of Caecilia. In the end he congratulated his officer on the correctness of his actions and began the preparation of a long report to his government. He gave the two men his best wishes as well as the liberty of the ship. It was a short trip. Jason barely had time to catch up on his sleep before they grounded on Darkhan. Being without luggage they were the first ones through customs. They left the shed just in time to see another ship landing in a distant pit. Kirk stopped to watch it and Jason followed his gaze. It was a gray, scarred ship. With the stubby lines of a freighter, but sporting as many guns as a cruiser. Yours, of course, Jason said. Kirk nodded and started towards the ship. One of the locks opened as they came up but no one appeared. Instead a remote-release folding ladder rattled down to the ground. Kirk swarmed up it and Jason followed glumly. Somehow, he felt, this was overdoing the no-frills and nonsense attitude. Jason was catching on to Pyrrhus ways though. The reception aboard ship for the ambassador was just what he expected. Nothing. Kirk closed the lock himself and they found couches as the takeoff horn sounded. The main jets roared and acceleration smashed down on Jason. It didn't stop. Instead it grew stronger, squeezing the air out of his lungs and the sight from his eyes. He screamed but couldn't hear his own voice through the roaring in his ears. Mercifully he blacked out. When consciousness returned the ship was at 0 G, Jason kept his eyes closed and let the pain seep out of his body. Kirk spoke suddenly, he was standing next to the couch. My fault, Meta, I should have told you we had a 1G passenger aboard. You might have eased up a bit on your usual bone-breaking takeoff. It doesn't seem to have harmed him much, but what's he doing here? Jason felt mild surprise that the second voice was a girl's. But he wasn't interested enough to go to the trouble of opening his sore eyes. Going to Pyrrus. I tried to talk him out of it, of course, but I couldn't change his mind. It's a shame, too, I would like to have done more for him. He's the one who got the money for us. Oh, that's awful, the girl said. Jason wondered why it was awful. It didn't make sense to his groggy mind. It would have been much better if he stayed on Darkhan, the girl continued. He's very nice looking. I think it's a shame he has to die. That was too much for Jason. He pried one eye open, then the other. The voice belonged to a girl about 21 who was standing next to the bed, gazing down at Jason. She was beautiful. Jason's eyes opened wider as he realized she was very beautiful, with the kind of beauty never found in the civilized galaxy. The women he had known all ran to pale skin, hollow shoulders, gray faces covered with tints and dyes. They were the product of centuries of breeding weaknesses back into the race, as the advance of medicine kept alive more and more non-survival types. This girl was the direct opposite in every way. She was the product of survival on Pyrrus. The heavy gravity that produced bulging muscles in men, brought out firm strength in strap-like female muscles. She had the figure of a goddess, tan skin and perfectly formed face. Her hair, which was cut short, circled her head like a golden crown. The only unfeminine thing about her was the gun she wore in a bulky forearm holster. When she saw Jason's eyes open, she smiled at him. Her teeth were as even and as white as he had expected. "I'm Meta, pilot of this ship. And you must be Jason dinAlt." "That was a lousy takeoff, Meta." "I'm really very sorry," she laughed. "But being born on a 2G planet does make one a little immune to acceleration. I save fuel too, with the synergy curve." Kirk gave a noncommittal grunt. "Come along, Meta, we'll take a look at the cargo. Some of the new stuff will plug the gaps in the perimeter." "Oh yes," she said, almost clapping her hands with happiness. "I read the specs, they're simply wonderful. Like a schoolgirl with a new dress. Or a box of candy. That's a great attitude to have towards bombs and flamethrowers." Jason smiled wryly at the thought as he groaned off the couch. The two Pyrrans had gone and he pulled himself painfully through the door after them. It took him a long time to find his way to the hold. The ship was big and apparently empty of crew. Jason finally found a man sleeping in one of the brightly lit cabins. He recognized him as the driver who had turned the car over to them on Cassilia. The man, who had been sleeping soundly a moment before, opened his eyes as soon as Jason drifted into the room. He was wide awake. "How do I get to the cargo hold?" Jason asked. The other told him, closed his eyes and went instantly back to sleep before Jason could even say thanks. In the hold, Kirk and Meta had opened some of the crates and were chortling with joy over their lethal contents. Meta, a pressure canister in her arms, turned to Jason as he came through the door. "Just look at this," she said. "This powder in here, why you can eat it like dirt, with less harm. Yet it is instantly deadly to all forms of vegetable life." She stopped suddenly as she realized Jason didn't share her extreme pleasure. "I'm sorry. I forgot for a moment there that you weren't a Pyrran. So you don't really understand, do you?" Before he could answer, the PA speaker called her name. "Jump time," she said. "Come with me to the bridge while I do the equations. We can talk there. I know so little about any place except Pyrrus that I have a million questions to ask." Jason followed her to the bridge where she relieved the duty officer and began taking readings for the jump setting. She looked out of place among the machines, a sturdy but supple figure in a simple, one-piece ship suit. Yet there was no denying the efficiency with which she went about her job. "Meta, aren't you a little young to be the pilot of an interstellar ship?" "Am I?" She thought for a second. "I really don't know how old pilots are supposed to be. I have been piloting for about 3 years now and I'm almost 20. Is that younger than usual?" Jason opened his mouth, then laughed. "I suppose that all depends on what planet you're from. Some places you would have trouble getting licensed. But I'll bet things are different on Pyrrus. By their standards you must rank as an old lady." "Now you're making a joke," Meta said serenely as she fed a figure into the calculator. "I've seen old ladies on some planets. They are wrinkled and have gray hair. I don't know how old they are, I asked one but she wouldn't tell me her age. But I'm sure they must be older than anyone on Pyrrus, no one looks like that there." "I don't mean old that way," Jason groped for the right word. "Not old, but grown up, mature. An adult." "Everyone is grown up," she answered. "At least soon after they leave the wards. And they do that when they're 6. My first child is grown up, and the second one would be, too, only he's dead. So I surely must be." That seemed to settle the question for her, though Jason's thoughts jumped with the alien concepts and background, inherent behind her words. Meta punched in the last setting, and the course tape began to chunk out of the case. She turned her attention back to Jason. "I'm glad you're aboard this trip, though I am sorry you are going to Pyrrus. But we'll have lots of time to talk. There are so many things I want to find out about other planets, and why people go around acting the way they do. Not at all like home where you know why people are doing things all the time. She frowned over the tape for a moment, then turned her attention back to Jason. What is your home planet like? One after another the usual lies he told people came to his lips, and were pushed away. Why bother lying to a girl who really didn't care if you were serf or noble? To her there were only two kinds of people in the galaxy, Pyrrans, and the rest. For the first time since he had fled from Porgorstersand he found himself telling someone the truth of his origin. My home planet? Just about the stuffiest, dullest, dead end in the universe. You can't believe the destructive decay of a planet that is mainly agrarian, caste-conscious and completely satisfied with its own boring existence. Not only is there no change, but no one wants change. My father was a farmer, so I should have been a farmer too, if I had listened to the advice of my betters. It was unthinkable, as well as forbidden for me to do anything else. And everything I wanted to do was against the law. I was 15 before I learned to read, out of a book stolen from a noble school. After that there was no turning back. By the time I stowed aboard an off-world freighter at 19 I must have broken every law on the planet. Happily. Leaving home for me was just like getting out of prison. Meta shook her head at the thought. I just can't imagine a place like that. But I'm sure I wouldn't like it there. I'm sure you wouldn't, Jason laughed. So once I was in space, with no law-abiding talents or skills, I just wandered into one thing and another. In this age of technology one was completely out of place. Oh, I suppose I could have done well in some army, but I'm not so good at taking orders. Whenever I gambled I did well, so little by little I just drifted into it. People are the same everywhere, so I manage to make out well wherever I end up. I know what you mean about people being alike, but they are so different, she said. I'm not being clear at all, am I? What I mean is that at home I know what people will do and why they do it at the same time. People on all the other planets do act alike, as you said, yet I have very much trouble understanding why. For instance, I like to try the local food when we set down on a planet, and if there is time I always do. There are bars and restaurants near every spaceport so I go there. And I always have trouble with the men. They want to buy me drinks, hold my hand. Well, a single girl in those port joints has to expect a certain amount of interest from the men. Oh, I know that, she said. What I don't understand is why they don't listen when I tell them I am not interested and to go away. They just laugh and pull up a chair, usually. But I have found that one thing works wherever I am. I tell them if they don't stop bothering me I'll break their arm. Does that stop them? Jason asked. No, of course not. But after I break their arm they go away. And the others don't bother me either. It's a lot of fuss to go through and the food is usually awful. Jason didn't laugh. Particularly when he realized that this girl could break the arm of any spaceport thug in the galaxy. She was a strange mixture of naivete and strength, unlike anyone he had ever met before. Once again he realized that he had to visit the planet that produced people like her and Kirk. Tell me about Pyrrus, he asked. Why is it that you and Kirk assume automatically that I will drop dead as soon as I land? What is the planet like? All the warmth was gone from her face now. I can't tell you. You will have to see for yourself. I know that much after visiting some of the other worlds. Pyrrus is like nothing you galaxy people have ever experienced. You won't really believe it until it is too late. Will you promise me something? No, he answered. At least not until after I hear what it is and decide. Don't leave the ship when we land. You should be safe enough aboard, and I'll be flying a cargo out within a few weeks. I'll promise nothing of the sort. I'll leave when I want to leave. Jason knew there was logic in her words, but his back was up at her automatic superiority. Meta finished the jump settings without another word. There was a tension in the room that prevented them both from talking. It was the next ship day before he saw her again, then it was completely by accident. She was in the astrogation dome when he entered, looking up at the sparkling immensity of the jump sky. For the first time he saw her off duty, wearing something other than a ship suit. This was a loose, soft robe that accentuated her beauty. She smiled at him. "The stars are so wonderful," she said. "Come look." Jason came close to her and with an unthinking, almost automatic movement, put his arm around her. Neither did she resent it, for she covered his hand with hers. Then they kissed and it was just the way he knew it would be. Chapter 6. After that they were together constantly. When Meta was on duty he brought her meals to the bridge and they talked. Jason learned little more about her world since, by unspoken agreement, they didn't discuss it. He talked of the many planets he had visited and the people he had known. She was an appreciative listener and the time went quickly by. They enjoyed each other's company and it was a wonderful trip. Then it ended. There were 14 people aboard the ship, yet Jason had never seen more than 2 or 3 at a time. There was a fixed rotation of duties that they followed in the ship's operation. When not on duty the Pyrrans minded their own business in an intense and self-sufficient manner. Only when the ship came out of jump and the PA barked assembly did they all get together. Kirk was giving orders for the landing and questions were snapped back and forth. It was all technical and Jason didn't bother following it. It was the attitude of the Pyrrans that drew his attention. Their talk tended to be faster now as were their motions. They were like soldiers preparing for battle. Their sameness struck Jason for the first time. Not that they looked alike or did the same things. It was the way they moved and reacted that caused the striking similarity. They were like great, stalking cats. Walking fast, tense and ready to spring at all times, their eyes never still for an instant. Jason tried to talk to Meta after the meeting, but she was almost a stranger. She answered in monosyllables and her eyes never met his, just brushed over them and went on. There was nothing he could really say so she moved to leave. He started to put his hand out to stop her, then thought better of it. There would be other times to talk. Kirk was the only one who took any notice of him, and then only to order him to an acceleration couch. Meta's landings were infinitely worse than her takeoffs. At least when she landed on Pyrrus. There were sudden acceleration surges in every direction. At one point there was a free fall that seemed endless. There were loud thuds against the hull that shook the framework of the ship. It was more like a battle than a landing, and Jason wondered how much truth there was in that. When the ship finally landed Jason didn't even know it. The constant 2Gs felt like deceleration. Only the descending moan of the ship's engines convinced him they were down. Unbuckling the straps and sitting up was an effort. 2Gs don't seem that bad, at first. Walking required the same exertion as would carrying a man of his own weight on his shoulders. When Jason lifted his arm to unlatch the door it was heavy as 2 arms. He shuffled slowly towards the main lock. They were all there ahead of him, 2 of the men rolling transparent cylinders from a nearby room. From their obvious weight and the way they clanged when they bumped, Jason knew they were made of transparent metal. He couldn't conceive any possible use for them. Empty cylinders a meter in diameter, longer than a man. One end solid, the other hinged and sealed. It wasn't until Kirk spun the sealing wheel and opened one of them that their use became apparent. "Get in," Kirk said. "When you're locked inside you'll be carried out of the ship." "Thank you, no," Jason told him. "I have no particular desire to make a spectacular landing on your planet sealed up like a packaged sausage." "Don't be a fool," was Kirk's snapped answer. "We're all going out in these tubes. We've been away too long to risk the surface without reorientation." Jason did feel a little foolish as he saw the others getting into tubes. He picked the nearest one, slid into it feet first, and pulled the lid closed. When he tightened the wheel in the center, it squeezed down against a flexible seal. Within a minute the CO2 content in the closed cylinder went up and an air regenerator at the bottom hummed into life. Kirk was the last one in. He checked the seals on all the other tubes first, then jabbed the airlock override release. As it started cycling he quickly sealed himself in the remaining cylinder. Both inner and outer locks ground slowly open and dim light filtered in through sheets of falling rain. For Jason, the whole thing seemed an anticlimax. All this preparation for absolutely nothing. Long, impatient minutes passed before a lift truck appeared driven by a Pyrrus. He loaded the cylinders onto his truck like so much dead cargo. Jason had the misfortune to be buried at the bottom of the pile so he could see absolutely nothing when they drove outside. It wasn't until the man carrying cylinders had been dumped in a metal-walled room, that Jason saw his first native Pyrrus life. The lift truck driver was swinging a thick outer door shut when something flew in through the entrance and struck against the far wall. Jason's eye was caught by the motion. He looked to see what it was when it dropped straight down towards his face. Forgetful of the metal cylinder wall, he flinched away. The creature struck the transparent metal and clung to it. Jason had the perfect opportunity to examine it in every detail. It was almost too horrible to be believable. As though it were a bearer of death stripped to the very essentials. A mouth that split the head in two, rows of teeth, serrated and pointed. Leathery, claw-tipped wings, longer claws on the limbs that tore at the metal wall. Terror rose up in Jason as he saw that the claws were tearing gouges in the transparent metal. Wherever the creature's saliva touched the metal clouded and chipped under the assault of the teeth. Logic said these were just scratches on the thick tube. They couldn't matter. But blind, unreasoning fear sent Jason curling away as far as he could. Shrinking inside himself, seeking escape. Only when the flying creature began dissolving did he realize the nature of the room outside. Sprays of steaming liquid came from all sides, raining down until the cylinders were covered. After one last clash of its jaws, the Pyrrus animal was washed off and carried away. The liquid drained away through the floor and a second and third shower followed. While the solutions were being pumped away, Jason fought to bring his emotions into line. He was surprised at himself. No matter how frightful the creature had been, he couldn't understand the fear it could generate through the wall of the sealed tube. His reaction was all out of proportion to the cause. Even with the creature destroyed and washed out of sight, it took all of his willpower to steady his nerves and bring his breathing back to normal. Meta walked by outside and he realized the sterilization process was finished. He opened his own tube and climbed wearily out. Meta and the others had gone by this time and only a hawk-faced stranger remained, waiting for him. "I'm Brucko, in charge of the adaptation clinic. Kirk told me who you were. I'm sorry you're here. Now come along, I want some blood samples." "Now I feel right at home," Jason said. The old Pyrrhus hospitality. Brucko only grunted and stamped out. Jason followed him down a bare corridor into a sterile lab. The double gravity was tiring, a constant drag on sore muscles. While Brucko ran tests on the blood sample, Jason rested. He had almost dozed off into a painful sleep when Brucko returned with a tray of bottles and hypodermic needles. "Amazing," he announced. "Not an antibody in your serum that would be of any use on this planet. I have a batch of antigens here that will make you sick as a beast for at least a day. Take off your shirt." "Have you done this often?" Jason asked. "I mean juice up an outlander so he can enjoy the pleasures of your world." Brucko jammed in a needle that felt like it grated on the bone. "Not often at all. Last time was years ago. A half-dozen researchers from some institute, willing to pay well for the chance to study the local life forms. We didn't say no. Always need more galaxy currency." Jason was already beginning to feel lightheaded from the shots. "How many of them lived?" he mumbled vaguely. "One. We got him off in time. Made them pay in advance, of course." At first Jason thought the Pyrrhus was joking. Then he remembered they had very little interest in humor of any kind. If one half of what Meta and Kirk had told him was true, 6-to-1 odds weren't bad at all. There was a bed in the next room and Brucko helped him to it. Jason felt drugged and probably was. He fell into a deep sleep and into the dream. Fear and hatred mixed in equal parts and washed over him red hot. If this was a dream, he never wanted to sleep again. If it wasn't a dream, he wanted to die. He tried to fight up against it, but only sank in more deeply. There was no beginning and no end to the fear and no way to escape. When consciousness returned, Jason could remember no detail of the nightmare. Just the fear remained. He was soaked with sweat and ached in every muscle. It must have been the massive dose of shots, he finally decided, that and the brutal gravity. That didn't take the taste of fear out of his mouth, though. Brucko stuck his head in the door then and looked Jason up and down. "Thought you were dead," he said. "Slept the clock around. Don't move, I'll get something to pick you up." The pickup was in the form of another needle and a glass full of evil-looking fluid. It settled his thirst, but made him painfully aware of gnawing hunger. "Want to eat?" Brucko asked. "I'll bet you do. I've speeded up your metabolism so you'll build muscle faster. Only way you'll ever beat the gravity. Give you quite an appetite for a while though." Brucko ate at the same time and Jason had a chance to ask some questions. "When do I get a chance to look around your fascinating planet? So far this trip has been about as interesting as a jail term. Relax and enjoy your food. Probably be months before you're able to go outside. If at all." Jason felt his jaw hanging and closed it with a snap. "Could you possibly tell me why?" "Of course. You will have to go through the same training course that our children take. It takes them 6 years. Of course it's their first 6 years of life. So you might think that you, as an adult, could learn faster. Then again they have the advantage of heredity. All I can say is you'll go outside these sealed buildings when you're ready." Brucko had finished eating while he talked, and sat staring at Jason's bare arms with growing disgust. "The first thing we want to get you is a gun," he said. "It gives me a sick feeling to see someone without one." Of course Brucko wore his own gun continually, even within the sealed buildings. "Every gun is fitted to its owner and would be useless on anyone else," Brucko said. "I'll show you why." He led Jason to an armory jammed with deadly weapons. "Put your arm in this while I make the adjustments." It was a box-like machine with a pistol grip on the side. Jason clutched the grip and rested his elbow on a metal loop. Brucko fixed pointers that touched his arm, then copied the results from the meters. Reading the figures from his list, he selected various components from bins and quickly assembled a power holster and gun. With the holster strapped to his forearm and the gun in his hand, Jason noticed for the first time they were connected by a flexible cable. The gun fitted his hand perfectly. "This is the secret of the power holster," Brucko said, tapping the flexible cable. "It is perfectly loose while you are using the weapon. But when you want it returned to the holster," Brucko made an adjustment and the cable became a stiff rod that whipped the gun from Jason's hand and suspended it in midair. Then the return. The rod cable whirred and snapped the gun back into the holster. The drawing action is the opposite of this, of course. "A great gadget," Jason said, "but how do I draw? Do I whistle or something for the gun to pop out?" "No, it is not sonic control," Brucko answered with a sober face. "It is much more precise than that. Here, take your left hand and grasp an imaginary gun butt. Tense your trigger finger. Do you notice the pattern of the tendons in the wrist? Sensitive actuators touch the tendons in your right wrist. They ignore all patterns except the one that says hand ready to receive gun. After a time the mechanism becomes completely automatic. When you want the gun, it is in your hand. When you don't, it is in the holster." Jason made grasping motions with his right hand, crooked his index finger. There was a sudden, smashing pain against his hand and a loud roar. The gun was in his hand, half the fingers were numb, and smoke curled up from the barrel. Of course there are only blank charges in the gun until you learn control. Guns are always loaded. There is no safety. Notice the lack of a trigger guard. That enables you to bend your trigger finger a slight bit more when drawing so the gun will fire the instant it touches your hand. It was without a doubt the most murderous weapon Jason had ever handled, as well as being the hardest to manage. Working against the muscle-burning ache of high gravity, he fought to control the devilish device. It had an infuriating way of vanishing into the holster just as he was about to pull the trigger. Even worse was the tendency to leap out before he was quite ready. The gun went to the position where his hand should be. If the fingers weren't correctly placed, they were crashed aside. Jason only stopped the practice when his entire hand was one livid bruise. Complete mastery would come with time, but he could already understand why the Pyrrhans never removed their guns. It would be like removing a part of your own body. The movement of gun from holster to hand was too fast for him to detect. It was certainly faster than the neural current that shaped the hand into the gun-holding position. For all apparent purposes it was like having a lightning bolt in your fingertip. Point the finger and blam, there's the explosion. Brucko had left Jason to practice alone. When his aching hand could take no more, he stopped and headed back towards his own quarters. Turning a corner he had a quick glimpse of a familiar figure going away from him. Meta. Wait for a second, I want to talk to you. She turned impatiently as he shuffled up, going as fast as he could in the doubled gravity. Everything about her seemed different from the girl he had known on the ship. Heavy boots came as high as her knees, her figure was lost in bulky coveralls of some metallic fabric. The trim waist was bulged out by a belt of canisters. Her very expression was coldly distant. I've missed you, he said. I hadn't realized you were in this building. He reached for her hand but she moved it out of his reach. What is it you want? She asked. What is it I want? He echoed with barely concealed anger. This is Jason, remember me? We're friends. It is allowed for friends to talk without wanting anything. What happened on the ship has nothing to do with what happens on Pyrrus. She started forward impatiently as she talked. I have finished my reconditioning and must return to work. You'll be staying here in the sealed buildings so I won't be seeing you. Why don't you say, with the rest of the children, that's what your tone implies. And don't try walking out, there are some things we have to settle first. Jason made the mistake of putting out his hand to stop her. He didn't really know what happened next. One instant he was standing, the next he sprawled suddenly on the floor. His shoulder was badly bruised, and Meta had vanished down the corridor. Limping back to his own room he cursed women in general and Meta in particular. Dropping onto his rock-hard bed he tried to remember the reasons that had brought him here in the first place. And weighed them against the perpetual torture of the gravity, the fear-filled dreams it inspired, the automatic contempt of these people for any outsider. He quickly checked the growing tendency to feel sorry for himself. By Pyrrhan standards he was soft and helpless. If he wanted them to think any better of him, he would have to change a good deal. He sank into a fatigue-drugged sleep then, that was broken only by the screaming fear of his dreams. Chapter 7. In the morning Jason awoke with a bad headache and the feeling he had never been to sleep. As he took some of the carefully portioned stimulants that Brucko had given him, he wondered again about the combination of factors that filled his sleep with such horror. Eat quickly, Brucko told him when they met in the dining room. I can no longer spare you time for individual instruction. You will join the regular classes and take the prescribed courses. Only come to me if there is some special problem that the instructors or trainers can't handle. The classes, as Jason should have expected, were composed of stern-faced little children. With their compact bodies and no-nonsense mannerisms they were recognizably Pyrrhan. But they were still children enough to consider it very funny to have an adult in their classes. Jammed behind one of the tiny desks, the red-faced Jason did not think it was much of a joke. All resemblance to a normal school ended with the physical form of the classroom. For one thing, every child, no matter how small, packed a gun. And the courses were all involved with survival. The only possible grade in a curriculum like this was 100%, and students stayed with a lesson until they mastered it perfectly. No courses were offered in the normal scholastic subjects. Presumably these were studied after the child graduated survival school and could face the world alone. Which was a logical and cold-hearted way of looking at things. In fact, logical and cold-hearted could describe any Pyrrhus activity. Most of the morning was spent on the operation of one of the medikits that strapped around the waist. This was a poison analyzer that was pressed over a puncture wound. If any toxins were present, the antidote was automatically injected on the site. Simple in operation but incredibly complex in construction. Since all Pyrrhus serviced their own equipment, you could then only blame yourself if it failed. They had to learn the construction and repair of all the devices. Jason did much better than the child students, though the effort exhausted him. In the afternoon he had his first experience with a training machine. His instructor was a 12-year-old boy, whose cold voice didn't conceal his contempt for the soft off-worlder. All the training machines are physical duplicates of the real surface of the planet, corrected constantly as the life forms change. The only difference between them is the varying degree of deadliness. This first machine you will use is of course the one infants are put into. "You're too kind," Jason murmured. "Your flattery overwhelms me." The instructor continued, taking no notice of the interruption. "Infants are put into as soon as they can crawl. It is real in substance, though completely deactivated." Training machine was the wrong word, Jason realized as they entered through the thick door. This was a chunk of the outside world duplicated in an immense chamber. It took very little suspension of reality for him to forget the painted ceiling and artificial sun high above and imagine himself outdoors at last. The scene seemed peaceful enough, though clouds banking on the horizon threatened a violent Pyrrhus storm. "You must wander around and examine things," the instructor told Jason. "Whenever you touch something with your hand, you will be told about it. Like this." The boy bent over and pushed his finger against a blade of the soft grass that covered the ground. Immediately a voice barked from hidden speakers. "Poison grass. Boots to be worn at all times." Jason kneeled and examined the grass. The blade was tipped with a hard, shiny hook. He realized with a start that every single blade of grass was the same. The soft green lawn was a carpet of death. As he straightened up he glimpsed something under a broad-leafed plant. A crouching, scale-covered animal, whose tapered head terminated in a long spike. "What's that in the bottom of my garden?" he asked. "You certainly give the babies pleasant playmates." Jason turned and realized he was talking to the air. The instructor was gone. He shrugged and petted the scaly monstrosity. "Horn devil," the impersonal voice said from midair. "Clothing and shoes no protection. Kill it." A sharp crack shattered the silence as Jason's gun went off. The horn devil fell on its side, keyed to react to the blank charge. "Well, I am learning," Jason said, and the thought pleased him. The words "kill it" had been used by Brucko while teaching him to use the gun. Their stimulus had reached an unconscious level. He was aware of wanting to shoot only after he had heard the shot. His respect for Pyrrhus training techniques went up. Jason spent a thoroughly unpleasant afternoon wandering in the child's garden of horror. Death was everywhere. While all the time the disembodied voice gave him stern advice in simple language. So he could do unto, rather than being done in. He had never realized that violent death could come in so many repulsive forms. Everything here was deadly to man, from the smallest insect to the largest plant. Such singleness of purpose seemed completely unnatural. Why was this planet so alien to human life? He made a mental note to ask Brucko. Meanwhile he tried to find one life form that wasn't out for his blood. He didn't succeed. After a long search he found the only thing that when touched didn't elicit deadly advice. This was a chunk of rock that projected from a meadow of poison grass. Jason sat on it with a friendly feeling and pulled his feet up. An oasis of peace. Some minutes passed while he rested his gravity-weary body. Rot fungus, do not touch. The voice blasted at twice its normal volume and Jason leaped as if he had been shot. The gun was in his hand, nosing about for a target. Only when he bent over and looked closely at the rock where he had been sitting, did he understand. There were flaky gray patches that hadn't been there when he sat down. "Oh, you tricky devils," he shouted at the machine. "How many kids have you frightened off that rock after they thought they had found a little piece?" He resented the snide bit of conditioning, but respected it at the same time. Pyrrans learned very early in life that there was no safety on this planet, except that which they provided for themselves. While he was learning about Pyrrus, he was gaining new insight into the Pyrrans as well. Chapter 8. Days turned into weeks in the school, cut off from the world outside. Jason almost became proud of his ability to deal death. He recognized all the animals and plants in the nursery room and had been promoted to a trainer where the beasts made sluggish charges at him. His gun picked off the attackers with dull regularity. The constant, daily classes were beginning to bore him as well. Though the gravity still dragged at him, his muscles were making great efforts to adjust. After the daily classes he no longer collapsed immediately into bed. Only the nightmares got worse. He had finally mentioned them to Brucko, who mixed up a sleeping potion that took away most of their effect. The dreams were still there, but Jason was only vaguely aware of them upon awakening. By the time Jason had mastered all the gadgetry that kept the Pyrrans alive, he had graduated to a most realistic trainer that was only a hairbreadth away from the real thing. The difference was just in quality. The insect poisons caused swelling and pain instead of instant death. Animals could cause bruises and tear flesh, but stopped short of ripping off limbs. You couldn't get killed in this trainer, but could certainly come very close to it. Jason wandered through this large and rambling jungle with the rest of the 5-year-olds. There was something a bit humorous, yet sad, about their unchildlike grimness. Though they still might laugh in their quarters, they realized there was no laughing outside. To them survival was linked up with social acceptance and desirability. In this way Pyrrus was a simple black and white society. To prove your value to yourself and your world, you only had to stay alive. This had great importance in racial survival, but had very stultifying effects on individual personality. Children were turned into like-faced killers, always on the alert to deal out death. Some of the children graduated into the outside world and others took their places. Jason watched this process for a while before he realized that all of those from the original group he had entered with were gone. That same day he looked up the chief of the adaptation center. "Brucko," Jason asked, "how long do you plan to keep me in this kindergarten shooting gallery?" "You're not being kept here," Brucko told him in his usual irritated tone. "You will be here until you qualify for the outside. Which I have a funny feeling will be never. I can now field strip and reassemble every one of your blasted gadgets in the dark. I am a dead shot with this cannon. At this present moment, if I had to, I could write a book on the complete flora and fauna of Pyrrus, and how to kill it. Perhaps I don't do as well as my 6-year-old companions, but I have a hunch I do about as good a job now as I ever will." "Is that true?" Brucko squirmed with the effort to be evasive, yet didn't succeed. "I think, that is, you know you weren't born here, Anne." Come, Jason said with glee, "a straight-faced old Pyrran like you shouldn't try to lie to one of the weaker races that specialize in that sort of thing. It goes without saying that I'll always be sluggish with this gravity, as well as having other inborn handicaps. I admit that. We're not talking about that now. The question is, will I improve with more training, or have I reached a peak of my own development now?" Brucko sweated. "With the passage of time there will be improvement, of course." "Sly devil." Jason waggled a finger at him. "Yes or no, now? Will I improve now by more training now?" "No," Brucko said, and still looked troubled. Jason sized him up like a poker hand. Now let's think about that. I won't improve, yet I'm still stuck here. That's no accident. So you must have been ordered to keep me here. And from what I have seen of this planet, admittedly very little, I would say that Kirk ordered you to keep me here. Is that right? He was only doing it for your own sake, Brucko explained, trying to keep you alive. The truth is out, Jason said, so let us now forget about it. I didn't come here to shoot robots with your offspring. So please show me the street door. Or is there a graduating ceremony first? Speeches, handing out school pins, sabers overhead. Nothing like that, Brucko snapped. I don't see how a grown man like you can talk such nonsense all the time. There is none of that, of course. Only some final work in the partial survival chamber. That is a compound that connects with the outside, really is a part of the outside, except the most violent life forms are excluded. And even some of those manage to find their way in once in a while. When do I go? Jason shot the question. Tomorrow morning. Get a good night's sleep first. You'll need it. There was one bit of ceremony attendant with the graduation. When Jason came into his office in the morning, Brucko slid a heavy gun clip across the table. These are live bullets, he said. I'm sure you'll be needing them. After this your gun will always be loaded. They came up to a heavy air lock, the only locked door Jason had seen in the center. While Brucko unlocked it and threw the bolts, a sober-faced 8-year-old with a bandaged leg limped up. This is Griff, Brucko said. He will stay with you, wherever you go, from now on. My personal bodyguard? Jason asked, looking down at the stocky child who barely reached his waist. You might call him that. Brucko swung the door open. Griff tangled with a sawbird, so he won't be able to do any real work for a while. You yourself admitted that you will never be able to equal a Pyrrus, so you should be glad of a little protection. Always a kind word, that's you, Brucko, Jason said. He bent over and shook hands with the boy. Even the 8-year-olds had a bone-crushing grip. The two of them entered the lock and Brucko swung the inner door shut behind them. As soon as it was sealed the outer door opened automatically. It was only partly open when Griff's gun blasted twice. Then they stepped out onto the surface of Pyrrus, over the smoking body of one of its animals. Very symbolic, Jason thought. He was also bothered by the realization that he hadn't remembered to look for something coming in. Then, too, he couldn't even identify the beast from its charred remains. He glanced around, hoping he would be able to fire first himself, next time. This was an unfulfilled hope. The few beasts that came their way were always seen first by the boy. After an hour of this, Jason was so irritated that he blasted an evil-looking thorn plant out of existence. He hoped that Griff wouldn't look too closely at it. Of course the boy did. That plant wasn't close. It is stupid to waste good ammunition on a plant, Griff said. There was no real trouble during the day. Jason ended by being bored, though soaked by the frequent rainstorms. If Griff was capable of carrying on a conversation, he didn't show it. All Jason's gambits failed. The following day went the same way. On the third day, Brucko appeared and looked Jason carefully up and down. I don't like to say it, but I suppose you are as ready to leave now as you ever will be. Change the virus filter nose plugs every day. Always check boots for tears and metal cloth suiting for rips. Medikit supplies renewed once a week. And wipe my nose and wear my galoshes. Anything else? Jason asked. Brucko started to say something, then changed his mind. Nothing that you shouldn't know well by now. Keep alert. And, good luck. He followed up the words with a crushing handshake that was totally unexpected. As soon as the numbness left Jason's hand, he and Griff went out through the large entrance lock. Chapter 9. Real as they had been, the training chambers had not prepared him for the surface of Pyrrus. There was the basic similarity of course. The feel of the poison grass underfoot and the erratic flight of a stingwing in the last instant before Griff blasted it. But these were scarcely noticeable in the crash of the elements around him. A heavy rain was falling, more like a sheet of water than individual drops. Gusts of wind tore at it, hurling the deluge into his face. He wiped his eyes clear and could barely make out the conical forms of two volcanoes on the horizon, vomiting out clouds of smoke and flame. The reflection of this inferno was a sullen redness on the clouds that raced by in banks above them. There was a rattle on his hard hat and something bounced off to splash to the ground. He bent over and picked up a hailstone as thick as his thumb. A sudden flurry of hail hammered painfully at his back and neck. He straightened hurriedly. As quickly as it started, the storm was over. The sun burned down, melting the hailstones and sending curls of steam up from the wet street. Jason sweated inside his armored clothing. Yet before they had gone a block it was raining again and he shook with chill. Griff trudged steadily along, indifferent to the weather or the volcanoes that rumbled on the horizon and shook the ground beneath their feet. Jason tried to ignore his discomfort and match the boy's pace. The walk was a depressing one. The heavy, squat buildings loomed grayly through the rain, more than half of them in ruins. They walked on a pedestrian way in the middle of the street. The occasional armored trucks went by on both sides of them. The mid-street sidewalk puzzled Jason until Griff blasted something that hurtled out of a ruined building towards them. The central location gave them some chance to see what was coming. Suddenly Jason was very tired. "Griff, this city of yours is sure down at the heels. I hope the other ones are in better shape." "I don't know what you mean talking about heels. But there are no other cities. Some mining camps that can't be located inside the perimeter. But no other cities." This surprised Jason. He had always visualized the planet with more than one city. There were a lot of things he didn't know about Pyrrus, he realized suddenly. All of his efforts since landing had been taken up with the survival studies. There were a number of questions he wanted to ask. But ask them of somebody other than his grouchy 8-year-old bodyguard. There was one person who would be best equipped to tell him what he wanted to know. "Do you know Kirk?" he asked the boy. "Apparently he's your ambassador to a lot of places, but his last name." "Sure, everybody knows Kirk. But he's busy, you shouldn't see him." Jason shook a finger at him. "Minder of my body you may be. But minder of my soul you are not. What do you say I call the shots and you go along to shoot the monsters?" "Okay." They took shelter from a sudden storm of fist-sized hailstones. Then, with ill grace, Griff led the way to one of the larger, central buildings. There were more people here and some of them even glanced at Jason for a minute, before turning back to their business. Jason dragged himself up 2 flights of stairs before they reached a door marked Coordination and Supply. "Kirk in here?" Jason asked. "Sure," the boy told him. "He's in charge." "Fine. Now you get a nice cold drink, or your lunch or something, and meet me back here in a couple of hours. I imagine Kirk can do as good a job of looking after me as you can." The boy stood doubtfully for a few seconds, then turned away. Jason wiped off some more sweat and pushed through the door. There were a handful of people in the office beyond. None of them looked up at Jason or asked his business. Everything has a purpose on Pyrrus. If he came there, he must have had a good reason. No one would ever think to ask him what he wanted. Jason, used to the petty officialdom of 1,000 worlds, waited for a few moments before he understood. There was only one other door. He shuffled over and opened it. Kirk looked up from a desk strewed about with papers and ledgers. "I was wondering when you would show up," he said. "A lot sooner if you hadn't prevented it," Jason told him as he dropped wearily into a chair. "It finally dawned on me that I could spend the rest of my life in your bloodthirsty nursery school if I didn't do something about it. So here I am. Ready to return to the civilized worlds, now that you've seen enough of Pyrrus." "I am not," Jason said. And I'm getting very tired of everyone telling me to leave. I'm beginning to think that you and the rest of the Pyrrans are trying to hide something. Kirk smiled at the thought. What could we have to hide? I doubt if any planet has as simple and one-directional an existence as ours. If that's true, then you certainly wouldn't mind answering a few direct questions about Pyrrus? Kirk started to protest, then laughed. Well done. I should know better by now than to argue with you. What do you want to know? Jason tried to find a comfortable position on the hard chair, then gave up. What's the population of your planet? He asked. For a second Kirk hesitated, then said, roughly 30,000. That is not very much for a planet that has been settled this long, but the reason for that is obvious. All right, population 30,000, Jason said. Now how about surface control of your planet? I was surprised to find out that this city within its protective wall, the perimeter, is the only one on the planet. Let's not consider the mining camps, since they are obviously just extensions of the city. Would you say then, that you people control more or less of the planet's surface than you did in the past? Kirk picked up a length of steel pipe from the desk, that he used as a paperweight, and toyed with it as he thought. The thick steel bent like rubber at his touch, as he concentrated on his answer. That's hard to say offhand. There must be records of that sort of thing, though I wouldn't know where to find them. It depends on so many factors. Let's forget that for now then, Jason said. I have another question that's really more relevant. Wouldn't you say that the population of Pyrrus is declining steadily, year after year? There was a sharp twang as the steel snapped in Kirk's fingers, the pieces dropping to the floor. He stood, over Jason, his hands extended towards the smaller man, his face flushed and angry. Don't ever say that, he roared. Don't let me ever hear you say that again. Jason sat as quietly as he could, talking slowly and picking out each word with care. His life hung in the balance. Don't get angry, Kirk. I meant no harm. I'm on your side, remember. I can talk to you because you've seen much more of the universe than the Pyrrans who have never left the planet. You are used to discussing things. You know that words are just symbols. We can talk and know you don't have to lose your temper over mere words. Kirk slowly lowered his arms and stepped away. Then he turned and poured himself a glass of water from a bottle on the desk. He kept his back turned to Jason while he drank. Very little of the sweat that Jason wiped from his sopping face was caused by the heat in the room. I'm sorry I lost my temper, Kirk said, dropping heavily into his chair. Doesn't usually happen. Been working hard lately, must have got my temper on edge. He made no mention of what Jason had said. Happens to all of us, Jason told him. I won't begin to describe the condition my nerves were in when I hit this planet. I'm finally forced to admit that everything you said about Pyrrus is true. It is the most deadly spot in the system. And only native-born Pyrrans could possibly survive here. I can manage to fumble along a bit after my training, but I know I would never stand a chance on my own. You probably know I have an 8-year-old as a bodyguard. Gives a good idea of my real status here. Anger suppressed, Kirk was back in control of himself now. His eyes narrowed in thought. Surprises me to hear you say that. Never thought I would hear you admit that anyone could be better than you at anything. Isn't that why you came here? To prove that you were as good as any native-born Pyrran? Score one for your side, Jason admitted. I didn't think it showed that much. And I'm glad to see your mind isn't as muscle-bound as your body. Yes, I'll admit that was probably my main reason for coming, that and curiosity. Kirk was following his own train of thoughts, and puzzled where they were leading him. You came here to prove that you were as good as any native-born Pyrran. Yet now you admit that any 8-year-old can outdraw you. That just doesn't stack up with what I know about you. If you give with one hand, you must be taking back with the other. In what way do you still feel your natural superiority? Jason thought a long time before answering. I'll tell you, he finally said. But don't snap my neck for it. I'm gambling that your civilized mind can control your reflexes. Because I have to talk about things that are strictly taboo on Pyrrus. In your people's eyes I'm a weakling because I come from off-world. Realize though, that this is also my strength. I can see things that are hidden from you by long association. You know, the old business of not being able to see the forest for the trees in the way. Kirk nodded agreement and Jason went on. To continue the analogy further, I landed from an airship, and at first all I could see was the forest. To me certain facts are obvious. I think that you people know them too, only you keep your thoughts carefully repressed. They are hidden thoughts that are completely taboo. I am going to say one of them out loud now and hope you can control yourself well enough to not kill me. Kirk's great hands tightened on the arms of his chair, the only sign that he had heard. Jason talked quietly, as smoothly and easily as a lancet probing into a brain. Human beings are losing the war on Pyrrus. There is no chance they can win. They could leave for another planet, but that wouldn't be victory. Yet, if they stay and continue this war, they only prolong a particularly bloody form of racial suicide. With each generation the population drops. Until eventually the planet will win. One arm of Kirk's plastic and steel chair tore loose under the crushing grasp of his fingers. He didn't notice it. The rest of his body was rock still and his eyes fixed on Jason. Looking away from the fractured chair, Jason sought for the right words. This is not a real war, but a disastrous treating of symptoms. Like cutting off cancerous fingers one by one. The only result can be ultimate death. None of you seem to realize that. All you see are the trees. It has never occurred to you that you could treat the causes of this war and end it forever. Kirk dropped the arm of the chair clattering to the floor. He sat up, astonished. What the devil do you mean? You sound like a grubber. Jason didn't ask what a grubber was, but he filed the name. Call me a Pyrran by adoption. I want this planet to survive as much as you do. I think this war can be ended by finding the causes, and changing them, whatever they are. You're talking nonsense, Kirk said. This is just an alien world that must be battled. The causes are self-obvious facts of existence. No, they're not, Jason insisted. Consider for a second. When you are away for any length of time from this planet, you must take a refresher course. To see how things have changed for the worse while you were gone. Well, that's a linear progression. If things get worse when you extend into the future, then they have to get better if you extend into the past. It is also good theory, though I don't know if the facts will bear me out, to say that if you extend it far enough into the past you will reach a time when mankind and Pyrrus were not at war with each other. Kirk was beyond speech now, only capable of sitting and listening while Jason drove home the blows of inescapable logic. There is evidence to support this theory. Even you will admit that I, if I am no match for Pyrran life, am surely well versed in it. And all Pyrran flora and fauna I've seen have one thing in common. They're not functional. None of their immense armory of weapons is used against each other. Their toxins don't seem to operate against Pyrran life. They are good only for dispensing death to Homo sapiens. And that is a physical impossibility. In the 300 years that men have been on this planet, the life forms couldn't have naturally adapted in this manner. But they have done it. Kirk bellowed. You are so right, Jason told him calmly. And if they have done it there must be some agency at work. Operating how, I have no idea. But something has caused the life on Pyrrus to declare war, and I'd like to find out what that something is. What was the dominant life form here when your ancestors landed? I'm sure I wouldn't know, Kirk said. You're not suggesting, are you, that there are sentient beings on Pyrrus other than those of human descent? Creatures who are organizing the planet to battle us? I'm not suggesting it, you are. That means you're getting the idea. I have no idea what caused this change, but I would sure like to find out. Then see if it can be changed back. Nothing promised, of course. You'll agree, though, that it is worth investigating. Fist smacking into his palm, his heavy footsteps shaking the building, Kirk paced back and forth the length of the room. He was at war with himself. New ideas fought old beliefs. It was so sudden, and so hard not to believe. Without asking permission, Jason helped himself to some chilled water from the bottle, and sank back into the chair, exhausted. Something whizzed in through the open window, tearing a hole in the protective screen. Kirk blasted it without changing stride, without even knowing he had done it. The decision didn't take long. Geared to swift activity, the big Pyrrus found it impossible not to decide quickly. The pacing stopped and a finger stabbed at Jason. I don't say you have convinced me, but I find it impossible to find a ready answer to your arguments. So until I do, we will have to operate as if they are true. Now what do you plan to do? What can you do? Jason ticked the points off on his fingers. 1. I'll need a place to live and work that is well protected. So instead of spending my energies on just remaining alive, I can devote some study to this project. 2. I want someone to help me, and act as a bodyguard at the same time. And someone, please, with a little more scope of interest than my present watchdog. I would suggest Meta for the job. Meta? Kirk was surprised. She is a space pilot and defense screen operator. What good could she possibly be on a project like this? The most good possible. She has had experience on other worlds and can shift her point of view, at least a bit. And she must know as much about this planet as any other educated adult and can answer any questions I ask. Jason smiled. In addition to which she is an attractive girl, whose company I enjoy. Kirk grunted. I was wondering if you would get around to mentioning that last reason. The others make sense though, so I'm not going to argue. I'll round up a replacement for her and have Meta sent here. There are plenty of sealed buildings you can use. After talking to one of the assistants from the outer office, Kirk made some calls on the screen. The correct orders were quickly issued. Jason watched it all with interest. Pardon me for asking, he finally said. But are you the dictator of this planet? You just snap your fingers and they all jump. I suppose it looks that way, Kirk admitted. But that is just an illusion. No one is in complete charge on Pyrrus, neither is there anything resembling a democratic system. After all, our total population is about the size of an army division. Everyone does the job they are best qualified for. Various activities are separated into departments with the most qualified person in charge. I run coordination and supply, which is about the loosest category. We fill in the gaps between departments and handle procuring from off-planet. Meta came in then and talked to Kirk. She completely ignored Jason's presence. I was relieved and sent here, she said. What is it? Change in flight schedule? You might call it that, Kirk said. As of now you are dismissed from all your old assignments and assigned to a new department, investigation and research. That tired-looking fellow there is your department head. A sense of humor, Jason said. The only native-born one on Pyrrus. Congratulations, there's hope for the planet yet. Meta glanced back and forth between them. I don't understand. I can't believe it. I mean a new department, why? I'm sorry, Kirk said. I didn't mean to be cruel. I thought perhaps you might feel more at ease. What I said was true. Jason has a way, or may have a way, to be of immense value to Pyrrus. Will you help him? Meta had her composure back. And a little anger. Do I have to? Is that an order? You know I have work to do. I'm sure you will realize it is more important than something a person from off-planet might imagine. He can't really understand. Yes. It's an order. The snap was back in Kirk's voice. Meta flushed at the tone. Perhaps I can explain, Jason broke in. After all, the whole thing is my idea. But first I would like your cooperation. Will you take the clip out of your gun and give it to Kirk? Meta looked frightened, but Kirk nodded in solemn agreement. Just for a few minutes, Meta. I have my gun so you will be safe here. I think I know what Jason has in mind, and from personal experience I'm afraid he is right. Reluctantly Meta passed over the clip and cleared the charge in the gun's chamber. Only then did Jason explain. I have a theory about life on Pyrrus, and I'm afraid I'll have to shatter some illusions when I explain. To begin with, the fact must be admitted that your people are slowly losing the war here and will eventually be destroyed. Before he was half through the sentence, Meta's gun was directed between his eyes and she was wildly snapping the trigger. There was only hatred and revulsion in her expression. Kirk took her by the shoulders and sat her in his chair, before anything worse happened. It took a while before she could calm down enough to listen to Jason's words. It is not easy to have the carefully built-up falsehoods of a lifetime shattered. Only the fact that she had seen something of other worlds enabled her to listen at all. The light of unreason was still in her eyes when he had finished, telling her the things he and Kirk had discussed. She sat tensely, pushed forward against Kirk's hands, as if they were the only things that stopped her from leaping at Jason. Maybe that is too much to assimilate at one sitting, Jason said. So let's put it in simpler terms. I believe we can find a reason for this unrelenting hatred of humans. Perhaps we don't smell right. Maybe I'll find an essence of crushed Pyrrus bugs that will render us immune when we rub it in. I don't know yet. But whatever the results, we must make the investigation. Kirk agrees with me on that. Meta looked at Kirk and he nodded agreement. Her shoulders slumped in sudden defeat. She whispered the words. I can't say I agree, or even understand all that you said. But I'll help you. If Kirk thinks that it is the right thing. I do, he said. Now, do you want the clip back for your gun? Not planning to take any more shots at Jason. That was foolish of me, she said coldly while she reloaded the gun. I don't need a gun. If I had to kill him, I could do it with my bare hands. I love you, too, Jason smiled at her. Are you ready to go now? Of course. She brushed a fluffy curl of hair into place. First we'll find a place where you can stay. I'll take care of that. After that the work of the new department is up to you. Chapter 10. There were empty rooms in one of the computer buildings. These were completely sealed to keep stray animal life out of the delicate machinery. While Meta checked a bedroll out of stores, Jason painfully dragged a desk, table and chairs in from a nearby empty office. When she returned with a pneumatic bed he instantly dropped on it with a grateful sigh. Her lip curled a bit at his obvious weakness. Get used to the sight, he said. I intend to do as much of my work as I can, while maintaining a horizontal position. You will be my strong right arm. And right now, right arm, I wish you could scare me up something to eat. I also intend to do most of my eating in the previously mentioned prone condition. Snorting with disgust, Meta stamped out. While she was gone, Jason chewed the end of a stylus thoughtfully, then made some careful notes. After they had finished the almost tasteless meal he began the search. Meta, where can I find historical records of Pyrrus? I've never heard of any. I really don't know. But there has to be something, somewhere, he insisted. Even if your present-day culture devotes all of its time and energies to survival, you can be sure it wasn't always that way. All the time it was developing, people were keeping records, making notes. Now where do we look? Do you have a library here? Of course, she said. We have an excellent technical library. But I'm sure there wouldn't be any of that sort of thing there. Trying not to groan, Jason stood up. Let me be the judge of that. Just lead the way. Operation of the library was completely automatic. A projected index gave the call number for any text that had to be consulted. The tape was delivered to the charge desk 30 seconds after the number had been punched. Return tapes were dropped through a hopper and refiled automatically. The mechanism worked smoothly. Wonderful, Jason said, pushing away from the index. A tribute to technological ingenuity. Only it contains nothing of any value to us. Just reams of textbooks. What else should be in a library? Meta sounded sincerely puzzled. Jason started to explain, then changed his mind. Later we will go into that, he said. Much later. Now we have to find a lead. Is it possible that there are any tapes, or even printed books, that aren't filed through this machine? It seems unlikely, but we could ask Polly. He lives here somewhere and is in charge of the library, filing new books and tending the machinery. The single door into the rear of the building was locked, and no amount of pounding could rouse the caretaker. If he's alive, this should do it, Jason said. He pressed the out-of-order button on the control panel. It had the desired effect. Within 5 minutes the door opened and Polly dragged himself through it. Death usually came swiftly on Pyrrus. If wounds slowed a man down, the ever-ready forces of destruction quickly finished the job. Polly was the exception to this rule. Whatever had attacked him originally had done an efficient job. Most of the lower part of his face was gone. His left arm was curled and useless. The damage to his body and legs had left him with the bare capability to stumble from one spot to the next. Yet he still had one good arm as well as his eyesight. He could work in the library and relieve a fully fit man. How long he had been dragging the useless husk of a body around the building, no one knew. In spite of the pain that filled his red-rimmed, moist eyes, he had stayed alive. Growing old, older than any other Pyrrhon as far as Jason had seen. He tottered forward and turned off the alarm that had called him. When Jason started to explain, the old man took no notice. Only after the librarian had rummaged a hearing aid out of his clothes, did Jason realize he was deaf as well. Jason explained again what he searched for. Polly nodded and printed his answer on a tablet. There are many old books, in the storerooms below. Most of the building was taken up by the robot filing and sorting apparatus. They moved slowly through the banks of machinery, following the crippled librarian to a barred door in the rear. He pointed to it. While Jason and Meta fought to open the age-encrusted bars, he wrote another note on his tablet. Not open for many years, rats. Jason's and Meta's guns appeared reflexively in their hands as they read the message. Jason finished opening the door by himself. The two native Pyrrhons stood facing the opening gap. It was well they did. Jason could never have handled what came through that door. He didn't even open it for himself. Their sounds at the door must have attracted all the vermin in the lower part of the building. Jason had thrown the last bolt and started to pull on the handle, when the door was pushed open from the other side. Open the gateway to hell and see what comes out. Meta and Polly stood shoulder to shoulder firing into the mass of loathsomeness that boiled through the door. Jason jumped to one side and picked off the occasional animal that came his way. The destruction seemed to go on forever. Long minutes passed before the last clawed beast made its death rush. Meta and Polly waited expectantly for more, they were happily excited by this chance to deal destruction. Jason felt a little sick after the silent ferocious attack. A ferocity that the Pyrrhons reflected. He saw a scratch on Meta's face where one of the beasts had caught her. She seemed oblivious to it. Pulling out his medikit, Jason circled the piled bodies. Something stirred in their midst and a crashing shot plowed into it. Then he reached the girl and pushed the analyzer probes against the scratch. The machine clicked and Meta jumped as the antitoxin needle stabbed down. She realized for the first time what Jason was doing. "Thank you," she said. Polly had a powerful battery lamp and, by unspoken agreement, Jason carried it. Crippled though he was, the old man was still a Pyrrhon when it came to handling a gun. They slowly made their way down the refuse-laden stairs. What a stench, Jason grimaced. At the foot of the stairs they looked around. There had been books and records there at one time. They had been systematically chewed, eaten and destroyed for decades. "I like the care you take with your old books," Jason said disgustedly. They could have been of no importance, Meta said coolly, or they would be filed correctly in the library upstairs. Jason wandered gloomily through the rooms. Nothing remained of any value. Fragments and scraps of writing and printing. Never enough in one spot to bother collecting. With the toe of one armored boot, he kicked angrily at a pile of debris, ready to give up the search. There was a glint of rusty metal under the dirt. Hold this. He gave the light to Meta and began scratching aside the rubble. A flat metal box with a dial lock built into it was revealed. Why, that's a log box. Meta said, surprised. That's what I thought, Jason said. Chapter 11. Resealing the cellar, they carried the box back to Jason's new office. Only after spraying with decontaminant did they examine it closely. Meta picked out engraved letters on the lid. S.T. Pollux Victory, that must be the name of the spacer this log came from. But I don't recognize the class, or whatever it is the initials S.T. stand for. Stellar Transport, Jason told her, as he tried the lock mechanism. I've heard of them but I've never seen one. They were built during the last wave of galactic expansion. Really nothing more than gigantic metal containers, put together in space. After they were loaded with people, machinery and supplies, they would be towed to whatever planetary system had been chosen. These same tugs and one-shot rockets would break the STS in for a landing. Then leave them there. The hull was a ready source of metal and the colonists could start right in building their new world. And they were big. All of them held at least 50,000 people. Only after he said it, did he realize the significance of his words. Meta's deadly stare drove it home. There were now less people on Pyrrus than had been in the original settlement. And human population, without rigid birth controls, usually increased geometrically. Jason dinAlt suddenly remembered Meta's itchy trigger finger. But we can't be sure how many people were aboard this one, he said hurriedly. Or even if this is the log of the ship that settled Pyrrus. Can you find something to pry this open with? The lock is corroded into a single lump. Meta took her anger out on the box. Her fingers managed to force a gap between lid and bottom. She wrenched at it. Rusty metal screeched and tore. The lid came off in her hands and a heavy book thudded to the table. The cover legend destroyed all doubt. Log of St. Pollux Victory. Outward bound, Satani to Pyrrus. 55,000 settlers aboard. Meta couldn't argue now. She stood behind Jason with tight clenched fists and read over his shoulder as he turned the brittle, yellowed pages. He quickly skipped through the opening part that covered the sailing preparations and trip out. Only when he had reached the actual landing did he start reading slowly. The impact of the ancient words leaped out at him. Here it is, Jason shouted. Proof positive that we're on the right trail. Even you will have to admit that. Read it, right here. Second day since the tugs left, we are completely on our own now. The settlers still haven't grown used to this planet, though we have orientation talks every night. As well as the morale agents who I have working 20 hours a day. I suppose I really can't blame the people, they all lived in the underways of Setani and I doubt if they saw the sun once a year. This planet has weather with a vengeance, worse than anything I've seen on 100 other planets. Was I wrong during the original planning stages not to insist on settlers from one of the agrarian worlds? People who could handle the outdoors. These citified Satanians are afraid to go out in the rain. But of course they have adapted completely to their native 1.5 gravity so the 2G here doesn't bother them much. That was the factor that decided us. Anyway, too late now to do anything about it. Or about the unending cycle of rain, snow, hail, hurricanes, and such. Answer will be to start the mines going, sell the metals and build completely enclosed cities. The only thing on this forsaken planet that isn't actually against us are the animals. A few large predators at first, but the guards made short work of them. The rest of the wildlife leaves us alone. Glad of that. They have been fighting for existence so long that I have never seen a more deadly-looking collection. Even the little rodents no bigger than a man's hand are armored like tanks. I don't believe a word of it, Meta broke in. That can't be Pyrrus he's writing about. Her words died away as Jason wordlessly pointed to the title on the cover. He continued scanning the pages, flipping them quickly. A sentence caught his eye and he stopped. Jamming his finger against the place, he read aloud. And troubles keep piling up. First Harpalo with his theory that the volcanism is so close to the surface that the ground keeps warm and the crops grow so well. Even if he is right, what can we do? We must be self-dependent if we intend to survive. And now this other thing. It seems that the forest fire drove a lot of new species our way. Animals, insects and even birds have attacked the people. Note for Har, check if possible seasonal migration might explain attacks. There have been 14 deaths from wounds and poisoning. We'll have to enforce the rules for insect lotion at all times. And I suppose build some kind of perimeter defense to keep the larger beasts out of the camp. This is a beginning, Jason said. At least now we are aware of the real nature of the battle we're engaged in. It doesn't make Pyrrus any easier to handle, or make the life forms less dangerous, to know that they were once better disposed towards mankind. All this does is point the way. Something took the peaceful life forms, shook them up, and turned this planet into one big death trap for mankind. That something is what I want to uncover. Chapter 12. Further reading of the log produced no new evidence. There was a good deal more information about the early animal and plant life and how deadly they were, as well as the first defenses against them. Interesting historically, but of no use whatsoever in countering the menace. The captain apparently never thought that life forms were altering on Pyrrus, believing instead that dangerous beasts were being discovered. He never lived to change his mind. The last entry in the log, less than 2 months after the first attack, was very brief. And in a different handwriting. Captain Kurkowski died today, of poisoning following an insect bite. His death is greatly mourned. The why of the planetary revulsion had yet to be uncovered. Kirk must see this book, Jason said. He should have some idea of the progress being made. Can we get transportation, or do we walk to City Hall? Walk, of course, Meta said. Then you bring the book. At 2Gs I find it very hard to be a gentleman and carry the packages. They had just entered Kirk's outer office when a shrill screaming burst out of the phone screen. It took Jason a moment to realize that it was a mechanical signal, not a human voice. What is it? He asked. Kirk burst through the door and headed for the street entrance. Everyone else in the office was going the same way. Meta looked confused, leaning towards the door, then looking back at Jason. What does it mean? Can't you tell me? He shook her arm. Sector alarm. A major breakthrough of some kind at the perimeter. Everyone but other perimeter guards has to answer. Well, go then, he said. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. His words acted like a trigger release. Meta's gun was in her hand and she was gone before he had finished speaking. Jason sat down wearily in the deserted office. The unnatural silence in the building began to get on his nerves. He shifted his chair over to the phone screen and switched it on to receive. The screen exploded with color and sound. At first Jason could make no sense of it at all. Just a confused jumble of faces and voices. It was a multi-channel set designed for military use. A number of images were carried on the screen at one time, rows of heads or hazy backgrounds where the user had left the field of view. Many of the heads were talking at the same time and the babble of their voices made no sense whatsoever. After examining the controls and making a few experiments, Jason began to understand the operation. Though all stations were on the screen at all times, their audio channels could be controlled. In that way 2, 3, or more stations could be hooked together in a link-up. They would be in round-robin communication with each other, yet never out of contact with the other stations. Identification between voice and sound was automatic. Whenever one of the pictured images spoke, the image would glow red. By trial and error, Jason brought in the audio for the stations he wanted and tried to follow the course of the attack. Very quickly he realized this was something out of the ordinary. In some way, no one made it clear, a section of the perimeter had been broken through and emergency defenses had to be thrown up to encapsulate it. Kirk seemed to be in charge, at least he was the only one with an override transmitter. He used it for general commands. The many, tiny images faded and his face appeared on top of them, filling the entire screen. All perimeter stations send 25% of your complement to Area 12. The small images reappeared and the babble increased, red lights flickering from face to face. Abandon the first floor, acid bombs can't reach. If we hold we'll be cut off, but salient is past us on the west flank. Request support. Don't move. It's useless. And the napalm tanks are almost gone. Orders. The truck is still there, get it to the supply warehouse, you'll find replacements. Out of the welter of talk, only the last two fragments made any sense. Jason had noticed the signs below when he came in. The first two floors of the building below him were jammed with military supplies. This was his chance to get into the act. Just sitting and watching was frustrating. Particularly when it was a desperate emergency. He didn't overvalue his worth, but he was sure there was always room for another gun. By the time he had dragged himself down to the street level, a turbo truck had slammed to a stop in front of the loading platform. Two Pyrrans were rolling out drums of napalm with reckless disregard for their own safety. Jason didn't dare enter that maelstrom of rolling metal. He found he could be of use tugging the heavy drums into position on the truck while the others rolled them up. They accepted his aid without acknowledgement. It was exhausting, sweaty work, hauling the leaden drums into place against the heavy gravity. After a minute Jason worked by touch through a red haze of hammering blood. He realized the job was done only when the truck suddenly leaped forward and he was thrown to the floor. He lay there, his chest heaving. As the driver hurled the heavy vehicle along, all Jason could do was bounce around in the bottom. He could see well enough, but was still gasping for breath when they braked at the fighting zone. To Jason, it was a scene of incredible confusion. Guns firing, flames, men and women running on all sides. The napalm drums were unloaded without his help and the truck vanished for more. Jason leaned against a wall of a half-destroyed building and tried to get his bearings. It was impossible. There seemed to be a great number of small animals, he killed two that attacked him. Other than that he couldn't determine the nature of the battle. A Pyrran, tan face white with pain and exertion, stumbled up. His right arm, wet with raw flesh and dripping blood, hung limply at his side. It was covered with freshly applied surgical foam. He held his gun in his left hand, a stump of control cable dangling from it. Jason thought the man was looking for medical aid. He couldn't have been more wrong. Clenching the gun in his teeth, the Pyrran clutched a barrel of napalm with his good hand and hurled it over on its side. Then, with the gun once more in his hand, he began to roll the drum along the ground with his feet. It was slow, cumbersome work, but he was still in the fight. Jason pushed through the hurrying crowd and bent over the drum. "Let me do it," he said. "You can cover us both with your gun." The man wiped the sweat from his eyes with the back of his arm and blinked at Jason. He seemed to recognize him. When he smiled it was a grimace of pain, empty of humor. "Do that. I can still shoot. 2 half men, maybe we equal 1 whole." Jason was laboring too hard to even notice the insult. An explosion had blasted a raw pit in the street ahead. 2 people were at the bottom, digging it even deeper with shovels. The whole thing seemed meaningless. Just as Jason and the wounded man rolled up the drum, the diggers leaped out of the excavation and began shooting down into its depths. One of them turned, a young girl, barely in her teens. Praise perimeter. She breathed. They found the napalm. One of the new horrors is breaking through towards 13, we just found it. Even as she talked she swiveled the drum around, kicked the easy-off plug, and began dumping the gelid contents into the hole. When half of it had gurgled down, she kicked the drum itself in. Her companion pulled a flare from his belt, lit it, and threw it after the drum. Back quick. They don't like heat, he said. This was putting it very mildly. The napalm caught, tongues of flame and roiling, greasy smoke climbed up to the sky. Under Jason's feet the earth shifted and moved. Something black and long stirred in the heart of the flame, then arched up into the sky over their heads. In the midst of the searing heat it still moved with alien, jolting motions. It was immense, at least 2 meters thick and with no indication of its length. The flames didn't stop it at all, just annoyed it. Jason had some idea of the thing's length as the street cracked and buckled for 50 meters on each side of the pit. Great loops of the creature began to emerge from the ground. He fired his gun, as did the others. Not that it seemed to have any effect. More and more people were appearing, armed with a variety of weapons. Flamethrowers and grenades seemed to be the most effective. Clear the area, we're going to saturate it. Fall back. The voice was so loud it jarred Jason's ear. He turned and recognized Kirk, who had arrived with truckloads of equipment. He had a power speaker on his back, the mic hung in front of his lips. His amplified voice brought an instant reaction from the crowd. They began to move. There was still doubt in Jason's mind what to do. Clear the area. But what area? He started towards Kirk, before he realized that the rest of the Pyrrans were going in the opposite direction. Even under 2 gravities they moved. Jason had a naked feeling of being alone on the stage. He was in the center of the street, and the others had vanished. No one remained. Except the wounded man Jason had helped. He stumbled towards Jason, waving his good arm. Jason couldn't understand what he said. Kirk was shouting orders again from one of the trucks. They had started to move too. The urgency struck home and Jason started to run. It was too late. On all sides the earth was buckling, cracking, as more loops of the underground thing forced its way into the light. Safety lay ahead. Only in front of it rose an arch of dirt-encrusted gray. There are seconds of time that seem to last an eternity. A moment of subjective time that is grabbed and stretched to an infinite distance. This was one of those moments. Jason stood, frozen. Even the smoke in the sky hung unmoving. The high-standing loop of alien life was before him, every detail piercingly clear. Thick as a man, ribbed and gray as old bark. Tendrils projected from all parts of it, pallid and twisting lengths that writhed slowly with snake-like life. Shaped like a plant, yet with the motions of an animal. And cracking, splitting. This was the worst. Seams and openings appeared. Splintering, gaping mouths that vomited out a horde of pallid animals. Jason heard their shriekings, shrill yet remote. He saw the needle-like teeth that lined their jaws. The paralysis of the unknown held him there. He should have died. Kirk was thundering at him through the power speaker, others were firing into the attacking creature. Jason knew nothing. Then he was shot forward, pushed by a rock-hard shoulder. The wounded man was still there, trying to get Jason clear. Gun clenched in his jaws he dragged Jason along with his good arm. Towards the creature. The others stopped firing. They saw his plan and it was a good one. A loop of the thing arched into the air, leaving an opening between its body and the ground. The wounded Pyrrhan planted his feet and tightened his muscles. One-handed, with a single thrust, he picked Jason off the ground and sent him hurtling under the living arch. Moving tendrils brushed fire along his face, then he was through, rolling over and over on the ground. The wounded Pyrrhan leaped after him. It was too late. There had been a chance for one person to get out. The Pyrrhan could have done it easily, instead he had pushed Jason first. The thing was aware of movement when Jason brushed its tendrils. It dropped and caught the wounded man under its weight. He vanished from sight as the tendrils wrapped around him and the animals swarmed over. His trigger must have pulled back to full automatic because the gun kept firing a long time after he should have been dead. Jason crawled. Some of the fanged animals ran towards him, but were shot. He knew nothing about this. Then rude hands grabbed him up and pulled him forward. He slammed into the side of a truck and Kirk's face was in front of his, flushed and angry. One of the giant fists closed on the front of Jason's clothes and he was lifted off his feet, shaken like a limp bag of rags. He offered no protest and could not have even if Kirk had killed him. When he was thrown to the ground, someone picked him up and slid him into the back of the truck. He did not lose consciousness as the truck bounced away, yet he could not move. In a moment the fatigue would go away and he would sit up. That was all he was, just a little tired. Even as he thought this he passed out. Chapter 13. Just like old times, Jason said, and Brucko came into the room with a tray of food. Without a word Brucko served Jason the wounded men in the other beds, then left. Thanks, Jason called after his retreating back. A joke, a twist of a grin, like it always was. Sure. But even as he grinned and his lips shaped a joke, Jason felt them like a veneer on the outside. Something plastered on with a life of its own. Inside he was numb and immovable. His body was stiff as his eyes still watched that arch of alien flesh descend and smother the one-armed Pyrrus with its million burning fingers. He could feel himself under the arch. After all, hadn't the wounded man taken his place? He finished the meal without realizing that he ate. Ever since that morning, when he had recovered consciousness, it had been like this. He knew that he should have died out there in that battle-torn street. His life should have been snuffed out, for making the mistake of thinking that he could actually help the battling Pyrrhans. Instead of being underfoot and in the way. If it hadn't been for Jason, the man with the wounded arm would have been brought here to the safety of the reorientation buildings. He knew he was lying in the bed that belonged to that man. The man who had given his life for Jason's. The man whose name he didn't even know. There were drugs in the food and they made him sleep. The medicated pads soaked the pain and rawness out of the burns where the tentacles had seared his face. When he awoke the second time, his touch with reality had been restored. A man had died so he could live. Jason faced the fact. He couldn't restore that life, no matter how much he wanted to. What he could do was make the man's death worthwhile. If it can be said that any death was worthwhile. He forced his thoughts from that track. Jason knew what he had to do. His work was even more important now. If he could solve the riddle of this deadly world, he could repay in part the debt he owed. Sitting up made his head spin and he held to the edge of the bed until it slowed down. The others in the room ignored him as he slowly and painfully dragged on his clothes. Brucko came in, saw what he was doing, and left again without a word. Dressing took a long time, but it was finally done. When Jason finally left the room he found Kirk waiting for him. Kirk. I want to tell you. Tell me nothing. The thunder of Kirk's voice bounced back from the ceiling and walls. I'm telling you. I'll tell you once and that will be the end of it. You're not wanted on Pyrrus, Jason dinAlt, neither you nor your precious off-world schemes are wanted here. I let you convince me once with your twisted tongue. Helped you at the expense of more important work. I should have known what the result of your logic would be. Now I've seen. Wealth died so you could live. He was twice the man you will ever be. Wealth? Was that his name? Jason asked stumblingly. I didn't know. You didn't even know. Kirk's lips pulled back from his teeth in a grimace of disgust. You didn't even know his name, yet he died that you might continue your miserable existence. Kirk spat, as if the words gave a vile flavor to his speech, and stamped towards the exit lock. Almost as an afterthought he turned back to Jason. You'll stay here in the sealed buildings until the ship returns in 2 weeks. Then you will leave this planet and never come back. If you do, I'll kill you instantly. With pleasure. He started through the lock. Wait, Jason shouted. You can't decide like that. You haven't even seen the evidence I've uncovered. Ask Meta. The lock thumped shut and Kirk was gone. The whole thing was just too stupid. Anger began to replace the futile despair of a moment before. He was being treated like an irresponsible child, the importance of his discovery of the log completely ignored. Jason turned and saw for the first time that Brucko was standing there. Did you hear that? Jason asked him. Yes. And I quite agree. You can consider yourself lucky. Lucky. Jason was the angry one now. Lucky to be treated like a moronic child, with contempt for everything I do. I said lucky, Brucko snapped. Welf was Kirk's only surviving son. Kirk had high hopes for him, was training him to take his place eventually. He turned to leave but Jason called after him. Wait. I'm sorry about Welf. I can't be any sorrier knowing that he was Kirk's son. But at least it explains why Kirk is so quick to throw me out, as well as the evidence I have uncovered. The log of the ship. I know, I've seen it, Brucko said. Meta brought it in. Very interesting historical document. That's all you can see it as, an historical document. The significance of the planetary change escapes you. It doesn't escape me, Brucko answered briefly, but I cannot see that it has any relevancy today. The past is unchangeable and we must fight in the present. That is enough to occupy all our energies. Jason felt too exhausted to argue the point anymore. He ran into the same stone wall with all the Pyrrans. Theirs was a logic of the moment. The past and the future unchangeable, unknowable, and uninteresting. How is the perimeter battle going? He asked, wanting to change the subject. Finished. Or in the last stages at least, Brucko was almost enthusiastic as he showed Jason some stereos of the attackers. He did not notice Jason's repressed shudder. This was one of the most serious breakthroughs in years, but we caught it in time. I hate to think what would have happened if they hadn't been detected for a few weeks more. What are those things? Jason asked. Giant snakes of some kind. Don't be absurd, Brucko snorted. He tapped the stereo with his thumbnail. Roots. That's all. Greatly modified, but still roots. They came in under the perimeter barrier, much deeper than anything we've had before. Not a real threat in themselves as they have very little mobility. Die soon after being cut. The danger came from their being used as access tunnels. They're bored through and through with animal runs, and 2 or 3 species of beasts live in a sort of symbiosis inside. Now we know what they are, we can watch for them. The danger was they could have completely undermined the perimeter and come in from all sides at once. Not much we could have done then. The edge of destruction. Living on the lip of a volcano. The Pyrrans took satisfaction from any day that passed without total annihilation. There seemed no way to change their attitude. Jason let the conversation die there. He picked up the log of the Pollux victory from Brucko's quarters and carried it back to his room. The wounded Pyrrans there ignored him as he dropped onto the bed and opened the book to the first page. For 2 days he did not leave his quarters. The wounded men were soon gone and he had the room to himself. Page by page he went through the log, until he knew every detail of the settlement of Pyrrus. His notes and cross-references piled up. He made an accurate map of the original settlement, superimposed over a modern one. They didn't match at all. It was a dead end. With one map held over the other, what he had suspected was painfully clear. The descriptions of terrain and physical features in the log were accurate enough. The city had obviously been moved since the first landing. Whatever records had been kept would be in the library, and he had exhausted that source. Anything else would have been left behind and long since destroyed. Rain lashed against the thick window above his head, lit suddenly by a flare of lightning. The unseen volcanoes were active again, vibrating the floor with their rumblings deep in the earth. The shadow of defeat pressed heavily down on Jason, rounding his shoulders and darkening, even more, the overcast day. Chapter 14. Jason spent one depressed day lying on his bunk counting rivets, forcing himself to accept defeat. Kirk's order that he was not to leave the sealed building tied his hands completely. He felt himself close to the answer, but he was never going to get it. One day of defeat was all he could take. Kirk's attitude was completely emotional, untempered by the slightest touch of logic. This fact kept driving home until Jason could no longer ignore it. Emotional reasoning was something he had learned to mistrust early in life. He couldn't agree with Kirk in the slightest, which meant he had to utilize the 10 remaining days to solve the problem. If it meant disobeying Kirk, it would still have to be done. He grabbed up his note plate with a new enthusiasm. His first sources of information had been used up, but there must be others. Chewing the scriber and needling his brain, he slowly built up a list of other possibilities. Any idea, no matter how wild, was put down. When the plate was filled, he wiped the long shots and impossibles, such as consulting off-world historical records. This was a Pyrrhus problem, and had to be settled on this planet or not at all. The list worked down to 2 probables. Either old records, notebooks or diaries that individual Pyrrhus might have in their possession, or verbal histories that had been passed down the generations by word of mouth. The first choice seemed to be the most probable, and he acted on it at once. After a careful check of his medikit and gun, he went to see Brucko. "What's new and deadly in the world since I left?" he asked. Brucko glared at him. "You can't go out, Kirk has forbidden it." "Did he put you in charge of guarding me to see if I obeyed?" Jason's voice was quiet and cold. Brucko rubbed his jaw and frowned in thought. Finally he just shrugged. "No, I'm not guarding you, nor do I want the job. As far as I know, this is between you and Kirk, and it can stay that way. Leave whenever you want. And get yourself killed quietly someplace so there will be an end to the trouble you cause once and for all." "I love you, too," Jason said. "Now brief me on the wildlife." The only new mutation that routine precautions wouldn't take care of was a slate-colored lizard that spit a fast nerve poison with deadly accuracy. Death took place in seconds if the saliva touched any bare skin. The lizards had to be looked out for, and shot before they came within range. An hour of lizard blasting in a training chamber made him proficient in the exact procedure. Jason left the sealed buildings quietly and no one saw him go. He followed the map to the nearest barracks, shuffling tiredly through the dusty streets. It was a hot, quiet afternoon, broken only by rumblings from the distance, and the occasional crack of his gun. It was cool inside the thick-walled barracks buildings, and he collapsed onto a bench until the sweat dried and his heart stopped pounding. Then he went to the nearest recreation room to start his search. Before it began, it was finished. None of the Pyrrhus kept old artifacts of any kind and thought the whole idea was very funny. After the 20th negative answer, Jason was ready to admit defeat in this line of investigation. There was as much chance of meeting a Pyrrhus with old documents as finding a bundle of grandfather's letters in a soldier's kit bag. This left a single possibility: verbal histories. Again Jason questioned with the same lack of results. The fun had worn off the game for the Pyrrhus, and they were beginning to growl. Jason stopped while he was still in one piece. The commissary served him a meal that tasted like plastic paste and wood pulp. He ate it quickly, then sat brooding over the empty tray, hating to admit to another dead end. Who could supply him with answers? All the people he had talked to were so young. They had no interest or patience for storytelling. That was an old folks' hobby, and there were no oldsters on Pyrrhus. With one exception that he knew of, the librarian, Polly. It was a possibility. A man who worked with records and books might have an interest in some of the older ones. He might even remember reading volumes now destroyed. A very slim lead indeed, but one that had to be pursued. Walking to the library almost killed Jason. The torrential rains made the footing bad, and in the dim light it was hard to see what was coming. A snapper came in close enough to take out a chunk of flesh before he could blast it. The antitoxin made him dizzy and he lost some blood before he could get the wound dressed. He reached the library, exhausted and angry. Polly was working on the guts of one of the catalog machines. He didn't stop until Jason had tapped him on the shoulder. Switching on his hearing aid, the Pyrrus stood quietly, crippled and bent, waiting for Jason to talk. Have you any old papers or letters that you have kept for your personal use? A shake of the head, no. What about stories, you know, about great things that have happened in the past, that someone might have told you when you were young? Negative. Results negative. Every question was answered by a shake of Polly's head, and very soon the old man grew irritated and pointed to the work he hadn't finished. Yes, I know you have work to do, Jason said. But this is important. Polly shook his head an angry no and reached to turn off his hearing aid. Jason groped for a question that might get a more positive answer. There was something tugging at his mind, a word he had heard and made a note of, to be investigated later. Something that Kirk had said. That's it. It was right there, on the tip of his tongue. Just a second, Polly, just one more question. What is a grubber? Have you ever seen one or know what they do, or where they can be found? The words were cut off as Polly whirled and lashed the back of his good arm into Jason's face. Though the man was aged and crippled, the blow almost fractured Jason's jaw, sending him sliding across the floor. Through a daze he saw Polly hobbling towards him, making thick bubbling noises in his ruined throat. What remained of his face twisted and working with anger. This was no time for diplomacy. Moving as fast as he could, with the high G, foot-slapping shuffle, Jason headed for the sealed door. He was no match for any Pyrrus in hand-to-hand combat, young and small or old and crippled. The door thunked open, as he went through, and barely closed in Polly's face. Outside the rain had turned to snow and Jason trudged wearily through the slush, rubbing his sore jaw and turning over the only fact he had. Grubber was a key, but to what? And who did he dare ask for more information? Kirk was the man he had talked to best, but not anymore. That left only Meta as a possible source. He wanted to see her at once, but sudden exhaustion swept through him. It took all of his strength to stumble back to the school buildings. In the morning he ate and left early. There was only a week left. It was impossible to hurry and he cursed as he dragged his double-weight body to the assignment center. Meta was on night perimeter duty and should be back to her quarters soon. He shuffled over there and was lying on her bunk when she came in. "Get out," she said in a flat voice. "Or do I throw you out?" "Patience, please," he said as he sat up. "Just resting here until you came back. I have a single question, and if you will answer it for me I'll go and stop bothering you." "What is it?" she asked, tapping her foot with impatience. But there was also a touch of curiosity in her voice. Jason thought carefully before he spoke. "Now please, don't shoot me. You know I'm an off-worlder with a big mouth, and you have heard me say some awful things without taking a shot at me. Now I have another one. Will you please show your superiority to the other people of the galaxy by holding your temper and not reducing me to component atoms?" His only answer was a tap of the foot, so he took a deep breath and plunged in. "What is a grubber?" For a long moment she was quiet, unmoving. Then she curled her lips back in disgust. "You find the most repulsive topics." "That may be so," he said, "but it still doesn't answer my question." "It's... well, the sort of thing people just don't talk about." "I do," he assured her. "Well, I don't. It's the most disgusting thing in the world, and that's all I'm going to say. Talk to Cranon, but not to me." She had him by the arm while she talked and he was half dragged to the hall. The door slammed behind him and he muttered "Lady Wrestler" under his breath. His anger ebbed away as he realized that she had given him a clue in spite of herself. Next step, find out who or what Cranon was. Assignment Center listed a man named Cranon, and gave his shift number and work location. It was close by and Jason walked there. A large, cubicle, and windowless building, with the single word food next to each of the sealed entrances. The small entrance he went through was a series of automatic chambers that cycled him through ultrasonics, ultraviolet, anti-bio spray, rotating brushes and 3 final rinses. He was finally admitted, damper but much cleaner, to the central area. Men and robots were stacking crates and he asked one of the men for Cranon. The man looked him up and down coldly and spat on his shoes before answering. Cranon worked in a large storage bay by himself. He was a stocky man in patched coveralls whose only expression was one of intense gloom. When Jason came in he stopped hauling bales and sat down on the nearest one. The lines of unhappiness were cut into his face and seemed to grow deeper while Jason explained what he was after. All the talk of ancient history on Pyrrus bored him as well and he yawned openly. When Jason finished he yawned again and didn't even bother to answer him. Jason waited a moment, then asked again. I said, do you have any old books, papers, records, or that sort of thing? You sure picked the right guy to bother, off-worlder, was his only answer. After talking to me you're going to have nothing but trouble. Why is that? Jason asked. Why? For the first time he was animated with something besides grief. I'll tell you why. I made one mistake, just one, and I get a life sentence. For life, how would you like that? Just me alone, being by myself all the time. Even taking orders from the grubbers. Jason controlled himself, keeping the elation out of his voice. Grubbers? What are grubbers? The enormity of the question stopped Cranon. It seemed impossible that there could be a man alive who had never heard of grubbers. Happiness lifted some of the gloom from his face as he realized that he had a captive audience who would listen to his troubles. Grubbers are traitors, that's what they are. Traitors to the human race, and they ought to be wiped out. Living in the jungle. The things they do with the animals. You mean they're people? Pyrrans like yourself? Jason broke in. Not like me, mister. Don't make that mistake again if you want to go on living. Maybe I dozed off on guard once so I got stuck with this job. That doesn't mean I like it or like them. They stink, really stink, and if it wasn't for the food we get from them they'd all be dead tomorrow. That's the kind of killing job I could really put my heart into. If they supply you with food, you must give them something in return. Trade goods, beads, knives, the usual things. Supply sends them over in cartons and I take care of the delivery. How? Jason asked. By armored truck to the delivery site. Then I go back later to pick up the food they've left in exchange. Can I go with you on the next delivery? Cranon frowned over the idea for a minute. Yeah, I suppose it's all right if you're stupid enough to come. You can help me load. They're between harvests now, so the next trip won't be for 8 days. But that's after the ship leaves, it'll be too late. Can't you go earlier? Don't tell me your troubles, mister, Cranon grumbled, climbing to his feet. That's when I go and the date's not changing for you. Jason realized he had got as much out of the man as was possible for one session. He started for the door, then turned. One thing, he asked. Just what do these savages, the grubbers, look like? How do I know? Cranon snapped. I trade with them, I don't make love to them. If I ever saw one, I'd shoot him down on the spot. He flexed his fingers and his gun jumped in and out of his hand as he said it. Jason quietly let himself out. Lying on his bunk, resting his gravity-weary body, he searched for a way to get Cranon to change the delivery date. His millions of credits were worthless on this world without currency. If the man couldn't be convinced, he had to be bribed. With what? Jason's eyes touched the locker where his off-world clothing still hung, and he had an idea. It was morning before he could return to the food warehouse, and one day closer to his deadline. Cranon didn't bother to look up from his work when Jason came in. "Do you want this?" Jason asked, handing the outcast a flat gold case inset with a single large diamond. Cranon grunted and turned it over in his hands. "A toy," he said. "What is it good for?" "Well, when you press this button you get a light." A flame appeared through a hole in the top. Cranon started to hand it back. "What do I need a little fire for?" "Here, keep it." "Wait a second," Jason said, "that's not all it does. When you press the jewel in the center one of these comes out." A black pellet the size of his fingernail dropped into his palm. "A grenade, made of solid uranite. Just squeeze it hard and throw. 3 seconds later it explodes with enough force to blast open this building." This time Cranon almost smiled as he reached for the case. Destructive and death-dealing weapons are like candy to a Pyrrus. While he looked at it Jason made his offer. "The case and bombs are yours if you move the date of your next delivery up to tomorrow, and let me go with you." "Be here at 0500, Cranon said. "We leave early." Chapter 15. The truck rumbled up to the perimeter gate and stopped. Cranon waved to the guards through the front window, then closed a metal shield over it. When the gate swung open the truck, really a giant armored tank, ground slowly forward. There was a second gate beyond the first, that did not open until the interior one was closed. Jason looked through the second driver's periscope as the outer gate lifted. Automatic flamethrowers flared through the opening, cutting off only when the truck reached them. A scorched area ringed the gate, beyond that the jungle began. Unconsciously Jason shrank back in his seat. All the plants and animals he had seen only specimens of, existed here in profusion. Thorn-ringed branches and vines laced themselves into a solid mat, through which the wildlife swarmed. A fury of sound hurled at them, thuds and scratchings rang on the armor. Cranon laughed and closed the switch that electrified the outer grid. The scratchings died away as the beasts completed the circuit to the grounded hull. It was slow speed, low gear work tearing through the jungle. Cranon had his face buried in the periscope mask and silently fought the controls. With each mile the going seemed to get better, until he finally swung up the periscope and opened the window armor. The jungle was still thick and deadly, but nothing like the area immediately around the perimeter. It appeared as if most of the lethal powers of Pyrrus were concentrated in the single area around the settlement. Why? Jason asked himself. Why this intense and planetary hatred? The motors died and Cranon stood up, stretching. "We're here," he said. "Let's unload." There was bare rock around the truck, a rounded hillock that projected from the jungle, too smooth and steep for vegetation to get a hold. Cranon opened the cargo hatches and they pushed out the boxes and crates. When they finished Jason slumped down, exhausted, onto the pile. "Get back in, we're leaving," Cranon said. "You are, I'm staying right here." Cranon looked at him coldly. "Get in the truck or I'll kill you. No one stays out here. For one thing you couldn't live an hour alone. But worse than that the grubbers would get you. Kill you at once, of course, but that's not important. But you have equipment that we can't allow into their hands. You want to see a grubber with a gun?" While the Pyrrhus talked, Jason's thoughts had rushed ahead. He hoped that Cranon was as thick of head as he was fast of reflex. Jason looked at the trees, let his gaze move up through the thick branches. Though Cranon was still talking, he was automatically aware of Jason's attention. When Jason's eyes widened and his gun jumped into his hand, Cranon's own gun appeared and he turned in the same direction. "There, in the top!" Jason shouted, and fired into the tangle of branches. Cranon fired, too. As soon as he did, Jason hurled himself backwards, curled into a ball, rolling down the inclined rock. The shots had covered the sounds of his movements, and before Cranon could turn back the gravity had dragged him down the rock into the thick foliage. Crashing branches slapped at him, but slowed his fall. When he stopped moving he was lost in the tangle. Crannon's shots came too late to hit him. Lying there, tired and bruised, Jason heard the Pyrrhon cursing him out. He stamped around on the rock, fired a few shots, but knew better than to enter the trees. Finally he gave up and went back to the truck. The motor gunned into life and the treads clanked and scraped down the rock and back into the jungle. There were muted rumblings and crashes that slowly died away. Then Jason was alone. Up until that instant he hadn't realized quite how alone he would be. Surrounded by nothing but death, the truck already vanished from sight. He had to force down an overwhelming desire to run after it. What was done was done. This was a long chance to take, but it was the only way to contact the grubbers. They were savages, but still they had come from human stock. And they hadn't sunk so low as to stop the barter with the civilized Pyrrhons. He had to contact them, befriend them. Find out how they had managed to live safely on this madhouse world. If there had been another way to lick the problem, he would have taken it. He didn't relish the role of martyr hero. But Kirk and his deadline had forced his hand. The contact had to be made fast and this was the only way. There was no telling where the savages were, or how soon they would arrive. If the woods weren't too lethal he could hide there, pick his time to approach them. If they found him among the supplies, they might skewer him on the spot with a typical Pyrrhon reflex. Walking warily he approached the line of trees. Something moved on a branch, but vanished as he came near. None of the plants near a thick-trunked tree looked poisonous, so he slipped behind it. There was nothing deadly in sight and it surprised him. He let his body relax a bit, leaning against the rough bark. Something soft and choking fell over his head, his body was seized in a steel grip. The more he struggled the tighter it held him until the blood thundered in his ears and his lungs screamed for air. Only when he grew limp did the pressure let up. His first panic ebbed a little when he realized that it wasn't an animal that attacked him. He knew nothing about the grubbers, but they were human so he still had a chance. His arms and legs were tied, the power holster ripped from his arm. He felt strangely naked without it. The powerful hands grabbed him again and he was hurled into the air, to fall face down across something warm and soft. Fear pressed in again, it was a large animal of some kind. And all Pyrrhon animals were deadly. When the animal moved off, carrying him, panic was replaced by a feeling of mounting elation. The grubbers had managed to work out a truce of some kind with at least one form of animal life. He had to find out how. If he could get that secret, and get it back to the city, it would justify all his work and pain. It might even justify Welf's death if the age-old war could be slowed or stopped. Jason's tightly bound limbs hurt terribly at first, but grew numb with the circulation shut off. The jolting ride continued endlessly, he had no way of measuring the time. A rainfall soaked him, then he felt his clothes steaming as the sun came out. The ride was finally over. He was pulled from the animal's back and dumped down. His arms dropped free as someone loosed the bindings. The returning circulation soaked him in pain as he lay there, struggling to move. When his hands finally obeyed him he lifted them to his face and stripped away the covering, a sack of thick fur. Light blinded him as he sucked in breath after breath of clean air. Blinking against the glare, he looked around. He was lying on a floor of crude planking, the setting sun shining into his eyes through the doorless entrance of the building. There was a plowed field outside, stretching down the curve of hill to the edge of the jungle. It was too dark to see much inside the hut. Something blocked the light of the doorway, a tall animal-like figure. On second look Jason realized it was a man with long hair and thick beard. He was dressed in furs, even his legs were wrapped in fur leggings. His eyes were fixed on his captive, while one hand fondled an axe that hung from his waist. "Who are you? Why want?" the bearded man asked suddenly. Jason picked his words slowly, wondering if this savage shared the same hair-trigger temper as the city dwellers. "My name is Jason. I come in peace. I want to be your friend." Lies. The man grunted, and pulled the axe from his belt. Junkman tricks. I saw why hide. Wait to kill me. Kill you first. He tested the edge of the blade with a horny thumb, then raised it. Wait. Jason said desperately. You don't understand. The axe swung down. I'm from off-world N. A solid thunk shook him as the axe buried itself in the wood next to his head. At the last instant the man had twitched it aside. He grabbed the front of Jason's clothes and pulled him up until their faces touched. Stro, he shouted. I from off-world? His hand opened and Jason dropped back before he could answer. The savage jumped over him, towards the dim rear of the hut. Rees must know of this, he said as he fumbled with something on the wall. Light sprang out. All Jason could do was stare. The hairy, fur-covered savage was operating a communicator. The calloused, dirt-encrusted fingers deftly snapped open the circuits, dialed a number. Chapter 16. It made no sense. Jason tried to reconcile the modern machine with the barbarian and couldn't. Who was he calling? The existence of one communicator meant there was at least another. Was Rees a person or a thing? With a mental effort he grabbed hold of his thoughts and braked them to a stop. There was something new here, factors he hadn't counted on. He kept reassuring himself there was an explanation for everything, once you had your facts straight. Jason closed his eyes, shutting out the glaring rays of the sun where it cut through the tree tops, and reconsidered his facts. They separated evenly into two classes. Those he had observed for himself, and those he had learned from the city dwellers. This last class of facts he would hold, to see if they fitted with what he learned. There was a good chance that most, or all, of them would prove false. Get up, the voice jarred into his thoughts. We're leaving. His legs were still numb and hardly usable. The bearded man snorted in disgust and hauled him to his feet, propping him against the outer wall. Jason clutched the knobby bark of the logs when he was left alone. He looked around, soaking up impressions. It was the first time he had been on a farm since he had run away from home. A different world with a different ecology, but the similarity was apparent enough to him. A new sown field stretched down the hill in front of the shack. Plowed by a good farmer. Even, well-cast furrows that followed the contour of the slope. Another, larger log building was next to this one, probably a barn. There was a snuffling sound behind him and Jason turned quickly, and froze. His hand called for the missing gun and his finger tightened down on a trigger that wasn't there. It had come out of the jungle and padded up quietly behind him. It had 6 thick legs with clawed feet that dug into the ground. The 2-meter-long body was covered with matted yellow and black fur, all except the skull and shoulders. These were covered with overlapping horny plates. Jason could see all this because the beast was that close. He waited to die. The mouth opened, a frog-like division of the hairless skull, revealing double rows of jagged teeth. Here, Fido, the bearded man said, coming up behind Jason and snapping his fingers at the same time. The thing bounded forward, brushing past the dazed Jason, and rubbed his head against the man's leg. Nice doggy, the man said, his fingers scratching under the edge of the carapace where it joined the flesh. The bearded man had brought 2 of the riding animals out of the barn, saddled and bridled. Jason barely noticed the details of smooth skin and long legs as he swung up on one. His feet were quickly lashed to the stirrups. When they started the skull-headed beast followed them. Nice doggy. Jason said, and for no reason started to laugh. The bearded man turned and scowled at him until he was quiet. By the time they entered the jungle it was dark. It was impossible to see under the thick foliage, and they used no lights. The animals seemed to know the way. There were scraping noises and shrill calls from the jungle around them, but it didn't bother Jason too much. Perhaps the automatic manner in which the other man undertook the journey reassured him. Or the presence of the dog that he felt rather than saw. The trip was a long one, but not too uncomfortable. The regular motion of the animal and his fatigue overcame Jason and he dozed into a fitful sleep, waking with a start each time he slumped forward. In the end he slept sitting up in the saddle. Hours passed this way, until he opened his eyes and saw a square of light before them. The trip was over. His legs were stiff and galled with saddle sores. After his feet were untied, getting down was an effort, and he almost fell. A door opened and Jason went in. It took his eyes some moments to get used to the light, until he could make out the form of a man on the bed before him. "Come over here and sit down." The voice was full and strong, accustomed to command. The body was that of an invalid. A blanket covered him to the waist, above that the flesh was sickly white, spotted with red nodules, and hung loosely over the bones. There seemed to be nothing left of the man except skin and skeleton. "Not very nice," the man on the bed said, "but I've grown used to it." His tone changed abruptly. "Naxa said you were from off-world. Is that true?" Jason nodded yes, and his answer stirred the living skeleton to life. The head lifted from the pillow and the red-rimmed eyes sought his with a desperate intensity. "My name is Rees and I'm a grubber. Will you help me?" Jason wondered at the intensity of Rees' question, all out of proportion to the simple content of its meaning. Yet he could see no reason to give anything other than the first and obvious answer that sprang to his lips. "Of course I'll help you, in whatever way I can. As long as it involves no injury to anyone else. What do you want?" The sick man's head had fallen back limply, exhausted, as Jason talked. But the fire still burned in the eyes. "Feel assured. I want to injure no others," Rees said. "Quite the opposite. As you see, I am suffering from a disease that our remedies will not stop. Within a few more days I will be dead. Now I have seen the city people. Using a device, they press it over a wound or an animal bite. Do you have one of these machines?" That sounds like a description of the medikit. Jason touched the button at his waist that dropped the medikit into his hand. "I have mine here. It analyzes and treats most. Would you use it on me?" Rees broke in, his voice suddenly urgent. "I'm sorry," Jason said. "I should have realized." He stepped forward and pressed the machine over one of the inflamed areas on Rees' chest. The operation light came on and the thin shaft of the analyzer probe slid down. When it withdrew, the device hummed, then clicked 3 times as 3 separate hypodermic needles lanced into the skin. Then the light went out. "Is that all?" Rees asked, as he watched Jason stow the medikit back in his belt. Jason nodded, then looked up and noticed the wet marks of tears on the sick man's face. Rees became aware at the same time and brushed at them angrily. "When a man is sick," he growled, "the body in all its senses become traitor. I don't think I have cried since I was a child, but you must realize it's not myself I'm crying for. It's the untold thousands of my people who have died for lack of that little device you treat so casually. Surely you have medicines, doctors of your own." "Herb doctors and witch doctors," Rees said, consigning them all to oblivion with a chop of his hand. "The few hardworking and honest men are hampered by the fact that the faith healers can usually cure better than their strongest potion." The talking had tired Rees. He stopped suddenly and closed his eyes. On his chest, the inflamed areas were already losing their angry color as the injections took effect. Jason glanced around the room, looking for clues to the mystery of these people. Floor and walls were made of wood lengths fitted together, free of paint or decoration. They looked simple and crude, fit only for the savages he had expected to meet. Or were they crude? The wood had a sweeping, flame-like grain. When he bent close he saw that wax had been rubbed over the wood to bring out this pattern. Was this the act of savages, or of artistic men seeking to make the most of simple materials? The final effect was far superior to the drab paint and riveted steel rooms of the city-dwelling Pyrrus. Wasn't it true that both ends of the artistic scale were dominated by simplicity? The untutored aborigine made a simple expression of a clear idea, and created beauty. At the other extreme, the sophisticated critic rejected over-elaboration in decoration and sought the truthful clarity of uncluttered art. At which end of the scale was he looking now? These men were savages, he had been told that. They dressed in furs and spoke a slurred and broken language, at least Naxa did. Rees admitted he preferred faith healers to doctors. But, if all this were true, where did the communicator fit into the picture? Or the glowing ceiling that illuminated the room with a soft light? Rees opened his eyes and stared at Jason, as if seeing him for the first time. "Who are you?" he asked. "And what are you doing here?" There was a cold menace in his words and Jason understood why. The city Pyrrans hated the grubbers and, without a doubt, the feeling was mutual. Naxa's axe had proved that. Naxa had entered silently while they talked, and stood with his fingers touching the haft of this same axe. Jason knew his life was still in jeopardy, until he gave an answer that satisfied these men. He couldn't tell the truth. If they once suspected he was spying among them to aid the city people, it would be the end. Nevertheless, he had to be free to talk about the survival problem. The answer hit him as soon as he had stated the problem. All this had only taken an instant to consider, as he turned back to face the invalid, and he answered at once. Trying to keep his voice normal and unconcerned. "I'm Jason dinAlt, an ecologist, so you see I have the best reasons in the universe for visiting this planet." "What is an ecologist?" Rees broke in. There was nothing in his voice to indicate whether he meant the question seriously, or as a trap. All traces of the ease of their earlier conversation were gone, his voice had the deadliness of a stingwing's poison. Jason chose his words carefully. Simply stated, it is that branch of biology that considers the relations between organisms and their environment. How climatic and other factors affect the life forms, and how the life forms in turn affect each other and the environment. That much Jason knew was true, but he really knew very little more about the subject, so he moved on quickly. "I heard reports of this planet, and finally came here to study it firsthand. I did what work I could in the shelter of the city, but it wasn't enough. The people there think I'm crazy, but they finally agreed to let me make a trip out here." "What arrangements have been made for your return?" Naxa snapped. "None," Jason told him. "They seemed quite sure that I would be killed instantly and had no hope of me coming back. In fact, they refused to let me go and I had to break away." This answer seemed to satisfy Rees and his face cracked into a mirthless smile. "They would think that, those junk men can't move a meter outside their own walls without an armor-plated machine as big as a barn. What did they tell you about us?" Again Jason knew a lot depended on his answer. This time he thought carefully before speaking. "Well, perhaps I'll get that axe in the back of my neck for saying this, but I have to be honest. You must know what they think. They told me you were filthy and ignorant savages who smelled. And you, well, had curious customs you practiced with the animals. In exchange for food, they traded you beads and knives." Both Pyrrans broke into a convulsion of laughter at this. Rees stopped soon, from weakness, but Naxa laughed himself into a coughing fit and had to splash water over his head from a gourd jug. "That I believe well enough," Rees said, "it sounds like the stupidity they would talk. Those people know nothing of the world they live in. I hope the rest of what you said is true, but even if it is not, you are welcome here. You are from off-world, that I know. No junkman would have lifted a finger to save my life. You are the first off-worlder my people have ever known and for that you are doubly welcome. We will help you in any way we can. My arm is your arm." These last words had a ritual sound to them, and when Jason repeated them, Naxa nodded at the correctness of this. At the same time, Jason felt that they were more than empty ritual. Interdependence meant survival on Pyrrus, and he knew that these people stood together to the death against the mortal dangers around them. He hoped the ritual would include him in that protective sphere. "That is enough for tonight," Rees said. "The spotted sickness had weakened me, and your medicine has turned me to jelly. You will stay here, Jason. There is a blanket, but no bed at least for now. Enthusiasm had carried Jason this far, making him forget the 2G exertions of the long day. Now fatigue hit him a physical blow. He had dim memories of refusing food and rolling in the blanket on the floor. After that, oblivion. Chapter 17. Every square inch of his body ached ere the doubled gravity had pressed his flesh to the unyielding wood of the floor. His eyes were gummy and his mouth was filled with an indescribable taste that came off in chunks. Sitting up was an effort and he had to stifle a groan as his joints cracked. "Good day, Jason," Reese called from the bed. "If I didn't believe in medicine so strongly, I would be tempted to say there is a miracle in your machine that has cured me overnight." There was no doubt that he was on the mend. The inflamed patches had vanished and the burning light was gone from his eyes. He sat, propped up on the bed, watching the morning sun melt the night's hailstorm into the fields. "There's meat in the cabinet there," he said, "and either water or visk to drink." The visk proved to be a distilled beverage of extraordinary potency that instantly cleared the fog from Jason's brain, though it did leave a slight ringing in his ears. And the meat was a tenderly smoked joint, the best food he had tasted since leaving Darkon. Taken together they restored his faith in life and the future. He lowered his glass with a relaxed sigh and looked around. With the pressures of immediate survival and exhaustion removed, his thoughts returned automatically to his problem. What were these people really like, and how had they managed to survive in the deadly wilderness? In the city he had been told they were savages. Yet there was a carefully tended and repaired communicator on the wall. And by the door a crossbow, that fired machined metal bolts, he could see the tool marks still visible on their shanks. The one thing he needed was more information. He could start by getting rid of some of his misinformation. "Reese, you laughed when I told you what the city people said, about trading you trinkets for food. What do they really trade you?" "Anything within certain limits," Reese said. "Small manufactured items, such as electronic components for our communicators. Rustless alloys we can't make in our forges, cutting tools, atomic electric converters that produce power from any radioactive element. Things like that. Within reason they'll trade anything we ask that isn't on the forbidden list. They need the food badly. And the items on the forbidden list? Weapons, of course, or anything that might be made into a powerful weapon. They know we make gunpowder so we can't get anything like large castings or seamless tubing we could make into heavy gun barrels. We drill our own rifle barrels by hand, though the crossbow is quiet and faster in the jungle. Then they don't like us to know very much, so the only reading matter that gets to us are tech maintenance manuals, empty of basic theory. The last banned category you know about, medicine. This is the one thing I cannot understand, that makes me burn with hatred with every death they might have prevented." "I know their reasons," Jason said. "Then tell me, because I can think of none." "Survival, it's just that simple. I doubt if you realize it, but they have a decreasing population. It is just a matter of years before they will be gone. Whereas your people at least must have a stable, if not slightly growing population, to have existed without their mechanical protections. So in the city they hate you and are jealous of you at the same time. If they gave you medicine and you prospered, you would be winning the battle they have lost. I imagine they tolerate you as a necessary evil, to supply them with food, otherwise they wish you were all dead." "It makes sense," Reese growled, slamming his fist against the bed. "The kind of twisted logic you expect from junk men. They use us to feed them, give us the absolute minimum in return, and at the same time cut us off from the knowledge that will get us out of this hand-to-mouth existence. Worse, far worse, they cut us off from the stars and the rest of mankind." The hatred on his face was so strong that Jason unconsciously drew back. "Do you think we are savages here, Jason? We act and look like animals because we have to fight for existence on an animal level. Yet we know about the stars. In that chest over there, sealed in metal, are over 30 books, all we have. Fiction most of them, with some history and general science thrown in. Enough to keep alive the stories of the settlement here and the rest of the universe outside. We see the ships land in the city and we know that up there are worlds we can only dream about and never see. Do you wonder that we hate these beasts that call themselves men, and would destroy them in an instant if we could? They are right to keep weapons from us, for sure as the sun rises in the morning we would kill them to a man if we were able, and take over the things they have withheld from us. It was a harsh condemnation, but essentially a truthful one. At least from the point of view of the outsiders. Jason didn't try to explain to the angry man that the city Pyrrans looked on their attitude as being the only possible and logical one. How did this battle between your two groups ever come about? He asked. I don't know, Reese said, I've thought about it many times, but there are no records of that period. We do know that we are all descended from colonists who arrived at the same time. Somewhere, at some time, the two groups separated. Perhaps it was a war, I've read about them in the books. I have a partial theory, though I can't prove it, that it was the location of the city. Location, I don't understand. Well, you know the junk men, and you've seen where their city is. They managed to put it right in the middle of the most savage spot on this planet. You know they don't care about any living thing except themselves, shoot and kill is their only logic. So they wouldn't consider where to build their city, and managed to build it in the stupidest spot imaginable. I'm sure my ancestors saw how foolish this was and tried to tell them so. That would be reason enough for a war, wouldn't it? It might have been, if that's really what happened, Jason said. But I think you have the problem turned backwards. It's a war between native Pyrran life and humans, each fighting to destroy the other. The life forms change continually, seeking that final destruction of the invader. Your theory is even wilder than mine, Reese said. That's not true at all. I admit that life isn't too easy on this planet. If what I have read in the books about other planets is true, but it doesn't change. You have to be fast on your feet and keep your eyes open for anything bigger than you, but you can survive. Anyway, it doesn't really matter why. The junk men always look for trouble and I'm happy to see that they have enough. Jason didn't try to press the point. The effort of forcing Reese to change his basic attitudes wasn't worth it, even if possible. He hadn't succeeded in convincing anyone in the city of the lethal mutations even when they could observe all the facts. Reese could still supply information though. I suppose it's not important who started the battle, Jason said for the other man's benefit, not meaning a word of it, but you'll have to agree that the city people are permanently at war with all the local life. Your people, though, have managed to befriend at least 2 species that I have seen. Do you have any idea how this was done? Naxa will be here in a minute, Reese said, pointing to the door, as soon as he's taken care of the animals. Ask him. He's the best talker we have. Talker? Jason asked. I had the opposite idea about him. He didn't talk much, and what he did say was, well, a little hard to understand at times. Not that kind of talking. Reese broke in impatiently. The talkers look after the animals. They train the dogs and dorms, and the better ones like Naxa are always trying to work with other beasts. They dress crudely, but they have to. I've heard them say that the animals don't like chemicals, metal or tanned leather, so they wear untanned furs for the most part. But don't let the dirt fool you, it has nothing to do with his intelligence. Dorms? Are those your carrying beasts, the kind we rode coming here? Reese nodded. Dorms are more than pack animals, they're really a little bit of everything. The large males pull the plows and other machines, while the younger animals are used for meat. If you want to know more, ask Naxa, you'll find him in the barn. I'd like to do that, Jason said, standing up. Only I feel undressed without my gun. Take it, by all means, it's in that chest by the door. Only watch out what you shoot around here. Naxa was in the rear of the barn, filing down one of the spade-like toenails of a Doran. It was a strange scene. The fur-dressed man with the great beast, and the contrast of a beryllium copper file and electroluminescent plates lighting the work. The Dorym opened its nostrils and pulled away when Jason entered. Naxa patted its neck and talked softly until it quieted and stood still, shivering slightly. Something stirred in Jason's mind, with the feeling of a long and used muscle being stressed. A hauntingly familiar sensation. "Good morning," Jason said. Naxa grunted something and went back to his filing. Watching him for a few minutes, Jason tried to analyze this new feeling. It itched and slipped aside when he reached for it, escaping him. Whatever it was, it had started when Naxa had talked to the Dorym. "Could you call one of the dogs in here, Naxa? I'd like to see one closer up." Without raising his head from his work, Naxa gave a low whistle. Jason was sure it couldn't have been heard outside of the barn. Yet within a minute one of the Pyrrhus dogs slipped quietly in. The talker rubbed the beast's head, mumbling to it, while the animal looked intently into his eyes. The dog became restless when Naxa turned back to work on the Dorym. It prowled around the barn, sniffing, then moved quickly towards the open door. Jason called it back. At least he meant to call it. At the last moment he said nothing. Nothing aloud. On sudden impulse he kept his mouth closed, only he called the dog with his mind. Thinking the words "come here," directing the impulse at the animal with all the force and direction he had ever used to manipulate dice. As he did it he realized it had been a long time since he had even considered using his psi powers. The dog stopped and turned back towards him. It hesitated, looking at Naxa, then walked over to Jason. Seen this closely the beast was a nightmare hound. The hairless protective plates, tiny red-rimmed eyes, and countless, saliva-dripping teeth did little to inspire confidence. Yet Jason felt no fear. There was a rapport between man and animal that was understood. Without conscious thought he reached out and scratched the dog along the back, where he knew it itched. "Didn't know you're a talker," Naxa said. As he watched them, there was friendship in his voice for the first time. "I didn't know either, until just now," Jason said. He looked into the eyes of the animal before him, scratched the ridged and ugly back, and began to understand. The talkers must have well-developed psi facilities, that was obvious now. There is no barrier of race or alien form when two creatures share each other's emotions. Empathy first, so there would be no hatred or fear. After that direct communication. The talkers might have been the ones who first broke through the barrier of hatred on Pyrrus and learned to live with the native life. Others could have followed their example. This might explain how the community of grubbers had been formed. Now that he was concentrating on it, Jason was aware of the soft flow of thoughts around him. The consciousness of the Dorym was matched by other like patterns from the rear of the barn. He knew without going outside that more of the big beasts were in the field back there. "This is all new to me," Jason said. "Have you ever thought about it, Naxa? What does it feel like to be a talker? I mean, do you know why it is you can get the animals to obey you while other people have no luck at all?" Thinking of this sort troubled Naxa. He ran his fingers through his thick hair and scowled as he answered. "Never thought about it. Just do it. Just get to know the beast real good, then why can guess what they're going to do. That's all." It was obvious that Naxa had never thought about the origin of his ability to control the animals. And if he hadn't, probably no one else had. They had no reason to. They simply accepted the powers of talkers as one of the facts of life. Ideas slipped towards each other in his mind, like the pieces of a puzzle joining together. He had told Kirk that the native life of Pyrrus had joined in battle against mankind. He didn't know why. Well, he still didn't know why, but he was getting an idea of the how. "About how far are we from the city?" Jason asked. "Do you have an idea how long it would take us to get there by Dorym?" "Half a day there, half back." "Why?" "I want to go. I don't want to get into the city, not yet. But I would like to get close to it," Jason told him. "See what Rees say," was Naxa's answer. Rees granted instant permission without asking any questions. They saddled up and left at once, in order to complete the round trip before dark. They had been traveling less than an hour before Jason knew they were going in the direction of the city. With each minute the feeling grew stronger. Naxa was aware of it too, stirring in the saddle with unvoiced feelings. They had to keep touching and reassuring their mounts, which were growing skittish and restless. "This is far enough," Jason said. Naxa gratefully pulled to a stop. The wordless thought beat through Jason's mind, filling it. He could feel it on all sides, only much stronger ahead of them in the direction of the unseen city. Naxa and the Dorms reacted in the same way, restlessly uncomfortable, not knowing the cause. One thing was obvious now. The Pyrrhan animals were sensitive to psi radiation, probably the plants and lower life forms as well. Perhaps they communicated by it, since they obeyed the men who had a strong control of it. And in this area was a wash of psi radiation such as he had never experienced before. Though his personal talents specialized in psychokinesis, the mental control of inanimate matter, he was still sensitive to most mental phenomena. Watching a sports event, he had many times felt the unanimous accord of many minds expressing the same thought. What he felt now was like that. Only terribly different. A crowd exulted at some success on the field, or groaned at a failure. The feeling fluxed and changed as the game progressed. Here the wash of thought was unending, strong and frightening. It didn't translate into words very well. It was part hatred, part fear, and all destruction. Kill the enemy was as close as Jason could express it. But it was more than that. An unending river of mental outrage and death. "Let's go back now," he said, suddenly battered and sickened by the feelings he had let wash through him. As they started the return trip he began to understand many things. His sudden unspeakable fear when the Pyrrhan animal had attacked him that first day on the planet. And his recurrent nightmares that had never completely ceased, even with drugs. Both of these were his reaction to the hatred directed at the city. Though for some reason he hadn't felt it directly up to now, enough had reached through to him to get a strong emotional reaction. Rees was asleep when they got back and Jason couldn't talk to him until morning. In spite of his fatigue from the trip, he stayed awake late into the night, going over in his mind the discoveries of the day. Could he tell Rees what he had found out? Not very well. If he did that, he would have to explain the importance of his discovery and what he meant to use it for. Nothing that aided the city dwellers would appeal to Rees in the slightest. Best to say nothing until the entire affair was over. Chapter 18. After breakfast he told Rees that he wanted to return to the city. "Then you have seen enough of our barbarian world, and wish to go back to your friends. To help them wipe us out perhaps." Rees said it lightly, but there was a touch of cold malice behind his words. "I hope you don't really think that," Jason told him. "You must realize that the opposite is true. I would like to see this civil war ended and your people getting all the benefits of science and medicine that have been withheld. I'll do everything I can to bring that about." "They'll never change," Rees said gloomily, "so don't waste your time. But there is one thing you must do, for your protection and ours. Don't admit, or even hint, that you've talked to any grubbers." "Why not? Why not? Suffering death, are you that simple? They will do anything to see that we don't rise too high, and would much prefer to see us all dead. Do you think they would hesitate to kill you if they as much as suspected you had contacted us? They realize, even if you don't, that you can single-handedly alter the entire pattern of power on this planet. The ordinary junkman may think of us as being only one step above the animals, but the leaders don't. They know what we need and what we want. They could probably guess just what it is I am going to ask you. Help us, Jason dinAlt. Get back among those human pigs and lie. Say you never talked to us, that you hid in the forest and we attacked you and you had to shoot to save yourself. We'll supply some recent corpses to make that part of your story sound good. Make them believe you, and even after you think you have them convinced, keep on acting the part because they will be watching you. Then tell them you have finished your work and are ready to leave. Get safely off Pyrrus, to another planet, and I promise you anything in the universe. Whatever you want you shall have. Power, money, anything. This is a rich planet. The junk men mine and sell the metal, but we could do it much better. Bring a spaceship back here and land anywhere on this continent. We have no cities, but our people have farms everywhere, they will find you. We will then have commerce, trade, on our own. This is what we all want and we will work hard for it. And you will have done it. Whatever you want we will give. That is a promise and we do not break our promises. The intensity and magnitude of what he described rocked Jason. He knew that Rees spoke the truth and the entire resources of the planet would be his, if he did as asked. For 1 second he was tempted, savoring the thought of what it would be like. Then came realization that it would be a half answer, and a poor one at that. If these people had the strength they wanted, their first act would be the attempted destruction of the city men. The result would be bloody civil war that would probably destroy them both. Rees' answer was a good one, but only half an answer. Jason had to find a better solution. One that would stop all the fighting on this planet and allow the two groups of humans to live in peace. I will do nothing to injure your people, Rees, and everything in my power to aid them, Jason said. This half-answer satisfied Rees, who could see only one interpretation of it. He spent the rest of the morning on the communicator, arranging for the food supplies that were being brought to the trading site. The supplies are ready and we have sent the signal, he said. The truck will be there tomorrow and you will be waiting for it. Everything is arranged as I told you. You'll leave now with Naxa. You must reach the meeting spot before the trucks. Chapter 19. Trucks almost here. You know what to do? Naxa asked. Jason nodded, and looked again at the dead man. Some beast had torn his arm off and he had bled to death. The severed arm had been tied into the shirt sleeve, so from a distance it looked normal. Seen close up, this limp arm, plus the white skin and shocked expression on the face, gave Jason an unhappy sensation. He liked to see his corpses safely buried. However, he could understand its importance today. Here there. Wait until his back's turned, Naxa whispered. The armored truck had 3 powered trailers in tow this time. The train ground up the rock slope and whined to a stop. Cranon climbed out of the cab and looked carefully around before opening up the trailers. He had a lift robot along to help him with the loading. Now. Naxa hissed. Jason burst into the clearing, running, shouting Cranon's name. There was a crackling behind him as 2 of the hidden men hurled the corpse through the foliage after him. He turned and fired without stopping, setting the thing afire in midair. There was the crack of another gun as Cranon fired, his shot jarred the twice-dead corpse before it hit the ground. Then he was lying prone, firing into the trees behind the running Jason. Just as Jason reached the truck there was a whirring in the air and hot pain ripped into his back, throwing him to the ground. He looked around as Cranon dragged him through the door, and saw the metal shaft of a crossbow bolt sticking out of his shoulder. Lucky, the Pyrrus said. An inch lower would have got your heart. I warned you about those grubbers. You're lucky to get off with only this. He lay next to the door and snapped shots into the now quiet wood. Taking out the bolt hurt much more than it had going in. Jason cursed the pain as Cranon put on a dressing, and admired the singleness of purpose of the people who had shot him. They had risked his life to make his escape look real. And also risked the chance that he might turn against them after being shot. They did a job completely and thoroughly and he cursed them for their efficiency. Cranon climbed warily out of the truck, after Jason was bandaged. Finishing the loading quickly, he started the train of trailers back towards the city. Jason had an anti-pain shot and dozed off as soon as they started. While he slept, Cranon must have radioed ahead, because Kirk was waiting when they arrived. As soon as the truck entered the perimeter he threw open the door and dragged Jason out. The bandage pulled and Jason felt the wound tear open. He ground his teeth together. Kirk would not have the satisfaction of hearing him cry out. I told you to stay in the buildings until the ship left. Why did you leave? Why did you go outside? You talked to the grubbers, didn't you? With each question he shook Jason again. I didn't talk to anyone. Jason managed to get the words out. They tried to take me, I shot two, hid out until the trucks came back. Got another one then, Cranon said. I saw it. Good shooting. Think I got some, too. Let him go, Kirk. They shot him in the back before he could reach the truck. That's enough explanations, Jason thought to himself. Don't overdo it. Let him make up his mind later. Now's the time to change the subject. There's one thing that will get his mind off the grubbers. I've been fighting your war for you, Kirk, while you stayed safely inside the perimeter. Jason leaned back against the side of the truck as the other loosened his grip. I've found out what your battle with this planet is really about, and how you can win it. Now let me sit down and I'll tell you. More Pyrrans had come up while they talked. None of them moved now. Like Kirk, they stood frozen, looking at Jason. When Kirk talked, he spoke for all of them. What do you mean? Just what I said. Pyrrus is fighting you, actively and consciously. Get far enough out from this city and you can feel the waves of hatred that are directed at it. No, that's wrong, you can't because you've grown up with it. But I can, and so could anyone else with any sort of psi sensitivity. There is a message of war being beamed against you constantly. The life forms of this planet are psi sensitive, and respond to that order. They attack and change and mutate for your destruction. And they'll keep on doing so until you are all dead. Unless you can stop the war. How? Kirk snapped the word and every face echoed the question. By finding whoever or whatever is sending that message. The life forms that attack you have no reasoning intelligence. They are being ordered to do so. I think I know how to find the source of these orders. After that it will be a matter of getting across a message, asking for a truce and an eventual end to all hostilities. A dead silence followed his words as the Pyrrans tried to comprehend the ideas. Kirk moved first, waving them all away. Go back to your work. This is my responsibility and I'll take care of it. As soon as I find out what truth there is here, if any, I'll make a complete report. The people drifted away silently, looking back as they went. Chapter 20. From the beginning now, Kirk said. And leave out nothing. There is very little more that I can add to the physical facts. I saw the animals, understood the message. I even experimented with some of them and they reacted to my mental commands. What I must do now is track down the source of the orders that keep this war going. I'll tell you something that I have never told anyone else. I'm not only lucky at gambling. I have enough psi ability to alter probability in my favor. It's an erratic ability that I have tried to improve for obvious reasons. During the past 10 years I managed to study at all of the centers that do psi research. Compared to other fields of knowledge it is amazing how little they know. Basic psi talents can be improved by practice, and some machines have been devised that act as psionic amplifiers. One of these, used correctly, is a very good directional indicator. You want to build this machine? Kirk asked. Exactly. Build it and take it outside the city in the ship. Any signal strong enough to keep this centuries-old battle going should be strong enough to track down. I'll follow it, contact the creatures who are sending it, and try to find out why they are doing it. I assume you'll go along with any reasonable plan that will end this war. Anything reasonable, Kirk said coldly. How long will it take you to build this machine? Just a few days if you have all the parts here, Jason told him. Then do it. I'm canceling the flight that's leaving now and I'll keep the ship here, ready to go. When the machine is built I want you to track the signal and report back to me. Agreed, Jason said, standing up. As soon as I have this hole in my back looked at I'll draw up a list of things needed. A grim, unsmiling man named Scop was assigned to Jason as a combination guide and guard. He took his job very seriously, and it didn't take Jason long to realize that he was a prisoner at large. Kirk had accepted his story, but that was no guarantee that he believed it. At a single word from him, the guard could turn executioner. The chill thought hit Jason that undoubtedly this was what would happen. Whether Kirk accepted the story or not, he couldn't afford to take a chance. As long as there was the slightest possibility Jason had contacted the Grubbers, he could not be allowed to leave the planet alive. The Woods people were being simple if they thought a plan this obvious might succeed. Or had they just gambled on the very long chance it might work? They certainly had nothing to lose by it. Only half of Jason's mind was occupied with the work as he drew up a list of materials he would need for the psionic direction finder. His thoughts plodded in tight circles, searching for a way out that didn't exist. He was too deeply involved now to just leave. Kirk would see to that. Unless he could find a way to end the war and settle the Grubber question, he was marooned on Pyrrus for life. A very short life. When the list was ready he called supply. With a few substitutions, everything he might possibly need was in stock, and would be sent over. Scop sank into an apparent doze in his chair, and Jason, his head propped against the pull of gravity by one arm, began a working sketch of his machine. Jason looked up suddenly, aware of the silence. He could hear machinery in the building and voices in the hall outside. What kind of silence then? Mental silence. He had been so preoccupied since his return to the city that he hadn't noticed the complete lack of any kind of psi sensation. The constant wash of animal reactions was missing, as was the vague tactile awareness of his PK. With sudden realization he remembered that it was always this way inside the city. He tried to listen with his mind, and stopped almost before he began. There was a constant press of thought about him that he was made aware of when he reached out. It was like being in a vessel far beneath the ocean, with your hand on the door that held back the frightening pressure. Touching the door, without opening it, you could feel the stresses, the power pushing in and waiting to crush you. It was this way with the psi pressure on the city. The unvoiced hate-filled screams of Pyrrus would instantly destroy any mind that received them. Some function of his brain acted as a psi circuit breaker, shutting off awareness before his mind could be blasted. There was just enough leak-through to keep him aware of the pressure, and supply the raw materials for his constant nightmares. There was only one fringe benefit. The lack of thought pressure made it easier for him to concentrate. In spite of his fatigue, the diagram developed swiftly. Meta arrived late that afternoon, bringing the parts he had ordered. She slid the long box onto the workbench, started to speak, but changed her mind and said nothing. Jason looked up at her and smiled. "Confused?" he asked. "I don't know what you mean," she said. "I'm not confused. Just annoyed. The regular trip has been cancelled and our supply schedule will be thrown off for months to come. And instead of piloting or perimeter assignment, all I can do is stand around and wait for you. Then take some silly flight following your directions. Do you wonder that I'm annoyed?" Jason carefully set the parts out on the chassis before he spoke. "As I said, you're confused. I can point out how you're confused, which will make you even more confused. A temptation that I frankly find hard to resist." She looked across the bench at him, frowning. One finger unconsciously curling and uncurling a short lock of hair. Jason liked her this way. As a Pyrrhan operating at full blast, she had as much personality as a gear in a machine. Once out of that pattern, she reminded him more of the girl he had known on that first flight to Pyrrus. He wondered if it was possible to really get across to her what he meant. "I'm not being insulting when I say, confused, Meta. With your background you couldn't be any other way. You have an insular personality. Admittedly, Pyrrus is an unusual island with a lot of high-power problems that you are an expert at solving. That doesn't make it any less of an island. When you face a cosmopolitan problem you are confused. Or even worse, when your island problems are put into a bigger context. That's like playing your own game, only having the rules change constantly as you go along. You're talking nonsense, she snapped at him. Pyrrus isn't an island and battling for survival is definitely not a game. I'm sorry, he smiled. I was using a figure of speech, and a badly chosen one at that. Let's put the problem on more concrete terms. Take an example. Suppose I were to tell you that over there, hanging from the doorframe, was a stingwing. Meta's gun was pointing at the door before he finished the last word. There was a crash as the guard's chair went over. He had jumped from a half-doze to full alertness in an instant, his gun also searching the doorframe. That was just an example, Jason said. There's really nothing there. The guard's gun vanished and he scowled a look of contempt at Jason, as he righted the chair and dropped into it. You both have proved yourself capable of handling a Pyrrhon problem. Jason continued. But what if I said that there is a thing hanging from the doorframe that looks like a stingwing, but is really a kind of large insect that spins a fine silk that can be used to weave clothes? The guard glared from under his thick eyebrows at the empty doorframe, his gun whined part way out, then snapped back into the holster. He growled something inaudible at Jason, then stamped into the outer room, slamming the door behind him. Meta frowned in concentration and looked puzzled. It couldn't be anything except a stingwing, she finally said. Nothing else could possibly look like that. And even if it didn't spin silk, it would bite if you got near, so you would have to kill it. She smiled with satisfaction at the indestructible logic of her answer. Wrong again, Jason said. I just described the mimic spinner that lives on Stover's planet. It imitates the most violent forms of life there, does such a good job that it has no need for other defenses. It'll sit quietly on your hand and spin for you by the yard. If I dropped a shipload of them here on Pyrrus, you never could be sure when to shoot, could you? But they are not here now, Meta insisted. Yet they could be quite easily. And if they were, all the rules of your game would change. Getting the idea now? There are some fixed laws and rules in the galaxy, but they're not the ones you live by. Your rule is war unending with the local life. I want to step outside your rule book and end that war. Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you like an existence that was more than just an endless battle for survival? A life with a chance for happiness, love, music, art, all the enjoyable things you have never had the time for. All the Pyrrhon sternness was gone from her face as she listened to what he said, letting herself follow these alien concepts. He had put his hand out automatically as he talked, and had taken hers. It was warm and her pulse fast to his touch. Meta suddenly became conscious of his hand and snapped hers away, rising to her feet at the same time. As she started blindly towards the door, Jason's voice snapped after her. The guard, Scop, ran out because he didn't want to lose his precious two-value logic. It's all he has. But you've seen other parts of the galaxy, Meta, you know there is a lot more to life than kill and be killed on Pyrrus. You feel it is true, even if you won't admit it. She turned and ran out the door. Jason looked after her, his hand scraping the bristle on his chin thoughtfully. Meta, I have the faint hope that the woman is winning over the Pyrrhon. I think that I saw, perhaps for the first time in the history of this bloody war-torn city, a tear in one of its citizens' eyes. Chapter 21. Drop that equipment and Kirk will undoubtedly pull both your arms off, Jason said. He's over there now, looking as sorry as possible that I ever talked him into this. Scop cursed under the bulky mass of the psi detector, passing it up to Meta who waited in the open port of the spaceship. Jason supervised the loading, and blasted all the local life that came to investigate. Horn devils were thick this morning and he shot 4 of them. He was last aboard and closed the lock behind him. Where are you going to install it? Meta asked. You tell me, Jason said. I need a spot for the antenna where there will be no dense metal in front of the bowl to interfere with the signal. Thin plastic will do, or if worst comes to worst I can mount it outside the hull with a remote drive. You may have to, she said. The hull is an unbroken unit, we do all viewing by screen and instruments. I don't think, wait, there is one place that might do. She led the way to a bulge in the hull that marked one of the lifeboats. They went in through the always-open lock, Scop struggling after them with the apparatus. These lifeboats are half buried in the ship, Meta explained. They have transparent front ports covered by friction shields that withdraw automatically when the boat is launched. Can we pull back the shields now? I think so, she said. She traced the launching circuits to a junction box and opened the lid. When she closed the shield relay manually, the heavy plates slipped back into the hull. There was a clear view, since most of the viewport projected beyond the parent ship. Perfect, Jason said. I'll set up here. Now how do I talk to you in the ship? Right here, she said. There's a pre-tuned setting on this communicator. Don't touch anything else, and particularly not this switch. She pointed to a large pull handle set square into the center of the control board. Emergency launching. 2 seconds after that is pulled, the lifeboat is shot free. And it so happens this boat has no fuel. Hands off for sure, Jason said. Now have Husky there run me in a line with ship's power and I'll get this stuff set up. The detector was simple, though the tuning had to be precise. A dish-shaped antenna pulled in the signal for the delicately balanced detector. There was a sharp fall-off on both sides of the input so direction could be precisely determined. The resulting signal was fed to an amplifier stage. Unlike the electronic components of the first stage, this one was drawn in symbols on white paper. Carefully glued on input and output leads ran to it. When everything was ready and clamped into place, Jason nodded to Meta's image on the screen. Take her up, and easy please. None of your 9G specials. Go into a slow circle around the perimeter, until I tell you differently. Under steady power the ship lifted and grabbed for altitude, then eased into its circular course. They made 5 circuits of the city before Jason shook his head. The thing seems to be working fine, but we're getting too much noise from all the local life. Get 30 kilometers out from the city and start a new circuit. The results were better this time. A powerful signal came from the direction of the city, confined to less than a degree of arc. With the antenna fixed at a right angle to the direction of the ship's flight, the signal was fairly constant. Meta rotated the ship on its main axis, until Jason's lifeboat was directly below. Going fine now, he said. Just hold your controls as they are and keep the nose from drifting. After making a careful mark on the setting circle, Jason turned the receiving antenna through 180 degrees of arc. As the ship kept to its circle, he made a slow collecting sweep of any signals beamed at the city. They were halfway around before he got a new signal. It was there all right, narrow but strong. Just to be sure he let the ship complete 2 more sweeps, and he noted the direction on the Euro compass each time. They coincided. The 3rd time around he called to Meta. Get ready for a full right turn, or whatever you call it. I think I have our bearing. Get ready, now. It was a slow turn and Jason never lost the signal. A few times it wavered, but he brought it back on. When the compass settled down, Meta pushed on more power. They set their course towards the native Pyrrus. An hour's flight at close to top atmospheric speed brought no change. Meta complained, but Jason kept her on course. The signal never varied and was slowly picking up strength. They crossed the chain of volcanoes that marked the continental limits, the ship bucking in the fierce thermals. Once the shore was behind and they were over water, Scop joined Meta in grumbling. He kept his turret spinning, but there was very little to shoot at this far from land. When the islands came over the horizon the signal began to dip. Slow now, Jason called. Those islands ahead look like our source. A continent had been here once, floating on Pyrrus liquid core. Pressures changed, land masses shifted, and the continent had sunk beneath the ocean. All that was left now of the teeming life of that land mass was confined to a chain of islands, once the mountain peaks of the highest range of mountains. These islands, whose sheer sides rose straight from the water, held the last inhabitants of the lost continent. The weeded-out descendants of the victors of uncountable violent contests. Here lived the oldest native Pyrrans. "Come in lower," Jason signaled. Towards that large peak. The signals seemed to originate there. They swooped low over the mountain, but nothing was visible other than the trees and sun-blasted rock. The pain almost took Jason's head off. A blast of hatred that drove through the amplifier and into his skull. He tore off the phones, and clutched his skull between his hands. Through watering eyes he saw the black cloud of flying beasts hurtle up from the trees below. He had a single glimpse of the hillside beyond, before Meta blasted power to the engines and the ship leaped away. "We found them." Her fierce exultation faded as she saw Jason through the communicator. "Are you all right? What happened?" "Feel burned out. I've felt a psi blast before, but nothing like that. I had a glimpse of an opening, looked like a cave mouth, just before the blast hit. Seemed to come from there." "Lie down," Meta said. "I'll get you back as fast as I can. I'm calling ahead to Kirk, he has to know what happened." A group of men were waiting in the landing station when they came down. They stormed out as soon as the ship touched, shielding their faces from the still-hot tubes. Kirk burst in as soon as the port was cracked, peering around until he spotted Jason stretched out on an acceleration couch. "Is it true?" he barked. "You've traced the alien criminals who started this war." "Slow, man, slow," Jason said. "I've traced the source of the psi message that keeps your war going. I've found no evidence as to who started this war, and certainly wouldn't go so far as to call them criminals." "I'm tired of your wordplay," Kirk broke in. "You found these creatures and their location has been marked." "On the chart," Meta said, "I could fly there blindfolded." "Fine, fine," Kirk said, rubbing his hands together so hard they could hear the harsh rasp of the calluses. "It takes a real effort to grasp the idea that, after all these centuries, the war might be coming to an end. But it's possible now. Instead of simply killing off these self-renewing legions of the damned that attack us, we can get to the leaders. Search them out, carry the war to them for a change, and blast their stain from the face of this planet." "Nothing of the sort," Jason said, sitting up with an effort. "Nothing doing. Since I came to this planet I have been knocked around, and risked my life 10 times over. Do you think I have done this just to satisfy your bloodthirsty ambitions? It's peace I'm after, not destruction. You promised to contact these creatures, attempt to negotiate with them. Aren't you a man of honor who keeps his word?" "I'll ignore the insult, though I'd have killed you for it at any other time," Kirk said. "You've been of great service to our people, we are not ashamed to acknowledge an honest debt. At the same time, do not accuse me of breaking promises that I never made. I recall my exact words. I promised to go along with any reasonable plan that would end this war. That is just what I intend to do. Your plan to negotiate a peace is not reasonable. Therefore we are going to destroy the enemy. Think first," Jason called after Kirk, who had turned to leave. "What is wrong with trying negotiation or an armistice? Then, if that fails, you can try your way." The compartment was getting crowded as other Pyrrans pushed in. Kirk, almost to the door, turned back to face Jason. "I'll tell you what's wrong with armistice," he said. "It's a coward's way out, that's what it is. It's all right for you to suggest it, you're from off-world and don't know any better. But do you honestly think I could entertain such a defeatist notion for one instant? When I speak not only for myself, but for all of us here. We don't mind fighting, and we know how to do it. We know that if this war was over we could build a better world here. At the same time, if we have the choice of continued war or a cowardly peace, we vote for war. This war will only be over when the enemy is utterly destroyed." The listening Pyrrans shouted in agreement, and when Kirk pushed out through the crowd some of them patted his shoulder as he went by. Jason slumped back on the couch, worn out by his exertions and exhausted by the attempt to win the violent Pyrrhus over to a peaceful point of view. When he looked up they were gone, all except Meta. She had the same look of bloodthirsty elation as the others, but it drained away when she glanced at him. "What about it, Meta?" he asked bitterly. "No doubts. Do you think that destruction is the only way to end this war?" "I don't know," she said. "I can't be sure. For the first time in my life I find myself with more than one answer to the same question." "Congratulations," he said. "It's a sign of growing up." Chapter 22. Jason stood to one side and watched the deadly cargo being loaded into the hold of the ship. The Pyrrhans were in good humor as they stowed away riot guns, grenades, and gas bombs. When the backpack atom bomb was put aboard, one of them broke into a marching song, and the others picked it up. Maybe they were happy, but the approaching carnage only filled Jason with an intense gloom. He felt that somehow he was a traitor to life. Perhaps the life form he had found needed destroying, and perhaps it didn't. Without making the slightest attempt at conciliation, destruction would be plain murder. Kirk came out of the operations building and the starter pumps could be heard whining inside the ship. They would leave within minutes. Jason forced himself into a foot-dragging rush and met Kirk halfway to the ship. "I'm coming with you, Kirk. You owe me at least that much for finding them." Kirk hesitated, not liking the idea. "This is an operational mission," he said. "No room for observers, and the extra weight, and it's too late to stop us, Jason, you know that." "You Pyrrhans are the worst liars in the universe," Jason said. "We both know that ship can lift 10 times the amount it's carrying today. Now, do you let me come, or forbid me without reason at all?" "Get aboard," Kirk said. "But keep out of the way or you'll get trampled." This time, with a definite destination ahead, the flight was much faster. Meta took the ship into the stratosphere, in a high ballistic arc that ended at the islands. Kirk was in the co-pilot's seat, Jason sat behind them where he could watch the screens. The landing party, 25 volunteers, were in the hold below with the weapons. All the screens in the ship were switched to the forward viewer. They watched the green island appear and swell, then vanish behind the flames of the braking rockets. Jockeying the ship carefully, Meta brought it down on a flat shelf near the cave mouth. Jason was ready this time for the blast of mental hatred, but it still hurt. The gunners laughed and killed gleefully as every animal on the island closed in on the ship. They were slaughtered by the thousands, and still more came. "Do you have to do this?" Jason asked. "It's murder, carnage, just butchering those beasts like that." "Self-defense," Kirk said. "They attack us and they get killed. What could be simpler? Now shut up, or I'll throw you out there with them." It was a half an hour before the gunfire slackened. Animals still attacked them, but the mass assaults seemed to be over. Kirk spoke into the intercom. "Landing party away, and watch your step. They know we're here and will make it as hot as they can. Take the bomb into that cave and see how far back it runs. We can always blast them from the air, but it'll do no good if they're dug into solid rock. Keep your screen open, leave the bomb and pull back at once if I tell you to. Now move." The men swarmed down the ladders and formed into open battle formation. They were soon under attack, but the beasts were picked off before they could get close. It didn't take long for the man at point to reach the cave. He had his pickup trained in front of him, and the watchers in the ship followed the advance. "Big cave," Kirk grunted. "Slants back and down. What I was afraid of. Bomb dropped on that would just close it up. With no guarantee that anything sealed in it couldn't eventually get out. We'll have to see how far down it goes." There was enough heat in the cave now to use the infrared filters. The rock walls stood out harshly black and white as the advance continued. "No signs of life since entering the cave," the officer reported. "Gnawed bones at the entrance and some bat droppings. It looks like a natural cave, so far. Step by step the advance continued, slowing as it went. Insensitive as the Pyrrans were to psi pressure, even they were aware of the blast of hatred being continuously leveled at them. Jason, back in the ship, had a headache that slowly grew worse instead of better. "Watch out!" Kirk shouted, staring at the screen with horror. The cave was filled from wall to wall with pallid, eyeless animals. They poured from tiny side passages and seemed to literally emerge from the ground. Their front ranks dissolved in flame, but more kept pressing in. On the screen the watchers in the ship saw the cave spin dizzily as the operator fell. Pale bodies washed up and concealed the lens. Close ranks, flamethrowers and gas. Kirk bellowed into the mic. Less than half of the men were alive after that first attack. The survivors, protected by the flamethrowers, set off the gas grenades. Their sealed battle armor protected them while the section of cave filled with gas. Someone dug through the bodies of their attackers and found the pickup. "Leave the bomb there and withdraw," Kirk ordered. "We've had enough losses already." A different man stared out of the screen. The officer was dead. "Sorry, sir," he said, "but it will be just as easy to push ahead as back as long as the gas grenades hold out. We're too close now to pull back." "That's an order," Kirk shouted, but the man was gone from the screen and the advance continued. Jason's fingers hurt where he had them clamped to the chair arm. He pulled them loose and massaged them. On the screen the black and white cave flowed steadily towards them. Minute after minute went by this way. Each time the animals attacked again, a few more gas grenades were used up. "Something ahead, looks different," the panting voice cracked from the speaker. The narrow cave slowly opened out into a gigantic chamber, so large the roof and far walls were lost in the distance. "What are those?" Kirk asked. "Get a searchlight over to the right there." The picture on the screen was fuzzy and hard to see now, dimmed by the layers of rock in between. Details couldn't be made out clearly, but it was obvious this was something unusual. "Never saw anything quite like them before," the speaker said. "Look like big plants of some kind, 10 meters tall at least, yet they're moving. Those branches, tentacles or whatever they are, keep pointing towards us and I get the darkest feeling in my head." "Blast one, see what happens," Kirk said. The gun fired and at the same instant an intensified wave of mental hatred rolled over the men, dropping them to the ground. They rolled in pain, blacked out and unable to think or fight the underground beasts that poured over them in renewed attack. In the ship, far above, Jason felt the shock to his mind and wondered how the men below could have lived through it. The others in the control room had been hit by it as well. Kirk pounded on the frame of the screen and shouted to the unhearing men below. "Pull back, come back." It was too late. The men only stirred slightly as the victorious Pyrrhan animals washed over them, clawing for the joints in their armor. Only one man moved, standing up and beating the creatures away with his bare hands. He stumbled a few feet and bent over the writhing mass below him. With a heave of his shoulders he pulled another man up. The man was dead but his shoulder pack was still strapped to his back. Bloody fingers fumbled at the pack, then both men were washed back under the wave of death. That was the bomb. Kirk shouted to Meta. If he didn't change the setting, it's still on 10-second minimum. "Get out of here." Jason had just time to fall back on the acceleration couch before the rockets blasted. The pressure leaned on him and kept mounting. Vision blacked out but he didn't lose consciousness. Air screamed across the hull, then the sound stopped as they left the atmosphere behind. Just as Meta cut the power a glare of white light burst from the screens. They turned black instantly as the hull pickups burned out. She switched filters into place, then pressed the button that rotated new pickups into position. Far below, in the boiling sea, a climbing cloud of mushroom-shaped flame filled the spot where the island had been seconds before. The three of them looked at it, silently and unmoving. Kirk recovered first. "Head for home, Meta, and get operations on the screen." 25 men dead, but they did their job. They knocked out those beasts, whatever they were, and ended the war. I can't think of a better way for a man to die. Meta set the orbit, then called operations. Trouble getting through, she said. I have a robot landing beam response, but no one is answering the call. A man appeared on the empty screen. He was beaded with sweat and had a harried look in his eyes. Kirk, he said, is that you? Get the ship back here at once. We need her firepower at the perimeter. All blazes broke loose a minute ago, a general attack from every side, worse than I've ever seen. What do you mean? Kirk stammered in unbelief. The war is over, we blasted them, destroyed their headquarters completely. The war is going like it never has gone before, the other snapped back. I don't know what you did, but it stirred up the stewpot of hell here. Now stop talking and get the ship back. Kirk turned slowly to face Jason, his face pulled back in a look of raw animal savagery. You did it. I should have killed you the first time I saw you. I wanted to, now I know I was right. You've been like a plague since you came here, sowing death in every direction. I knew you were wrong, yet I let your twisted words convince me. And look what has happened. First you killed Welf. Then you murdered those men in the cave. Now this attack on the perimeter, all who die there, you will have killed. Kirk advanced on Jason, step by slow step, hatred twisting his features. Jason backed away until he could retreat no further, his shoulders against the chart case. Kirk's hand lashed out, not a fighting blow, but an open slap. Though Jason rolled with it, it still battered him and stretched him full length on the floor. His arm was against the chart case, his fingers near the sealed tubes that held the jump matrices. Jason seized one of the heavy tubes with both hands and pulled it out. He swung it with all his strength into Kirk's face. It broke the skin on his cheekbone and forehead and blood ran from the cuts. But it didn't slow or stop the big man in the slightest. His smile held no mercy as he reached down and dragged Jason to his feet. Fight back, he said, I will have that much more pleasure as I kill you. He drew back the granite fist that would tear Jason's head from his shoulders. Go ahead, Jason said, and stop struggling. Kill me. You can do it easily. Only don't call it justice. Welf died to save me. But the men on the island died because of your stupidity. I wanted peace and you wanted war. Now you have it. Kill me to soothe your conscience, because the truth is something you can't face up to. With a bellow of rage Kirk drove the piledriver fist down. Meta grabbed the arm in both her hands and hung on, pulling it aside before the blow could land. The three of them fell together, half crushing Jason. Don't do it, she screamed. Jason didn't want those men to go down there. That was your idea. You can't kill him for that. Kirk, exploding with rage, was past hearing. He turned his attention to Meta, tearing her from him. She was a woman and her supple strength was meager compared to his great muscles. But she was a Pyrrhan woman and she did what no off-worlder could. She slowed him for a moment, stopped the fury of his attack until he could rip her hands loose and throw her aside. It didn't take him long to do this, but it was just time enough for Jason to get to the door. Jason stumbled through, and jammed shut the lock behind him. A split second after he had driven the bolt home Kirk's weight plunged into the door. The metal screamed and bent, giving way. One hinge was torn loose and the other held only by a shred of metal. It would go down on the next blow. Jason wasn't waiting for that. He hadn't stayed to see if the door would stop the raging Pyrrhan. No door on the ship could stop him. Fast as possible, Jason went down the gangway. There was no safety on the ship, which meant he had to get off it. The lifeboat deck was just ahead. Ever since first seeing them, he had given a lot of thought to the lifeboats. Though he hadn't looked ahead to this situation, he knew a time might come when he would need transportation of his own. The lifeboats had seemed to be the best bet, except that Meta had told him they had no fuel. She had been right in one thing, the boat he had been in had empty tanks, he had checked. There were 5 other boats, though, that he hadn't examined. He had wondered about the idea of useless lifeboats and come to what he hoped was a correct conclusion. This spaceship was the only one the Pyrrhans had. Meta had told him once that they always had planned to buy another ship, but never did. Some other necessary war expense managed to come up first. One ship was really enough for their uses. The only difficulty lay in the fact they had to keep that ship in operation or the Pyrrhan city was dead. Without supplies they would be wiped out in a few months. Therefore the ship's crew couldn't conceive of abandoning their ship. No matter what kind of trouble she got into, they couldn't leave her. When the ship died, so did their world. With this kind of thinking, there was no need to keep the lifeboats fueled. Not all of them, at least. Though it stood to reason at least one of them held fuel for short flights that would have been wasteful for the parent ship. At this point Jason's chain of logic grew weak. Too many ifs. If they used the lifeboats at all, one of them should be fueled. If they did, it would be fueled now. And if it were fueled, which one of the 6 would it be? Jason had no time to go looking. He had to be right the first time. His reasoning had supplied him with an answer, the last of a long line of suppositions. If a boat were fueled, it should be the one nearest to the control cabin. The one he was diving towards now. His life depended on this string of guesses. Behind him the door went down with a crash. Kirk bellowed and leaped. Jason hurled himself through the lifeboat port with the nearest thing to a run he could manage under the doubled gravity. With both hands he grabbed the emergency launching handle and pulled down. An alarm bell rang and the port slammed shut, literally in Kirk's face. Only his Pyrrhan reflexes saved him from being smashed by it. Solid fuel launchers exploded and blasted the lifeboat clear of the parent ship. Their brief acceleration slammed Jason to the deck, then he floated as the boat went into free fall. The main drive rockets didn't fire. In that moment Jason learned what it was like to know he was dead. Without fuel the boat would drop into the jungle below, falling like a rock and blasting apart when it hit. There was no way out. Then the rockets caught, roared, and he dropped to the deck, bruising his nose. He sat up, rubbing it and grinning. There was fuel in the tanks. The delay in starting had only been part of the launching cycle, giving the lifeboat time to fall clear of the ship. Now to get it under control. He pulled himself into the pilot's seat. The altimeter had fed information to the autopilot, leveling the boat off parallel to the ground. Like all lifeboat controls, these were childishly simple, designed to be used by novices in an emergency. The autopilot could not be shut off. It rode along with the manual controls, tempering foolish piloting. Jason hauled the control wheel into a tight turn and the autopilot gentled it to a soft curve. Through the port he could see the big ship blaring fire in a much tighter turn. Jason didn't know who was flying it or what they had in mind, he took no chances. Jamming the wheel forward into a dive he cursed as they eased into a gentle drop. The larger ship had no such restrictions. It changed course with a violent maneuver and dived on him. The forward turret fired and an explosion at the stern rocked the little boat. This either knocked out the autopilot or shocked it into submission. The slow drop turned into a power dive and the jungle billowed up. Jason pulled the wheel back and there was just time to get his arms in front of his face before they hit. Thundering rockets and cracking trees ended in a great splash. Silence followed and the smoke drifted away. High above, the spaceship circled hesitantly. Dropping a bit as if wanting to go down and investigate. Then rising again as the urgent message for aid came from the city. Loyalty won and she turned and spewed fire towards home. Chapter 23. Tree branches had broken the lifeboat's fall, the bow rockets had burned out in emergency blast, and the swamp had cushioned the landing a bit. It was still a crash. The battered cylinder sank slowly into the stagnant water and thin mud of the swamp. The bow was well under before Jason managed to kick open the emergency hatch in the waist. There was no way of knowing how long it would take for the boat to go under, and Jason was in no condition to ponder the situation. Concussed and bloody, he had just enough drive left to get himself out. Wading and falling, he made his way to firmer land, sitting down heavily as soon as he found something that would support him. Behind him the lifeboat burbled and sank under the water. Bubbles of trapped air kept rising for a while, then stopped. The water stilled and, except for the broken branches and trees, there was no sign that a ship had ever come this way. Insects whined across the swamp, and the only sound that broke the quiet of the woods beyond was the cruel scream of an animal pulling down its dinner. When that had echoed away in tiny waves of sound, everything was silent. Jason pulled himself out of the half-trance with an effort. His body felt like it had been through a meat grinder, and it was almost impossible to think with the fog in his head. After minutes of deliberation, he figured out that the medikit was what he needed. The easy-off snap was very difficult and the button release didn't work. He finally twisted his arm around until it was under the orifice and pressed the entire unit down. It buzzed industriously, though he couldn't feel the needles. He guessed it had worked. His sight spun dizzily for a while, then cleared. Painkillers went to work and he slowly came out of the dark cloud that had enveloped his brain since the crash. Reason returned and loneliness rode along with it. He was without food, friendless, surrounded by the hostile forces of an alien planet. There was a rising panic that started deep inside of him, that took concentrated effort to hold down. "Think, Jason, don't emote," he said it aloud to reassure himself, but was instantly sorry, because his voice sounded weak in the emptiness, with a ragged edge of hysteria to it. Something caught in his throat and he coughed to clear it, spitting out blood. Looking at the red stain, he was suddenly angry. Hating this deadly planet and the incredible stupidity of the people who lived on it. Cursing out loud was better, and his voice didn't sound as weak now. He ended up shouting and shaking his fist at nothing in particular, but it helped. The anger washed away the fear and brought him back to reality. Sitting on the ground felt good now. The sun was warm, and when he leaned back he could almost forget the unending burden of doubled gravity. Anger had carried away fear, rest erased fatigue. From somewhere in the back of his mind there popped up the old platitude. Where there's life, there's hope. He grimaced at the triteness of the words, at the same time realizing that a basic truth lurked there. Count his assets. Well battered, but still alive. None of the bruises seemed very important, and no bones were broken. His gun was still working, it dipped in and out of the power holster as he thought about it. Pyrrus made rugged equipment. The medikit was operating as well. If he kept his senses, managed to walk in a fairly straight line and could live off the land, there was a fair chance he might make it back to the city. What kind of a reception would be waiting for him there was a different matter altogether. He would find that out after he arrived. Getting there had first priority. On the debit side there stood the planet Pyrrus. Strength sapping gravity, murderous weather, and violent animals. Could he survive? As if to add emphasis to his thoughts, the sky darkened over and rain hissed into the forest, marching towards him. Jason scrambled to his feet and took a bearing before the rain closed down visibility. A jagged chain of mountains stood dimly on the horizon. He remembered crossing them on the flight out. They would do as a first goal. After he had reached them, he would worry about the next leg of the journey. Leaves and dirt flew before the wind in quick gusts, then the rain washed over him. Soaked, chilled, already bone-tired, he pitted the tottering strength of his legs against the planet of death. When nightfall came it was still raining. There was no way of being sure of the direction, and no point in going on. If that wasn't enough, Jason was on the ragged edge of exhaustion. It was going to be a wet night. All the trees were thick-boled and slippery, he couldn't have climbed them on a 1G world. The sheltered spots that he investigated, under fallen trees and beneath thick bushes, were just as wet as the rest of the forest. In the end he curled up on the leeward side of a tree, and fell asleep, shivering, with the water dripping off him. The rain stopped around midnight and the temperature fell sharply. Jason woke sluggishly from a dream in which he was being frozen to death, to find it was almost true. Fine snow was sifting through the trees, powdering the ground and drifting against him. The cold bit into his flesh, and when he sneezed it hurt his chest. His aching and numb body only wanted rest, but the spark of reason that remained in him, forced him to his feet. If he lay down now, he would die. Holding one hand against the tree so he wouldn't fall, he began to trudge around it. Step after shuffling step, around and around, until the terrible cold eased a bit and he could stop shivering. Fatigue crawled up him like a muffling, gray blanket. He kept on walking, half the time with his eyes closed, opening them only when he fell and had to climb painfully to his feet again. The sun burned away the snow clouds at dawn. Jason leaned against his tree and blinked up at the sky with sore eyes. The ground was white in all directions, except around the tree where his stumbling feet had churned a circle of black mud. His back against the smooth trunk, Jason sank slowly down to the ground, letting the sun soak into him. Exhaustion had him lightheaded, and his lips were cracked from thirst. Almost continuous coughing tore at his chest with fingers of fire. Though the sun was still low, it was hot already, burning his skin dry. Dry and hot. It wasn't right. This thought kept nagging at his brain until he admitted it. Turned it over and looked at it from all sides. What wasn't right? The way he felt. Pneumonia. He had all the symptoms. His dry lips cracked and blood moistened them when he smiled. He had avoided all the animal perils of Pyrrus, all the big carnivores and poisonous reptiles, only to be laid low by the smallest beast of them all. Well, he had the remedy for this one, too. Rolling up his sleeve with shaking fingers, he pressed the mouth of the medikit to his bare arm. It clicked and began to drone an angry whine. That meant something, he knew, but he just couldn't remember what. Holding it up, he saw that one of the hypodermics was projecting halfway from its socket. Of course. It was empty of whatever antibiotic the analyzer had called for. It needed refilling. Jason hurled the thing away with a curse, and it splashed into a pool and was gone. End of medicine, end of medikit, end of Jason dinAlt. Single-handed battler against the perils of Deathworld. Strong-hearted stranger who could do as well as the natives. It had taken him all of one day on his own to get his death warrant signed. A choking growl echoed behind him. He turned, dropped and fired in the same motion. It was all over before his conscious mind was aware it had happened. Pyrrhan training had conditioned his reflexes on the precortical level. Jason gaped at the ugly beast dying not a meter from him and realized he had been trained well. His first reaction was unhappiness that he had killed one of the grubber dogs. When he looked closer, he realized this animal was slightly different in markings, size and temper. Though most of its forequarters were blown away, blood pumping out in dying spurts, it kept trying to reach Jason. Before the eyes glazed with death, it had struggled its way almost to his feet. It wasn't quite a grubber dog, though chances were it was a wild relative. Bearing the same relation as dog to wolf. He wondered if there were any other resemblances between wolves and this dead beast. Did they hunt in packs, too? As soon as the thought hit him, he looked up, not a moment too soon. The great forms were drifting through the trees, closing in on him. When he shot two, the others snarled with rage and sank back into the forest. They didn't leave. Instead of being frightened by the deaths, they grew even more enraged. Jason sat with his back to the tree and waited until they came close before he picked them off. With each shot and dying scream, the outraged survivors howled the louder. Some of them fought when they met, venting their rage. One stood on his hind legs and raked great strips of bark from a tree. Jason aimed a shot at it, but he was too far away to hit. There were advantages to having a fever, he realized. Logically, he knew he would live only to sunset, or until his gun was empty. Yet the fact didn't bother him greatly. Nothing really mattered. He slumped, relaxed completely, only raising his arm to fire, then letting it drop again. Every few minutes he had to move to look in back of the tree, and kill any of them that were stalking him in the blind spot. He wished dimly that he were leaning against a smaller tree, but it wasn't worth the effort to go to one. Sometime in the afternoon he fired his last shot. It killed an animal he had allowed to get close. He had noticed he was missing the longer shots. The beast snarled and dropped, the others that were close pulled back and howled in sympathy. One of them exposed himself and Jason pulled the trigger. There was only a slight click. He tried again, in case it was just a misfire, but there was still only the click. The gun was empty, as was the spare clip pouch at his belt. There were vague memories of reloading, though he couldn't remember how many times he had done it. This, then, was the end. They had all been right, Pyrrus was a match for him. Though they shouldn't talk. It would kill them all in the end, too. Pyrrhus never died in bed. Old Pyrrhus never died, they just got eaten. Now that he didn't have to force himself to stay alert and hold the gun, the fever took hold. He wanted to sleep and he knew it would be a long sleep. His eyes were almost closed as he watched the wary carnivores slip closer to him. The first one crept close enough to spring, he could see the muscles tensing in its leg. It leaped, whirling in midair and falling before it reached him. Blood ran from its gaping mouth and the short shaft of metal projected from the side of his head. The two men walked out of the brush and looked down at him. Their mere presence seemed to have been enough for the carnivores, because they all vanished. Grubbers. He had been in such a hurry to reach the city that he had forgotten about the grubbers. It was good that they were here and Jason was very glad they had come. He couldn't talk very well, so he smiled to thank them. But this hurt his lips too much, so he went to sleep. Chapter 24. For a strange length of time after that, there were only hazy patches of memory that impressed themselves on Jason. A sense of movement and large beasts around him. Walls, wood smoke, the murmur of voices. None of it meant very much and he was too tired to care. It was easier and much better just to let go. About time, Reese said. A couple more days lying there like that and we would have buried you, even if you were still breathing. Jason blinked at him, trying to focus the face that swam above him. He finally recognized Reese, and wanted to answer him. But talking only brought on a spell of body-racking coughing. Someone held a cup to his lips and sweet fluid trickled down his throat. He rested, then tried again. How long have I been here? The voice was thin and sounded far away. Jason had trouble recognizing it for his own. 8 days. And why didn't you listen when I talked to you? Reese said. You should have stayed near the ship when you crashed. Didn't you remember what I said about coming down anywhere on this continent? No matter, too late to worry about that. Next time listen to what I say. Our people moved fast and reached the site of the wreck before dark. They found the broken trees and the spot where the ship had sunk, and at first thought whoever had been in it had drowned. Then one of the dogs found your trail, but lost it again in the swamps during the night. They had a fine time with the mud and the snow and didn't have any luck at all in finding the spoor again. By the next afternoon they were ready to send for more help when they heard your firing. Just made it, from what I hear. Lucky one of them was a talker and could tell the wild dogs to clear out. Would have had to kill them all otherwise, and that's not healthy. Thanks for saving my neck, Jason said. That was closer than I liked to come. What happened after? I was sure I was done for, I remember that much. Diagnosed all the symptoms of pneumonia. Guaranteed fatal in my condition without treatment. Looks like you were wrong when you said most of your remedies were useless, they seemed to work well on me. His voice died off as Reese shook his head in a slow no, lines of worry sharp cut into his face. Jason looked around and saw Naxa and another man. They had the same deeply unhappy expressions as Reese. What is it? Jason asked, feeling the trouble. If your remedies didn't work, what did? Not my medikit. That was empty. I remember losing it or throwing it away. You were dying, Reese said slowly. We couldn't cure you. Only a junkman medicine machine could do that. We got one from the driver of the food truck. But how? Jason asked, dazed. You told me the city forbids you medicine. He couldn't give you his own medikit. Not unless he was. Reese nodded and finished the sentence. Dead. Of course he was dead. I killed him myself, with a great deal of pleasure. This hit Jason hard. He sagged against the pillows and thought of all those who had died since he had come to Pyrrus. The men who had died to save him, died so he could live, died because of his ideas. It was a burden of guilt that he couldn't bear to think about. Would it stop with Cranon, or would the city people try to avenge his death? Don't you realize what that means? He gasped out the words. Cranon's death will turn the city against you. There'll be no more supplies. They'll attack you when they can, kill your people. Of course we know that. Reese leaned forward, his voice hoarse and intense. It wasn't an easy decision to come to. We have always had a trading agreement with the junkmen. The trading trucks were inviolate. This was our last and only link to the galaxy outside and eventual hope of contacting them. Yet you broke that link to save me, why? Only you can answer that question completely. There was a great attack on the city and we saw their walls broken, they had to be moved back at one place. At the same time the spaceship was over the ocean, dropping bombs of some kind, the flash was reported. Then the ship returned and you left it in a smaller ship. They fired at you but didn't kill you. The little ship wasn't destroyed either, we are starting to raise it now. What does it all mean? We had no way of telling. We only knew it was something vitally important. You were alive, but would obviously die before you could talk. The small ship might be repaired to fly, perhaps that was your plan and that is why you stole it for us. We couldn't let you die, not even if it meant all-out war with the city. The situation was explained to all of our people who could be reached by screen and they voted to save you. I killed the junkman for his medicine, then rode 2 Dorms to death to get here in time. Now tell us, what does it mean? What is your plan? How will it help us? Guilt leaned on Jason and stifled his mouth. A fragment of an ancient legend cut across his mind, about the Jonah who wrecked the spacer so all in it died, yet he lived. Was that he? Had he wrecked a world? Could he dare admit to these people that he had taken the lifeboat only to save his own life? The 3 Pyrrans leaned forward, waiting for his words. Jason closed his eyes so he wouldn't see their faces. What could he tell them? If he admitted the truth they would undoubtedly kill him on the spot, considering it only justice. He wasn't fearful for his own life anymore, but if he died the other deaths would all have been in vain. And there still was a way to end this planetary war. All the facts were available now, it was just a matter of putting them together. If only he wasn't so tired, he could see the solution. It was right there, lurking around a corner in his brain, waiting to be dragged out. Whatever he did, he couldn't admit the truth now. If he died, all hope died. He had to lie to gain time, then find the true solution as soon as he was able. That was all he could do. You were right, Jason said haltingly. The small ship has an interstellar drive in it. Perhaps it can still be saved. Even if it can't, there is another way. I can't explain now, but I will tell you when I am rested. Don't worry. The fight is almost over. They laughed and pounded each other on the back. When they came to shake his hand as well, he closed his eyes and made believe he was asleep. It is very hard to be a hypocrite if you aren't trained for it. Reese woke him early the next morning. Do you feel well enough to travel? He asked. Depends what you mean by travel, Jason told him. If you mean under my own power, I doubt if I could get as far as that door. You'll be carried, Reese broke in. We have a litter swung between two dorms. Not too comfortable, but you'll get there. But only if you think you are well enough to move. We called all the people within riding distance and they are beginning to gather. By this afternoon we will have enough men and dorms to pull the ship out of the swamp. I'll come, Jason said, pushing himself to a sitting position. The effort exhausted him, bringing a wave of nausea. Only by leaning his full weight against the wall could he keep from falling back. He sat, propped there, until he heard shouts and the stamping of heavy feet outside, and they came to carry him out. The trip drained away his small store of energy, and he fell into an exhausted sleep. When he opened his eyes the dorms were standing knee-deep in the swamp and the salvage operation had begun. Ropes vanished out of sight in the water while lines of struggling animals and men hauled at them. The beasts bellowed, the men cursed as they slipped and fell. All of the Pyrrans tugging on the lines weren't male, women were there as well. Shorter on the average than the men, they were just as brawny. Their clothing was varied and many-colored, the first touch of decoration Jason had seen on this planet. Getting the ship up was a heartbreaking job. The mud sucked at it and underwater roots caught on the vanes. Divers plunged time and again into the brown water to cut them free. Progress was incredibly slow, but the work never stopped. Jason's brain was working even slower. The ship would be hauled up eventually, what would he do then? He had to have a new plan by that time, but thinking was impossible work. His thoughts corkscrewed and he had to fight down the rising feeling of panic. The sun was low when the ship's nose finally appeared above the water. A ragged cheer broke out at first sight of that battered cone of metal and they went ahead with new energy. Jason was the first one who noticed the dorm weaving towards them. The dogs saw it, of course, and ran out and sniffed. The rider shouted to the dogs and kicked angrily at the sides of his mount. Even at this distance Jason could see the beast's heaving sides and yellow foam-flecked hide. It was barely able to stagger now and the man jumped down, running ahead on foot. He was shouting something as he ran that couldn't be heard above the noise. There was a single moment and the sound slacked a bit and the running man's voice could be heard. He was calling the same word over and over again. It sounded like wait, but Jason couldn't be sure. Others had heard him though, and the result was instantaneous. They stopped, unmoving, where they were. Many of those holding the ropes let go of them. Only the quick action of the anchor men kept the ship from sliding back under, dragging the harnessed dorms with it. A wave of silence washed across the swamp in the wake of the running man's shouts. They could be heard clearly now. Quake. Quake on the way. South, only safe way is south. One by one the ropes dropped back into the water and the Pyrrans turned to wade to solid land. Before they were well started Ree's voice cracked out. Stay at work. Get the ship up, it's our only hope now. I'll talk to Hananas, find out how much time we have. These solitary people were unused to orders. They stopped and milled about, reason fighting with the urgent desire to run. One by one they stepped back to the ropes as they worked out the sense of Ree's words. As soon as it was clear the work would continue he turned away. What is it? What's happening? Jason called to him as he ran by. It's Hananas, Rees said, stopping by the litter, waiting for the newcomer to reach him. He's a quake man. They know when quakes are coming, before they happen. Hananas ran up, panting and tired. He was a short man, built like a barrel on stubby legs, a great white beard covering his neck and the top of his chest. Another time Jason might have laughed at his incongruous waddle, but not now. There was a charged difference in the air since the little man had arrived. Why didn't you have somebody near a plate? I called all over this area without an answer. Finally, had to come myself. How much time do we have? Rees cut in. We have to get that ship up before we pull out. Time. Who knows about time, the graybeard cursed. Get out or you're dead. Calm down, Han, Rees said in a quieter voice, taking the oldster's arms in both his hands. You know what we're doing here, and how much depends on getting the ship up. Now how does it feel? This going to be a fast one or a slow one? Fast. Faster than anything I felt in a long time. She's starting far away though. If you had a plate here I bet Mock or someone else up near the Firelands would be reporting new eruptions. It's on the way and, if we don't get out soon, we're not getting out t-all. There was a burble of water as the ship was hauled out a bit farther. No one talked now and there was a fierce urgency in their movements. Jason still wasn't sure exactly what had happened. Don't shoot me for a foreigner, he said, but just what is wrong? Are you expecting earthquakes here, are you sure? Sure. Hananas screeched. Of course I'm sure. If I wasn't sure I wouldn't be a quake man. It's on the way. There's no doubt of that, Rees added. I don't know how you can tell on your planet when quakes or volcanism are going to start, machines maybe. We have nothing like that. But quake men, like Hananas here, always know about them before they happen. If the word can be passed fast enough, we get away. The quake is coming all right, the only thing in doubt is how much time we have. The work went on and there was a good chance they would die long before it was finished. All for nothing. The only way Jason could get them to stop would be to admit the ship was useless. He would be killed then and the grubber chances would die with him. He chewed his lip as the sun set and the work continued by torchlight. Hananas paced around, grumbling under his breath, halting only to glance at the northern horizon. The people felt his restlessness and transmitted it to the animals. Dog fights broke out and the dorms pulled reluctantly at their harnesses. With each passing second their chances grew slimmer and Jason searched desperately for a way out of the trap of his own constructing. Look, someone said, and they all turned. The sky to the north was lit with a red light. There was a rumble in the ground that was felt more than heard. The surface of the water blurred, then broke into patterns of tiny waves. Jason turned away from the light, looking at the water and the ship. It was higher now, the top of the stern exposed. There was a gaping hole here, blasted through the metal by the spaceship's guns. Rees, he called, his words jammed together in the rush to get them out. Look at the ship, at the hole blasted in her stern. I landed on the rockets and didn't know how badly she was hit. But the guns hit the star drive. Rees gaped at him unbelievingly as he went on. Improvising, playing by ear, trying to manufacture lies that rang of the truth. I watched them install the drive, it's an auxiliary to the other engines. It was bolted to the hull right there. It's gone now, blown up. The boat will never leave this planet, much less go to another star. He couldn't look Rees in the eyes after that. He sank back into the furs that had been propped behind him, feeling the weakness even more. Rees was silent and Jason couldn't tell if his story had been believed. Only when the Pyrrus bent and slashed the nearest rope did he know he had won. The word passed from man to man and the ropes were cut silently. Behind them the ship they had labored so hard over, sank back into the water. None of them watched. Each was locked in his own world of thought as they formed up to leave. As soon as the dorms were saddled and packed they started out, Hananas leading the way. Within minutes they were all moving, a single file that vanished into the darkness. Jason's litter had to be left behind, it would have been smashed to pieces in the night march. Rees pulled him up into the saddle before him, locking his body into place with a steel-hard arm. The trek continued. When they left the swamp they changed directions sharply. A little later Jason knew why, when the southern sky exploded. Flames lit the scene brightly, ashes sifted down and hot lumps of rock crashed into the trees. They steamed when they hit, and if it hadn't been for the earlier rain they would have been faced with a forest fire as well. Something large loomed up next to the line of march, and when they crossed an open space Jason looked at it in the reflected light from the sky. Rees, he choked, pointing. Rees looked at the great beast moving next to them, shaggy body and twisted horns as high as their shoulders, then looked away. He wasn't frightened or apparently interested. Jason looked around then and began to understand. All of the fleeing animals made no sound, that's why he hadn't noticed them before. But on both sides dark forms ran between the trees. Some he recognized, most of them he didn't. For a few minutes a pack of wild dogs ran near them, even mingling with the domesticated dogs. No notice was taken. Flying things flapped overhead. Under the greater threat of the volcanoes all other battles were forgotten. Life respected life. A herd of fat, pig-like beasts with curling tusks, blundered through the line. The Dorams slowed, picking their steps carefully so they wouldn't step on them. Smaller animals sometimes clung to the backs of the bigger ones, riding untouched a while, before they leaped off. Pounded mercilessly by the saddle, Jason fell wearily into a light sleep. It was shot through with dreams of the rushing animals, hurrying on forever in silence. With his eyes open or shut he saw the same endless stream of beasts. It all meant something, and he frowned as he tried to think what. Animals running, Pyrrhan animals. He sat bolt upright suddenly, wide awake, staring down in comprehension. What is it? Reese asked. Go on, Jason said. Get us out of this, and get us out safely. I told you the lifeboat wasn't the only answer. I know how your people can get what they want, end the war now. There is a way, and I know how it can be done. Chapter 25. There were few coherent memories of the ride. Some things stood out sharply like the spaceship-sized lump of burning scoria that had plunged into a lake near them, showering the line with hot drops of water. But mostly it was just a seemingly endless ride, with Jason still too weak to care much about it. By dawn the danger area was behind them and the march had slowed to a walk. The animals had vanished as the quake was left behind, going their own ways, still in silent armistice. The peace of mutually shared danger was over. Jason found that out when they stopped to rest and eat. He and Reese went to sit on the soft grass, near a fallen tree. A wild dog had arrived there first. It lay under the log, muscles tensed, the ruddy morning light striking a red glint from its eyes. Reese faced it, not 3 meters away, without moving a muscle. He made no attempt to reach one of his weapons or to call for help. Jason stood still as well, hoping the Pyrrhan knew what he was doing. With no warning at all the dog sprang straight at them. Jason fell backwards as Reese pushed him aside. The Pyrrhan dropped at the same time, only now his hand held the long knife, yanked from the sheath strapped to his thigh. With unseen speed the knife came up, the dog twisted in midair, trying to bite it. Instead it sank in behind the dog's forelegs, the beast's own weight tearing a deadly gaping wound the length of its body. It was still alive when it hit the ground, but Reese was astraddle it, pulling back the bony-plated head to cut the soft throat underneath. The Pyrrhan carefully cleaned his knife on the dead animal's fur, then returned it to the sheath. "They're usually no trouble," he said quietly, but it was excited. Probably lost the rest of the pack in the quake. His actions were the direct opposite of the city Pyrrhans. He had not looked for trouble nor started the fight. Instead he had avoided it as long as he could. But when the beast charged it had been neatly and efficiently dispatched. Now, instead of gloating over his victory, he seemed troubled over an unnecessary death. It made sense. Everything on Pyrrus made sense. Now he knew how the deadly planetary battle had started, and he knew how it could be ended. All the deaths had not been in vain. Each one had helped him along the road a little more towards the final destination. There was just one final thing to be done. Reese was watching him now, and he knew they shared the same thoughts. "Explain yourself," Reese said. "What did you mean when you said we could wipe out the junkmen and get our freedom?" Jason didn't bother to correct the misquote. It was best they consider him 100% on their side. "Get the others together and I'll tell you. I particularly want to see Naxa and any other talkers who are here." They gathered quickly when the word was passed. All of them knew that the junkman had been killed to save this off-worlder, that their hope of salvation lay with him. Jason looked at the crowd of faces turned towards him and reached for the right words to tell them what had to be done. It didn't help to know that many of them would be killed doing it. "The small star ship can't be used," he said. "You all saw that it was ruined beyond repair. But that was the easy way out. The hard way is still left. Though some of you may die, in the long run it will be the best solution. We are going to invade the city, break through the perimeter. I know how it can be done." A mutter of sound spread across the crowd. Some of them looked excited, happy with the thought of killing their hereditary enemies. Others stared at Jason as if he were mad. A few were dazed at the magnitude of the thought, this carrying of the battle to the stronghold of the heavily armed enemy. They quieted when Jason raised his hand. "I know it sounds impossible," he said. "But let me explain. Something must be done, and now is the time to do it. The situation can only get worse from now on. The city Pyrrus, the junk men can get along without your food, their concentrates taste awful but they sustain life. But they are going to turn against you in every way they can. No more metals for your tools or replacements for your electronic equipment. Their hatred will probably make them seek out your farms and destroy them from the ship. All of this won't be comfortable, and there will be worse to come. In the city they are losing their war against this planet. Each year there are less of them, and someday they will all be dead. Knowing how they feel, I am sure they will destroy their ship first, and the entire planet as well, if that is possible." "How can we stop them?" someone called out. "By hitting now," Jason answered. "I know all the details of the city and I know how the defenses are set up. Their perimeter is designed to protect them from animal life, but we could break through it if we were really determined." "What good would that do?" Reese snapped. "We crack the perimeter and they draw back, then counterattack in force. How can we stand against their weapons? We won't have to. Their spaceport touches the perimeter, and I know the exact spot where the ship stands. That is the place where we will break through. There is no formal guard on the ship and only a few people in the area. We will capture the ship. Whether we can fly it or not is unimportant. Who controls the ship controls Pyrrus. Once there we threaten to destroy it if they don't meet our terms. They have the choice of mass suicide or cooperation. I hope they have the brains to cooperate." His words shocked them into silence for an instant, then they surged into a wave of sound. There was no agreement, just excitement, and Reese finally brought them to order. "Quiet," he shouted. "Wait until Jason finishes before you decide. We still haven't heard how this proposed invasion is to be accomplished. The plan I have depends on the talkers." Jason said. "Is Naxa there?" He waited until the fur-wrapped man had pushed to the front. "I want to know more about the talkers, Naxa. I know you can speak to Dorams and the dogs here, but what about the wild animals? Can you make them do what you want?" "They're animals, course we can talk to them. More talkers, more power. Make em do just what we want. Then the attack will work," Jason said excitedly. "Could you get your talkers all on one side of the city, the opposite side from the spaceport, and stir the animals up? Make them attack the perimeter?" "Could we?" Naxa shouted, carried away by the idea. "We'd bring in animals from all over, start biggest attack they ever saw. Then that's it. Your talkers will launch the attack on the far side of the perimeter. If you keep out of sight, the guards will have no idea that it is anything more than an animal attack. I've seen how they work. As an attack mounts they call for reserves inside the city and drain men away from the other parts of the perimeter. At the height of the battle, when they have all their forces committed across the city, I'll lead the attack that will break through and capture the ship. That's the plan and it's going to work." Jason sat down then, half fell down, drained of strength. He lay and listened as the debate went back and forth, Reese ordering it and keeping it going. Difficulties were raised and eliminated. No one could find a basic fault with the plan. There were plenty of flaws in it, things that might go wrong, but Jason didn't mention them. These people wanted his idea to work and they were going to make it work. It finally broke up and they moved away. Reese came over to Jason. "The basics are settled," he said. "All here are in agreement. They are spreading the word by messenger to all the talkers. The talkers are the heart of the attack, and the more we have, the better it will go off. We don't dare use the screens to call them, there is a good chance that the junk men can intercept our messages. It will take 5 days before we are ready to go ahead." "I'll need all of that time if I'm to be any good," Jason said. "Now let's get some rest." Chapter 26. "It's a strange feeling," Jason said. "I've never really seen the perimeter from this side before. Ugly is about the only word for it." He lay on his stomach next to Reese, looking through a screen of leaves, downhill towards the perimeter. They were both wrapped in heavy furs, in spite of the midday heat, with thick leggings and leather gauntlets to protect their hands. The gravity and the heat were already making Jason dizzy, but he forced himself to ignore this. Ahead, on the far side of a burnt corridor, stood the perimeter. A high wall, of varying height and texture, seemingly made of everything in the world. It was impossible to tell what it had originally been constructed of. Generations of attackers had bruised, broken, and undermined it. Repairs had been quickly made, patches thrust roughly into place and fixed there. Crude masonry crumbled and gave way to a rat's nest of woven timbers. This overlapped a length of pitted metal, large plates riveted together. Even this metal had been eaten through and bursting sandbags spilled out of a jagged hole. Over the surface of the wall detector wires and charged cables looped and hung. At odd intervals automatic flamethrowers thrust their nozzles over the wall above and swept the base of the wall clear of any life that might have come close. "Those flame things can cause us trouble," Reese said. "That one covers the area where you want to break in." "It'll be no problem," Jason assured him. "It may look like it is firing a random pattern, but it's really not. It varies a simple sweep just enough to fool an animal, but was never meant to keep men out. Look for yourself. It fires at regularly repeated 2, 4, 3, and 1-minute intervals." They crawled back to the hollow where Naxa and the others waited for them. There were only 30 men in the party. What they had to do could only be done with a fast, light force. Their strongest weapon was surprise. Once that was gone, their other weapons wouldn't hold out for seconds against the city guns. Everyone looked uncomfortable in the fur and leather wrappings, and some of the men had loosened them to cool off. "Wrap up," Jason ordered. "None of you have been this close to the perimeter before and you don't understand how deadly it is here. Naxa is keeping the larger animals away and you all can handle the smaller ones. That isn't the danger. Every thorn is poisoned, and even the blades of grass carry a deadly sting. Watch out for insects of any kind, and once we start moving, breathe only through the wet cloths." "He's right," Naxa snorted. "Verbin closer and this himself. Death up by that wall. Do like E says." They could only wait then, honing down already needle-sharp crossbow bolts, and glancing up at the slowly moving sun. Only Naxa didn't share the unrest. He sat, eyes unfocused, feeling the movement of animal life in the jungle around them. "On the way," he said. "Biggest thing I ever heard. Not a beast, tween here and the mountains, ain't howlin', is lungs out, runnin', towards the city." Jason was aware of part of it. A tension in the air and a wave of intensified anger and hatred. It would work, he knew, if they could only keep the attack confined to a small area. The talkers had seemed sure of it. They had stalked out quietly that morning, a thin line of ragged men, moving out in a mental sweep that would round up the Pyrrhon life and send it charging against the city. They hit. Naxa said suddenly. The men were on their feet now, staring in the direction of the city. Jason had felt the twist as the attack had been driven home, and knew that this was it. There was the sound of shots and a heavy booming far away. Thin streamers of smoke began to blow above the treetops. "Let's get into position," Rees said. Around them the jungle howled with an echo of hatred. The half-sentient plants writhed and the air was thick with small flying things. Naxa sweated and mumbled as he turned back the animals that crashed towards them. By the time they reached the last screen of foliage before the burned-out area, they had lost 4 men. One had been stung by an insect. Jason got the medikit to him in time, but he was so sick he had to turn back. The other 3 were bitten or scratched and treatment came too late. Their swollen, twisted bodies were left behind on the trail. "Damn, beasts hurt head," Naxa muttered. "When we go in?" "Not yet," Rees said. "We wait for the signal." One of the men carried the radio. He sat it down carefully, then threw the aerial over a branch. The set was shielded so no radiation leaked out to give them away. It was turned on, but only a hiss of atmospheric static came from the speaker. "We could have timed it," Rees said. "No, we couldn't," Jason told him. "Not accurately. We want to hit that wall at the height of the attack, when our chances are best. Even if they hear the message, it won't mean a thing to them inside. And a few minutes later it won't matter." The sound from the speaker changed. A voice spoke a short sentence, then cut off. "Bring me 3 barrels of flour." "Let's go," Rees urged as he started forward. "Wait," Jason said, taking him by the arm. "I'm timing the flamethrower. It's due in, there." A blast of fire sprayed the ground, then turned off. "We have 4 minutes to the next one," we hit the long period. They ran, stumbling in the soft ashes, tripping over charred bones and rusted metal. 2 men grabbed Jason under the arm and half-carried him across the ground. It hadn't been planned that way, but it saved precious seconds. They dropped him against the wall and he fumbled out the bombs he had made. The charges from Crannon's gun, taken when he was killed, had been hooked together with a firing circuit. All the moves had been rehearsed carefully and they went smoothly now. Jason had picked the metal wall as being the best spot to break in. It offered the most resistance to the native life, so the chances were it wouldn't be reinforced with sandbags or fill, the way other parts of the wall were. If he was wrong, they were all dead. The first men had slapped their wads of sticky congealed sap against the wall. Jason pressed the charges into them and they stuck, a roughly rectangular pattern as high as a man. While he did this, the detonating wire was run out to its length and the raiders pressed back against the base of the wall. Jason stumbled through the ashes to the detonator, fell on it and pressed the switch at the same time. Behind him a thundering bang shook the wall and red flame burst out. Rees was the first one there, pulling at the twisted and smoking metal with his gloved hands. Others grabbed on and bent the jagged pieces aside. The hole was filled with smoke and nothing was visible through it. Jason dived into the opening, rolled on a heap of rubble and smacked into something solid. When he blinked the smoke from his eyes he looked around him. He was inside the city. The others poured through now, picking him up as they charged in so he wouldn't be trampled underfoot. Someone spotted the spaceship and they ran that way. A man ran around the corner of a building towards them. His Pyrrhan reflexes sent him springing into the safety of a doorway the same moment he saw the invaders. But they were Pyrrhans, too. The man slumped slowly back onto the street, 3 metal bolts sticking out of his body. They ran on without stopping, running between the low storehouses. The ship stood ahead. Someone had reached it ahead of them, they could see the outer hatch slowly grinding shut. A hail of bolts from the bows crashed into it with no effect. "Keep going," Jason shouted. "Get next to the hull before he reaches the guns." This time 3 men didn't make it. The rest of them were under the belly of the ship when every gun let go at once. Most of them were aimed away from the ship, still the scream of shells and electric discharges was ear-shattering. The 3 men still in the open dissolved under the fire. Whoever was inside the ship had hit all the gun trips at once, both to knock out the attackers and summon aid. He would be on the screen now, calling for help. Their time was running out. Jason reached up and tried to open the hatch, while the others watched. It was locked from the inside. One of the men brushed him aside and pulled at the inset handle. It broke off in his hand, but the hatch remained closed. The big guns had stopped now and they could hear again. "Did anyone get the gun from that dead man?" he asked. "It would blow this thing open." "No," Reese said, "we didn't stop." Before the words were out of his mouth, two men were running back towards the buildings, angling away from each other. The ship's guns roared again, a string of explosions cut across one man. Before they could change direction and find the other man, he had reached the buildings. He returned quickly, darting into the open to throw the gun to them. Before he could dive back to safety, the shells caught him. Jason grabbed up the gun as it skidded almost to his feet. They heard the sound of wide-open truck turbines screaming towards them as he blasted the lock. The mechanism sighed and the hatch sagged open. They were all through the air lock before the first truck appeared. Naxa stayed behind with the gun, to hold the lock until they could take the control room. Everyone climbed faster than Jason, once he had pointed them the way, so the battle was over when he got there. The single city Pyrrus looked like a pincushion. One of the techs had found the gun controls and was shooting wildly, the sheer quantity of his fire driving the trucks back. "Someone get on the radio and tell the talkers to call the attack off," Jason said. He found the communications screen and snapped it on. Kirk's wide-eyed face stared at him from the screen. "You?" Kirk said, breathing the word like a curse. "Yes, it's me," Jason answered. He talked without looking up, while his hands were busy at the control board. "Listen to me, Kirk, and don't doubt anything I say. I may not know how to fly one of these ships, but I do know how to blow them up. Do you hear that sound?" He flipped over a switch and the faraway whine of a pump droned faintly. "That's the main fuel pump. If I let it run, which I won't right now, it could quickly fill the drive chamber with raw fuel. Pour in so much that it would run out of the stern tubes. Then what do you think would happen to your one and only spacer if I pressed the firing button? I'm not asking you what would happen to me, since you don't care, but you need this ship the way you need life itself." There was only silence in the cabin now. The men who had won the ship turned to face him. Kirk's voice grated loudly through the room. "What do you want, Jason? What are you trying to do? Why did you lead those animals in here?" His voice cracked and broke as anger choked him and spilled over. "Watch your tongue, Kirk," Jason said with soft menace. "These men you are talking about are the only ones on Pyrrus who have a spaceship. If you want them to share it with you, you had better learn to talk nicely. Now come over here at once, and bring Brucko and Meta." Jason looked at the older man's florid and swollen face and felt a measure of sympathy. "Don't look so unhappy, it's not the end of the world. In fact, it might be the beginning of one. And another thing, leave this channel open when you go. Have it hooked into every screen in the city so everyone can see what happens here. Make sure it's taped too, for replay." Kirk started to say something, but changed his mind before he did. He left the screen, but the set stayed alive, carrying the scene in the control room to the entire city. Chapter 27. The fight was over. It had ended so quickly the fact hadn't really sunk in yet. Reese rubbed his hand against the gleaming metal of the control console, letting the reality of touch convince him. The other men milled about, looking out through the view screens or soaking in the mechanical strangeness of the room. Jason was physically exhausted, but he couldn't let it show. He opened the pilot's medbox and dug through it until he found the stimulants. 3 of the little gold pills washed the fatigue from his body, and he could think clearly again. "Listen to me," he shouted. "The fight's not over yet. They'll try anything to take this ship back and we have to be ready. I want one of the techs to go over these boards until he finds the lock controls. Make sure all the air locks and ports are sealed. Send men to check them if necessary. Turn on all the screens to scan in every direction, so no one can get near the ship. We'll need a guard in the engine room, my control could be cut if they broke in there. And there had better be a room-by-room search of the ship, in case someone else is locked in with us. The men had something to do now and felt relieved. Rhys split them up into groups and set them to work. Jason stayed at the controls, his hand next to the pump switch. The battle wasn't over yet. "There's a truck coming," Rhys called, going slow. "Should I blast it?" the man at the gun controls asked. "Hold your fire," Jason said, "until we can see who it is. If it's the people I sent for, let them through." As the truck came on slowly, the gunner tracked it with his sights. There was a driver and 3 passengers. Jason waited until he was positive who they were. "Those are the ones," he said. "Stop them at the lock, Rhys, make them come in one at a time. Take their guns as they enter, then strip them of all their equipment. There is no way of telling what could be a concealed weapon. Be specially careful of Brucko, he's the thin one with a face like an axe edge, make sure you strip him clean. He's a specialist in weapons and survival. And bring the driver too, we don't want him reporting back about the broken air lock or the state of our guns." Waiting was hard. His hand stayed next to the pump switch, even though he knew he could never use it. Just as long as the others thought he would. There were stampings and muttered curses in the corridor, the prisoners were pushed in. Jason had one look at their deadly expressions and clenched fists before he called to Rhys. "Keep them against the wall and watch them. Bowman, keep your weapons up." He looked at the people who had once been his friends and who now swam in hatred for him. Meta, Kirk, Brucko. The driver was Scop, the man Kirk had once appointed to guard him. He looked ready to explode now that the roles had been reversed. "Pay close attention," Jason said, "because your lives depend upon it. Keep your backs to the wall and don't attempt to come any closer to me than you are now. If you do, you will be shot instantly. If we were alone, any one of you could undoubtedly reach me before I threw this switch. But we're not. You have Pyrrhan reflexes and muscles, but so do the bowmen. Don't gamble. Because it won't be a gamble. It will be suicide. I'm telling you this for your own protection. So we can talk peacefully without one of you losing his temper and suddenly getting shot. There is no way out of this. You are going to be forced to listen to everything I say. You can't escape or kill me. The war is over. And we lost, and all because of you, you traitor." Meta snarled. "Wrong on both counts," Jason said blandly. "I'm not a traitor because I owe my allegiance to all men on this planet, both inside the perimeter and out. I never pretended differently. As to losing, why, you haven't lost anything. In fact, you've won. Won your war against this planet, if you will only hear me out." He turned to Rhys, who was frowning in angry puzzlement. "Of course your people have won also, Rhys. No more war with the city, you'll get medicine, off-planet contact, everything you want." "Pardon me for being cynical," Rhys said, "but you're promising the best of all possible worlds for everyone. That will be a little hard to deliver when our interests are opposed so." "You strike through to the heart of the matter," Jason said. "Thank you. This mess will be settled by seeing that everyone's interests are not opposed. Peace between the city and farms, with an end to the useless war you have been fighting. Peace between mankind and the Pyrrhan life forms, because that particular war is at the bottom of all your troubles." "The man's mad," Kirk said. "Perhaps. You'll judge that after you hear me out. I'm going to tell you the history of this planet, because that is where both the trouble and the solution lie. When the settlers landed on Pyrrus 300 years ago, they missed the one important thing about this planet, the factor that makes it different from any other planet in the galaxy. They can't be blamed for the oversight, they had enough other things to worry about. The gravity was about the only thing familiar to them, the rest of the environment was a shocking change from the climate-controlled industrial world they had left. Storms, volcanism, floods, earthquakes, it was enough to drive them insane, and I'm sure many of them did go mad. The animal and insect life was a constant annoyance, nothing at all like the few harmless and protected species they had known. I'm sure they never realized that the Pyrrhon life was telepathic as well. That again. Brucko snapped. True or not, it is of no importance. I was tempted to agree with your theory of psionic-controlled attack on us, but the deadly fiasco you staged proved that theory wrong. I agree, Jason answered. I was completely mistaken when I thought some outside agency directed the attack on the city with psionic control. It seemed a logical theory at the time and the evidence pointed that way. The expedition to the island was a deadly fiasco, only don't forget that attack was the direct opposite of what I wanted to have done. If I had gone into the cave myself, none of the deaths would have been necessary. I think it would have been discovered that the plant creatures were nothing more than an advanced life form with unusual psi ability. They simply resonated strongly to the psionic attack on the city. I had the idea backwards, thinking they instigated the battle. We'll never know the truth, though, because they are destroyed. But their deaths did prove one thing. It allows us to find the real culprits, the creatures who are leading, directing and inspiring the war against the city. Who? Kirk breathed the question, rather than spoke it. Why you, of course, Jason told him. Not you alone, but all of your people in the city. Perhaps you don't like this war. However, you are responsible for it, and keep it going. Jason had to force back a smile as he looked at their dumbfounded expressions. He had to prove his point quickly, before even his allies began to think him insane. Here is how it works. I said Pyrrhon life was telepathic, and I meant all life. Every single insect, plant and animal. At one time in this planet's violent history, these psionic mutations proved to be survival types. They existed when other species died, and in the end I'm sure they cooperated in wiping out the last survivors of the non-psi strains. Cooperation is the key word here. Because while they still competed against each other under normal conditions, they worked together against anything that threatened them as a whole. When a natural upheaval or a tidal wave threatened them, they fled from it in harmony. You can see a milder form of this same behavior on any planet that is subject to forest fires. But here, mutual survival was carried to an extreme because of the violent conditions. Perhaps some of the life forms even developed precognition like the human quakemen. With this advance warning, the larger beasts fled. The smaller ones developed seeds, or burrs or eggs, that could be carried to safety by the wind or in the animal's fur, thus ensuring racial survival. I know this is true, because I watched it myself when we were escaping a quake. Admitted, all your points admitted, Brucko shouted. But what does it have to do with us? So all the animals run away together, what does that have to do with the war? They do more than run away together, Jason told him. They work together against any natural disaster that threatens them all. Someday I'm sure, ecologists will go into raptures over the complex adjustments that occur here in the advent of blizzards, floods, fires and other disasters. There is only one reaction we really care about now, though. That's the one directed towards the city people. Don't you realize yet, they treat you all as another natural disaster. We'll never know exactly how it came about, though there is a clue in that diary I found, dating from the first days on this planet. It said that a forest fire seemed to have driven new species towards the settlers. Those weren't new beasts at all, just old ones with new attitudes. Can't you just imagine how those protected, over-civilized settlers acted when faced with a forest fire? They panicked, of course. If the settlers were in the path of the fire, the animals must have rushed right through their camp. Their reaction would undoubtedly have been to shoot the fleeing creatures down. When they did that, they classified themselves as a natural disaster. Disasters take any form. Bipeds with guns could easily be included in the category. The Pyrrhon animals attacked, were shot, and the war began. The survivors kept attacking and informed all the life forms what the fight was about. The radioactivity of this planet must cause plenty of mutations, and the favorable, survival mutation was now one that was deadly to man. I'll hazard a guess that the psi function even instigates mutations. Some of the deadlier types are just too one-sided to have come about naturally in a brief 300 years. The settlers, of course, fought back, and kept their status as a natural disaster intact. Through the centuries they improved their killing methods, not that it did the slightest good, as you know. You city people, their descendants, are heirs to this heritage of hatred. You fight and are slowly being defeated. How can you possibly win against the biologic reserves of a planet that can recreate itself each time to meet any new attack? Silence followed Jason's words. Kirk and Meta stood white-faced as the impact of the disclosure sunk in. Brucko mumbled and checked points off on his fingers, searching for weak spots in the chain of reason. The fourth city Pyrrus, Scop, ignored all these foolish words that he couldn't understand, or want to understand, and would have killed Jason in an instant if there had been the slightest chance of success. It was Rees who broke the silence. His quick mind had taken in the factors and sorted them out. "There's one thing wrong," he said. "What about us? We live on the surface of Pyrrus without perimeters or guns. Why aren't we attacked as well? We're human, descended from the same people as the junk men." "You're not attacked," Jason told him, "because you don't identify yourself as a natural disaster. Animals can live on the slopes of a dormant volcano, fighting and dying in natural competition. But they'll flee together when the volcano erupts. That eruption is what makes the mountain a natural disaster. In the case of human beings, it is their thoughts that identify them as life form or disaster. Mountain or volcano. In the city everyone radiates suspicion and death. They enjoy killing, thinking about killing, and planning for killing. This is natural selection, too, you realize. These are the survival traits that work best in the city. Outside the city men think differently. If they are threatened individually, they fight, as will any other creature. Under more general survival threats they cooperate completely with the rules for universal survival that the city people break. How did it begin, this separation, I mean, between the two groups?" Rees asked. "We'll probably never know," Jason said. "I think your people must have originally been farmers, or psionic sensitives who were not with the others during some natural disaster. They would, of course, act correctly by Pyrrhan standards, and survive. This would cause a difference of opinion with the city people who saw killing as the answer. It's obvious, whatever the reason, that two separate communities were established early, and soon separated except for the limited amount of barter that benefited both." "I still can't believe it," Kirk mumbled. "It makes a terrible kind of truth, every step of the way, but I still find it hard to accept. There must be another explanation." Jason shook his head slowly. "None. This is the only one that works. We've eliminated the other ones, remember? I can't blame you for finding it hard to believe, since it is in direct opposition to everything you've understood to be true in the past. It's like altering a natural law. As if I gave you proof that gravity didn't really exist, that it was a force altogether different from the immutable one we know, one you could get around when you understood how. You'd want more proof than words. Probably want to see someone walking on air. Which isn't such a bad idea at that," he added, turning to Naxa. "Do you hear any animals around the ship now? Not the ones you're used to, but the mutated, violent kind that live only to attack the city." "Places crawling with M," Naxa said, "just looking for something to kill." "Could you capture one?" Jason asked. "Without getting yourself killed, I mean." Naxa snorted contempt as he turned to leave. "Beast's not born yet, that'll hurt me." They stood quietly, each one wrapped tightly around by his own thoughts, while they waited for Naxa to return. Jason had nothing more to say. He would do one more thing to try and convince them of the facts, after that it would be up to each of them to reach a conclusion. The talker returned quickly with a stingwing, tied by one leg to a length of leather. It flapped and shrieked as he carried it in. In the middle of the room, away from everybody, Jason told him. Can you get that beast to sit on something and not flap around? My hand good enough? He asked, flipping the creature up so it clung to the back of his gauntlet. That's how I caught it. Does anyone doubt that this is a real stingwing? Jason asked. I want to make sure you all believe there is no trickery here. The thing is real, Brucko said. I can smell the poison in the wing claws from here. He pointed to the dark marks on the leather where the liquid had dripped. If that eats through the gloves, he's a dead man. Then we agree it's real, Jason said. Real and deadly, and the only test of the theory will be if you people from the city can approach it like Naxa here. They drew back automatically when he said it. Because they knew that stingwing was synonymous with death. Past, present and future. You don't change a natural law. Meta spoke for all of them. We can't. This man lives in the jungle, like an animal himself. Somehow he's learned to get near them. But you can't expect us to. Jason spoke quickly, before the talker could react to the insult. Of course I expect you to. That's the whole idea. If you don't hate the beast and expect it to attack you, why it won't. Think of it as a creature from a different planet, something harmless. I can't, she said. It's a stingwing. As they talked, Brucko stepped forward, his eyes fixed steadily on the creature perched on the glove. Jason signaled the bowmen to hold their fire. Brucko stopped at a safe distance and kept looking steadily at the stingwing. It rustled its leathery wings uneasily and hissed. A drop of poison formed at the tip of each great poison claw on its wings. The control room was filled with a deadly silence. Slowly he raised his hand. Carefully putting it out, over the animal. The hand dropped a little, rubbed the stingwing's head once, then fell back to his side. The animal did nothing except stir slightly under the touch. There was a concerted sigh, as those who had been unknowingly holding their breath breathed again. How did you do it? Meta asked in a hushed voice. What? Brucko said, apparently snapping out of a daze. Oh, touching the thing. Simple, really. I just pretended it was one of the training aids I use, a realistic and harmless duplicate. I kept my mind on that single thought and it worked. He looked down at his hand, then back to the stingwing. His voice quieter now, as if he spoke from a distance. It's not a training aid, you know. It's real. Deadly. The off-worlder is right. He's right about everything he said. With Brucko's success as an example, Kirk came close to the animal. He walked stiffly, as if on the way to his execution, and runnels of sweat poured down his rigid face. But he believed and kept his thoughts directed away from the stingwing and he could touch it unharmed. Meta tried but couldn't fight down the horror it raised when she came close. I am trying, she said, and I do believe you now, but I just can't do it. Scop screamed when they all looked at him, shouted it was all a trick, and had to be clubbed unconscious when he attacked the bowman. Understanding had come to Pyrrus. Chapter 28. What do we do now? Meta asked. Her voice was troubled, questioning. She voiced the thoughts of all the Pyrrans in the room, and the thousands who watched in their screens. What will we do? They turned to Jason, waiting for an answer. For the moment their differences were forgotten. The people from the city were staring expectantly at him, as were the crossbowmen with half-lowered weapons. This stranger had confused and changed the old world they had known, and presented them with a newer and stranger one, with alien problems. Hold on, he said, raising his hand. I'm no doctor of social ills. I'm not going to try and cure this planet full of muscle-bound sharpshooters. I've just squeezed through up to now, and by the law of averages I should be 10 times dead. Even if all you say is true, Jason, Meta said, you are still the only person who can help us. What will the future be like? Suddenly weary, Jason slumped into the pilot's chair. He glanced around at the circle of people. They seemed sincere. None of them even appeared to have noticed that he no longer had his hand on the pump switch. For the moment at least, the war between city and farm was forgotten. "I'll give you my conclusions," Jason said, twisting in the chair, trying to find a comfortable position for his aching bones. "I've been doing a lot of thinking the last day or two, searching for the answer. The very first thing I realized, was that the perfect and logical solution wouldn't do at all. I'm afraid the old ideal of the lion lying down with the lamb doesn't work out in practice. About all it does is make a fast lunch for the lion. Ideally, now that you all know the real causes of your trouble, you should tear down the perimeter and have the city and forest people mingle in brotherly love. Makes just as pretty a picture as the one of lion and lamb. And would undoubtedly have the same result. Someone would remember how really filthy the grubbers are, or how stupid junk men can be, and there would be a fresh corpse cooling. The fight would spread and the victors would be eaten by the wildlife that swarmed over the undefended perimeter. No, the answer isn't that easy. As the Pyrrans listened to him they realized where they were, and glanced around uneasily. The guards raised their crossbows again, and the prisoners stepped back to the wall and looked surly. "See what I mean?" Jason asked. "Didn't take long, did it?" They all looked a little sheepish at their unthinking reactions. "If we're going to find a decent plan for the future, we'll have to take inertia into consideration. Mental inertia for one. Just because you know a thing is true in theory, doesn't make it true in fact. The barbaric religions of primitive worlds hold not a germ of scientific fact, though they claim to explain all. Yet if one of these savages has all the logical ground for his beliefs taken away, he doesn't stop believing. He then calls his mistaken beliefs faith, because he knows they are right. And he knows they are right because he has faith. This is an unbreakable circle of false logic that can't be touched. In reality, it is plain mental inertia. A case of thinking what always was will also always be. And not wanting to blast the thinking patterns out of the old rut. Mental inertia alone is not going to cause trouble, there is cultural inertia, too. Some of you in this room believe my conclusions and would like to change. But will all your people change? The unthinking ones, the habit-ridden, reflex-formed people who know what is now, will always be. They'll act like a drag on whatever plans you make, whatever attempts you undertake to progress with the new knowledge you have. Then it's useless, there's no hope for our world. Reese asked. I didn't say that, Jason answered. I merely mean that your troubles won't end by throwing some kind of mental switch. I see 3 courses open for the future, and the chances are that all 3 will be going on at the same time. First, and best, will be the rejoining of city and farm Pyrrans into the single human group they came from. Each is incomplete now, and has something the other one needs. In the city here you have science and contact with the rest of the galaxy. You also have a deadly war. Out there in the jungle, your first cousins live at peace with the world, but lack medicine and the other benefits of scientific knowledge, as well as any kind of cultural contact with the rest of mankind. You'll both have to join together and benefit from the exchange. At the same time you'll have to forget the superstitious hatred you have of each other. This will only be done outside of the city, away from the war. Every one of you who is capable should go out voluntarily, bringing some fraction of the knowledge that needs sharing. You won't be harmed if you go in good faith. And you will learn how to live with this planet, rather than against it. Eventually you'll have civilized communities that won't be either grubber or junkman. They'll be Pyrran. But what about our city here? Kirk asked. It'll stay right here, and probably won't change in the slightest. In the beginning you'll need your perimeter and defenses to stay alive, while the people are leaving. And after that it will keep going because there are going to be any number of people here who you won't convince. They'll stay and fight and eventually die. Perhaps you will be able to do a better job in educating their children. What the eventual end of the city will be, I have no idea. They were silent as they thought about the future. On the floor Scott groaned but did not move. Those are 2 ways, Meta said. What is the third? The third possibility is my own pet scheme, Jason smiled. And I hope I can find enough people to go along with me. I'm going to take my money and spend it all on outfitting the best and most modern spacer, with every weapon and piece of scientific equipment I can get my hands on. Then I'm going to ask for Pyrrus volunteers to go with me. What in the world for? Meta frowned. Not for charity, I expect to make my investment back, and more. You see, after these past few months, I can't possibly return to my old occupation. Not only do I have enough money now to make it a waste of time, but I think it would be an unending bore. One thing about Pyrrus, if you live, is that it spoils you for the quieter places. So I'd like to take this ship that I mentioned and go into the business of opening up new worlds. There are thousands of planets where men would like to settle, only getting a foothold on them is too rough or rugged for the usual settlers. Can you imagine a planet a Pyrrus couldn't lick after the training you've had here? And enjoy doing it? There would be more than pleasure involved, though. In the city your lives have been geared for continual deadly warfare. Now you're faced with the choice of a fairly peaceful future, or staying in the city to fight an unnecessary and foolish war. I offer the third alternative of the occupation you know best, that would let you accomplish something constructive at the same time. Those are the choices. Whatever you decide is up to each of you personally. Before anyone could answer, livid pain circled Jason's throat. Scop had regained consciousness and surged up from the floor. He pulled Jason from the chair with a single motion, holding him by the neck, throttling him. Kirk! Meta! Scop shouted hoarsely. Grab guns. Open the locks, our people be here, kill the grubbers and their lies. Jason tore at the fingers that were choking the life out of him, but it was like pulling at bent steel bars. He couldn't talk and the blood hammered in his ears. Meta hurtled forward like an uncoiled spring and the crossbows twanged. One bolt caught her in the leg, the other transfixed her upper arm. But she had been shot as she jumped and her inertia carried her across the room, to her fellow Pyrrus and the dying off-worlder. She raised her good arm and chopped down with the edge of her hand. It caught Scop a hard blow on the biceps and his arm jumped spasmodically, his hand leaping from Jason's throat. What are you doing? He shouted in strange terror to the wounded girl who fell against him. He pushed her away, still clutching Jason with his other hand. She didn't answer. Instead she chopped again, hard and true, the edge of her hand catching Scop across the windpipe, crushing it. He dropped Jason and fell to the floor, retching and gasping. Jason watched the end through a haze, barely conscious. Scop struggled to his feet, turned pain-filled eyes to his friends. You're wrong, Kirk said. Don't do it. The sound the wounded man made was more animal than human. When he dived towards the guns on the far side of the room the crossbows twanged like harps of death. When Brucko went over to help Meta no one interfered. Jason gasped air back into his lungs, breathing in life. The watching glass eye of the viewer carried the scene to everyone in the city. Thanks, Meta, for understanding, as well as helping. Jason had to force the words out. Scop was wrong and you were right, Jason, she said. Her voice broke for a second as Brucko snapped off the feathered end of the steel bolt with his fingers, and pulled the shaft out of her arm. I can't stay in the city, only people who feel as Scop did will be able to do that. And I'm afraid I can't go into the forest, you saw what luck I had with the stingwing. If it's all right I'd like to come with you. I'd like to very much. It hurt when he talked so Jason could only smile, but she knew what he meant. Kirk looked down in unhappiness at the body of the dead man. He was wrong, but I know how he felt. I can't leave the city, not yet. Someone will have to keep things in hand while the changes are taking place. Your ship is a good idea, Jason, you'll have no shortage of volunteers. Though I doubt if you'll get Brucko to go with you. Of course not, Brucko snapped, not looking up from the compression bandage he was tying. There's enough to do right here on Pyrrus. The animal life, quite a study to be made, probably have every ecologist in the galaxy visiting here. Kirk walked slowly to the screen overlooking the city. No one attempted to stop him. He looked out at the buildings, the smoke still curling up from the perimeter, and the limitless sweep of green jungle beyond. "You've changed it all, Jason," he said. "We can't see it now, but Pyrrus will never be the way it was before you came. For better or worse." "Better," Jason croaked, and rubbed his aching throat. "Now get together and end this war so people will really believe it." Reese turned and after an instant's hesitation, extended his hand to Kirk. The gray-haired Pyrran felt the same repugnance himself about touching a grubber. They shook hands then because they were both strong men. Planet of the Damned. Chapter 1. A man said to the universe. "Sir, I exist." "However," replied the universe, "the fact has not created in me a sense of obligation." Stephen Crane. Sweat covered Brian's body, trickling into the tight loincloth that was the only garment he wore. The light fencing foil in his hand felt as heavy as a bar of lead to his exhausted muscles, worn out by a month of continual exercise. These things were of no importance. The cut on his chest, still dripping blood, the ache of his overstrained eyes, even the soaring arena around him with the thousands of spectators, were trivialities not worth thinking about. There was only one thing in his universe, the button-tipped length of shining steel that hovered before him, engaging his own weapon. He felt the quiver and scrape of its life, knew when it moved and moved himself to counteract it. And when he attacked, it was always there to beat him aside. A sudden motion. He reacted, but his blade just met air. His instant of panic was followed by a small sharp blow high on his chest. "Touch!" A world-shaking voice bellowed the word to a million waiting loudspeakers, and the applause of the audience echoed back in a wave of sound. 1 minute, a voice said, and the time buzzer sounded. Brian had carefully conditioned the reflex in himself. A minute is not a very large measure of time and his body needed every fraction of it. The buzzers were triggered his muscles into complete relaxation. Only his heart and lungs worked on at a strong, measured rate. His eyes closed and he was only distantly aware of his handlers catching him as he fell, carrying him to his bench. While they massaged his limp body and cleansed the wound, all of his attention was turned inward. He was in reverie, sliding along the borders of consciousness. The nagging memory of the previous night loomed up then, and he turned it over and over in his mind, examining it from all sides. It was the very unexpectedness of the event that had been so unusual. The contestants in the 20s needed undisturbed rest, therefore nights in the dormitories were as quiet as death. During the first few days, of course, the rule wasn't observed too closely. The men themselves were too keyed up and excited to rest easily. But as soon as the scores began to mount and eliminations cut into their ranks, there was complete silence after dark. Particularly so on this last night, when only 2 of the little cubicles were occupied, the thousands of others standing with dark, empty doors. Angry words had dragged Brian from a deep and exhausted sleep. The words were whispered but clear, 2 voices, just outside the thin metal of his door. Someone spoke his name. Brian Brand. Of course not. Whoever said you could was making a big mistake and there is going to be trouble. Don't talk like an idiot. The other voice snapped with a harsh urgency, clearly used to command. I'm here because the matter is of utmost importance, and Brand is the one I must see. Now stand aside. The 20s. I don't give a damn about your games, hearty cheers and physical exercises. This is important, or I wouldn't be here. The other didn't speak, he was surely one of the officials, and Brian could sense his outraged anger. He must have drawn his gun, because the intruder said quickly, "Put that away. You're being a fool." "Out," was the single snarled word of the response. There was silence then and, still wondering, Brian was once more asleep. 10 seconds. The voice chopped away Brian's memories and he let awareness seep back into his body. He was unhappily conscious of his total exhaustion. The month of continuous mental and physical combat had taken its toll. It would be hard to stay on his feet, much less summon the strength and skill to fight and win a touch. "How do we stand?" he asked the handler who was kneading his aching muscles. 4-4. "All you need is a touch to win." "That's all he needs too," Brian grunted, opening his eyes to look at the wiry length of the man at the other end of the long mat. No one who had reached the finals in the 20s could possibly be a weak opponent, but this one, Irolg, was the pick of the lot. A red-haired mountain of a man, with an apparently inexhaustible store of energy. That was really all that counted now. There could be little art in this last and final round of fencing. Just thrust and parry, and victory to the stronger. Brian closed his eyes again and knew the moment he had been hoping to avoid had arrived. Every man who entered the 20s had his own training tricks. Brian had a few individual ones that had helped him so far. He was a moderately strong chess player, but he had moved to quick victory in the chess rounds by playing incredibly unorthodox games. This was no accident, but the result of years of work. He had a standing order with off-planet agents for archaic chess books, the older the better. He had memorized thousands of these ancient games and openings. This was allowed. Anything was allowed that didn't involve drugs or machines. Self-hypnosis was an accepted tool. It had taken Brian over 2 years to find a way to tap the sources of hysterical strength. Common as the phenomenon seemed to be in the textbooks, it proved impossible to duplicate. There appeared to be an immediate association with the death trauma, as if the two were inextricably linked into one. Berserkers and Jurmentados continue to fight and kill though carved by scores of mortal wounds. Men with bullets in the heart or brain fight on, though already clinically dead. Death seemed an inescapable part of this kind of strength. But there was another type that could easily be brought about in any deep trance, hypnotic rigidity. The strength that enables someone in a trance to hold his body stiff and unsupported except at 2 points, the head and heels. This is physically impossible when conscious. Working with this as a clue, Brian had developed a self-hypnotic technique that allowed him to tap this reservoir of unknown strength, the source of second wind, the survival strength that made the difference between life and death. It could also kill, exhaust the body beyond hope of recovery, particularly when in a weakened condition as his was now. But that wasn't important. Others had died before during the 20s, and death during the last round was in some ways easier than defeat. Breathing deeply, Brian softly spoke the auto-hypnotic phrases that triggered the process. Fatigue fell softly from him, as did all sensations of heat, cold and pain. He could feel with acute sensitivity, hear, and see clearly when he opened his eyes. With each passing second the power drew at the basic reserves of life, draining it from his body. When the buzzer sounded he pulled his foil from his second startled grasp, and ran forward. Irolg had barely time to grab up his own weapon and parry Brian's first thrust. The force of his rush was so great that the guards on their weapons locked, and their bodies crashed together. Irolg looked amazed at the sudden fury of the attack, then smiled. He thought it was a last burst of energy, he knew how close they both were to exhaustion. This must be the end for Brian. They disengaged and Irolg put up a solid defense. He didn't attempt to attack, just let Brian wear himself out against the firm shield of his defense. Brian saw something close to panic on his opponent's face when the man finally recognized his error. Brian wasn't tiring. If anything, he was pressing the attack. A wave of despair rolled out from Irolg, Brian sensed it and knew the 5th point was his. Thrust, thrust, and each time the parrying sword a little slower to return. Then the powerful twist that thrust it aside. In and under the guard. The slap of the button on flesh and the arc of steel that reached out and ended on Irolg's chest over his heart. Waves of sound, cheering and screaming, lapped against Brian's private world, but he was only remotely aware of their existence. Irolg dropped his foil, and tried to shake Brian's hand, but his legs suddenly gave way. Brian had an arm around him, holding him up, walking towards the rushing handlers. Then Irog was gone and he waved off his own men, walking slowly by himself. Except that something was wrong and it was like walking through warm glue. Walking on his knees. No, not walking, falling. At last. He was able to let go and fall. Chapter 2. Igel gave the doctors exactly 1 day before he went to the hospital. Brian wasn't dead, though there had been some doubt about that the night before. Now, a full day later, he was on the mend and that was all Igel wanted to know. He bullied and strong-armed his way to the new winner's room, meeting his first stiff resistance at the door. "You're out of order, Winner Igel," the doctor said. "And if you keep on forcing yourself in here, where you are not wanted, rank or no rank, I shall be obliged to break your head." Igel had just begun to tell him, in some detail, just how slim his chances were of accomplishing that, when Brian interrupted them both. He recognized the newcomer's voice from the final night in the barracks. "Let him in, Dr. Colry," he said. "I want to meet a man who thinks there is something more important than the 20s. While the doctor stood undecided, Igel moved quickly around him and closed the door in his flushed face. He looked down at the winner in the bed. There was a drip plugged into each one of Brian's arms. His eyes peered from sooty hollows, the eyeballs were a network of red veins. The silent battle he fought against death had left its mark. His square, jutting jaw now seemed all bone, as did his long nose and high cheekbones. They were prominent landmarks rising from the limp grayness of his skin. Only the erect bristle of his close-cropped hair was unchanged. He had the appearance of having suffered a long and wasting illness. "You look like sin," Igel said. "But congratulations on your victory." "You don't look so very good yourself, for a winner," Brian snapped back. His exhaustion and sudden peevish anger at this man let the insulting words slip out. Igel ignored them. But it was true, Winner Igel looked very little like a winner, or even an Anvarian. He had the height and the frame all right, but it was draped in billows of fat, rounded, soft tissue that hung loosely from his limbs and made little limp rolls on his neck and under his eyes. There were no fat men on Anvar, and it was incredible that a man so gross could ever have been a winner. If there was muscle under the fat it couldn't be seen. Only his eyes appeared to still hold the strength that had once bested every man on the planet to win the annual games. Brian turned away from their burning stare, sorry now he had insulted the man without good reason. He was too sick, though, to bother about apologizing. Igel didn't care either. Brian looked at him again and felt the impression of things so important that he himself, his insults, even the 20s were of no more interest than dust motes in the air. It was only a fantasy of a sick mind, Brian knew, and he tried to shake the feeling off. The two men stared at each other, sharing a common emotion. The door opened soundlessly behind Igel and he wheeled about, moving as only an athlete of Anvar can move. Dr. Colry was halfway through the door, off balance. Two men in uniform came close behind him. Igel's body pushed against them, his speed and the mountainous mass of his flesh sending them back in a tangle of arms and legs. He slammed the door and locked it in their faces. "I have to talk to you," he said, turning back to Brian. Privately, he added, bending over and ripping out the communicator with a sweep of one hand. "Get out," Brian told him. "If I were able." "Well, you're not, so you're just going to have to lie there and listen. I imagine we have about 5 minutes before they decide to break the door down, and I don't want to waste any more of that. Will you come with me off-world? There's a job that must be done, it's my job, but I'm going to need help. You're the only one who can give me that help. Now refuse," he added as Brian started to answer. "Of course I refuse," Brian said, feeling a little foolish and slightly angry, as if the other man had put the words into his mouth. "Anvar is my planet, why should I leave? My life is here and so is my work. I also might add that I have just won the 20s. I have a responsibility to remain." "Nonsense. I'm a winner," and I left. What you really mean is you would like to enjoy a little of the ego inflation you have worked so hard to get. Off Anvor no one even knows what a winner is, much less respects one. You will have to face a big universe out there, and I don't blame you for being a little frightened. Someone was hammering loudly on the door. I haven't the strength to get angry, Brian said hoarsely. And I can't bring myself to admire your ideas when they permit you to insult a man too ill to defend himself. I apologize, Igel said, with no hint of apology or sympathy in his voice. But there are more desperate issues involved than your hurt feelings. We don't have much time now, so I want to impress you with an idea. An idea that will convince me to go off planet with you. That's expecting a lot. No, this idea won't convince you, but thinking about it will. If you really consider it, you will find a lot of your illusions shattered. Like everyone else on Anvor, you're a scientific humanist, with your faith firmly planted in the 20s. You accept both of these noble institutions without an instant's thought. All of you haven't a single thought for the past, for the untold billions who led the bad life as mankind slowly built up the good life for you to lead. Do you ever think of all the people who suffered and died in misery and superstition while civilization was clicking forward one more slow notch? Of course I don't think about them, Brian retorted. Why should I? I can't change the past. But you can change the future. Igel said. You owe something to the suffering ancestors who got you where you are today. If scientific humanism means anything more than just words to you, you must possess a sense of responsibility. Don't you want to try and pay off a bit of this debt by helping others who are just as backward and disease-ridden today as great-grandfather Troglodyte ever was? The hammering on the door was louder. This and the drug-induced buzzing in Brian's ear made thinking difficult. Abstractly, I of course agree with you, he said haltingly. But you know there is nothing I can do personally without being emotionally involved. A logical decision is valueless for action without personal meaning. Then we have reached the crux of the matter, Igel said gently. His back was braced against the door, absorbing the thudding blows of some heavy object on the outside. They're knocking, so I must be going soon. I have no time for details, but I can assure you upon my word of honor as a winner that there is something you can do. Only you. If you help me we might save 7 million human lives. That is a fact. The lock burst and the door started to open. Igel shouldered it back into the frame for a final instant. Here is the idea I want you to consider. Why is it that the people of Anvor, in a galaxy filled with warring, hate-filled, backward planets, should be the only ones who base their entire existence on a complicated series of games? Chapter 3. This time there was no way to hold the door. Igel didn't try. He stepped aside and two men stumbled into the room. He walked out behind their backs without saying a word. What happened? What did he do? The doctor asked, rushing in through the ruined door. He swept a glance over the continuous recording dials at the foot of Brian's bed. Respiration, temperature, heart, blood pressure, all were normal. The patient lay quietly and didn't answer him. For the rest of that day, Brian had much to think about. It was difficult. The fatigue, mixed with the tranquilizers and other drugs, had softened his contact with reality. His thoughts kept echoing back and forth in his mind, unable to escape. What had Igel meant? What was that nonsense about Anvor? Anvor was that way because, well, it just was. It had come about naturally. Or had it? The planet had a very simple history. From the very beginning there had never been anything of real commercial interest on Anvor. Well off the interstellar trade routes, there were no minerals worth digging and transporting the immense distances to the nearest inhabited worlds. Hunting the winter beasts for their pelts was a profitable but very minor enterprise, never sufficient for mass markets. Therefore no organized attempt had ever been made to colonize the planet. In the end it had been settled completely by chance. A number of off-planet scientific groups had established observation and research stations, finding unlimited data to observe and record during Anvar's unusual yearly cycle. The long-duration observations encouraged the scientific workers to bring their families and, slowly but steadily, small settlements grew up. Many of the fur hunters settled there as well, adding to the small population. This had been the beginning. Few records existed of those early days, and the first 6 centuries of Anvarian history were more speculation than fact. The breakdown occurred about that time, and in the galaxy-wide disruption Anvar had to fight its own internal battle. When the Earth Empire collapsed, it was the end of more than an era. Many of the observation stations found themselves representing institutions that no longer existed. The professional hunters no longer had markets for their furs, since Anvar possessed no interstellar ships of its own. There had been no real physical hardship involved in the breakdown as it affected Anvar, since the planet was completely self-sufficient. Once they had made the mental adjustment to the fact that they were now a sovereign world, not a collection of casual visitors with various loyalties, life continued unchanged. Not easy, living on Anvar is never easy, but at least without difference on the surface. The thoughts and attitudes of the people were, however, going through a great transformation. Many attempts were made to develop some form of stable society and social relationship. Again, little record exists of these early trials, other than the fact of their culmination in the 20s. To understand the 20s, you have to understand the unusual orbit that Anvar tracks around its sun, 70 Ophiuchi. There are other planets in this system, all of them more or less conforming to the plane of the ecliptic. Anvar is obviously a rogue, perhaps a captured planet of another sun. For the greatest part of its 780-day year it arcs far out from its primary, in a high-angled sweeping cometary orbit. When it returns there is a brief, hot summer of approximately 80 days before the long winter sets in once more. This severe difference in seasonal change has caused profound adaptations in the native life forms. During the winter most of the animals hibernate, the vegetable life lying dormant as spores or seeds. Some of the warm-blooded herbivores stay active in the snow-covered tropics, preyed upon by fur-insulated carnivores. Though unbelievably cold, the winter is a season of peace in comparison to the summer. For summer is a time of mad growth. Plants burst into life with a strength that cracks rocks, growing fast enough for the motion to be seen. The snowfields melt into mud and within days a jungle stretches high into the air. Everything grows, swells, proliferates. Plants climb on top of plants, fighting for the life energy of the sun. Everything is eat and be eaten, grow and thrive in that short season. Because when the first snow of winter falls again, 90% of the year must pass until the next coming of warmth. Mankind has had to adapt to the Anvarian cycle in order to stay alive. Food must be gathered and stored, enough to last out the long winter. Generation after generation had adapted until they look on the mad seasonal imbalance as something quite ordinary. The first thaw of the almost non-existent spring triggers a wide-reaching metabolic change in the humans. Layers of subcutaneous fat vanish and half-dormant sweat glands come to life. Other changes are more subtle than the temperature adjustment, but equally important. The sleep center of the brain is depressed. Short naps or a night's rest every third or fourth day becomes enough. Life takes on a hectic and hysterical quality that is perfectly suited to the environment. By the time of the first frost, rapid-growing crops have been raised and harvested, sides of meat either preserved or frozen in mammoth lockers. With this supreme talent of adaptability mankind has become part of the ecology and guaranteed his own survival during the long winter. Physical survival has been guaranteed. But what about mental survival? Primitive Earth Eskimos can fall into a long doze of half-conscious hibernation. Civilized men might be able to do this, but only for the few cold months of terrestrial midwinter. It would be impossible to do during a winter that is longer than an Earth year. With all the physical needs taken care of, boredom became the enemy of any Anvarian who was not a hunter. And even the hunters could not stay out on solitary trek all winter. Drink was one answer, and violence another. Alcoholism and murder were the twin terrors of the cold season, after the breakdown. It was the 20s that ended all that. When they became a part of normal life, the summer was considered just an interlude between games. The 20s were more than just a contest, they became a way of life that satisfied all the physical, competitive and intellectual needs of this unusual planet. They were a decathlon, rather a double decathlon, raised to its highest power, where contests in chess and poetry composition held equal place with those in ski jumping and archery. Each year there were 2 planet-wide contests held, one for men and one for women. This was not an attempt at sexual discrimination, but a logical facing of facts. Inherent differences prevented fair contests. For example, it is impossible for a woman to win a large chess tournament, and this fact was recognized. Anyone could enter for any number of years. There were no scoring handicaps. When the best man won, he was really the best man. A complicated series of playoffs and eliminations kept contestants and observers busy for half the winter. They were only preliminary to the final encounter that lasted a month, and picked a single winner. That was the title he was awarded. Winner. The man, and woman, who had bested every other contestant on the entire planet and who would remain unchallenged until the following year. Winner. It was a title to take pride in. Brian stirred weakly on his bed and managed to turn so he could look out of the window. Winner of Anver. His name was already slated for the history books, one of the handful of planetary heroes. School children would be studying him now, just as he had read of the winners of the past. Weaving daydreams and imaginary adventures around Brian's victories, hoping and fighting to equal them someday. To be a winner was the greatest honor in the universe. Outside, the afternoon sun shimmered weakly in a dark sky. The endless ice fields soaked up the dim light, reflecting it back as a colder and harsher illumination. A single figure on skis cut a line across the empty plain, nothing else moved. The depression of the ultimate fatigue fell on Brian and everything changed, as if he looked in a mirror at a previously hidden side. He saw suddenly, with terrible clarity, that to be a winner was to be absolutely nothing. Like being the best flea, among all the fleas on a single dog. What was Anver after all? An ice-locked planet, inhabited by a few million human fleas, unknown and unconsidered by the rest of the galaxy. There was nothing here worth fighting for, the wars after the breakdown had left them untouched. The Anvarians had always taken pride in this, as if being so unimportant that no one else even wanted to come near you could possibly be a source of pride. All the other worlds of man grew, fought, won, lost, changed. Only on Anver did life repeat its sameness endlessly, like a loop of tape in a player. Brian's eyes were moist, he blinked. Tears. Realization of this incredible fact wiped the maudlin pity from his mind and replaced it with fear. Had his mind snapped in the strain of the last match? These thoughts weren't his. Self-pity hadn't made him a winner, why was he feeling it now? Anver was his universe, how could he even imagine it as a tag-end planet at the outer limb of creation? What had come over him and induced this inverse thinking? As he thought the question, the answer appeared at the same instant. Winner Igel. The fat man with the strange pronouncements and probing questions. Had he cast a spell like some sorcerer, or the devil in Faust? No, that was pure nonsense. But he had done something. Perhaps planted a suggestion when Brian's resistance was low. Or used subliminal vocalization like the villain in Cerberus Chained. Brian could find no adequate reason on which to base his suspicions. But he knew, with sure positiveness, that Igel was responsible. He whistled at the sound switch next to his pillow and the repaired communicator came to life. The duty nurse appeared in the small screen. The man who was here today, Brian said, Winner Igel. Do you know where he is? I must contact him. For some reason this flustered her professional calm. The nurse started to answer, excused herself, and blanked the screen. When it lit again, a man in guard's uniform had taken her place. You made an inquiry, the guard said, about Winner Igel. We are holding him here in the hospital, following the disgraceful way in which he broke into your room. I have no charges to make. Will you ask him to come and see me at once? The guard controlled his shock. I'm sorry, Winner, I don't see how we can. Dr. Colry left specific orders that you were not to be. The doctor has no control over my personal life. Brian interrupted. I'm not infectious, nor ill with anything more than extreme fatigue. I want to see that man. At once. The guard took a deep breath, and made a quick decision. He is on the way up now, he said, and rung off. What did you do to me? Brian asked as soon as Igel had entered and they were alone. You won't deny that you have put alien thoughts in my head? No, I won't deny it. Because the whole point of my being here is to get those alien thoughts across to you. Tell me how you did it, Brian insisted. I must know. I'll tell you, but there are many things you should understand first, before you decide to leave Anver. You must not only hear them, you will have to believe them. The primary thing, the clue to the rest, is the true nature of your life here. How do you think the 20s originated? Before he answered, Brian carefully took a double dose of the mild stimulant he was allowed. I don't think, he said, I know. It's a matter of historical record. The founder of the games was Giroldi. The first contest was held in 378 AB. The 20s have been held every year since then. They were strictly local affairs in the beginning, but were soon well established on a planet-wide scale. True enough, Igel said. But you're describing what happened. I asked you how the 20s originated. How could any single man take a barbarian planet, lightly inhabited by half-mad hunters and alcoholic farmers, and turn it into a smooth-running social machine built around the artificial structure of the 20s? It just couldn't be done. But it was done. Brian insisted. You can't deny that. And there is nothing artificial about the 20s. They are a logical way to live a life on a planet like this. Igel laughed, a short ironic bark. Very logical, he said. But how often does logic have anything to do with the organization of social groups and governments? You're not thinking. Put yourself in Founder Giroldi's place. Imagine that you have glimpsed the great idea of the 20s and you want to convince others. So you walk up to the nearest louse-ridden, brawling, superstitious, booze-embalmed hunter and explain clearly how a program of his favorite sports, things like poetry, archery, and chess, can make his life that much more interesting and virtuous. You do that. But keep your eyes open at the same time, and be ready for a fast draw. Even Brian had to smile at the absurdity of the suggestion. Of course it couldn't happen that way. Yet, since it had happened, there must be a simple explanation. We can beat this back and forth all day, Igel told him, and you won't get the right idea unless, he broke off suddenly, staring at the communicator. The operation light had come on, though the screen stayed dark. Igel reached down a meaty hand and pulled loose the recently connected wires. That doctor of yours is very curious, and he's going to stay that way. The truth behind the 20s is none of his business. But it's going to be yours. You must come to realize that the life you lead here is a complete and artificial construction, developed by societics experts and put into application by skilled field workers. Nonsense. Brian broke in. Systems of society can't be dreamed up and forced on people like that. Not without bloodshed and violence. Nonsense, yourself, Igel told him. That may have been true in the dawn of history, but not anymore. You have been reading too many of the old Earth classics, you imagine that we still live in the ages of superstition. Just because fascism and communism were once forced on reluctant populations, you think this holds true for all time. Go back to your books. In exactly the same era democracy and self-government were adapted by former colonial states, like India and the Union of North Africa, and the only violence was between local religious groups. Change is the lifeblood of mankind. Everything we today accept as normal was at one time an innovation. And one of the most recent innovations is the attempt to guide the societies of mankind into something more consistent with the personal happiness of individuals. The God complex, Brian said. Forcing human lives into a mold whether they want to be fitted into it or not. Societies can be that, Igel agreed. It was in the beginning, and there were some disastrous results of attempts to force populations into a political climate where they didn't belong. They weren't all failures. Enver here is a striking example of how good the technique can be when correctly applied. It's not done this way anymore, though. As with all of the other sciences, we have found out that the more we know, the more there is to know. We no longer attempt to guide cultures towards what we consider a beneficial goal. There are too many goals, and from our limited vantage point it is hard to tell the good ones from the bad ones. All we do now is try to protect the growing cultures, give a little jolt to the stagnating ones, and bury the dead ones. When the work was first done here on Amber, the theory hadn't progressed that far. The understandably complex equations that determine just where in the scale from a Type 1 to a Type 5 a culture is, had not yet been completed. The technique then was to work out an artificial culture that would be most beneficial for a planet, then bend it into the mold. How can that be done? Brian asked. How was it done here? We've made some progress, you're finally asking, how? The technique here took a good number of agents, and a great deal of money. Personal honor was emphasized in order to encourage dueling, and this led to a heightened interest in the technique of personal combat. When this was well entrenched, Giroldi was brought in, and he showed how organized competitions could be more interesting than haphazard encounters. Tying the intellectual aspects onto the framework of competitive sports was a little more difficult, but not overwhelmingly so. The details aren't important, all we are considering now is the end product. Which is you. You're needed very much. Why me? Brian asked. Why am I special? Because I won the 20s. I can't believe that. Taken objectively, there isn't that much difference between myself and the 10 runner-ups. Why don't you ask one of them? They could do your job as well as I. No, they couldn't. I'll tell you later why you are the only man I can use. Our time is running out and I must convince you of some other things first. Igel glanced at his watch. We have less than 3 hours to deadline. Before that time I must explain enough of our work to you to enable you to decide voluntarily to join us. A very tall order, Brian said. You might begin by telling me just who this mysterious "we" is that you keep referring to. The Cultural Relationships Foundation. A non-governmental body, privately endowed, existing to promote peace and ensure the sovereign welfare of independent planets, so that all will prosper from the goodwill and commerce thereby engendered. Sounds as if you're quoting, Brian told him. No one could possibly make up something that sounds like that on the spur of the moment. I was quoting, from our Charter of Organization. Which is all very fine in a general sense, but I'm talking specifically now. About you. You are the product of a tightly knit and very advanced society. Your individuality has been encouraged by your growing up in a society so small in population that a mild form of government control is necessary. The normal Anvarian education is an excellent one, and participation in the 20s has given you a general and advanced education second to none in the galaxy. It would be a complete waste of your entire life if you now took all this training and wasted it on some rustic farm. You give me very little credit. I plan to teach. Forget Anver. Igel cut him off with a chop of his hand. This world will roll on quite successfully whether you are here or not. You must forget it, think of its relative unimportance on a galactic scale, and consider instead the existing, suffering hordes of mankind. You must think what you can do to help them. But what can I do, as an individual? The day is long past when a single man, like Caesar or Alexander, could bring about world-shaking changes. True, but not true, Igel said. There are key men in every conflict of forces, men who act like catalysts applied at the right instant to start a chemical reaction. You might be one of these men, but I must be honest and say that I can't prove it yet. So in order to save time and endless discussion, I think I will have to spark your personal sense of obligation. Obligation to whom? To mankind, of course, to the countless billions of dead who kept the whole machine rolling along that allows you the full, long and happy life you enjoy today. What they gave to you, you must pass on to others. This is the keystone of humanistic morals. Agreed. And a very good argument in the long run. But not one that is going to tempt me out of this bed within the next 3 hours. A point of success, Igel said. You agree with the general argument. Now I apply it specifically to you. Here is the statement I intend to prove. There exists a planet with a population of 7 million people. Unless I can prevent it, this planet will be completely destroyed. It is my job to stop that destruction, so that is where I am going now. I won't be able to do the job alone. In addition to others, I need you. Not anyone like you, but you, and you alone. You have precious little time left to convince me of all that, Brian told him, so let me make the job easier for you. The work you do, this planet, the imminent danger of the people there, these are all facts that you can undoubtedly supply. I'll take a chance that this whole thing is not a colossal bluff, and admit that given time, you could verify them all. This brings the argument back to me again. How can you possibly prove that I am the only person in the galaxy who can help you? I can prove it by your singular ability, the thing I came here to find. Ability? I am different in no way from the other men on my planet. You're wrong, Igel said. You are the embodied proof of evolution. Rare individuals with specific talents occur constantly in any species, man included. It has been 2 generations since an empathetic was last born on Anvor, and I have been watching carefully most of that time. What in blazes is an empathetic, and how do you recognize it when you have found it? Brian chuckled, this talk was getting preposterous. I can recognize one because I'm one myself, there is no other way. As to how projective empathy works, you had a demonstration of that a little earlier, when you felt those strange thoughts about Anvor. It will be a long time before you can master that, but receptive empathy is your natural trait. This is mentally entering into the feeling, or what could be called the spirit of another person. Empathy is not thought perception, it might better be described as the sensing of someone else's emotional makeup, feelings and attitudes. You can't lie to a trained empathetic, because he can sense the real attitude behind the verbal lies. Even your undeveloped talent has proved immensely useful in the 20s. You can outguess your opponent because you know his movements even as his body tenses to make them. You accept this without ever questioning it. How do you know? This was Brian's understood, but never voiced secret. Igel smiled. Just guessing. But I won the 20s too, remember, also without knowing a thing about empathy at the time. On top of our normal training, it's a wonderful trait to have. Which brings me to the proof we mentioned a minute ago. When you said you would be convinced if I could prove you were the only person who could help me. I believe you are, and that is one thing I cannot lie about. It's possible to lie about a belief verbally, to have a falsely based belief, or to change a belief. But you can't lie about it to yourself. Equally important, you can't lie about a belief to an empathetic. Would you like to see how I feel about this? See is a bad word, there is no vocabulary yet for this kind of thing. Better, would you join me in my feelings? Sense my attitudes, memories and emotions just as I do. Brian tried to protest, but he was too late. The doors of his senses were pushed wide and he was overwhelmed. Igel said aloud. 7 million people, hydrogen bombs. Brian Brand. These were just key words, landmarks of association. With each one Brian felt the rushing wave of the other man's emotions. There could be no lies here, Igel was right in that. This was the raw stuff that feelings are made of, the basic reactions to the things and symbols of memory. It was a word, it was a planet, and the word thundered. Like a drum the sound of its thunder surrounded and was a wasteland, a planet of death, a planet where living was dying and dying was very better than living. Crude, barbaric, backward, miserable, dirty beneath consideration. Planet. Dis. Hot, burning, scorching wasteland of sands. And sands and sands and sands that burned had burned will burn forever. The people of this planet so crude, dirty, miserable, barbaric, subhuman, inhuman, less than human. But they were going to be dead. And dead they would be, 7 million blackened corpses. That would blacken your dreams, all dreams, forever, because those hydrogen bombs were waiting to kill them unless you Igel stopped it, you Igel, death, you, death. You, death, alone couldn't do it, you, death. Must have. Brian Brand, wet behind the ears, raw untrained. Brian Brand to help you, he was the only one in the galaxy who could finish the job. As the flow of sensation died away, Brian realized he was sprawled back weakly on his pillows, soaked with sweat, washed with the memory of the raw emotion. Across from him Igel sat with his face bowed in his hands. When he lifted his head, Brian saw within his eyes a shadow of the blackness he had just experienced. Death, Brian said. That terrible feeling of death. It wasn't just the people of Dis who would die. It was something more personal. Myself, Igel said, and behind this simple word were the repeated echoes of night that Brian had been made aware of with his newly recognized ability. My own death, not too far away. This is the wonderfully terrible price you must pay for your talent. Angst is an inescapable part of empathy. It is a part of the whole unknown field of psi phenomena that seems to be independent of time. Death is so traumatic and final that it reverberates back along the timeline. The closer I get, the more aware of it I am. There is no exact feeling of date, just a rough location in time. That is the horror of it. I know I will die soon after I get to Dis, and long before the work there is finished. I know the job to be done there, and I know the men who have already failed at it. I also know you are the only person who can possibly complete the work I have started. Do you agree now? Will you come with me? Yes, of course, Brian said. I'll go with you. Chapter 4. I've never seen anyone quite as angry as that doctor, Brian said. Can't blame him. Igel shifted his immense weight and grunted from the console, where he was having a coded conversation with the ship's brain. He hit the keys quickly, and read the answer from the screen. You took away his medical moment of glory. How many times in his life will he have a chance to nurse back to rugged smiling health the triumphantly exhausted winner of the 20s? Not many, I imagine. The wonder of it is how you managed to convince him that you and the ship here could take care of me as well as his hospital could. I could never convince him of that, Igel said. But I and the Cultural Relationships Foundation have some powerful friends on Anvor. I'm forced to admit I brought a little pressure to bear. He leaned back and read the course tape as it streamed out of the printer. We have a little time to spare, but I would rather spend it waiting at the other end. We'll blast as soon as I have you tied down in a stasis field. The completeness of the stasis field leaves no impressions on the body or mind. In it there is no weight, no pressure, no pain, no sensation of any kind. Except for a stasis of very long duration, there is no sensation of time. To Brian's consciousness, Igel flipped the switch off with a continuation of the same motion that had turned it on. The ship was unchanged, only outside of the port was the red-shot blankness of jump space. How do you feel? Igel asked. Apparently the ship was wondering the same thing. Its detector unit, hovering impatiently just outside of Brian's stasis field, darted down and settled on his bare forearm. The doctor back on Anvor had given the medical section of the ship's brain a complete briefing. A quick check of a dozen factors of Brian's metabolism was compared to the expected norm. Apparently everything was going well, because the only reaction was the expected injection of vitamins and glucose. "I can't say I'm feeling wonderful yet," Brian answered, levering himself higher on the pillows. "But every day it's a bit better, steady progress." "I hope so, because we have about 2 weeks before we get to Dis. Do you think you'll be back in shape by that time?" "No promises," Brian said, giving a tentative squeeze to one bicep. "It should be enough time, though. Tomorrow I start mild exercise and that will tighten me up again. Now, tell me more about Dis and what you have to do there." "I'm not going to do it twice, so just save your curiosity a while. We're heading for a rendezvous point now to pick up another operator. This is going to be a 3-man team, you, me and an exobiologist. As soon as he is aboard I'll do a complete briefing for you both at the same time. What you can do now is get your head into the language box and start working on your Disan. You'll want to speak it perfectly by the time we touch down." With an auto-hypno for complete recall, Brian had no difficulty in mastering the grammar and vocabulary of Disan. Pronunciation was a different matter altogether. Almost all the word endings were swallowed, muffled or gargled. The language was rich in glottal stops, clicks and guttural strangling sounds. Igel stayed in a different part of the ship when Brian used the voice mirror and analysis scope, claiming that the awful noises interfered with his digestion. Their ship angled through jump space along its calculated course. It kept its fragile human cargo warm, fed them and supplied breathable air. It had orders to worry about Brian's health, so it did, checking constantly against its recorded instructions and noting his steady progress. Another part of the ship's brain counted microseconds with moronic fixation, finally closing a relay when a predetermined number had expired in its heart. A light flashed and a buzzer hummed gently but insistently. Igel yawned, put away the report he had been reading, and started for the control room. He shuddered when he passed the room where Brian was listening to a playback of his Disan efforts. "Turn off that dying brontosaurus and get strapped in," he called through the thin door. "We're coming to the point of optimum possibility and we'll be dropping back into normal space soon. The human mind can ponder the incredible distances between the stars, but cannot possibly contain within itself a real understanding of them. Marked out on a man's hand, an inch is a large unit of measure. In interstellar space, a cubical area with sides 100,000 miles long is a microscopically fine division. Light crosses this distance in a fraction of a second. To a ship moving with a relative speed far greater than that of light, this measuring unit is even smaller. Theoretically, it appears impossible to find a particular area of this size. Technologically, it was a repeatable miracle that occurred too often to even be interesting. Brian and Igel were strapped in when the jump drive cut off abruptly, lurching them back into normal space and time. They didn't unstrap, but just sat and looked at the dimly distant pattern of stars. A single sun, apparently of 5th magnitude, was their only neighbor in this lost corner of the universe. They waited while the computer took enough star sites to triangulate a position in 3 dimensions, muttering to itself electronically while it did the countless calculations to find their position. A warning bell chimed and the drive cut on and off so quickly that the 2 acts seemed simultaneous. This happened again, twice, before the brain was satisfied it had made as good a fix as possible and flashed a navigation power OFF light. Igel unstrapped, stretched, and made them a meal. Igel had computed their passage time with precise allowances. Less than 10 hours after they arrived, a powerful signal blasted into their waiting receiver. They strapped in again as the navigation power on signal blinked insistently. A ship had paused in flight somewhere relatively near in the vast volume of space. It had entered normal space just long enough to emit a signal of radio query on an assigned wavelength. Igel's ship had detected this and instantly responded with a verifying signal. The passenger spacer had accepted this assurance and gracefully laid a 10-foot metal egg in space. As soon as this had cleared its jump field, the parent ship vanished towards its destination, light years away. Igel's ship climbed up the signal it had received. This signal had been recorded and examined minutely. Angle, strength and Doppler movement were computed to find course and distance. A few minutes of flight were enough to get within range of the far weaker transmitter in the drop capsule. Homing on this signal was so simple, a human pilot could have done it himself. The shining sphere loomed up, then vanished out of sight of the viewports as the ship rotated to bring the spacelock into line. Magnetic clamps cut in when they made contact. "Go down and let the bug doctor in," Igel said. "I'll stay and monitor the board in case of trouble." "What do I have to do?" "Get into a suit and open the outer lock. Most of the drop sphere is made of inflatable metallic foil, so don't bother to look for the entrance. Just cut a hole in it with the oversized can opener you'll find in the toolbox. After Dr. Maurice gets aboard, jettison the thing. Only get the radio and locator unit out first, it gets used again." The tool did look like a giant can opener. Brian carefully felt the resilient metal skin that covered the lock entrance, until he was sure there was nothing on the other side. Then he jabbed the point through and cut a ragged hole in the thin foil. "Dar!" Maurice boiled out of the sphere, knocking Brian aside. "What's the matter?" Brian asked. There was no radio on the other suit, he couldn't answer. But he did shake his fist angrily. The helmet ports were opaque, so there was no way to tell what expressions went with the gesture. Brian shrugged and turned back to salvaging the equipment pack, pushing the punctured balloon free and sealing the lock. When pressure was pumped back to ship normal, he cracked his helmet and motioned the other to do the same. "You're a pack of dirty lying dogs," Dr. Maurice said when the helmet came off. Brian was completely baffled. "Dar." Leah Maurice had long dark hair, large eyes, and a delicately shaped mouth now taut with anger. Dr. Maurice was a woman. "Are you the filthy swine responsible for this atrocity?" Dr. Maurice asked menacingly. In the control room, Brian said quickly, knowing when cowardice was preferable to valor. "A man named Igel. There's a lot of him to hate, you can have a good time doing it. I just joined up myself." He was talking to her back as she stormed from the room. Brian hurried after her, not wanting to miss the first human spark of interest in the trip to date. "Kidnapped. Lied to, and forced against my will. There is no court in the galaxy that won't give you the maximum sentence, and I'll scream with pleasure as they roll your fat body into solitary." "They shouldn't have sent a woman," Igel said, completely ignoring her words. "I asked for a highly qualified exobiologist for a difficult assignment. Someone young and tough enough to do field work under severe conditions. So the recruiting office sends me the smallest female they can find, one who'll melt in the first rain." "I will not," Leah shouted. "Female resiliency is a well-known fact, and I'm in far better condition than the average woman. Which has nothing to do with what I'm telling you. I was hired for a job in the university on Mahler's World and signed a contract to that effect. Then this bully of an agent tells me the contract has been changed, read subparagraph 189C or some such nonsense, and I'll be transshipping. He stuffed me into that suffocating basketball without a by your leave and they threw me overboard. If that is not a violation of personal privacy." "Cut a new course, Brian," Igel broke in. "Find the nearest settled planet and head us there. We have to drop this woman and find a man for this job. We are going to what is undoubtedly the most interesting planet an exobiologist ever conceived of, but we need a man who can take orders and not faint when it gets too hot." Brian was lost. Igel had done all the navigating and Brian had no idea how to begin a search like this. "Oh, no you don't," Leah said. "You don't get rid of me that easily. I placed first in my class, and most of the 500 other students were male. This is only a man's universe because the men say so. What is the name of this garden planet where we are going?" Dis. I'll give you a briefing as soon as I get this ship on course. He turned to the controls and Leah slipped out of her suit and went into the lavatory to comb her hair. Brian closed his mouth, aware suddenly it had been open for a long time. Is that what you call applied psychology? He asked. Not really. She was going to go along with the job in the end, since she did sign the contract even if she didn't read the fine print, but not until she had exhausted her feelings. I just shortened the process by switching her onto the male superiority hate. Most women who succeed in normally masculine fields have a reflexive antipathy there, they have been hit on the head with it so much. He fed the course tape into the console and scowled. But there was a good chunk of truth in what I said. I wanted a young, fit and highly qualified biologist from recruiting. I never thought they would find a female one, and it's too late to send her back now. This is no place for a woman. Why? Brian asked, as Leah appeared in the doorway. Come inside, and I'll show you both, Igel said. Chapter 5. Dis, Igel said, consulting a thick file, third planet out from its primary, Epsilon Eridani. The fourth planet is Nijord, remember that, because it is going to be very important. This is a place you need a good reason to visit and no reason at all to leave. Too hot, too dry, the temperature in the temperate zones rarely drops below 100 Fahrenheit. The planet is nothing but scorched rock and burning sand. Most of the water is underground and normally inaccessible. The surface water is all in the form of briny, chemically saturated swamps, undrinkable without extensive processing. All the facts and figures are here in the folder and you can study them later. Right now I want you just to get the idea that this planet is as loathsome and inhospitable as they come. So are the people. This is a Salido of a Disan. Leah gasped at the three-dimensional representation on the screen. Not at the physical aspects of the man, as a biologist trained in the specialty of alien life she had seen a lot stranger sights. It was the man's pose, the expression on his face, tense to leap, his lips drawn back to show all of his teeth. He looks as if he wanted to kill the photographer, she said. He almost did, just after the picture was taken. Like all Disans, he has an overwhelming hatred and loathing of offworlders. Not without good reason, though. His planet was settled completely by chance during the breakdown. I'm not sure of the details, but the overall picture is clear, since the story of their desertion forms the basis of all the myths and animistic religions on Dis. Apparently there were large-scale mining operations carried on there once. The world is rich enough in minerals and mining them is very simple. But water came only from expensive extraction processes and I imagine most of the food came from off-world. Which was good enough until the settlement was forgotten, the way a lot of other planets were during the breakdown. All the records were destroyed in the fighting, and the ore carriers were pressed into military service. This was on its own. What happened to the people there is a tribute to the adaptation possibilities of Homo sapiens. Individuals died, usually in enormous pain, but the race lived. Changed a good deal, but still human. As the water and food ran out and the extraction machinery broke down, they must have made heroic efforts to survive. They couldn't do it mechanically, but by the time the last machine collapsed, enough people were adjusted to the environment to keep the race going. Their descendants are still there, completely adapted to the environment. Their body temperatures are around 130 degrees. They have specialized tissue in the gluteal area for storing water. These are minor changes, compared to the major ones they have done in fitting themselves for this planet. I don't know the exact details, but the reports are very enthusiastic about symbiotic relationships. They assure us that this is the first time Homo sapiens has been an active part of either commensalism or inquilism other than in the role of host. Wonderful! Leah exclaimed. Is it? Igel scowled. Perhaps from the abstract scientific point of view. If you can keep notes perhaps you might write a book about it sometime. But I'm not interested. I'm sure all these morphological changes and disgusting intimacies will fascinate you, Dr. Maurice. But while you are counting blood types and admiring your thermometers, I hope you will be able to devote a little time to a study of the Disson's obnoxious personalities. We must either find out what makes these people tick, or we are going to have to stand by and watch the whole lot blown up. Going to do what? Leah gasped. Destroy them. Wipe out this fascinating genetic pool. Why? Because they are so incredibly loathsome, that's why. Igel said. These aboriginal hotheads have managed to lay their hands on some primitive cobalt bombs. They want to light the fuse and drop these bombs on Nijord, the next planet. Nothing said or done can convince them differently. They demand unconditional surrender, or else. This is impossible for a lot of reasons, most important, because the Nijorders would like to keep their planet for their very own. They have tried every kind of compromise but none of them works. The Dissons are out to commit racial suicide. A Nijord fleet is now over Dis and the deadline has almost expired for the surrender of the cobalt bombs. The Nijord ships carry enough H-bombs to turn the entire planet into an atomic pile. That is what we must stop. Brian looked at the Slido on the screen, trying to make some judgment of the man. Bare, horny feet. A bulky, ragged length of cloth around the waist was the only garment. What looked like a piece of green vine was hooked over one shoulder. From a plated belt were suspended a number of odd devices made of hand-beaten metal, drilled stone and looped leather. The only recognizable item was a thin knife of unusual design. Loops of piping, flared bells, carved stones tied in senseless patterns of thonging gave the rest of the collection a bizarre appearance. Perhaps they had some religious significance. But the well-worn and handled look of most of them gave Brian an uneasy sensation. If they were used, what in the universe could they be used for? I can't believe it, he finally concluded. Except for the exotic hardware, this lowbrow looks as if he has sunk back into the Stone Age. I don't see how his kind can be any real threat to another planet. The Nijorders believe it, and that's good enough for me, Igel said. They are paying our Cultural Relationships Foundation a good sum to try and prevent this war. Since they are our employers, we must do what they ask. Brian ignored this large lie, since it was obviously designed as an explanation for Leah. But he made a mental note to query Igel later about the real situation. Here are the tech reports. Igel dropped them on the table. Dis has some spacers as well as the cobalt bombs, though these aren't the real threat. A tramp trader was picked up leaving Dis. It had delivered a jump space launcher that can drop those bombs on Nijord while anchored to the bedrock of Dis. While essentially a peaceful and happy people, the Nijorders were justifiably annoyed at this and convinced the tramp's captain to give them some more information. It's all here. Boiled down, it gives a minimum deadline by which time the launcher can be set up and start throwing bombs. When is that deadline? Leah asked. In 10 more days. If the situation hasn't been changed drastically by then, the Nijorders are going to wipe all life from the face of Dis. I assure you they don't want to do it. But they will drop the bombs in order to assure their own survival. What am I supposed to do? Leah asked, flipping the pages of the report. I don't know a thing about nucleonics or jump space. I'm an exobiologist, with a supplementary degree in anthropology. What help could I possibly be? Igel looked down at her, stroking his jaw, fingers sunk deep into the rolls of flesh. My faith in our recruiters is restored, he said. That's a combination that is probably rare, even on Earth. You're as scrawny as an underfed chicken, but young enough to survive if we keep a close eye on you. He cut off Lee's angry protest with a raised hand. No more bickering. There isn't time. The Nijorders must have lost over 30 agents trying to find the bombs. Our foundation has had 6 people killed, including my late predecessor in charge of the project. He was a good man, but I think he went at this problem the wrong way. I think it is a cultural one, not a physical one. Run it through again with the power turned up, Leah said, frowning. All I hear is static. It's the old problem of Genesis. Like Newton and the falling apple, Levi and the hysteresis in the warp field. Everything has a beginning. If we can find out why these people are so hell-bent on suicide, we might be able to change the reasons. Not that I intend to stop looking for the bombs or the jump space generator either. We are going to try anything that will avert this planetary murder. You're a lot brighter than you look, Leah said, rising and carefully stacking the sheets of the report. You can count on me for complete cooperation. Now I'll study all this in bed if one of you overweight gentlemen will show me to a room with a strong lock on the inside of the door. Don't call me, I'll call you when I want breakfast. Brian wasn't sure how much of her barbed speech was humor and how much was serious, so he said nothing. He showed her to an empty cabin. She did lock the door, then looked for Igel. The winner was in the galley, adding to his girth with an immense gelatin dessert that filled a good-sized tureen. Is she short for a native Terran? Brian asked. The top of her head is below my chin. That's the norm. Earth is a reservoir of tired genes. Weak backs, vermiform appendixes, bad eyes. If they didn't have the universities and the trained people we need, I would never use them. Why did you lie to her about the Foundation? Because it's a secret, isn't that reason enough? Igel rumbled angrily, scraping the last dregs from the bowl. Better eat something. Build up the strength. The Foundation has to maintain its undercover status if it is going to accomplish anything. If she returns to Earth after this, it's better that she should know nothing of our real work. If she joins up, there'll be time enough to tell her. But I doubt if she will like the way we operate. Particularly since I plan to drop some H-bombs on Dis myself, if we can't turn off the war. I don't believe it. You heard me correctly. Don't bulge your eyes and look moronic. As a last resort, I'll drop the bombs myself rather than let the Nijorders do it. That might save them. Save them, they'd all be radiated and dead. Brian's voice rose in anger. Not the Dissons. I want to save the Nijorders. Stop clenching your fists and sit down and have some of this cake. It's delicious. The Nijorders are all that counts here. They have a planet blessed by the laws of chance. When Dis was cut off from outside contact, the survivors turned into a gang of swamp-crawling homicidals. It did the opposite for Nijord. You can survive there just by pulling fruit off a tree. The population was small, educated, intelligent. Instead of sinking into an eternal siesta, they matured into a vitally different society. Not mechanical, they weren't even using the wheel when they were rediscovered. They became sort of cultural specialists, digging deep into the philosophical aspects of interrelationship, the thing that machine societies never have had time for. Of course, this was ready-made for the Cultural Relationships Foundation, and we have been working with them ever since. Not guiding so much as protecting them from any blows that might destroy this growing idea. But we've fallen down on the job. Non-violence is essential to these people, they have vitality without needing destruction. But if they are forced to blow up Dis for their own survival, against every one of their basic tenets, their philosophy won't endure. Physically they'll live on, as just one more dog-eat-dog planet with an A-bomb for any of the competition who drop behind. Sounds like paradise now. Don't be smug. It's just another world full of people with the same old likes, dislikes and hatreds. But they are evolving a way of living together, without violence, that may someday form the key to mankind's survival. They are worth looking after. Now get below and study your Deason and read the reports. Get it all pat before we land. Chapter 6. Identify yourself, please. The quiet words from the speaker in no way appeared to coincide with the picture on the screen. The spacer that had matched their orbit over Dis had recently been a freighter. A quick conversion had tacked the hulking shape of a primary weapons turret on top of her hull. The black disk of the immense muzzle pointed squarely at them. Igel switched open the ship-to-ship communication channel. This is Igel. Retinal pattern 490, BJ4-67, which is also the code that is supposed to get me through your blockade. Do you want to check that pattern? There will be no need, thank you. If you will turn on your recorder, I have a message relayed to you from Prime 4. Recording in out, Igel said. Damn. Trouble already, and 4 days to blow up. Prime 4 is our headquarters on Dis. This ship carries a cover cargo so we can land at the spaceport. This is probably a change of plan and I don't like the smell of it. There was something behind Igel's grumbling this time, and without conscious effort Brian could sense the chilling touch of the other man's angst. Trouble was waiting for them on the planet below. When the message was typed by the decoder, Igel hovered over it, reading each word as it appeared on the paper. When it was finished he only snorted and went below to the galley. Brian pulled the message out of the machine and read it. Igel spaceport landing danger night landing preferable coordinates map 46J92 MN75 remote your ship VON will meet end. Dropping into the darkness was safe enough. It was done on instruments, and the Dissons were thought to have no detection apparatus. The altimeter dials spun backwards to 0 and a soft vibration was the only indication they had landed. All of the cabin lights were off except for the fluorescent glow of the instruments. A white speckled gray filled the infrared screen, radiation from the still warm sand and stone. There were no moving blips on it, not the characteristic shape of a shielded atomic generator. We're here first, Igel said, opaquing the ports and turning on the cabin lights. They blinked at each other, faces damp with perspiration. Must you have the ship this hot? Leah asked, patting her forehead with an already sodden kerchief. Stripped of her heavier clothing, she looked even tinier to Brian. But the thin cloth tunic, reaching barely halfway to her knees, concealed very little. Small she may have appeared to him, unfeminine she was not. Her breasts were full and high, her waist tiny enough to offset the outward curve of her hips. Shall I turn around so you can stare at the back too? She asked Brian. 5 days' experience had taught him that this type of remark was best ignored. It only became worse if he tried to make an intelligent answer. This is hotter than this cabin, he said, changing the subject. By raising the interior temperature we can at least prevent any sudden shock when we go out. I know the theory, but it doesn't stop me from sweating, she said curtly. Best thing you can do is sweat. Igel said. He looked like a glistening captive balloon in shorts. Finishing a bottle of beer, he took another from the freezer. Have a beer? No, thank you. I'm afraid it would dissolve the last shreds of tissue and my kidneys would float completely away. On Earth we never. Get Professor Maurie's luggage for her, Igel interrupted. Vian's coming, there's his signal. I'm sending this ship up before any of the locals spot it. When he cracked the outer port the puff of air struck them like the exhaust from a furnace, dry and hot as a tongue of flame. Brian heard Lee's gasp in the darkness. She stumbled down the ramp and he followed her slowly, careful of the weight of packs and equipment he carried. The sand, still hot from the day, burned through his boots. Igel came last, the remote control unit in his hand. As soon as they were clear he activated it and the ramp slipped back like a giant tongue. As soon as the lock had swung shut, the ship lifted and drifted upward silently towards its orbit, a shrinking darkness against the stars. There was just enough starlight to see the sandy wastes around them, as wave-filled as a petrified sea. The dark shape of a sand car drew up over a dune and hummed to a stop. When the door opened Igel stepped towards it and everything happened at once. Igel broke into a blue nimbus of crackling flame, his skin blackening, charred. He was dead in an instant. A second pillar of flame bloomed next to the car, and a choking scream was cut off at the moment it began. Igel died silently. Brian was diving even as the electrical discharges still crackled in the air. The boxes and packs dropped from him and he slammed against Leah, knocking her to the ground. He hoped she had the sense to stay there and be quiet. This was his only conscious thought, the rest was reflex. He was rolling over and over as fast as he could. The spitting electrical flames flared again, playing over the bundles of luggage he had dropped. This time Brian was expecting it, pressed flat on the ground a short distance away. He was facing the darkness away from the sand car and saw the brief, blue glow of the ion rifle discharge. His own gun was in his hand. When Igel had given him the missile weapon he had asked no questions, but had just strapped it on. There had been no thought that he would need it this quickly. Holding it firmly before him in both hands, he let his body aim at the spot where the glow had been. A whiplash of explosive slugs ripped the night air. They found their target and something thrashed voicelessly and died. In the brief instant after he fired, a jarring weight landed on his back and a line of fire circled his throat. Normally he fought with a calm mind, with no thoughts other than of the contest. But Igel, a friend, a man of Anver, had died a few seconds before, and Brian found himself welcoming this physical violence and pain. There are many foolish and dangerous things that can be done, such as smoking next to high-octane fuel and putting fingers into electrical sockets. Just as dangerous, and equally deadly, is physically attacking a winner of the 20s. Two men hit Brian together, though this made very little difference. The first died suddenly as hands like steel claws found his neck and in a single spasmodic contraction did such damage to the large blood vessels there that they burst and tiny hemorrhages filled his brain. The second man had time for a single scream, though he died just as swiftly when those hands closed on his larynx. Running in a crouch, partially on his knuckles, Brian swiftly made a circle of the area, gun ready. There were no others. Only when he touched the softness of Lee's body did the blood anger seep from him. He was suddenly aware of the pain and fatigue, the sweat soaking his body and the breath rasping in his throat. Holstering the gun, he ran light fingers over her skull, finding a bruised spot on one temple. Her chest was rising and falling regularly. She had struck her head when he pushed her. It had undoubtedly saved her life. Sitting down suddenly, he let his body relax, breathing deeply. Everything was a little better now, except for the pain at his throat. His fingers found a thin strand on the side of his neck with a knobby weight on the end. There was another weight on his other shoulder and a thin line of pain across his neck. When he pulled on them both, the strangler's cord came away in his hand. It was thin fiber, strong as a wire. When it had been pulled around his neck it had sliced the surface skin and flesh like a knife, halted only by the corded bands of muscle below. Brian threw it from him, into the darkness where it had come from. He could think again, and he carefully kept his thoughts from the men he had killed. Knowing it was useless, he went to Igel's body. A single touch of the scorched flesh was enough. Behind him Leah moaned with returning consciousness and he hurried on to the sand car, stepping over the charred body outside the door. The driver slumped, dead, killed perhaps by the same strangling cord that had sunk into Brian's throat. He laid the man gently on the sand and closed the lids over the staring horror of the eyes. There was a canteen in the car and he brought it back to Leah. "My head, I've hurt my head," she said groggily. "Just a bruise," he reassured her. "Drink some of this water and you'll soon feel better. Lie back. Everything's over for the moment and you can rest." "Igel's dead," Leah said with sudden shocked memory. "They've killed him." "What's happened?" She tensed, tried to rise, and he pressed her back gently. "I'll tell you everything. Just don't try to get up yet. There was an ambush and they killed Vian and the driver of the sand car, as well as Igel. 3 men did it and they're all dead now too. I don't think there are any more around, but if there are I'll hear them coming. We're just going to wait a few minutes until you feel better, then we're getting out of here in the car. Bring the ship down." There was a thin note of hysteria in her voice. "We can't stay here alone. We don't know where to go or what to do. With Igel dead, the whole thing's spoiled. We have to get out. There are some things that can't sound gentle, no matter how gently they are said. This was one of them. I'm sorry, Leah, but the ship is out of our reach right now. Igel was killed with an ion gun and it fused the control unit into a solid lump. We must take the car and get to the city. We'll do it now. See if you can stand up, I'll help you. She rose, not saying anything, and as they walked towards the car a single, reddish moon cleared the hills behind them. In its light Brian saw a dark line bisecting the rear panel of the sand car. He stopped abruptly. What's the matter? Leah asked. The unlocked engine cover could have only one significance and he pushed it open, knowing in advance what he would see. The attackers had been very thorough and fast. In the short time available to them they had killed the driver and the car as well. Ruddy light shone on torn wires, ripped out connections. Repair would be impossible. I think we'll have to walk, he told her, trying to keep the gloom out of his voice. This spot is roughly 150 kilometers from the city of Huvstad, where we have to go. We should be able to. We're going to die. We can't walk anywhere. This whole planet is a death trap. Let's get back in the ship. The shrillness of hysteria was at the edge of her voice, as well as a subtle slurring of sounds. Brian didn't try to reason with her or bother to explain. She had a concussion from the blow, that much was obvious. He had her sit and rest while he made what preparations he could for the long walk. Clothing first. With each passing minute the desert air was growing colder as the day's heat ebbed away. Leah was beginning to shiver, and he took some heavier clothing from her charred bag and made her pull it on over her light tunic. There was little else that was worth carrying, the canteen from the car and a first aid kit he found in one of the compartments. There were no maps and no radio. Navigation was obviously done by compass on this almost featureless desert. The car was equipped with an electrically operated gyrocompass, of no use to him now. But he did use it to check the direction of Huvstad, as he remembered it from the map, and found it lined up perfectly with the tracks the car had cut into the sand. It had come directly from the city. They could find their way by backtracking. Time was slipping away. He would have liked to bury Igel and the men from the car, but the night hours were too valuable to be wasted. The best he could do was put the 3 corpses in the car, for protection from the Desan animals. He locked the door and threw the key as far as he could into the blackness. Leah had slipped into a restless sleep and he carefully shook her awake. Come, Brian said. We have a little walking to do. Chapter 7. With the cool air and firmly packed sand underfoot, walking should have been easy. Leah spoiled that. The concussion seemed to have temporarily cut off the reasoning part of her brain, leaving a direct connection to her vocal cords. As she stumbled along, only half conscious, she mumbled all of her darkest fears that were better left unvoiced. Occasionally there was relevancy in her complaints. They would lose their way, never find the city, die of thirst, freezing, heat or hunger. Interspersed and entwined with these were fears from her past that still floated, submerged in the timeless ocean of her subconscious. Some Brian could understand, though he tried not to listen. Fears of losing credits, not getting the highest grade, falling behind, a woman alone in a world of men, leaving school, being lost, trampled among the nameless hordes that struggled for survival in the crowded city-states of Earth. There were other things she was afraid of that made no sense to a man of Anvur. Who were the Alkians that seemed to trouble her? Or what was Kanseri? Dadel and Hadel? Who was Manstan, whose name kept coming up, over and over, each time accompanied by a little moan? Brian stopped and picked her up in both arms. With a sigh she settled against the hard width of his chest and was instantly asleep. Even with the additional weight he made better time now, and he stretched to his fastest, kilometer-consuming stride to make good use of these best hours. Somewhere on a stretch of gravel and shelving rock he lost the track of the sand car. He wasted no time looking for it. By carefully watching the glistening stars rise and set he had made a good estimate of the geographic north. Dis didn't seem to have a pole star. However, a box-like constellation turned slowly around the invisible point of the pole. Keeping this positioned in line with his right shoulder guided him on the westerly course he needed. When his arms began to grow tired he lowered Leah gently to the ground. She didn't wake. Stretching for an instant, before taking up his burden again, Brian was struck by the terrible loneliness of the desert. His breath made a vanishing mist against the stars, all else was darkness and silence. How distant he was from his home, his people, his planet. Even the constellations of the night sky were different. He was used to solitude, but this was a loneliness that touched some deep-buried instinct. A shiver that wasn't from the desert cold touched lightly along his spine, prickling at the hairs on his neck. It was time to go on. He shrugged the disquieting sensations off and carefully tied Leah into the jacket he had been wearing. Slung like a pack on his back, it made the walking easier. The gravel gave way to sliding dunes of sand that seemed to continue to infinity. It was a painful, slipping climb to the top of each one, then an equally difficult descent to the black-pooled hollow at the foot of the next. With the first lightening of the sky in the east he stopped, breath rasping in his chest, to mark his direction before the stars faded. One line scratched in the sand pointed due north, a second pointed out the course they should follow. When they were aligned to his satisfaction he washed his mouth out with a single swallow of water and sat on the sand next to the still form of the girl. Gold fingers of fire searched across the sky, wiping out the stars. It was magnificent. Brian forgot his fatigue in appreciation. There should be some way of preserving it. A quatrain would be best. Short enough to be remembered, yet requiring attention and skill to compact everything into it. He had scored high with his quatrains in the 20s. This would be a special one. Tained, his poetry mentor, would have to get a copy. What are you mumbling about? Leah asked, looking up at the craggy blackness of his profile against the reddening sky. Poem, he said. Shoo. Just a minute. It was too much for Leah, coming after the tension and dangers of the night. She began to laugh, laughing even harder when he scowled at her. Only when she heard the tinge of growing hysteria did she make an attempt to break off the laughter. The sun cleared the horizon, washing a sudden warmth over them. Leah gasped. Your throat's been cut. You're bleeding to death. Not really, he said, touching his fingertips lightly against the blood-clotted wound that circled his neck. Just superficial. Depression sat on him as he suddenly remembered the battle and death of the previous night. Leah didn't notice his face, she was busy digging in the pack he had thrown down. He had to use his fingers to massage and force away the grimace of pain that twisted his mouth. Memory was more painful than the wound. How easily he had killed 3 men. How close to the surface of the civilized man the animal dwelled. In countless matches he had used those holds, always drawing back from the exertion of the full killing power. They were part of a game, part of the 20s. Yet when his friend had been killed he had become a killer himself. He believed in non-violence and the sanctity of life, until the first test, when he had killed without hesitation. More ironic was the fact he really felt no guilt, even now. Shock at the change, yes. But no more than that. Lift your chin, Leah said, brandishing the antiseptic applicator she had found in the medicine kit. He lifted his chin obligingly and the liquid drew a cool, burning line across his neck. Antibio pills would do a lot more good, since the wound was completely clotted by now, but he didn't speak his thoughts aloud. For the moment Leah had forgotten herself in taking care of him. He put some of the antiseptic on her scalp bruise and she squeaked, pulling back. They both swallowed the pills. That sun is hot already, Leah said, peeling off her heavy clothing. Let's find a nice cool cave or an air-cooled saloon to crawl into for the day. I don't think there are any here. Just sand. We have to walk. I know we have to walk, she interrupted. There's no need for a lecture about it. You're as seriously cubical as the Bank of Terra. Relax. Count 10 and start again. Leah was making empty talk while she listened to the memory of hysteria tittering at the fringes of her brain. No time for that. We have to keep going. Brian climbed slowly to his feet after stowing everything in the pack. When he sighted along his marker at the western horizon, he saw nothing to mark their course, only the marching dunes. He helped Leah to her feet and began walking slowly towards them. Just hold on a second, Leah called after him. Where do you think you're going? In that direction, he said, pointing. I hoped there would be some landmarks, but there aren't. We'll have to keep on by dead reckoning. The sun will keep us pretty well on course. If we aren't there by night, the stars will be a better guide. All this on an empty stomach. How about breakfast? I'm hungry, and thirsty. No food. He shook the canteen that gurgled emptily. It had been only partly filled when he found it. The water's low and we'll need it later. I need it now, she said shortly. My mouth tastes like an unemptied ashtray and I'm dry as paper. Just a single swallow, he said after the briefest hesitation. This is all we have. Leah sipped at it with her eyes closed in appreciation. Then he sealed the top and returned it to the pack without taking any himself. They were sweating as they started up the first dune. The desert was barren of life, they were the only things moving under that merciless sun. Their shadows pointed the way ahead of them, and as the shadows shortened the heat rose. It had an intensity Leah had never experienced before, a physical weight that pushed at her with a searing hand. Her clothing was sodden with perspiration, and it trickled burning into her eyes. The light and heat made it hard to see, and she leaned on the immovable strength of Brian's arm. He walked on steadily, apparently ignoring the heat and discomfort. I wonder if those things are edible, or store water. Brian's voice was a harsh rasp. Leah blinked and squinted at the leathery shape on the summit of the dune. Plant or animal, it was hard to tell. It was the size of a man's head, wrinkled and gray as dried-out leather, knobbed with thick spikes. Brian pushed it up with his toe and they had a brief glimpse of a white roundness, like a shiny taproot, going down into the dune. Then the thing contracted, pulling itself lower into the sand. At the same instant something thin and sharp lashed out through a fold in the skin, striking at Brian's boot and withdrawing. There was a scratch on the hard plastic, beaded with drops of green liquid. Probably poison, he said, digging his toe into the sand. This thing is too mean to fool with, without a good reason. Let's keep going. It was before noon when Leah fell down. She really wanted to go on, but her body wouldn't obey. The thin soles of her shoes were no protection against the burning sand and her feet were lumps of raw pain. Heat hammered down, poured up from the sand and swirled her in an oven of pain. The air she gasped in was molten metal that dried and cracked her mouth. Each pulse of her heart throbbed blood to the wound in her scalp until it seemed her skull would burst with the agony. She had stripped down to the short tunic, in spite of Brian's insistence that she keep her body protected from the sun, and that clung to her, soaked with sweat. She tore at it in a desperate effort to breathe. There was no escape from the unending heat. Though the baked sand burned torture into her knees and hands, she couldn't rise. It took all her strength not to fall further. Her eyes closed and everything swirled in immense circles. Brian, blinking through slitted eyes, saw her go down. He lifted her, and carried her again as he had the night before. The hot touch of her body shocked his bare arms. Her skin was flushed pink. The tunic was torn open and one pointed breast rose and fell unevenly with the irregularity of her breathing. Wiping his palm free of sweat and sand, he touched her skin and felt the ominous hot dryness. Heat shock, all the symptoms. Dry, flushed skin, the ragged breathing. Her temperature rising quickly as her body stopped fighting the heat and succumbed. There was nothing he could do here to protect her from the heat. He measured a tiny portion of the remaining water into her mouth and she swallowed convulsively. Her thin clothing was little protection from the sun. He could only take her in his arms and keep on towards the horizon. An outcropping of rock threw a tiny patch of shade and he walked towards it. The ground here, shielded from the direct rays of the sun, felt almost cool by contrast. Leah opened her eyes when he put her down, peering up at him through a haze of pain. She wanted to apologize to him for her weakness, but no words came from the dried membrane of her throat. His body above her seemed to swim back and forth in the heat waves, swaying like a tree in a high wind. Shock drove her eyes open, cleared her mind for an instant. He really was swaying. Suddenly she realized how much she had come to depend on the unending solidity of his strength, and now it was failing. All over his body the corded muscles contracted in ridges, striving to keep him erect. She saw his mouth pulled open by the taut cords of his neck, and the gaping, silent scream was more terrible than any sound. Then she herself screamed as his eyes rolled back, leaving only the empty white of the eyeballs staring terribly at her. He went over, back, down, like a felled tree, thudding heavily on the sand. Unconscious or dead, she couldn't tell. She pulled limply at his leg, but couldn't drag his immense weight into the shade. Brian lay on his back in the sun, sweating. Leah saw this and knew that he was still alive. Yet what was happening? She groped for memory in the red haze of her mind, but could remember nothing from her medical studies that would explain this. On every square inch of his body the sweat glands seethed with sudden activity. From every pore oozed great globules of oily liquid, far thicker than normal perspiration. Brian's arms rippled with motion and Leah gaped, horrified as the hairs there writhed and stirred as though endowed with separate life. His chest rose and fell rapidly, deep, gasping breaths racking his body. Leah could only stare through the dim redness of unreality and wonder if she was going mad before she died. A coughing fit broke the rhythm of his rasping breath, and when it was over his breathing was easier. The perspiration still covered his body, the individual beads touching and forming tiny streams that trickled down his body and vanished in the sand. He stirred and rolled onto his side, facing her. His eyes were open and normal now as he smiled. "Didn't mean to frighten you. It caught me suddenly coming at the wrong season and everything. It was a bit of a jar to my system. I'll get you some water now, there's still a bit left." "What happened? When you looked like that, when you fell?" "Take 2 swallows, no more," he said, holding the open canteen to her mouth. "Just summer change, that's all. It happens to us every year on Anvor, only not that violently, of course. In the winter our bodies store a layer of fat under the skin for insulation, and sweating almost ceases completely. There are a lot of internal changes too. When the weather warms up the process is reversed. The fat is metabolized and the sweat glands enlarge and begin working overtime as the body prepares for 2 months of hard work, heat and little sleep. I guess the heat here triggered off the summer change early." "You mean, you've adapted to this terrible planet?" "Just about. Though it does feel a little warm. I'll need a lot more water soon, so we can't remain here. Do you think you can stand the sun if I carry you?" "No, but I won't feel any better staying here." She was lightheaded, scarcely aware of what she said. "Keep going, I guess." "Keep going." As soon as she was out of the shadow of the rock the sunlight burst over her again in a wave of hot pain. She fell unconscious at once. Brian picked her up and staggered forward. After a few yards, he began to feel the pull of the sand. He knew he was reaching the end of his strength. He went more slowly and each dune seemed a bit higher than the one before. Giant, sand-scoured rocks pushed through the dunes here and he had to stumble around them. At the base of the largest of these monoliths was a straggling clump of knotted vegetation. He passed it by, then stopped as something tried to penetrate his heat-crazed mind. What was it? A difference. Something about these plants that he hadn't noticed in any of the others he had passed during the day. It was almost like defeat to turn and push his clumsy feet backwards in his own footprints, to stand blinking helplessly at the plants. Yet they were important. Some of them had been cut off close to the sand. Not broken by any natural cause, but cut sharply and squarely by a knife or blade of some sort. The cut plants were long dried and dead, but a tiny hope flared up in him. This was the first sign that other people were actually alive on this heat-blasted planet. And whatever the plants had been cut for, they might be of aid to him. Food, perhaps drink. His hands trembled at the thought as he dropped Leah heavily into the shade of the rock. She didn't stir. His knife was sharp, but most of the strength was gone from his hands. Breath rasping in his dried throat, he sawed at the tough stem, finally cutting it through. Raising up the shrub, he saw a thick liquid dripping from the severed end. He braced his hand against his leg, so it wouldn't shake and spill, until his cupped palm was full of sap. It was wet, even a little cool as it evaporated. Surely it was mostly life-giving water. He had a moment's misgiving as he raised it to his lips, and instead of drinking it merely touched it with the tip of his tongue. At first nothing, then a searing pain. It stabbed deep into his throat and choked him. His stomach heaved and he vomited bitter bile. On his knees, fighting the waves of pain, he lost body fluid he vitally needed. Despair was worse than the pain. The plant juice must have some use. There must be a way of purifying it or neutralizing it. But Brian, a stranger on this planet, would be dead long before he found out how to do this. Weakened by the cramps that still tore at him, he tried not to realize how close to the end he was. Getting the girl on his back seemed an impossible task, and for an instant he was tempted to leave her there. Yet even as he considered this he shouldered her leaden weight and once more went on. Each footstep an effort, he followed his own track up the dune. Painfully he forced his way to the top, and looked at the Desan standing a few feet away. They were both too surprised by the sudden encounter to react at once. For a breath of time they stared at each other, unmoving. When they reacted it was the same defense of fear. Brian dropped the girl, bringing the gun up from the holster in the return of the same motion. The Desan jerked a belled tube from his waistband and raised it to his mouth. Brian didn't fire. A dead man had taught him how to train his empathetic sense, and to trust it. In spite of the fear that wanted him to jerk the trigger, a different sense read the unvoiced emotions of the native Desan. There was fear there, and hatred. Welling up around these was a strong desire not to commit violence, this time, to communicate instead. Brian felt and recognized all this in a fraction of a second. He had to act instantly to avoid a tragic happening. A jerk of his wrist threw the gun to one side. As soon as it was gone he regretted its loss. He was gambling their lives on an ability he still was not sure of. The Desan had the tube to his mouth when the gun hit the ground. He held the pose, unmoving, thinking. Then he accepted Brian's action and thrust the tube back into his waistband. "Do you have any water?" Brian asked, the guttural Desan words hurting his throat. "I have water," the man said. He still didn't move. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "We're from off-planet. We had an accident. We want to go to the city." "The water." The Desan looked at the unconscious girl and made his decision. Over one shoulder he wore one of the green objects that Brian remembered from the Solido. He pulled it off and the thing writhed slowly in his hands. It was alive, a green length a meter long, like a noduled section of a thick vine. One end flared out into a petal-like formation. The Desan took a hook-shaped object from his waist and thrust it into the petaled orifice. When he turned the hook in a quick motion the length of green writhed and curled around his arm. He pulled something small and dark out and threw it to the ground, extending the twisting green shape towards Brian. "Put your mouth to the end and drink," he said. Leah needed the water more, but he drank first, suspicious of the living water source. A hollow below the writhing petals was filling with straw-colored water from the fibrous, reedy interior. He raised it to his mouth and drank. The water was hot and tasted swampy. Sudden sharp pains around his mouth made him jerk the thing away. Tiny glistening white barbs projected from the petals pink-tipped now with his blood. Brian swung towards the Desan angrily, and stopped when he looked at the other man's face. His mouth was surrounded by many small white scars. The Vede does not like to give up its water, but it always does, the man said. Brian drank again, then put the Vede to Lee's mouth. She moaned without regaining consciousness, her lips seeking reflexively for the life-saving liquid. When she was satisfied, Brian gently drew the barbs from her flesh and drank again. The Desan hunkered down on his heels and watched them expressionlessly. Brian handed back the Vede, then held some of the clothes so that Leah was in their shade. He settled to the same position as the native and looked closely at him. Squatting immobile on his heels, the Desan appeared perfectly comfortable under the flaming sun. There was no trace of perspiration on his naked, brown skin. Long hair fell to his shoulders, and startlingly blue eyes stared back at Brian from deep-set sockets. The heavy kilt around his loins was the only garment he wore. Once more the Vede rested over his shoulder, still stirring unhappily. Around his waist was the same collection of leather, stone and brass objects that had been in the Salido. Two of them now had meaning to Brian, the Tuban mouthpiece, a blowgun of some kind, and the specially shaped hook for opening the Vede. He wondered if the other strangely formed things had equally practical functions. If you accepted them as artifacts with a purpose, not barbaric decorations, you had to accept their owner as something more than the crude savage he resembled. My name is Brian. And you? You may not have my name. Why are you here? To kill my people. Brian forced away the memory of last night. Killing was just what he had done. Some expectancy in the man's manner, some sensed feeling of hope prompted Brian to speak the truth. I'm here to stop your people from being killed. I believe in the end of the war. Prove it. Take me to the Cultural Relationships Foundations in the city and I'll prove it. I can do nothing here in the desert. Except die. For the first time there was emotion on the Desan's face. He frowned and muttered something to himself. There was a fine beading of sweat above his eyebrows now as he fought an internal battle. Coming to a decision, he rose, and Brian stood too. Come with me. I'll take you to Hovdstad. But first you will tell me, are you from Nijord? No. The nameless Desan merely grunted and turned away. Brian shouldered Lee's unconscious body and followed him. They walked for 2 hours, the Desan setting a cruel pace, before they reached a wasteland of jumbled rock. The native pointed to the highest tower of sand-eroded stone. Wait near this, he said. Someone will come for you. He watched while Brian placed the girl's still body in the shade, and passed over the Vede for the last time. Just before leaving he turned back, hesitating. My name is Ulv, he said. Then he was gone. Brian did what he could to make Leah comfortable, but it was very little. If she didn't get medical attention soon she would be dead. Dehydration and shock were uniting to destroy her. Just before sunset he heard clanking, and the throbbing whine of a sand car's engine coming from the west. Chapter 8. With each second the noise grew louder, coming their way. The tracks squeaked as the car turned around the rock spire, obviously seeking them out. A large carrier, big as a truck, it stopped before them in a cloud of its own dust and the driver kicked the door open. Get in here, and fast, the man shouted. You're letting in all the heat. He gunned the engine, ready to kick in the gears, and looked at them irritatedly. Ignoring the driver's nervous instructions, Brian carefully placed Leah on the rear seat before he pulled the door shut. The car surged forward instantly, a blast of icy air pouring from the air-cooling vents. It wasn't cold in the vehicle, but the temperature was at least 40 degrees lower than the outer air. Brian covered Leah with all their extra clothing to prevent any further shock to her system. The driver, hunched over the wheel and driving with an intense speed, hadn't said a word to them since they had entered. Brian looked up as another man stepped from the engine compartment in the rear of the car. He was thin, harried-looking. And he was pointing a gun. "Who are you?" he said, without a trace of warmth in his voice. It was a strange reception, but Brian was beginning to realize that this was a strange planet. The other man chewed at his lip nervously while Brian sat, relaxed and unmoving. He didn't want to startle him into pulling the trigger, and he kept his voice pitched low as he answered. "My name is Brand. We landed from space 2 nights ago and have been walking in the desert ever since. Now don't get excited and shoot the gun when I tell you this, but both Vian and Igel are dead." The man with the gun gasped, his eyes widened. The driver threw a single frightened look over his shoulder, then turned quickly back to the wheel. Brian's probe had hit its mark. If these men weren't from the Cultural Relationships Foundation, they at least knew a lot about it. It seemed safe to assume they were CRF men. "When they were shot, the girl and I escaped. We were trying to reach the city and contact you. You are from the Foundation, aren't you?" "Yes. Of course," the man said, lowering the gun. He stared glassy-eyed into space for a moment, nervously working his teeth against his lip. Startled at his own inattention, he raised the gun again. "If you're Brand, there's something I want to know." Rummaging in his breast pocket with his free hand, he brought out a yellow message form. He moved his lips as he reread the message. "Now answer me, if you can, what are the last 3 events in the—" He took a quick look at the paper again. "In the 20s? Chess finals, rifle prone position, and fencing playoffs. Why?" The man grunted and slid the pistol back into its holder, satisfied. "I'm Fossil," he said, and waved the message at Brian. "This is Igel's last will and testament, relayed to us by the Nijord blockade control. He thought he was going to die and he sure was right. Passed on his job to you. You're in charge. I was Merv's second-in-command, until he was poisoned. I was supposed to work for Igel, and now I guess I'm yours. At least until tomorrow, when we'll have everything packed and get off this hell planet." "What do you mean, tomorrow?" Brian asked. "It's 3 days to deadline and we still have a job to do." Fossil had dropped heavily into one of the seats and he sprang to his feet again, clutching the seat back to keep his balance in the swaying car. 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 minutes, what difference does it make? His voice rose shrilly with each word, and he had to make a definite effort to master himself before he could go on. "Look. You don't know anything about this. You just arrived and that's your bad luck. My bad luck is being assigned to this death trap and watching the depraved and filthy things the natives do. And trying to be polite to them even when they are killing my friends, and those Nijord bombers up there with their hands on the triggers. One of those bombardiers is going to start thinking about home and about the cobalt bombs down here and he's going to press that button, deadline or no deadline. Sit down, Fossil. Sit down and take a rest." There was sympathy in Brian's voice, but also the firmness of an order. Fossil swayed for a second longer, then collapsed. He sat with his cheek against the window, eyes closed. A pulse throbbed visibly in his temple and his lips worked. He had been under too much tension for too long a time. This was the atmosphere that hung heavily in the air at the CRF building when they arrived. Despair and defeat. The doctor was the only one who didn't share this mood as he bustled Leah off to the clinic with prompt efficiency. He obviously had enough patience to keep his mind occupied. With the others, the feeling of depression was unmistakable. From the instant they had driven through the automatic garage door, Brian had swum in this miasma of defeat. It was omnipresent and hard to ignore. As soon as he had eaten, he went with Fossil into what was to have been Igel's office. Through the transparent walls he could see the staff packing the records, crating them for shipment. Fossil seemed less nervous now that he was no longer in command. Brian rejected any idea he had of letting the man know that he himself was only a novice in the Foundation. He was going to need all the authority he could muster, since they would undoubtedly hate him for what he was going to do. "Better take notes of this, Fossil, and have it typed. I'll sign it." The printed word always carried more weight. All preparations for leaving are to be stopped at once. Records are to be returned to the files. We are going to stay here just as long as we have clearance from the Nijorders. If this operation is unsuccessful, we will all leave together when the time expires. We will take whatever personal baggage we can carry by hand. Everything else stays here. Perhaps you don't realize we are here to save a planet, not file cabinets full of papers. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Fossil flush with anger. As soon as that is typed, bring it back. And all the reports as to what has been accomplished on this project. That will be all for now. Fossil stamped out, and a minute later Brian saw the shocked, angry looks from the workers in the outer office. Turning his back to them, he opened the drawers in the desk, one after another. The top drawer was empty, except for a sealed envelope. It was addressed to Winner Igel. Brian looked at it thoughtfully, then ripped it open. The letter inside was handwritten. Igel. I've had the official word that you are on the way to relieve me, and I am forced to admit I feel only an intense satisfaction. You've had the experience on these outlaw planets and can get along with the odd types. I have been specializing in research for the last 20 years, and the only reason I was appointed planetary supervisor on Nijord was because of the observation and application facilities. I'm the research type, not the office type. No one has ever denied that. You're going to have trouble with the staff, so you had better realize that they are all compulsory volunteers. Half are clerical people from my staff. The others a mixed bag of whoever was close enough to be pulled in on this crash assignment. It developed so fast we never saw it coming. And I'm afraid we've done little or nothing to stop it. We can't get access to the natives here, not in the slightest. It's frightening. They don't fit. I've done Poisson distributions on a dozen different factors and none of them can be equated. The Pareto extrapolations don't work. Our field men can't even talk to the natives and 2 have been killed trying. The ruling class is unapproachable and the rest just keep their mouths shut and walk away. I'm going to take a chance and try to talk to Ligmagd, perhaps I can make him see sense. I doubt if it will work and there is a chance he will try violence with me. The nobility here are very prone to violence. If I get back all right you won't see this note. Otherwise, goodbye, Igel. Try to do a better job than I did. Aston Merv. P.S. There is a problem with the staff. They are supposed to be saviors, but without exception they all loathe the Dissons. I'm afraid I do too. Brian ticked off the relevant points in the letter. He had to find some way of discovering what Pareto extrapolations were, without uncovering his own lack of knowledge. The staff would vanish in 5 minutes if they knew how new he was at the job. Poisson distribution made more sense. It was used in physics as the unchanging probability of an event that would be true at all times. Such as the numbers of particles that would be given off by a lump of radioactive matter during a short period. From the way Merv used it in his letter it looked as if the societics people had found measurable applications in societies and groups. At least on other planets. None of the rules seemed to be working on Dis. Igel had admitted that, and Merv's death had proven it. Brian wondered who this Ligmagd was who appeared to have killed Merv. A forged cough broke through Brian's concentration, and he realized that Fossil had been standing in front of his desk for some minutes. Brian looked up and mopped perspiration from his face. Your air conditioner seems to be out of order, Fossil said. Should I have the mechanic look at it? There's nothing wrong with the machine, I'm just adapting to Dis's climate. What else do you want, Fossil? The assistant had a doubting look that he didn't succeed in hiding. He also had trouble believing the literal truth. He placed the small stack of file folders on the desk. These are the reports to date, everything we have uncovered about the Dissons. It's not very much, but considering the antisocial attitudes on this lousy world it is the best we could do. A sudden thought hit him, and his eyes narrowed slyly. It can't be helped, but some of the staff have been wondering out loud about that native that contacted us. How did you get him to help you? We've never gotten to first base with these people, and as soon as you land you have one working for you. You can't stop people from thinking about it, you being a newcomer and a stranger. After all, it looks a little odd," he broke off in mid-sentence as Brian looked at him in cold fury. "I can't stop people from thinking about it, but I can stop them from talking. Our job is to contact the Dissons and stop this suicidal war. I have done more in one day than you all have done since you arrived. I have accomplished this because I am better at my work than the rest of you. That is all the information any of you are going to receive. You are dismissed." White with anger, Fossil turned on his heel and stamped out, to spread the word about what a slave driver the new director was. They would then all hate him passionately, which was just the way he wanted it. He couldn't risk exposure as the tyro he was. And perhaps a new emotion, other than disgust and defeat, might jar them into a little action. They certainly couldn't do any worse than they had been doing. It was a tremendous amount of responsibility. For the first time since setting foot on this barbaric planet, Brian had time to stop and think. He was taking an awful lot upon himself. He knew nothing about this world, nor about the powers involved in the conflict. Here he sat pretending to be in charge of an organization he had first heard about only a few weeks earlier. It was a frightening situation. Should he slide out from under? There was just one possible answer, and that was no. Until he found someone else who could do better, he seemed to be the one best suited for the job. And Igel's opinion had to count for something. Brian had felt the surety of the man's conviction that Brian was the only one who might possibly succeed in this difficult spot. Let it go at that. If he had any qualms it would be best to put them behind him. Aside from everything else, there was a primary bit of loyalty involved. Igel had been an Envarian and a winner. Maybe it was a provincial attitude to hold in this big universe. Enver was certainly far enough away from here, but honor is very important to a man who must stand alone. He had a debt to Igel, and he was going to pay it off. Once the decision had been made, he felt easier. There was an intercom on the desk in front of him and he leaned with a heavy thumb on the button labeled Fossil. Yes. Even through the speaker the man's voice was cold with ill-concealed hatred. Who is Ligmagd? And did the former director ever return from seeing him? Magd is a title that means roughly noble or lord. Ligmagd is the local overlord. He has an ugly stone heap of a building just outside the city. He seems to be the mouthpiece for the group of Magter that are pushing this idiotic war. As to your second question, I have to answer yes and no. We found Director Merv's head outside the door next morning with all the skin gone. We knew who it was because the doctor identified the bridgework in his mouth. Do you understand? All pretense of control had vanished, and Fossil almost shrieked the last words. They were all close to cracking up, if he was any example. Brian broke in quickly. That will be all, Fossil. Just get word to the doctor that I would like to see him as soon as I can. He broke the connection and opened the first of the folders. By the time the doctor called he had skimmed the reports and was reading the relevant ones in greater detail. Putting on his warm coat, he went through the outer office. The few workers still on duty turned their backs in frigid silence. Dr. Stein had a pink and shiny bald head that rose above a thick black beard. Brian had liked him at once. Anyone with enough firmness of mind to keep a beard in this climate was a pleasant exception after what he had met so far. How's the new patient, doctor? Stein combed his beard with stubby fingers before answering. Diagnosis, heat syncope. Prognosis, complete recovery. Condition fair, considering the dehydration and extensive sunburn. I've treated the burns, and a saline drip is taking care of the other. She just missed going into heat shock. I have her under sedation now. I'd like to have her up and helping me tomorrow morning. Could she do this, with stimulants or drugs? She could, but I don't like it. There might be side factors, perhaps long-standing debilitation. It's a chance. A chance we will have to take. In less than 70 hours this planet is due for destruction. In attempting to avert that tragedy I'm expendable, as is everyone else here. Agreed? The doctor grunted deep in his beard and looked Brian's immense frame up and down. Agreed, he said, almost happily. It is a distinct pleasure to see something beside black defeat around here. I'll go along with you. Well, you can help me right now. I checked the personnel roster and discovered that out of the 28 people working here there isn't a physical scientist of any kind, other than yourself. A scruffy bunch of button pushers and theoreticians. Not worth a damn for field work, the whole bunch of them. The doctor toed the floor switch on a waste receptacle and spat into it with feeling. Then I'm going to depend on you for some straight answers, Brian said. This is an unstandard operation, and the standard techniques just don't begin to make sense. Even Poisson distributions and Pareto extrapolations don't apply here. Stein nodded agreement and Brian relaxed a bit. He had just relieved himself of his entire knowledge of societics, and it had sounded authentic. The more I look at it the more I believe that this is a physical problem, something to do with the exotic and massive adjustments the Dissons have made to this hellish environment. Could this tie up in any way with their absolutely suicidal attitude towards the cobalt bombs? Could it? Could it? Dr. Stein paced the floor rapidly on his stocky legs, twining his fingers behind his back. You are bloody well right it could. Someone is thinking at last and not just punching bloody numbers into a machine and sitting and scratching his behind while waiting for the screen to light up with the answers. Do you know how Dissons exist? Brian shook his head. The fools here think it disgusting but I call it fascinating. They have found ways to join a symbiotic relationship with the life forms on this planet. Even a parasitic relationship. You must realize that living organisms will do anything to survive. Castaways at sea will drink their own urine in their need for water. Disgust at this is only the attitude of the overprotected who have never experienced extreme thirst or hunger. Well, here on Dis you have a planet of castaways. Stein opened the door of the pharmacy. This talk of thirst makes me dry. With economically efficient motions he poured grain alcohol into a beaker, thinned it with distilled water and flavored it with some crystals from a bottle. He filled 2 glasses and handed Brian one. It didn't taste bad at all. What do you mean by parasitic, doctor? Aren't we all parasites of the lower life forms? Meat animals, vegetables and such. No, you miss the point. I speak of parasitic in the exact meaning of the word. You must realize that to a biologist there is no real difference between parasitism, symbiosis, mutualism, biontergasy, commensalism. Stop. Brian said. Those are just meaningless sounds to me. If that is what makes this planet tick, I'm beginning to see why the rest of the staff has that lost feeling. It is just a matter of degree of the same thing. Look. You have a kind of crustacean living in the lakes here, very much like an ordinary crab. It has large claws in which it holds anemones, tentacled sea animals with no power of motion. The crustacean waves these around to gather food, and eats the pieces they capture that are too big for them. This is biontergasy, 2 creatures living and working together, yet each capable of existing alone. Now, this same crustacean has a parasite living under its shell, a degenerated form of a snail that has lost all powers of movement. A true parasite that takes food from its host's body and gives nothing in return. Inside this snail's gut there is a protozoan that lives off the snail's ingested food. Yet this little organism is not a parasite, as you might think at first, but a symbiote. It takes food from the snail, but at the same time it secretes a chemical that aids the snail's digestion of the food. Do you get the picture? All these life forms exist in a complicated interdependence. Brian frowned in concentration, sipping at the drink. It's making some kind of sense now. Symbiosis, parasitism and all the rest are just ways of describing variations of the same basic process of living together. And there is probably a grading and shading between some of these that make the exact relationship hard to define. Precisely. Existence is so difficult on this world that the competing forms have almost died out. There are still a few left, preying off the others. It was the cooperating and interdependent life forms that really won out in the race for survival. I say life forms with intent. The creatures here are mostly a mixture of plant and animal, like the lichens you have elsewhere. The Dissens have a creature they call a veed that they use for water when traveling. It has rudimentary powers of motion from its animal part, yet uses photosynthesis and stores water like a plant. When the Dissens drink from it, the thing taps their blood streams for food elements. I know, Brian said wryly. I drank from one. You can see my scars. I'm beginning to comprehend how the Dissens fit into the physical pattern of their world, and I realize it must have all kinds of psychological effects on them. Do you think this has any effect on their social organization? An important one. But maybe I'm making too many suppositions now. Perhaps your researchers upstairs can tell you better. After all, this is their field. Brian had studied the reports on the social setup and not one word of them made sense. They were a solid maze of unknown symbols and cryptic charts. Please continue, Doctor, he insisted. The societics reports are valueless so far. There are factors missing. You are the only one I have talked to so far who can give me any intelligent reports or answers. All right then, be it on your own head. The way I see it, you've got no society here at all, just a bunch of rugged individualists. Each one for himself, getting nourishment from the other life forms of the planet. If they have a society, it is orientated towards the rest of the planetary life, instead of towards other human beings. Perhaps that's why your figures don't make sense. They are set up for the human societies. In their relations with each other, these people are completely different. What about the Magter, the upper-class types who build castles and are causing all this trouble? I have no explanation, Dr. Stein admitted. My theories hold water and seem logical enough up to this point. But the Magter are the exception, and I have no idea why. They are completely different from the rest of the Dissens. Argumentative, bloodthirsty, looking for planetary conquest instead of peace. They aren't rulers, not in the real sense. They hold power because nobody else wants it. They grant mining concessions to off-worlders because they are the only ones with a sense of property. Maybe I'm going out on a limb. But if you can find out why they are so different, you may be onto the clue to our difficulties. For the first time since his arrival, Brian began to feel a touch of enthusiasm. Plus a sense of the remote possibility that there might even be a solution to the deadly problem. He drained his glass and stood up. I hope you'll wake your patient early, Doctor. You might be as interested in talking to her as I am. If what you told me is true, she could well be our key to the answer. She is Professor Leah Maurice, and she is just out from Earth with degrees in exobiology and anthropology, and has a head stuffed with vital facts. Wonderful. Stein said. I shall take care of the head, not only because it is so pretty but because of its knowledge. Though we totter on the edge of atomic destruction, I have a strange feeling of optimism, for the first time since I landed on this planet. Chapter 9. The guard inside the front entrance of the Foundation building jumped at the thunderous noise and reached for his gun. He dropped his hand sheepishly when he realized it was only a sneeze, though a gargantuan one. Brian came up, sniffling, huddling down into his coat. I'm going out before I catch pneumonia, he said. The guard saluted dumbly, and after checking his proximity detector screens he slipped out and the heavy portal thudded shut behind him. The street was still warm from the heat of the day and he sighed happily and opened his coat. This was partly a reconnaissance trip, and partly a way of getting warmed up. There was little else he could do in the building. The staff had long since retired. He had slept for a half an hour, and had waked refreshed and ready to work. All of the reports he could understand had been read and reread until they were memorized. He could use the time now, while the rest of them were asleep, to get better acquainted with the main city of Dis. As he walked the dark streets he realized how alien the Desan way of life was to everything he knew. This city, Hovedstad, literally meant main place in the native language. And that's all it was. It was only the presence of the offworlders that made it into a city. Building after building, standing deserted, bore the names of mining companies, traders, space transporters. None of them was occupied now. Some still had lights burning, switched on by automatic apparatus, others were as dark as the Desan structures. There weren't many of these native constructions and they seemed out of place among the rammed earth and prefab off-world buildings. Brian examined one that was dimly illuminated by the light on the corner of Vegan Smelters, Ltd. It consisted of a single large room, resting right on the ground. There were no windows, and the whole thing appeared to have been constructed of some sort of woven material plastered with stone-hard mud. Nothing was blocking the door and he was thinking seriously of going in when he became aware that he was being followed. It was only a slight noise, almost lost in the night. Normally it would never have been noticed, but tonight Brian was listening with his entire body. Someone was behind him, swallowed up in the pools of darkness. Brian shrank back against the wall. There was very little chance this could be anyone but a Desan. He had a sudden memory of Merv's severed head as it had been discovered outside the door. Igel had helped him train his empathetic sense and he reached out with it. It was difficult working in the dark, he could be sure of nothing. Was he getting a reaction, or just wishing for one? Why did it have a ring of familiarity to it? A sudden idea struck him. "Ulv," he said, very softly. "This is Brian." He crouched, ready for any attack. "I know," a voice said softly in the night. "Do not talk. Walk in the direction you were going before. Asking questions now would accomplish nothing." Brian turned instantly and did as he was bidden. The buildings grew further apart until he realized from the sand underfoot that he was back in the planet-wide desert. It could be a trap, he hadn't recognized the voice behind the whisper, yet he had to take this chance. A darker shape appeared in the dark night near him, and a burning hot hand touched his arm lightly. "I will walk ahead. Follow close behind me." The words were louder and this time Brian recognized the voice. Without waiting for an answer, Ulv turned and his dimly seen shape vanished into the darkness. Brian moved swiftly after him, until they walked side by side over the rolling hills of sand. The sand merged into hard-baked ground, became cracked and scarred with rock-filled gullies. They followed a deepening gully that grew into a good-sized ravine. When they turned an angle of the ravine Brian saw a weak yellow light coming from an opening in the hard dirt wall. Ulv dropped on all fours and vanished through the shoulder-wide hole. Brian followed him, trying to ignore the growing tension and unease he felt. Crawling like this, head down, he was terribly vulnerable. He tried to shrug off the feeling, mentally blaming it on tense nerves. The tunnel was short and opened into a larger chamber. A sudden scuffle of feet sounded at the same instant that a wave of empathetic hatred struck him. It took vital seconds to fight his way out of the trapping tunnel, to roll clear and bring his gun up. During those seconds he should have died. The Desan poised above him had the short-handled stone hammer raised to strike a skull-crushing blow. Ulv was clutching the man's wrist, fighting silently to keep the hammer from falling. Neither combatant said a word, the rasp of their calloused feet on the sand the only sound. Brian backed away from the struggling men, his gun centered on the stranger. The Desan followed him with burning eyes, and dropped the hammer as soon as it was obvious the attack had failed. "Why did you bring him here?" he growled at Ulv. "Why didn't you kill him?" "He is here so we can listen to what he says, Geb. He is the one I told you of, that I found in the desert. We listen to what he says and then we kill him," Geb said with a mirthless grin. The remark wasn't meant to be humorous, but was made in all seriousness. Brian recognized this and knew that there was no danger for the present moment. He slid the gun away, and for the first time looked around the chamber. It was domed in shape and was still hot from the heat of the day. Ulf took off the length of cloth he had wrapped around his body against the chill, and refolded it as a kilt, strapping it on under his belt artifacts. He grunted something unintelligible, and when a muttered answer came, Brian for the first time became aware of the woman and the child. The two sat against the far wall, squatting on either side of a heap of fibrous plants. Both were nude, clothed only in the matted hair that fell below their shoulders. The belt of strange tools could not be classified as clothing. Even the child wore a tiny replica of her mother's. Putting down a length of plant she had been chewing, the woman shuffled over to the tiny fire that illuminated the room. A clay pot stood over it, and from this she ladled 3 bowls of food for the men. It smelled atrocious, and Brian tried not to taste or smell the sickening mixture while he ate it. He used his fingers, as did the other men, and did not talk while he ate. There was no way to tell if the silence was ritual or habit. It gave him a chance for a closer look at the Deathworld way of living. The cave was obviously handmade, tool marks could be clearly seen in the hard clay of the walls, except in the portion opposite the entrance. This was covered with a network of roots, rising out of the floor and vanishing into the roof of earth above. Perhaps this was the reason for the cave's existence. The thin roots had been carefully twisted and plaited together until they formed a single swollen root in the center, as thick as a man's arm. From this hung 4 of the veeds. Ulf had placed his there before he sat down. The teeth must have instantly sunk in, for it hung unsupported, another link in the Deathworld life cycle. This appeared to be the source of the veed's water that nourished the people. Brian was aware of eyes upon him and turned and smiled at the little girl. She couldn't have been over 6 years old, but she was already a Deathworld in every way. She neither returned his smile nor changed her expression, unchildlike in its stolidity. Her hands and jaw never stopped as she worked on the lengths of fibrous plant her mother had placed before her. The child split them with a small tool and removed a pod of some kind. This was peeled, partially by scraping with a different tool, and partially by working between her teeth. It took long minutes to remove the tough rind, the result seemed scarcely worth it. A tiny wriggling object was finally disclosed which the girl instantly swallowed. She then began working on the next pod. Ulf put down his clay bowl and belched. "I brought you to the city as I told you I would," he said. "Have you done as you said you would?" "What did he promise?" Gepk asked. "That he would stop the war." "Have you stopped it?" "I am trying to stop it," Brian said. "But it is not that easy. I'll need some help. It is your life that needs saving, yours and your family's. If you would help me." "What is the truth?" Ulf broke in savagely. "All I hear is difference, and there is no longer any way to tell truth. For as long as always we have done as the Magter say. We bring them food and they give us the metal and sometimes water when we need it. As long as we do as they ask they do not kill us. They live the wrong way, but I have had bronze from them for my tools. They have told us that they are getting a world for us from the Sky People, and that is good. It has always been known that the Sky People are evil in every way, and only good can come from killing them," Gepk said. Brian stared back at the 2 Dissons and their obvious hatred. "Then why didn't you kill me, Ulf?" he asked. "That first time in the desert, or tonight when you stopped Gepk?" "I could have. But there was something more important." "What is the truth? Can we believe as we have always done? Or should we listen to this?" He threw a small sheet of plastic to Brian, no bigger than the palm of his hand. A metal button was fastened to one corner of the wafer, and a simple drawing was embedded in the wafer. Brian held it to the light and saw a picture of a man's hand squeezing the button between thumb and forefinger. It was a sub-miniaturized playback. Mechanical pressure on the case provided enough current to play the recorded message. The plastic sheet vibrated, acting as a loudspeaker. Though the voice was thin and scratchy, the words were clearly audible. It was an appeal for the Deathworld people not to listen to the Magter. It explained that the Magter had started a war that could have only one ending, the destruction of Dis. Only if the Magter were thrown down and their weapons discovered could there be any hope. Are these words true? Ulf asked. Yes, Brian said. They are perhaps true, Gebk said, but there is nothing that we can do. I was with my brother when these word things fell out of the sky and he listened to one and took it to the Magter to ask them. They killed him, as he should have known they would do. The Magter kill us if they know we listen to the words. And the words tell us we will die if we listen to the Magter. Ulf shouted, his voice cracking. Not with fear, but with frustration at the attempt to reconcile two opposite points of view. Up until this time his world had consisted of black and white values, with very few shadings of difference in between. There are things you can do that will stop the war without hurting yourself or the Magter, Brian said, searching for a way to enlist their aid. Tell us, Ulf grunted. There would be no war if the Magter could be contacted, made to listen to reason. They are killing you all. You could tell me how to talk to the Magter, how I could understand them. No one can talk to the Magter, the woman broke in. If you say something different they will kill you as they killed Gebk's brother. So they are easy to understand. That is the way they are. They do not change. She put the length of plant she had been softening for the child back into her mouth. Her lips were deeply grooved and scarred from a lifetime of this work, her teeth at the sides worn almost to the bone. More is right, Ulf said. You do not talk to Magter. What else is there to do? Brian looked at the two men before he spoke, and shifted his weight. The motion brought his fingertips just a few inches from his gun. The Magter have bombs that will destroy Nijord. This is the next planet, a star in your sky. If I can find where the bombs are, I will have them taken away and there will be no war. You want to aid the devils in the sky against our own people. Gebk shouted, half rising. Ulf pulled him back to the ground, but there was no more warmth in his voice as he spoke. You are asking too much. You will leave now. Will you help me, though? Will you help stop the war? Brian asked, aware he had gone too far, but unable to stop. Their anger was making them forget the reasons for his being there. You ask too much, Ulf said again. Go back now. We will talk about it. Will I see you again? How can I reach you? We will find you if we wish to talk to you, was all Ulf said. If they decided he was lying he would never see them again. There was nothing he could do about it. I have made up my mind, Gebk said, rising to his feet and drawing his cloth up until it covered his shoulders. You are lying and this is all a lie of the sky people. If I see you again I will kill you. He stepped to the tunnel and was gone. There was nothing more to be said. Brian went out next, checking carefully to be sure that Gebk really had left, and Ulf guided him to the spot where the lights of Hufstad were visible. He did not speak during their return journey and vanished without a word. Brian shivered in the night chill of the air and wrapped his coat more tightly around himself. Depressed, he walked back towards the warmer streets of the city. It was dawn when he reached the Foundation building. A new guard was at the front entrance. No amount of hammering or threats could convince the man to open until Fossil came down, yawning and blinking with sleep. He was starting some complaint when Brian cut him off curtly and ordered him to finish dressing and report for work at once. Still feeling elated, Brian hurried into his office and cursed the overly efficient character who had turned on his air conditioner to chill the room again. When he turned it off this time he removed enough vital parts to keep it out of order for the duration. When Fossil came in he was still yawning behind his fist, obviously a low morning sugar type. Before you fall on your face, go out and get some coffee, Brian said. 2 cups. I'll have a cup too. That won't be necessary, Fossil said, drawing himself up stiffly. I'll call the canteen if you wish some. He said it in the iciest tone he could manage this early in the morning. In his enthusiasm Brian had forgotten the hate campaign he had directed against himself. Suit yourself, he said shortly, getting back into the role. But the next time you yawn there'll be a negative entry in your service record. If that's clear, you can brief me on this organization's visible relations with the Dissens. How do they take us? Fossil choked and swallowed a yawn. I believe they look on the CRF people as some species of simpleton, sir. They hate all off-worlders, memory of their desertion has been passed on verbally for generations. So by their one-to-one logic we should either hate back or go away. We stay instead. And give them food, water, medicine and artifacts. Because of this they let us remain on sufferance. I imagine they consider us do-gooder idiots, and as long as we cause no trouble they'll let us stay. He was struggling miserably to suppress a yawn, so Brian turned his back and gave him a chance to get it out. What about the Nijorders? How much do they know of our work? Brian looked out the window at dusty buildings, outlined in purple against the violent colors of the desert sunrise. Nijord is a cooperating planet, and has full knowledge at all executive levels. They are giving us all the aid they can. Well, now is the time to ask for more. Can I contact the commander of the blockading fleet? There is a scrambler connection right through to him. I'll set it up. Fossil bent over the desk and punched a number into the phone controls. The screen flowed with the black and white patterns of the scrambler. That's all, Fossil, Brian said. I want privacy for this talk. What's the commander's name? Professor Kraft, he's a physicist. They have no military men at all, so they called him in for the construction of the bombs and energy weapons. He's still in charge. Fossil yawned extravagantly as he went out the door. The professor commander was very old, with wispy gray hair and a network of wrinkles surrounding his eyes. His image shimmered, then cleared as the scrambler units aligned. You must be Brian Brand, he said. I have to tell you how sorry we all are that your friend Igel and the two others had to die, after coming so far to help us. I'm sure you are very happy to have had a friend like that. Why? Yes, of course, Brian said, reaching for the scattered fragments of his thought processes. It took an effort to remember the first conflict, now that he was worrying about the death of a planet. It's very kind of you to mention it. But I would like to find out a few things from you, if I could. Anything at all, we are at your disposal. Before we begin, though, I shall pass on the thanks of our council for your aid in joining us. Even if we are eventually forced to drop the bombs, we shall never forget that your organization did everything possible to avert the disaster. Once again Brian was caught off balance. For an instant he wondered if Kraft was being insincere, then recognized the baseness of this thought. The completeness of the man's humanity was obvious and compelling. The thought passed through Brian's mind that now he had an additional reason for wanting the war ended without destruction on either side. He very much wanted to visit Nijord and see these people on their home grounds. Professor Kraft waited, patiently and silently, while Brian pulled his thoughts together and answered. I still hope that this thing can be stopped in time. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I want to see Ligmagt and I thought it would be better if I had a legitimate reason. Are you in contact with him? Kraft shook his head. No, not really in contact. When this trouble started I sent him a transceiver so we could talk directly. But he has delivered his ultimatum, speaking for the Magter. The only terms he will hear are unconditional surrender. His receiver is on, but he has said that is the only message he will answer. Not much chance of him ever being told that, Brian said. There was, at one time. I hope you realize, Brian, that the decision to bomb Dis was not easily arrived at. A great many people, myself included, voted for unconditional surrender. We lost the vote by a very small margin. Brian was getting used to these philosophical body blows and he rolled with the punches now. Are there any of your people left on this planet? Or do you have any troops I can call on for help? This is still a remote possibility, but if I do find out where the bombs or the launchers are, a surprise raid would knock them out. We have no people left in Hufstad now, all the ones who weren't evacuated were killed. But there are commando teams standing by here to make a landing if the weapons are detected. The Dissens must depend on secrecy to protect their armament, since we have both the manpower and the technology to reach any objective. We also have technicians and other volunteers looking for the weapon sites. They have not been successful as yet, and most of them were killed soon after landing. Kraft hesitated for a moment. There is another group you should know about. You will need all the factors. Some of our people are in the desert outside of Hufstad. We do not officially approve of them, though they have a good deal of popular support. They are mostly young men, operating as raiders, killing and destroying with very little compunction. They are attempting to uncover the weapons by sheer strength of arms. This was the best news yet. Brian controlled his voice and kept his expression calm when he spoke. I don't know how far I can stretch your cooperation, but could you possibly tell me how to get in touch with them? Kraft allowed himself a small smile. I'll give you the wavelength on which you can reach their radio. They call themselves the Nijord Army. When you talk to them you can do me a favor. Pass on a message. Just to prove things aren't bad enough, they've become a little worse. One of our technical crews has detected jump space energy transmissions in the planetary crust. The Dissens are apparently testing their projector, sooner than we had estimated. Our deadline has been revised by 1 day. I'm afraid there are only 2 days left before you must evacuate. His eyes were large with compassion. I'm sorry. I know this will make your job that much harder. Brian didn't want to think about the loss of a full day from his already close deadline. Have you told the Dissens this yet? No, Kraft told him. The decision was reached a few minutes before your call. It is going on the radio to Ligmag now. Can you cancel the transmission and let me take the message in person? I can do that. Kraft thought for a moment. But it would surely mean your death at their hands. They have no hesitation in killing any of our people. I would prefer to send it by radio. If you do that you will be interfering with my plans, and perhaps destroying them under the guise of saving my life. Isn't my life my own, to dispose of as I will? For the first time Professor Kraft was upset. I'm sorry, terribly sorry. I'm letting my concern and worry wash over into my public affairs. Of course you may do as you please. I could never think of stopping you. He turned and said something inaudible off-screen. The call is cancelled. The responsibility is yours. All our wishes for success go with you. End of transmission. End of transmission, Brian said, and the screen went dark. Fossil, he shouted into the intercom. Get me the best and fastest sand car we have, a driver who knows his way around, and 2 men who can handle a gun and know how to take orders. We're going to get some positive action at last. Chapter 10. It's suicide, the taller guard grumbled. Mine, not yours, so don't worry about it, Brian barked at him. Your job is to remember your orders and keep them straight. Now, let's hear them again. The guard rolled his eyes up in silent rebellion and repeated in a toneless voice, We stay here in the car and keep the motor running while you go inside the stone pile there. We don't let anybody in the car and we try and keep them clear of the car, short of shooting them, that is. We don't come in, no matter what happens or what it looks like, but wait for you here. Unless you call on the radio, in which case we come in with the automatics going and shoot the place up, and it doesn't matter who we hit. This will be done only as a last resort. See if you can't arrange that last resort thing, the other guard said, patting the heavy blue barrel of his weapon. I meant that last resort, Brian said angrily. If any guns go off without my permission you will pay for it, and pay with your necks. I want that clearly understood. You are here as a rear guard and a base for me to get back to. This is my operation and mine alone, unless I call you in. Understood? He waited until all 3 men had nodded in agreement, then checked the charge on his gun. It was fully loaded. It would be foolish to go in unarmed, but he had to. 1 gun wouldn't save him. He put it aside. The button radio on his collar was working and had a strong enough signal to get through any number of walls. He took off his coat, threw open the door and stepped out into the searing brilliance of the December noon. There was only the desert silence, broken by the steady throb of the car's motor behind him. Stretching away to the horizon in every direction was the eternal desert of sand. The keep stood nearby, solitary, a massive pile of black rock. Brian plodded closer, watching for any motion from the walls. Nothing stirred. The high-walled, irregularly shaped construction sat in a ponderous silence. Brian was sweating now, only partially from the heat. He circled the thing, looking for a gate. There wasn't one at ground level. A slanting cleft in the stone could be climbed easily, but it seemed incredible that this might be the only entrance. A complete circuit proved that it was. Brian looked unhappily at the slanting and broken ramp, then cupped his hands and shouted loudly. "I'm coming up. Your radio doesn't work anymore. I'm bringing the message from Nijord that you have been waiting to hear." This was a slight bending of the truth without fracturing it. There was no answer, just the hiss of wind-blown sand against the rock and the mutter of the car in the background. He started to climb. The rock underfoot was crumbling and he had to watch where he put his feet. At the same time he fought a constant impulse to look up, watching for anything falling from above. Nothing happened. When he reached the top of the wall he was breathing hard, sweat moistened his body. There was still no one in sight. He stood on an unevenly shaped wall that appeared to circle the building. Instead of having a courtyard inside it, the wall was the outer face of the structure, the domed roof rising from it. At varying intervals dark openings gave access to the interior. When Brian looked down, the sand car was just a dun-colored bump in the desert, already far behind him. Stooping, he went through the nearest door. There was still no one in sight. The room inside was something out of a madman's funhouse. It was higher than it was wide, irregular in shape, and more like a hallway than a room. At one end it merged into an incline that became a stairwell. At the other it ended in a hole that vanished in darkness below. Light of sorts filtered in through slots and holes drilled into the thick stone wall. Everything was built of the same crumble-textured but strong rock. Brian took the stairs. After a number of blind passages and wrong turns he saw a stronger light ahead, and went on. There was food, metal, even artifacts of the unusual Desan design in the different rooms he passed through. Yet no people. The light ahead grew stronger, and the last passageway opened and swelled out until it led into the large central chamber. This was the heart of the strange structure. All the rooms, passageways and halls existed just to give form to this gigantic chamber. The walls rose sharply, the room being circular in cross-section and growing narrower towards the top. It was a truncated cone, since there was no ceiling. A hot blue disk of sky cast light on the floor below. On the floor stood a knot of men who stared at Brian. Out of the corner of his eyes, and with the very periphery of his consciousness, he was aware of the rest of the room, barrels, stores, machinery, a radio transceiver, various bundles and heaps that made no sense at first glance. There was no time to look closer. Every fraction of his attention was focused on the muffled and hooded men. He had found the enemy. Everything that had happened to him so far on Dis had been preparation for this moment. The attack in the desert, the escape, the dreadful heat of sun and sand. All this had tempered and prepared him. It had been nothing in itself. Now the battle would begin in earnest. None of this was conscious in his mind. His fighter's reflexes bent his shoulders, curved his hands before him as he walked softly in balance, ready to spring in any direction. Yet none of this was really necessary. All the danger so far was non-physical. When he did give conscious thought to the situation he stopped, startled. What was wrong here? None of the men had moved or made a sound. How could he even know they were men? They were so muffled and wrapped in cloth that only their eyes were exposed. No doubt, however, existed in Brian's mind. In spite of muffled cloth and silence, he knew them for what they were. The eyes were empty of expression and unmoving, yet were filled with the same negative emptiness as those of a bird of prey. They could look on life, death, and the rending of flesh with the same lack of interest and compassion. All this Brian knew in an instant of time, without words being spoken. Between the time he lifted one foot and walked a step he understood what he had to face. There could be no doubt, not to an empathetic. From the group of silent men poured a frost-white wave of unemotion. An empathetic shares what other men feel. He gets his knowledge of their reaction by sensing lightly their emotions, the surges of interest, hate, love, fear, desire, the sweep of large and small sensations that accompany all thought and action. The empathetic is always aware of this constant and silent surge, whether he makes the effort to understand it or not. He is like a man glancing across the open pages of a tableful of books. He can see that the type, words, paragraphs, thoughts are there, even without focusing his attention to understand any of it. Then how does the man feel when he glances at the open books and sees only blank pages? The books are there, the words are not. He turns the pages of one, of the others, flipping the pages, searching for meaning. There is no meaning. All of the pages are blank. This was the way in which the Magter were blank, without emotions. There was a barely sensed surge and return that must have been neural impulses on a basic level, the automatic adjustments of nerve and muscle that keep an organism alive. Nothing more. Brian reached for other sensations, but there was nothing there to grasp. Either these men were without emotions, or they were able to block them from his detection, it was impossible to tell which. Very little time had passed while Brian made these discoveries. The knot of men still looked at him, silent and unmoving. They weren't expectant, their attitude could not have been called one of interest. But he had come to them and now they waited to find out why. Any questions or statements they spoke would be superfluous, so they didn't speak. The responsibility was his. I have come to talk with Ligmagt. Who is he? Brian didn't like the tiny sound his voice made in the immense room. One of the men gave a slight motion to draw attention to himself. None of the others moved. They still waited. I have a message for you, Brian said, speaking slowly to fill the silence of the room and the emptiness of his thoughts. This had to be handled right. But what was right? I'm from the Foundation in the city, as you undoubtedly know. I've been talking to the people of Nijord. They have a message for you. The silence grew longer. Brian had no intention of making this a monologue. He needed facts to operate, to form an opinion. Looking at the silent forms was telling him nothing. Time stretched taut, and finally Ligmagt spoke. The Nijorders are going to surrender. It was an impossibly strange sentence. Brian had never realized before how much of the content of speech was made up of emotion. If the man had given it a positive emphasis, perhaps said it with enthusiasm, it would have meant success. The enemy is going to surrender. This wasn't the meaning. With a rising inflection on the end it would have been a question. Are they going to surrender? It was neither of these. The sentence carried no other message than that contained in the simplest meanings of the separate words. It had intellectual connotations, but these could only be gained from past knowledge, not from the sound of the words. There was only one message they were prepared to receive from Nijord. Therefore Brian was bringing the message. If that was not the message Brian was bringing, the men here were not interested. This was the vital fact. If they were not interested, he could have no further value to them. Since he came from the enemy, he was the enemy. Therefore he would be killed. Because this was vital to his existence, Brian took the time to follow the thought through. It made logical sense, and logic was all he could depend on now. He could be talking to robots or alien creatures, for all the human response he was receiving. You can't win this war, all you can do is hurry your own deaths. He said this with as much conviction as he could, realizing at the same time that it was wasted effort. No flicker of response stirred in the men before him. The Nijorders know you have the cobalt bombs, and they have detected your jump space projector. They can't take any more chances. They have pushed the deadline closer by an entire day. There are 1.5 days left before the bombs fall and you are all destroyed. Do you realize what that means? Is that the message? Ligmag asked. Yes, Brian said. 2 things saved his life then. He had guessed what would happen as soon as they had his message, though he hadn't been sure. But even the suspicion had put him on his guard. This, combined with the reflexes of a winner of the 20s, was barely enough to enable him to survive. From frozen mobility Ligmag had catapulted into headlong attack. As he leaped forward he drew a curved, double-edged blade from under his robes. It plunged unerringly through the spot where Brian's body had been an instant before. There had been no time to tense his muscles and jump, just the space of time to relax them and fall to one side. His reasoning mind joined the battle as he hit the floor. Ligmag plunged by him, turning and bringing the knife down at the same time. Brian's foot lashed out and caught the other man's leg, sending him sprawling. They were both on their feet at the same instant, facing each other. Brian now had his hands clasped before him in the unarmed man's best defense against a knife, the 2 arms protecting the body, the 2 hands joined to beat aside the knife arm from whichever direction it came. The Disan hunched low, flipped the knife quickly from hand to hand, then thrust it again at Brian's midriff. Only by the merest fractional margin did Brian evade the attack for the second time. Ligmag fought with utter violence. Every action was as intense as possible, deadly and thorough. There could be only one end to this unequal contest if Brian stayed on the defensive. The man with the knife had to win. With the next charge Brian changed tactics. He leaped inside the thrust, clutching for the knife arm. A burning slice of pain cut across his arm, then his fingers clutched the tendoned wrist. They clamped down hard, grinding shut, compressing with the tightening intensity of a closing vice. It was all he could do simply to hold on. There was no science in it, just his greater strength from exercise and existence on a heavier planet. All of this strength went to his clutching hand, because he held his own life in that hand, forcing away the knife that wanted to terminate it forever. Nothing else mattered, neither the frightening force of the knees that thudded into his body nor the hooked fingers that reached for his eyes to tear them out. He protected his face as well as he could, while the nails tore furrows through his flesh and the cut on his arm bled freely. These were only minor things to be endured. His life depended on the grasp of the fingers of his right hand. There was a sudden immobility as Brian succeeded in clutching Ligmag's other arm. It was a good grip, and he could hold the arm immobilized. They had reached stasis, standing knee to knee, their faces only a few inches apart. The muffling cloth had fallen from the Disan's face during the struggle, and empty, frigid eyes stared into Brian's. No flicker of emotion crossed the harsh planes of the other man's face. A great puckered white scar covered one cheek and pulled up a corner of the mouth in a cheerless grimace. It was false, there was still no expression here, even when the pain must be growing more intense. Brian was winning, if none of the watchers broke the impasse. His greater weight and strength counted now. The Disan would have to drop the knife before his arm was dislocated at the shoulder. He didn't do it. With sudden horror Brian realized that he wasn't going to drop it, no matter what happened. A dull, hideous snap jerked through the Disan's body and the arm hung limp and dead. No expression crossed the man's face. The knife was still locked in the fingers of the paralyzed hand. With his other hand Ligmag reached across and started to pry the blade loose, ready to continue the battle one-handed. Brian raised his foot and kicked the knife free, sending it spinning across the room. Ligmag made a fist of his good hand and crashed it into Brian's groin. He was still fighting, as if nothing had changed. Brian backed slowly away from the man. "Stop it," he said. "You can't win now. It's impossible." He called to the other men who were watching the unequal battle with expressionless immobility. No one answered him. With a terrible sinking sensation, Brian then realized what would happen and what he had to do. Ligmagt was as heedless of his own life as he was of the life of his planet. He would press the attack no matter what damage was done to him. Brian had an insane vision of him breaking the man's other arm, fracturing both his legs, and the limbless broken creature still coming forward. Crawling, rolling, teeth bared, since they were the only remaining weapon. There was only one way to end it. Brian fainted and the Ligmagt's arm moved clear of his body. The engulfing cloth was thin and through it Brian could see the outlines of the Dison's abdomen and rib cage, the clear location of the great nerve ganglion. It was the death blow of Karatii. Brian had never used it on a man. In practice he had broken heavy boards, splintering them instantly with the short, precise stroke. The stiffened hand moving forward in a sudden surge, all the weight and energy of his body concentrated in his joined fingertips. Plunging deep into the other's flesh. Killing, not by accident or in sudden anger. Killing because this was the only way the battle could possibly end. Like a ruined tower of flesh, the Dison crumpled and fell. Dripping blood, exhausted, Brian stood over the body of Ligmagt and stared at the dead man's allies. Death filled the room. Chapter 11. Facing the silent Disons, Brian's thoughts hurtled about in sweeping circles. There would be no more than an instant's tick of time before the Magter avenged themselves bloodily and completely. He felt a fleeting regret for not having brought his gun, then abandoned the thought. There was no time for regrets. What could he do now? The silent watchers hadn't attacked instantly, and Brian realized that they couldn't be positive yet that Ligmagt had been killed. Only Brian himself knew the deadliness of that blow. Their lack of knowledge might buy him a little more time. Ligmagt is unconscious, but he will revive quickly, Brian said, pointing at the huddled body. As the eyes turned automatically to follow his finger, he began walking slowly towards the exit. I did not want to do this, but he forced me to, because he wouldn't listen to reason. Now I have something else to show you, something that I hoped it would not be necessary to reveal. He was saying the first words that came into his head, trying to keep them distracted as long as possible. He must appear to be only going across the room, that was the feeling he must generate. There was even time to stop for a second and straighten his rumpled clothing and brush the sweat from his eyes. Talking easily, walking slowly towards the hall that led out of the chamber. He was halfway there when the spell broke and the rush began. One of the Magter knelt and touched the body, and shouted a single word. Dead. Brian hadn't waited for the official announcement. At the first movement of feet, he dived headlong for the shelter of the exit. There was a spatter of tiny missiles on the wall next to him and he had a brief glimpse of raised blowguns before the wall intervened. He went up the dimly lit stairs 3 at a time. The pack was just behind him, voiceless and deadly. He could not gain on them, if anything, they were closing the distance as he pushed his already tired body to the utmost. There was no subtlety or trick he could use now, just straightforward flight back the way he had come. A single slip on the irregular steps and it would be all over. There was someone ahead of him. If the woman had waited a few seconds more he would certainly have been killed, but instead of slashing at him as he went by the doorway, she made the mistake of rushing to the center of the stairs, the knife ready to impale him as he came up. Without slowing, Brian fell onto his hands and easily dodged under the blow. As he passed he twisted and seized her around the waist, picking her from the ground. When her legs lifted from under her the woman screamed, the first human sound Brian had heard in this human anthill. His pursuers were just behind him, and he hurled the woman into them with all his strength. They fell in a tangle, and Brian used the precious seconds gained to reach the top of the building. There must have been other stairs and exits, because one of the Magter stood between Brian and the way down out of this trap, armed and ready to kill him if he tried to pass. As he ran towards the executioner, Brian flicked on his collar radio and shouted into it. I'm in trouble here. Can you? The guards in the car must have been waiting for this message. Before he had finished there was the thud of a high-velocity slug hitting flesh and the Deathworld spun and fell, blood soaking his shoulder. Brian leaped over him and headed for the ramp. "The next one is me, hold your fire," he called. Both guards must have had their telescopic sights zeroed on the spot. They let Brian pass, then threw in a hail of semi-automatic fire that tore chunks from the stone and screamed away in noisy ricochets. Brian didn't try to see if anyone was braving this hail of covering fire, he concentrated his energies on making as quick and erratic a descent as he could. Above the sounds of the firing he heard the car motor howl as it leaped forward. With their careful aim spoiled, the gunners switched to full automatic and unleashed a hailstorm of flying metal that bracketed the top of the tower. "Cease firing!" Brian gasped into the radio as he ran. The driver was good, and timed his arrival with exactitude. The car reached the base of the tower at the same instant Brian did, and he burst through the door while it was still moving. No orders were necessary. He fell headlong onto a seat as the car swung in a dust-raising turn and ground into high gear, back to the city. Reaching over carefully, the tall guard gently extracted a bit of pointed wood and fluff from a fold of Brian's pants. He cracked open the car door, and just as delicately threw it out. "I knew that thing didn't touch you," he said, "since you are still among the living. They've got a poison on those blowgun darts that takes all of 12 seconds to work. Lucky. Lucky." Brian was beginning to realize just how lucky he was to be out of the trap alive. And with information. Now that he knew more about the Mag-Tur, he shuddered at his innocence in walking alone and unarmed into the tower. Skill had helped him survive, but better than average luck had been necessary. Curiosity had gotten him in, brashness and speed had taken him out. He was exhausted, battered and bloody, but cheerfully happy. The facts about the Mag-Tur were arranging themselves into a theory that might explain their attempt at racial suicide. It just needed a little time to be put into shape. A pain cut across his arm and he jumped, startled, pieces of his thoughts crashing into ruin around him. The gunner had cracked the first aid box and was swabbing his arm with antiseptic. The knife wound was long, but not deep. Brian shivered while the bandage was going on, then quickly slipped into his coat. The air conditioner whined industriously, bringing down the temperature. There was no attempt to follow the car. When the black tower had dropped over the horizon the guards relaxed, ran cleaning rods through their guns and compared marksmanship. All of their antagonism towards Brian was gone, they actually smiled at him. He had given them the first chance to shoot back since they had been on this planet. The ride was uneventful, and Brian was scarcely aware of it. A theory was taking form in his mind. It was radical and startling, yet it seemed to be the only one that fitted the facts. He pushed at it from all sides, but if there were any holes he couldn't find them. What it needed was dispassionate proving or disproving. There was only one person on Dis who was qualified to do this. Leah was working in the lab when he came in, bent over a low-power binocular microscope. Something small, limbless and throbbing was on the slide. She glanced up when she heard his footsteps, smiling warmly when she recognized him. Fatigue and pain had drawn her face, her skin, glistening with burn ointment, was chapped and peeling. "I must look a wreck," she said, putting the back of her hand to her cheek. Something like a well-oiled and lightly cooked piece of beef. She lowered her arms suddenly and took his hand in both of hers. Her palms were warm and slightly moist. "Thank you, Brian," was all she could say. Her society on Earth was highly civilized and sophisticated, able to discuss any topic without emotion and without embarrassment. This was fine in most circumstances, but made it difficult to thank a person for saving your life. However you tried to phrase it, it came out sounding like a last-act speech from a historical play. There was no doubt, however, as to what she meant. Her eyes were large and dark, the pupils dilated by the drugs she had been given. They could not lie, nor could the emotions he sensed. He did not answer, just held her hand an instant longer. "How do you feel?" he asked, concerned. His conscience twinged as he remembered that he was the one who had ordered her out of bed and back to work today. I should be feeling terrible, she said, with an airy wave of her hand. But I'm walking on top of the world. I'm so loaded with painkillers and stimulants that I'm high as the moon. All the nerves to my feet feel turned off, it's like walking on 2 balls of fluff. Thanks for getting me out of that awful hospital and back to work. Brian was suddenly sorry for having driven her from her sick bed. Don't be sorry. Leah said, apparently reading his mind, but really seeing only his sudden ashamed expression. I'm feeling no pain. Honestly. I feel a little lightheaded and foggy at times, nothing more. And this is the job I came here to do. In fact, well, it's almost impossible to tell you just how fascinating it all is. It was almost worth getting baked and parboiled for. She swung back to the microscope, centering the specimen with a turn of the stage adjustment screw. Poor Igel was right when he said this planet was exobiologically fascinating. This is a gastropod, a lot like Odostomia, but it has parasitical morphological changes so profound that. There's something else I remember, Brian said, interrupting her enthusiastic lecture, only half of which he could understand. Didn't Igel also hope that you would give some study to the natives as well as their environment? The problem is with the Dissons, not with the local wildlife. But I am studying them, Leah insisted. The Dissons have attained an incredibly advanced form of commensalism. Their lives are so intimately connected and integrated with the other life forms that they must be studied in relation to their environment. I doubt if they show as many external physical changes as little eating foot Odostomia on the slide here, but there will surely be a number of psychological changes and adjustments that will crop up. One of these might be the explanation of their urge for planetary suicide. That may be true, but I don't think so, Brian said. I went on a little expedition this morning and found something that has more immediate relevancy. For the first time Leah became aware of his slightly battered condition. Her drug-grooved mind could only follow a single idea at a time and had overlooked the significance of the bandage and dirt. I've been visiting, Brian said, forestalling the question on her lips. The Magter are the ones who are responsible for causing the trouble, and I had to see them up close before I could make any decisions. It wasn't a very pleasant thing, but I found out what I wanted to know. They are different in every way from the normal Dissons. I've compared them. I've talked to Ulv, the native who saved us in the desert, and I can understand him. He is not like us in many ways, he certainly couldn't be, living in this oven, but he is still undeniably human. He gave us drinking water when we needed it, then brought help. The Magter, the upper-class lords of Dis, are the direct opposite. As cold-blooded and ruthless a bunch of murderers as you can possibly imagine. They tried to kill me when they met me, without reason. Their clothes, habits, dwellings, manners, everything about them differs from that of the normal Disan. More important, the Magter are as coldly efficient and inhuman as a reptile. They have no emotions, no love, no hate, no anger, no fear, nothing. Each of them is a chilling bundle of thought processes and reactions, with all the emotions removed. Aren't you exaggerating? Leah asked. After all, you can't be sure. It might just be part of their training not to reveal any emotional state. Everyone must experience emotional states, whether they like it or not. That's my main point. Everyone does, except the Magter. I can't go into all the details now, so you'll just have to take my word for it. Even at the point of death they have no fear or hatred. It may sound impossible, but it is true. Leah tried to shake the knots from her drug-hazed mind. I'm dull today, she said. You'll have to excuse me. If these rulers had no emotional responses, that might explain their present suicidal position. But an explanation like this raises more new problems than it supplies answers to the old ones. How did they get this way? It doesn't seem humanly possible to be without emotions of some kind. Just my point. Not humanly possible. I think these ruling class Dissons aren't human at all, like the other Dissons. I think they are alien creatures, robots or androids, anything except men. I think they are living in disguise among the normal human dwellers. At first Leah started to smile, then her feeling changed when she saw his face. You are serious? She asked. Never more so. I realize it must sound as if I've had my brains bounced around too much this morning. Yet this is the only idea I can come up with that fits all of the facts. Look at the evidence yourself. One simple thing stands out clearly, and must be considered first if any theory is to hold up. That is the Magter's complete indifference to death, their own or anyone else's. Is that normal to mankind? No, but I can find a couple of explanations that I would rather explore first, before dragging in an alien life form. There may have been a mutation or an inherited disease that has deformed or warped their minds. Wouldn't that be sort of self-eliminating? Brian asked. Anti-survival? People who die before puberty would find it a little difficult to pass on a mutation to their children. But let's not beat this one point to death, it's the totality of these people that I find so hard to accept. Any one thing might be explained away, but not the collection of them. What about their complete lack of emotion? Or their manner of dress and their secrecy in general? The ordinary Desan wears a cloth kilt, while the Magter cover themselves as completely as possible. They stay in their black towers and never go out except in groups. Their dead are always removed so they can't be examined. In every way they act like a race apart, and I think they are. Granted for the moment that this outlandish idea might be true, how did they get here? And why doesn't anyone know about it besides them? Easily enough explained, Brian insisted. There are no written records on this planet. After the breakdown, when the handful of survivors were just trying to exist here, the aliens could have landed and moved in. Any interference could have been wiped out. Once the population began to grow, the invaders found they could keep control by staying separate, so their alien difference wouldn't be noticed. Why should that bother them? Leah asked. If they are so indifferent to death, they can't have any strong thoughts on public opinion or alien body odor. Why would they bother with such a complex camouflage? And if they arrived from another planet, what has happened to the scientific ability that brought them here? Peace, Brian said. I don't know enough to be able even to guess at answers to half your questions. I'm just trying to fit a theory to the facts. And the facts are clear. The Magter are so inhuman they would give me nightmares, if I were sleeping these days. What we need is more evidence. Then get it, Leah said with finality. I'm not telling you to turn murderer, but you might try a bit of grave digging. Give me a scalpel and one of your friends stretched out on a slab and I'll quickly tell you what he is or is not. She turned back to the microscope and bent over the eyepiece. That was really the only way to hack the Gordian knot. Dis had only 36 more hours to live, so individual deaths shouldn't be of any concern. He had to find a dead Magter, and if none was obtainable in the proper condition he had to get one of them by violence. For a planetary savior, he was personally doing in an awful lot of the citizenry. He stood behind Leah, looking down at her thoughtfully while she worked. The back of her neck, lightly covered with gently curling hair, was turned toward him. With one of the about-face shifts the mind is capable of, his thoughts flipped from death to life, and he experienced a strong desire to caress this spot lightly, to feel the yielding texture of female flesh. Plunging his hands deep into his pockets, he walked quickly to the door. Get some rest soon, he called to her. I doubt if those bugs will give you the answer. I'm going now to see if I can get the full-sized specimen you want. The truth could be anywhere. I'll stay on these until you come back, she said, not looking up from the microscope. Up under the roof was a well-equipped communications room. Brian had taken a quick look at it when he had first toured the building. The duty operator had earphones on, though only one of the phones covered an ear, and was monitoring through the bands. His shoeless feet were on the edge of the table, and he was eating a thick sandwich held in his free hand. His eyes bulged when he saw Brian in the doorway and he jumped into a flurry of action. "Hold the pose," Brian told him. "It doesn't bother me. And if you make any sudden moves you are liable to break a phone, electrocute yourself, or choke to death. Just see if you can set the transceiver on this frequency for me." Brian wrote the number on a scratch pad and slid it over to the operator. It was the frequency Professor Commander Kraft had given him for the radio of the illegal terrorists, the Nijord army. The operator plugged in a handset and gave it to Brian. Circuit open, he mumbled around a mouthful of still unswallowed sandwich. "This is Brand, director of the CRF. Come in, please." He went on repeating this for more than 10 minutes before he got an answer. "What do you want?" "I have a message of vital urgency for you, and I would also like your help." "Do you want any more information on the radio?" "No." "Wait there, we'll get in touch with you after dark." The carrier wave went dead. 35 hours to the end of the world, and all he could do was wait. Chapter 12. On Brian's desk when he came in, were 2 neat piles of paper. As he sat down and reached for them he was conscious of an arctic coldness in the air, a frigid blast. It was coming from the air conditioner grill, which was now covered by welded steel bars. The control unit was sealed shut. Someone was either being very funny or very efficient. Either way, it was cold. Brian kicked at the cover plate until it buckled, then bent it aside. After a careful look into the interior he disconnected one wire and shorted it to another. He was rewarded by a number of sputtering cracks and a quantity of smoke. The compressor moaned and expired. Fossil was standing in the door with more papers, a shocked expression on his face. "What do you have there?" Brian asked. Fossil managed to straighten out his face and brought the folders to the desk, arranging them on the piles already there. "These are the progress reports you asked for, from all units. Details to date, conclusions, suggestions, etc." "And the other pile?" Brian pointed. "Off-planet correspondence, commissary invoices, requisitions." He straightened the edges of the stack while he answered. "Daily reports, hospital log." His voice died away and stopped as Brian carefully pushed the stack off the edge of the desk into the wastebasket. "In other words, red tape," Brian said. "Well, it's all filed." One by one the progress reports followed the first stack into the basket, until the desk was clear. Nothing. It was just what he had expected. But there had always been the off chance that one of the specialists could come up with a new approach. They hadn't. They were all too busy specializing. Outside the sky was darkening. The front entrance guard had been told to let in anyone who came asking for the director. There was nothing else Brian could do until the Nijord rebels made contact. Irritation bit at him. At least Leah was doing something constructive, he could look in on her. He opened the door to the lab with a feeling of pleasant anticipation. It froze and shattered instantly. Her microscope was hooded and she was gone. "She's having dinner," he thought, or, "she's in the hospital." The hospital was on the floor below, and he went there first. "Of course she's here." Dr. Stein grumbled. Where else should a girl in her condition be? She was out of bed long enough today. Tomorrow's the last day, and if you want to get any more work out of her before the deadline, you had better let her rest tonight. Better let the whole staff rest. I've been handing out tranquilizers like aspirin all day. They're falling apart. The world's falling apart. How is Leah doing? Considering her shape, she's fine. Go in and see for yourself if you won't take my word for it. I have other patients to look at. Are you that worried, doctor? Of course I am. I'm just as prone to the weakness of the flesh as the rest of you. We're sitting on a ticking bomb and I don't like it. I'll do my job as long as it is necessary, but I'll also be damned glad to see the ships land to pull us out. The only skin that I really feel emotionally concerned about right now is my own. And if you want to be let in on a public secret, the rest of your staff feels the same way. So don't look forward to too much efficiency. I never did, Brian said to the retreating back. Lee's room was dark, illuminated only by the light of Dissa's moon slanting in through the window. Brian let himself in and closed the door behind him. Walking quietly, he went over to the bed. Leah was sleeping soundly, her breathing gentle and regular. A night's sleep now would do as much good as all the medication. He should have gone then. Instead, he sat down in the chair placed next to the head of the bed. The guards knew where he was, he could wait here just as well as any place else. It was a stolen moment of peace on a world at the brink of destruction. He was grateful for it. Everything looked less harsh in the moonlight, and he rubbed some of the tension from his eyes. Lee's face was iron smooth by the light, beautiful and young, a direct contrast to everything else on this poisonous world. Her hand was outside of the covers and he took it in his own, obeying a sudden impulse. Looking out of the window at the desert in the distance, he let the peace wash over him, forcing himself to forget for the moment that in one more day life would be stripped from this planet. Later, when he looked back at Leah he saw that her eyes were open, though she hadn't moved. How long had she been awake? He jerked his hand away from hers, feeling suddenly guilty. Is the boss man looking after the serfs, to see if they're fit for the treadmills in the morning? She asked. It was the kind of remark she had used with such frequency in the ship, though it didn't sound quite as harsh now. And she was smiling. Yet it reminded him too well of her superior attitude towards rubes from the stellar sticks. Here he might be the director, but on ancient Earth he would be only one more gaping, lead-footed yokel. How do you feel? He asked, realizing and hating the triteness of the words, even as he said them. Terrible. I'll be dead by morning. Reach me a piece of fruit from that bowl, will you? My mouth tastes like an old boot heel. I wonder how fresh fruit ever got here. Probably a gift to the working classes from the smiling planetary murderers on Nijord. She took the apple Brian gave her and bit into it. Did you ever think of going to Earth? Brian was startled. This was too close to his own thoughts about planetary backgrounds. There couldn't possibly be a connection though. Never, he told her. Up until a few months ago I never even considered leaving Anvur. The 20s are such a big thing at home that it is hard to imagine that anything else exists while you are still taking part in them. Spare me the 20s, she pleaded. After listening to you and Igel, I know far more about them than I shall ever care to know. But what about Anvur itself? Do you have big city-states as Earth does? Nothing like that. For its size, it has a very small population. No big cities at all. I guess the largest centers of population are around the schools, packing plants, things like that. Any exobiologists there? Leah asked, with a woman's eternal ability to make any general topic personal. At the universities, I suppose, though I wouldn't know for sure. And you must realize that when I say no big cities, I also mean no little cities. We aren't organized that way at all. I imagine the basic physical unit is the family and the circle of friends. Friends get important quickly, since the family breaks up when children are still relatively young. Something in the genes, I suppose, we all enjoy being alone. I suppose you might call it an inbred survival trait. Up to a point, she said, biting delicately into the apple. Carry that sort of thing too far and you end up with no population at all. A certain amount of proximity is necessary for that. Of course it is. And there must be some form of recognized relationship or control, that or complete promiscuity. On Anvur the emphasis is on personal responsibility, and that seems to take care of the problem. If we didn't have an adult way of looking at things, our kind of life would be impossible. Individuals are brought together either by accident or design, and with this proximity must be some certainty of relations. You're losing me, Leah protested. Either I'm still foggy from the dope, or you are suddenly unable to speak a word of less than 4 syllables. You know, whenever this happens with you, I get the distinct impression that you are trying to cover up something. For Occam's sake, be specific. Bring me together two of these hypothetical individuals and tell me what happens. Brian took a deep breath. He was in over his head and far from shore. Well, take a bachelor like myself. Since I like cross-country skiing, I make my home in this big house our family has, right at the edge of the Broken Hills. In summer I looked after a druntum herd, but after slaughtering my time was my own all winter. I did a lot of skiing, and used to work for the 20s. Sometimes I would go visiting. Then again, people would drop in on me. Houses are few and far between on Anver. We don't even have locks on our doors. You accept and give hospitality without qualification. Whoever comes. Male, female, in groups or just traveling alone. I get the drift. Life must be dull for a single girl on your iceberg planet. She must surely have to stay home a lot. Only if she wants to. Otherwise she can go wherever she wishes and be welcomed as another individual. I suppose it is out of fashion in the rest of the galaxy, and would probably raise a big laugh on Earth, but a platonic, disinterested friendship between man and woman is an accepted thing on Anver. Sounds exceedingly dull. If you are all such cool and distant friends, how do babies get made? Brian felt his ears reddening, not sure if he was being teased or not. The same damn way they get made any place else. But it's not just a reflexive process like a couple of rabbits that happen to meet under the same bush. It's the woman's choice to indicate if she is interested in marriage. Is marriage the only thing your women are interested in? Marriage or anything else? That's up to the girl. We have a special problem on Anver. Probably the same thing occurs on every planet where the human race has made a massive adaptation. Not all unions are fertile and there is always a large percentage of miscarriages. A large number of births are conceived by artificial insemination. Which is all right when you can't have babies normally. But most women have an emotional bias towards having their husband's children. And there is only one way to find out if this is possible. Lee's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that your girls see if a man can father children before considering marriage? Of course. Otherwise Anver would have been depopulated centuries ago. Therefore the woman does the choosing. If she is interested in a man, she says so. If she is not interested, the man would never think of suggesting anything. It's a lot different from other planets, but so is our planet Anver. It works well for us, which is the only test that applies. Just about the opposite of Earth, Leah told him, dropping the apple core into a dish and carefully licking the tips of her fingers. I guess you Anvarians would describe Earth as a planetary hotbed of sexuality. The reverse of your system, and going full blast all the time. There are far too many people there for comfort. Birth control came late and is still being fought, if you can possibly imagine that. There are just too many of the archaic religions still around, as well as crack-brained ideas that have been long entrenched in custom. The world's overcrowded. Men, women, children, a boiling mob wherever you look. And all of the physically mature ones seem to be involved in the great game of love. The male is always the aggressor. Not physically, at least not often, and women take the most outrageous kinds of flattery for granted. At parties there are always a couple of hot breaths of passion fanning your neck. A girl has to keep her spike heels filed sharp. She has to what? A figure of speech, Brian. Meaning you fight back all the time, if you don't want to be washed under by the flood. Sounds rather, Brian weighed the word before he said it, but could find none other suitable, repellent. From your point of view, it would be. I'm afraid we get so used to it that we even take it for granted. Sociologically speaking. She stopped and looked at Brian's straight back and almost rigid posture. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened in an unspoken O of sudden realization. I'm being a fool, she said. You weren't speaking generally at all. You had a very specific subject in mind. Namely me. Please, Leah, you must understand. But I do. She laughed. All the time I thought you were being a frigid and hard-hearted lump of ice, you were really being very sweet. Just playing the game in good old Enverian style. Waiting for a sign from me. We'd still be playing by different rules if you hadn't had more sense than I, and finally realized that somewhere along the line we must have got our signals mixed. And I thought you were some kind of frosty off-world celibate. She let her hand go out and her fingers rustled through his hair. Something she had been wanting to do for a long time. I had to, he said, trying to ignore the light touch of her fingers. Because I thought so much of you, I couldn't have done anything to insult you. Such as forcing my attentions on you. Until I began to worry where the insult would lie, since I knew nothing about your planet's mores. Well, you know now, she said very softly. The men aggress. Now that I understand, I think I like your way better. But I'm still not sure of all the rules. Do I explain that? Yes, Brian, I like you so very much. You are more man, in one great big wide-shouldered lump, than I have ever met before. It's not quite the time or the place to discuss marriage, but I would certainly like. His arms were around her, holding her to him. Her hands clasped him and their lips sought each other's in the darkness. Gently. She whispered. I bruise easily. Chapter 13. He wouldn't come in, sir. Just hammered on the door and said, I'm here, tell Brand. Good enough, Brian said, fitting his gun in the holster and sliding the extra clips into his pocket. I'm going out now, and I should return before dawn. Get one of the wheeled stretchers down here from the hospital. I'll want it waiting when I get back. Outside, the street was darker than he remembered. Brian frowned and his hand moved towards his gun. Someone had put all the nearby lights out of commission. There was just enough illumination from the stars to enable him to make out the dark bulk of a sand car. Brian Brand? A voice spoke harshly from the car. Get in. The motor roared as soon as he had closed the door. Without lights the sand car churned a path through the city and out into the desert. Though the speed picked up, the driver still drove in the dark, feeling his way with a light touch on the controls. The ground rose, and when they reached the top of a mesa he killed the engine. Neither the driver nor Brian had spoken a word since they left. A switch snapped and the instrument lights came on. In their dim glow Brian could just make out the other man's hawk-like profile. When he moved, Brian saw that his figure was cruelly shortened. Either accident or a mutated gene had warped his spine, hunching him forward in eternally bent supplication. Warped bodies were rare, his was the first Brian had ever seen. He wondered what series of events had kept him from medical attention all his life. This might explain the bitterness and pain in the man's voice. Did the mighty brains on Nijord bother to tell you that they have chopped another day off the deadline? The man asked. That this world is about to come to an end? Yes, I know, Brian said. That's why I'm asking your group for help. Our time is running out too fast. The man didn't answer, he merely grunted and gave his full attention to the radar pings and glowing screen. The electronic senses reached out as he made a check on all the search frequencies to see if they were being followed. Where are we going? Brian asked. Out into the desert. The driver made a vague wave of his hand. Headquarters of the army. Since the whole thing will be blown up in another day, I guess I can tell you it's the only camp we have. All the cars, men and weapons are based there. And Heiss. He's the man in charge. Tomorrow it will be all gone, along with this cursed planet. What's your business with us? Shouldn't I be telling Heiss that? Suit yourself. Satisfied with the instrument search, the driver kicked the car to life again and churned on across the desert. But we're a volunteer army and we have no secrets from each other. Just from the fools at home who are going to kill this world. There was a bitterness in his words that he made no attempt to conceal. They fought among themselves and put off a firm decision so long that now they are forced to commit murder. From what I had heard, I thought that it was the other way around. They call your Nijord army terrorists. We are. Because we are an army and we're at war. The idealists at home only understood that when it was too late. If they had backed us in the beginning, we would have blown open every black castle on Dis, searched until we found those bombs. But that would have meant wanton destruction and death. They wouldn't consider that. Now they are going to kill everyone, destroy everything. He flicked on the panel lights just long enough to take a compass bearing, and Brian saw the tortured unhappiness in his twisted body. It's not over yet, Brian said. There is more than a day left, and I think I'm onto something that might stop the war, without any bombs being dropped. You're in charge of the Cultural Relationships Free Bread and Blankets Foundation, aren't you? What good can your bunch do when the shooting starts? None. But maybe we can put off the shooting. If you are trying to insult me, don't bother. My irritation quotient is very high. The driver merely grunted at this, slowing down as they ran through a field of broken rock. What is it you want? He asked. We want to make a detailed examination of one of the Magter. Alive or dead, it doesn't make any difference. You wouldn't happen to have one around? No. We've fought with them often enough, but always on their home grounds. They keep all their casualties, and a good number of ours. What good will it do you anyway? A dead one won't tell you where the bombs or the jump space projector is. I don't see why I should explain that to you, unless you are in charge. You are Heiss, aren't you? The driver gave an angry sound, and then was silent while he drove. Finally he asked, what makes you think that? Call it a hunch. You don't act very much like a sand car driver, for one thing. Of course your army may be all generals and no privates, but I doubt it. I also know that time has almost run out for all of us. This is a long ride and it would be a complete waste of time if you just sat out in the desert and waited for me. By driving me yourself you could make your mind up before we arrived. Could have a decision ready as to whether you are going to help me or not. Are you? Yes, I'm Heiss. But you still haven't answered my question. What do you want the body for? We're going to cut it open and take a good long look. I don't think the Magter are human. They are something living among men and disguised as men, but still not human. Secret aliens? Heiss exploded the words in a mixture of surprise and disgust. Perhaps. The examination will tell us that. You're either stupid or incompetent, Heiss said bitterly. The heat of Dis has cooked your brains in your head. I'll be no part of this kind of absurd plan. You must, Brian said, surprised at his own calmness. He could sense the other man's interest hidden behind his insulting manner. I don't even have to give you my reasons. In another day this world ends and you have no way to stop it. I just might have an idea that could work, and you can't afford to take any chances, not if you are really sincere. Either you are a murderer, killing Dissens for pleasure, or you honestly want to stop the war. Which is it? You'll have your body all right, Heiss grated, hurling the car viciously around a spire of rock. Not that it will accomplish anything, but I can find no fault with killing another Magter. We can fit your operation into our plans without any trouble. This is the last night and I have sent every one of my teams out on raids. We're breaking into as many Magter towers as possible before dawn. There is a slim chance that we might uncover something. It's really just shooting in the dark, but it's all we can do now. My own team is waiting and you can ride along with us. The others left earlier. We're going to hit a small tower on this side of the city. We raided it once before and captured a lot of small arms they had stored there. There is a good chance that they may have been stupid enough to store something there again. Sometimes the Magter seem to suffer from a complete lack of imagination. You have no idea just how right you are, Brian told him. The sand car slowed down now, as they approached a slab-sided mesa that rose vertically from the desert. They crunched across broken rocks, leaving no tracks. A light blinked on the dashboard, and Heiss stopped instantly and killed the engine. They climbed out, stretching and shivering in the cold desert night. It was dark walking in the shadow of the cliff and they had to feel their way along a path through the tumbled boulders. A sudden blaze of light made Brian wince and shield his eyes. Near him, on the ground, was the humming shape of a cancellation projector, sending out a fan-shaped curtain of vibration that absorbed all the light rays falling upon it. This incredible blackness made a light-proof wall for the recessed hollow at the foot of the cliff. In this shelter, under the overhang of rock, were 3 open sand cars. They were large and armor-plated, warlike in their scarred gray paint. Men sprawled, talked, and polished their weapons. Everything stopped when Heiss and Brian appeared. "Load up," Heiss called out. "We're going to attack now, same plan I outlined earlier. Get Telt over here." In talking to his own men some of the harshness was gone from his voice. The tall soldiers of Nijord moved in ready abeyance of their commander. They loomed over his bent figure, most of them twice as tall as he, but there was no hesitation in jumping when he commanded. They were the body of the Nijord striking force, he was the brains. A square-cut, compact man rolled up to Heiss and saluted with a leisurely flick of his hand. He was weighted and slung about with packs and electronic instruments. His pockets bulged with small tools and spare parts. "This is Telt," Heiss said to Brian. "He'll take care of you. Telt's my personal technical squad. He goes along on all my operations with his meters to test the interiors of the Desan forts. So far he's found no trace of a jump space generator, or excess radioactivity that might indicate a bomb. Since he's useless and you're useless, you both take care of each other. Use the car we came in." Telt's wide face split in a frog-like grin. His voice was hoarse and throaty. "Wait. Just wait. Someday those needles gonna flicker and all our troubles be over." "What you want me to do with the stranger?" "Supply him with a corpse, one of the Mag-Tur," Heiss said. "Take it wherever he wants and then report back here." Heiss scowled at Telt. "Someday your needles will flicker. Poor fool, this is the last day." He turned away and waved the men into their sand cars. "He likes me," Telt said, attaching a final piece of equipment. "You can tell because he calls me names like that. He's a great man, Heiss is, but they never found out until it was too late. Hand me that meter, will you?" Brian followed the technician out to the car and helped him load his equipment aboard. When the larger cars appeared out of the darkness, Telt swung around after them. They snaked forward in a single line through the rocks, until they came to the desert of rolling sand dunes. Then they spread out in line abreast and rushed towards their goal. Telt hummed to himself hoarsely as he drove. He broke off suddenly and looked at Brian. "What you want the dead dis for?" "A theory," Brian answered sluggishly. He had been half napping in the chair, taking the opportunity for some rest before the attack. "I'm still looking for a way to avert the end." "You and Heiss," Telt said with satisfaction. "Couple of idealists. Trying to stop a war you didn't start." They never would listen to Heiss. He told them in the beginning exactly what would happen, and he was right. They always thought his ideas were crooked, like him. Growing up alone in the hill camp, with his back too twisted and too old to be fixed when he finally did come out. Ideas twisted the same way. Made himself an authority on war. Ha! War on Nijord, that's like being an ice cube specialist in hell. But he knew all about it, though they never would let him use what he knew. Put Granddaddy Kraft in charge instead. But Heiss is in charge of an army now. All volunteers, too few of them and too little money. Too little and too damned late to do any good. I'll tell you we did our best, but it could never be good enough. And for this we get called butchers. There was a catch in Telt's voice now, an undercurrent of emotion he couldn't suppress. At home they think we like to kill. Think we're insane. They can't understand we're doing the only thing that has to be done. He broke off as he quickly locked on the brakes and killed the engine. The line of sand cars had come to a stop. Ahead, just visible over the dunes, was the summit of a dark tower. "We walk from here," Telt said, standing and stretching. "We can take our time, because the other boys go in first, soften things up. Then you and I head for the sub-cellar for a radiation check and find you a handsome corpse." Walking at first, then crawling when the dunes no longer shielded them, they crept up on the Disan keep. Dark figures moved ahead of them, stopping only when they reached the crumbling black walls. They didn't use the ascending ramp, but made their way up the sheer outside face of the ramparts. "Line throwers," Telt whispered. "Anchor themselves when the missile hits, have some kind of quick-setting goo. Then we go up the filament with a line-climbing motor. Heiss invented them." "Is that the way you and I are going in?" Brian asked. "No, we get out of the climbing. I told you we hit this rock once before. I know the layout inside." He was moving while he talked, carefully pacing the distance around the base of the tower. "Should be right about here." High-pitched keening sliced the air and the top of the Magter building burst into flame. Automatic weapons hammered above them. Something fell silently through the night and hit heavily on the ground near them. "Attack started," Telt shouted. "We have to get through now, while all the creepies are fighting it out on top." He pulled a plate-shaped object from one of his bags and slapped it hard against the wall. It hung there. He twisted the back of it, pulled something and waved Brian to the ground. "Shaped charge. Should blow straight in, but you never can tell." The ground jumped under them and the ringing thud was a giant fist punching through the wall. A cloud of dust and smoke rolled clear and they could see the dark opening in the rock, a tunnel driven into the wall by the directional force of the explosion. Telt shone a light through the hole at the crumbled chamber inside. Nothing to worry about from anybody who was leaning against this wall. But let's get in and out of this black beehive before the ones upstairs come down to investigate. Shattered rock was thick on the floor, and they skidded and tumbled over it. Telt pointed the way with his light, down a sharply angled ramp. Underground chambers in the rock. They always store their stuff down there. A smoking, black sphere arced out of the tunnel's mouth, hitting at their feet. Telt just gaped, but even as it hit the floor Brian was jumping forward. He caught it with the side of his foot, kicking it back into the dark opening of the tunnel. Telt hit the ground next to him as the orange flame of an explosion burst below. Bits of shrapnel rattled from the ceiling and wall behind them. "Grenades!" Telt gasped. "They've only used them once before, can't have many. Gotta warn Heiss." He plugged a throat mic into the transmitter on his tack and spoke quickly into it. There was a stirring below and Brian poured a rain of fire into the tunnel. "They're catching it bad on top, too. We gotta pull out. Go first and I'll cover you. I came for my Disan, I'm not leaving until I get one." "You're crazy. You're dead if you stay." Telt was scrambling back towards the crumbled entrance as he talked. His back was turned when Brian fired. The Magter had appeared silently as the shadow of death. They charged without a sound, running with expressionless faces into the bullets. Two died at once, curling and folding, the third one fell at Brian's feet. Shot, pierced, dying, but not yet dead. Leaving a crimson track, it hunched closer, lifting its knife to Brian. He didn't move. How many times must you murder a man? Or was it a man? His mind and body rebelled against the killing, and he was almost ready to accept death himself, rather than kill again. Telt's bullets tore through the body and it dropped with grim finality. "There's your corpse, now get it out of here." Telt screeched. Between them they worked the sodden weight of the dead Magter through the hole, their exposed backs crawling with the expectation of instant death. No further attack came as they ran from the tower, other than a grenade that exploded too far behind them to do any harm. One of the armored sand cars circled the keep, headlights blazing, keeping up a steady fire from its heavy weapons. The attackers climbed into it as they beat a retreat. Telt and Brian dragged the Deathworld behind them, struggling through the loose sand towards the circling car. Telt glanced over his shoulder and broke into a shambling run. "They're following us," he gasped. "The first time they ever chased us after a raid." "They must know we have the body," Brian said. "Leave it behind." Telt choked. "Too heavy to carry, anyway." "I'd rather leave you," Brian said sharply. "Let me have it." He pulled the corpse away from the unresisting Telt and heaved it across his own shoulders. "Now use your gun to cover us." Telt threw a rain of slugs back towards the dark figures following them. The driver of the sand car must have seen the flare of their fire, because the truck turned and started towards them. It braked in a choking cloud of dust and ready hands reached to pull them up. Brian pushed the body in ahead of himself and scrambled after it. The truck engine throbbed and they churned away into the blackness, away from the gutted tower. "You know, that was more like kind of a joke, when I said I'd leave the corpse behind," Telt told Brian. "You didn't believe me, did you?" "Yes," Brian said, holding the dead weight of the magter against the truck's side. "I thought you meant it." "Ah," Telt protested, "you're as bad as Heiss. You take things too seriously." Brian suddenly realized that he was wet with blood, his clothing sodden. His stomach rose at the thought and he clutched the edge of the sand car. Killing like this was too personal. Talking abstractedly about a body was one thing, but murdering a man, then lifting his dead flesh and feeling his blood warm upon you is an entirely different matter. But the magter weren't human, he knew that. The thought was only mildly comforting. After they had reached the other waiting sand cars, the raiding party split up. "Each one goes in a different direction," Telt said, "so they can't track us to the base." He clipped a piece of paper next to the compass and kicked the motor into life. "We'll make a big U in the desert and end up in Hofstad. I got the course here. Then I'll dump you and your friends and beat it back to our camp. You're not still burned at me for what I said, are you? Are you?" Brian didn't answer. He was staring fixedly out of the side window. "What's doing?" Telt asked. Brian pointed out at the rushing darkness. "Over there," he said, pointing to the growing light on the horizon. "Dawn," Telt said. "Lotta rain on your planet? Didn't you ever see the sun come up before? Not on the last day of a world." "Lock it up," Telt grumbled. "You give me the crawls. I know they're going to be blasted. But at least I know I did everything I could to stop it. How do you think they are going to be feeling at home, on Nijord, from tomorrow on?" "Maybe we can still stop it," Brian said, shrugging off the feeling of gloom. Telt's only answer was a wordless sound of disgust. By the time they had cut a large loop in the desert, the sun was well up in the sky, the daily heat begun. Their course took them through a chain of low, flinty hills that cut their speed almost to zero. They ground ahead in low gear while Telt sweated and cursed, struggling with the controls. Then they were on firm sand and picking up speed towards the city. As soon as Brian saw Hofstad clearly, he felt a clutch of fear. From somewhere in the city a black plume of smoke was rising. It could have been one of the deserted buildings aflame, a minor blaze. Yet the closer they came, the greater his tension grew. Brian didn't dare put it into words himself, it was Telt who vocalized the thought. "A fire or something. Coming from your area, somewhere close to your building." Within the city they saw the first signs of destruction. Broken rubble on the streets. The smell of greasy smoke in their nostrils. More and more people appeared, going in the same direction they were. The normally deserted streets of Hofstad were now almost crowded. Dissons, obvious by their bare shoulders, mixed with the few off-worlders who still remained. Brian made sure the tarpaulin was well wrapped around the body before they pushed the sand car slowly through the growing crowd. "I don't like all this publicity," Telt complained, looking at the people. "It's the last day, or I'd be turning back. They know our cars, we've raided them often enough. Turning a corner, he braked suddenly, mouth agape. Ahead was destruction. Black, broken rubble had been churned into desolation. It was still smoking, pink tongues of flame licking over the ruins. A fragment of wall fell with a rumbling crash. "It's your building, the Foundation building," Telt shouted. "They've been here ahead of us, must have used the radio to call a raid. They did a job, explosive of some kind." Hope was dead. Dis was dead. In the ruin ahead, mixed and broken with other rubble, were the bodies of all the people who had trusted him. Leah, beautiful and cruelly dead Leah. Dr. Stein, his patients, fossil, all of them. He had kept them on this planet, and now they were dead. Every one of them. Dead. Murderer. Chapter 14. Life was ended. Brian's mind contained nothing but despair and the pain of irretrievable loss. If his brain had been completely the master of his body he would have died there, for at that moment there was no will to live. Unaware of this, his heart continued to beat and the regular motion of his lungs drew in the dreadful sweetness of the smoke-tainted air. With automatic directness his body lived on. "What you gonna do?" Telt asked, even his natural exuberation stilled by this. Brian only shook his head as the words penetrated. What could he do? What could possibly be done? "Follow me," a voice said in guttural Disan through the opening of a rear window. The speaker was lost in the crowd before they could turn. Aware now, Brian saw a native move away from the edge of the crowd and turn to look in their direction. It was Ulf. "Turn the car, that way." He punched Telt's arm and pointed. "Do it slowly and don't draw any attention to us." For a moment there was hope, which he kept himself from considering. The building was gone, and the people in it all dead. That fact had to be faced. "What's going on?" Telt asked. "Who was that talked in the window?" "A native, that one up ahead. He saved my life in the desert, and I think he is on our side. Even though he's a native Disan, he can understand facts that the Magter can't. He knows what will happen to this planet." Brian was talking to fill his brain with words so he wouldn't begin to have hope. There was no hope possible. Ulf moved slowly and naturally through the streets, never looking back. They followed, as far behind as they dared, yet still keeping him in sight. Fewer people were about here among the deserted off-world storehouses. Ulf vanished into one of these, Light Metals Trust Ltd., the sign read above the door. Telt slowed the car. "Don't stop here," Brian said. "Drive around the corner, and pull up." Brian climbed out of the car with an ease he did not feel. No one was in sight now, in either direction. Walking slowly back to the corner, he checked the street they had just left. Hot, silent and empty. A sudden blackness appeared where the door of the warehouse had been, and the sudden flickering motion of a hand. Brian signaled Telt to start, and jumped into the already moving sand car. "Into that open door, quickly, before anyone sees us." The car rumbled down a ramp into the dark interior and the door slid shut behind them. "Ulf! What is it? Where are you?" Brian called, blinking in the murky interior. A gray form appeared beside him. "I am here." "Did you?" There was no way to finish the sentence. "I heard of the raid. The Magter called together all of us they could to help them carry explosive. I went along. I could not stop them, and there was no time to warn anyone in the building." "Then they are all dead?" "Yes," Ulf nodded. "All except one. I knew I could perhaps save one, I was not sure who. So I took the woman you were with in the desert, she is here now. She was hurt, but not badly, when I brought her out." Guilty relief flooded through Brian. He shouldn't exult, not with the death of everyone in the Foundation still fresh in his mind. But at that instant he was happy. "Let me see her," he said to Ulf. He was seized by the sudden fear that there might be a mistake. Perhaps Ulf had saved a different woman. Ulv led the way across the empty loading bay. Brian followed closely, fighting down the temptation to tell him to hurry. When he saw that Ulv was heading towards an office in the far wall, he could control himself no longer and ran on ahead. It was Leah, lying unconscious on a couch. Sweat beaded her face and she moaned and stirred without opening her eyes. I gave her suver, then wrapped her in cloth so no one would know, Ulv said. Telt was close behind them, looking in through the open door. Suver is a drug they take from one of their plants, he said. We got a lot of experience with it. A little makes a good knockout drug, but it's deadly poison in large doses. I got the antidote in the car, wait and I'll get it. He went out. Brian sat next to Leah and wiped her face clean of dirt and perspiration. The dark shadows under her eyes were almost black now and her elfin face seemed even thinner. But she was alive, that was the important thing. Some of the tension drained away from Brian and he could think again. There was still the job to do. After this last experience Leah should be in a hospital bed. But this was impossible. He would have to drag her to her feet and put her back to work. The answer might still be found. Each second ticked away another fraction of the planet's life. Good as new in a minute, Telt said, banging down the heavy med box. He watched intently as Ulv left the room. Heiss should know about this renegade. Might be useful as a spy, or for information, though of course it's too late now to do anything, so the hell with it. He pulled a pistol-shaped hypodermic gun from the box and dialed a number on the side. Now, if you'll roll her sleeve up I'll bring her back to life. He pressed the bell-shaped sterilizing muzzle against her skin and pulled the trigger. The hypo gun hummed briefly, ending its cycle with a loud click. Does it work fast? Brian asked. Couple of minutes. Just let her be and she'll come to by herself. Ulv was in the doorway. Killer, he hissed. His blowgun was in his hand, half raised to his mouth. He's been in the car, he's seen it. Telt shouted and grabbed for his gun. Brian sprang between them, raising his hands. Stop it. No more killing, he shouted in Disan. Then he shook his fist at Telt. Fire that gun and I'll stuff it down your throat. I'll handle this. He turned to face Ulv, who hadn't brought the blowgun any closer to his lips. This was a good sign, the Disan was still uncertain. You have seen the body in the car, Ulv. So you must have seen that it is that of a magter. I killed him myself, because I would rather kill 1, or 10, or even 100 men than have everyone on this planet destroyed. I killed him in a fair fight and now I am going to examine his body. There is something very strange and different about the magter, you know that yourself. If I can find out what it is, perhaps we can make them stop this war, and not bomb Nijord. Ulv was still angry, but he lowered the blowgun a little. I wish there were no offworlders, he said. I wish that none of you had ever come. Nothing was wrong until you started coming. The magter were the strongest, and they killed, but they also helped. Now they want to fight a war with your weapons, and for this you are going to kill my world. And you want me to help you? Not me, yourself. Brian said wearily. There's no going back, that's the one thing we can't do. Maybe Dis would have been better off without off-planet contact. Maybe not. In any case, you have to forget about that. You have contact now with the rest of the galaxy, for better or for worse. You've got a problem to solve, and I'm here to help you solve it. Seconds ticked by as Ulv, unmoving, fought with questions that were novel to his life. Could killing stop death? Could he help his people by helping strangers to fight and kill them? His world had changed and he didn't like it. He must make a giant effort to change with it. Abruptly, he pushed the blowgun into a thong at his waist, turned and strode out. Too much for my nerves, Telt said, settling his gun back in the holster. You don't know how happy I'm gonna be when this whole damn thing is over. Even if the planet goes bang, I don't care. I'm finished. He walked out to the sand car, keeping a careful eye on the Deathson crouched against the wall. Brian turned back to Leah, whose eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. He went to her. "Running," she said, and her voice had a toneless emptiness that screamed louder than any emotion. "They ran by the open door of my room and I could see them when they killed Dr. Stein. Just butchered him like an animal, chopping him down. Then one came into the room and that's all I remember." She turned her head slowly and looked at Brian. "What happened? Why am I here?" "They're dead," he told her. "All of them. After the raid the Dissons blew up the building. You're the only one that survived. That was Ulv who came into your room, the Deathson we met in the desert. He brought you away and hid you here in the city." "When do we leave?" she asked in the same empty tones, turning her face to the wall. "When do we get off this planet?" "Today is the last day. The deadline is midnight. Kraft will have a ship pick us up when we are ready. But we still have our job to do. I've got that body. You're going to have to examine it. We must find out about the Magter. Nothing can be done now except leave." Her voice was a dull monotone. "There is only so much that a person can do, and I've done it. Please have the ship come, I want to leave now." Brian bit his lip in helpless frustration. Nothing seemed to penetrate the apathy into which she had sunk. Too much shock, too much terror, in too short a time. He took her chin in his hand and turned her head to face him. She didn't resist, but her eyes were shining with tears, tears trickled down her cheeks. "Take me home, Brian, please take me home." He could only brush her sodden hair back from her face, and force himself to smile at her. The moments of time were running out, faster and faster, and he no longer knew what to do. The examination had to be made, yet he couldn't force her. He looked for the med box and saw that Telt had taken it back to the sand car. There might be something in it that could help, a tranquilizer perhaps. Telt had some of his instruments open on the chart table and was examining a tape with a pocket magnifier when Brian entered. He jumped nervously and put the tape behind his back, then relaxed when he saw who it was. "I thought you were the creepy out there, coming for a look," he whispered. "Maybe you trust him, but I can't afford to. Can't even use the radio. I'm getting out of here now. I have to tell Heiss." "Tell him what?" Brian asked sharply. "What is all the mystery about?" Telt handed him the magnifier and tape. "Look at that, recording tape from my scintillation counter. Red verticals are 5-minute intervals, the wiggly black horizontal line is the radioactivity level. All this where the line goes up and down, that's when we were driving out to the attack. Varying hot level of the rock and ground. What's the big peak in the middle? That coincides exactly with our visit to the House of Horrors. When we went through the hole in the bottom of the tower." He couldn't keep the excitement out of his voice. "Does it mean that?" "I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to compare it with the other tapes back at base. It could be the stone of the tower, some of these heavy rocks have got a high natural count. There maybe could be a box of instruments there with fluorescent dials. Or it might be one of those tactical atom bombs they threw at us already. Some arms runner sold them a few. Or it could be the cobalt bombs. It could be," Telt said, packing his instruments swiftly. "A badly shielded bomb, or an old one with a crack in the skin, could give a trace like that. Just a little radon leaking out would do it. Why don't you call Heiss on the radio and let him know? I don't want Granddaddy Kraft's listening posts to hear about it. This is our job, if I'm right. And I have to check my old tapes to make sure. But it's gonna be worth a raid, I can feel that in my bones. Let's unload your corpse." He helped Brian with the clumsy, wrapped bundle, then slipped into the driver's seat. "Hold it," Brian said. "Do you have anything in the med box I can use for Leah? She seems to have cracked. Not hysterical, but withdrawn. Won't listen to reason, won't do anything but lie there and ask to go home. Got the potion here," Telt said, cracking the med box. Slaughter syndrome is what our medic calls it. Hit a lot of our boys. Grow up all your life hating the idea of violence, and it goes rough when you have to start killing people. Guys break up, break down, go to pieces lots of different ways. The medic mixed up this stuff. Don't know how it works, probably tranquilizers and some of the cortex drugs. But it peels off recent memories. Maybe for the last 10, 12 hours. You can't get upset about what you don't remember. He pulled out a sealed package. Directions on the box. Good luck. Luck, Brian said, and shook the technician's calloused hand. Let me know if the traces are strong enough to be bombs. He checked the street to make sure it was clear, then pressed the door button. The sand car churned out into the brilliant sunshine and was gone, the throb of its motor dying in the distance. Brian closed the door and went back to Leah. Ulv was still crouched against the wall. There was a one-shot disposable hypodermic in the box. Leah made no protest when he broke the seal and pressed the needle against her arm. She sighed and her eyes closed again. When he saw she was resting easily, he dragged in the tarpaulin-wrapped body of the magter. A workbench ran along one wall and he struggled the corpse up onto it. He unwrapped the tarpaulin and the sightless eyes stared accusingly up into his. Using his knife, Brian cut away the loose, blood-soaked clothing. Strapped under the clothes, around the man's waist, was the familiar collection of Deathworld artifacts. This could have significance either way. Human or humanoid, the creature would still have to live on. Brian threw it aside, along with the clothing. Nude, pierced, bloody, the corpse lay before him. In every external physical detail the man was human. Brian's theory was becoming more preposterous with each discovery. If the magter weren't alien, how could he explain their complete lack of emotions? A mutation of some kind? He didn't see how it was possible. There had to be something alien about the dead man before him. The future of a world rested on this flimsy hope. If Telt's lead to the bombs proved to be false, there would be no hope left at all. Leah was still unconscious when he looked at her again. There was no way of telling how long the coma would last. He would probably have to waken her out of it, but he didn't want to do it too early. It took an effort to control his impatience, even though he knew the drug needed time in which to work. He finally decided on at least a minimum of an hour before he should try to disturb her. That would be noon, 12 hours before destruction. One thing he should do was to get in touch with Professor Commander Kraft. Maybe it was being defeatist, but he had to make sure that they had a way off this planet if the mission failed. Kraft had installed a relay radio that would forward calls from his personal set. If this relay had been in the Foundation building, contact was broken. This had to be found out before it was too late. Brian thumbed on his radio and sent the call. The reply came back instantly. This is Fleet Communications. Will you please keep this circuit open? Commander Kraft is waiting for this call and it is being put directly through to him now. Kraft's voice broke in while the operator was still talking. Who is making this call? Is it anyone from the Foundation? The old man's voice was shaky with emotion. Brand here. I have Leah Maurice with me. No more. Are there no other survivors from the disaster that destroyed your building? That's it, other than us it's a complete loss. With the building and all the instruments gone, I have no way to contact our ship in orbit. Can you arrange to get us out of here if necessary? Give me your location. A ship is coming now. I don't need a ship now, Brian interrupted. Don't send it until I call. If there is a way to stop your destruction I'll find it. So I'm staying, to the last minute if necessary. Kraft was silent. There was only the crackle of an open mic and the sound of breathing. That is your decision, he said finally. I'll have a ship standing by. But won't you let us take Miss Maurice out now? No. I need her here. We are still working, looking for. What answer can you find that could possibly avert destruction now? His tone was between hope and despair. Brian couldn't help him. If I succeed, you'll know. Otherwise, that will be the end of it. End of transmission. He switched the radio off. Leah was sleeping easily when he looked at her, and there was still a good part of the hour left before he could wake her. How could he put it to use? She would need tools, instruments to examine the corpse, and there were certainly none here. Perhaps he could find some in the ruins of the Foundation building. With this thought he had the sudden desire to see the wreckage up close. There might be other survivors. He had to find out. If he could talk to the men he had seen working there. Ulv was still crouched against the wall in the outer room. He looked up angrily when Brian came over, but said nothing. "Will you help me again?" Brian asked. "Stay and watch the girl while I go out. I'll be back at noon." Ulv didn't answer. "I am still looking for the way to save Dis," Brian added. "Go, I'll watch the girl." Ulv spat words in impotent fury. "I do not know what to do." "You may be right. Go. She will be safe with me." Brian slipped out into the deserted street and, half running, half walking, made his way towards the rubble that had been the Cultural Relationships Foundation. He used a different course from the one they had come by, striking first towards the outer edge of the city. Once there, he could swing and approach from the other side, so there would be no indication where he had come from. The Magter might be watching and he didn't want to lead them to Leah and the stolen body. Turning a corner, he saw a sand car stopped in the street ahead. There was something familiar about the lines of it. It could be the one he and Telt had used, but he wasn't sure. He looked around, but the dusty, packed dirt street was white and empty, shimmering in silence under the sun. Staying close to the wall and watching carefully, Brian slipped towards the car. When he came close behind it he was positive it was the one he had been in the night before. What was it doing here? Silence and heat filled the street. Windows and doors were empty, and there was no motion in their shadows. Putting his foot on a bogey wheel, he reached up and grabbed the searing metal rim of the open window. He pulled himself up and stared at Telt's smiling face. Smiling in death. The lips pulled back to reveal the grinning teeth, the eyes bursting from the head, the features swollen and contorted from the deadly poison. A tiny, tufted dart of wood stuck in the brown flesh on the side of his neck. Chapter 15. Brian hurled himself backward and sprawled flat in the dust and filth of the road. No poison dart sought him out, the empty silence still reigned. Telt's murderers had come and gone. Moving quickly, using the bulk of the car as a shield, he opened the door and slipped inside. They had done a thorough job of destruction. All of the controls had been battered into uselessness, the floor was a junk heap of crushed equipment, intertwined with loops of recording tape bulging like mechanical intestines. A gutted machine, destroyed like its driver. It was easy enough to reconstruct what had happened. The car had been seen when they entered the city, probably by some of the Magter who had destroyed the Foundation building. They had not seen where it had gone, or Brian would surely be dead by now. But they must have spotted it when Telt tried to leave the city, and stopped it in the most effective way possible, a dart through the open window into the unsuspecting driver's neck. Telt dead. The brutal impact of the man's death had driven all thought of its consequences from Brian's mind. Now he began to realize. Telt had never sent word of his discovery of the radioactive trace to the Nijord army. He had been afraid to use the radio, and had wanted to tell Heiss in person, and to show him the tape. Only now the tape was torn and mixed with all the others, the brain that could have analyzed it dead. Brian looked at the dangling entrails of the radio and spun for the door. Running swiftly and erratically, he fled from the sand car. His own survival and the possible survival of Dis depended on his not being seen near it. He must contact Heiss and pass on the information. Until he did that, he was the only off-worlder on Dis who knew which Magter tower might contain the world-destroying bombs. Once out of sight of the sand car he went more slowly, wiping the sweat from his streaming face. He hadn't been seen leaving the car, and he wasn't being followed. The streets here weren't familiar, but he checked his direction by the sun and walked at a steady fast pace towards the destroyed building. More of the native Dissons were in the streets now. They all noticed him, some even stopped and scowled fiercely at him. With his emphatic awareness he felt their anger and hatred. A knot of men radiated death, and he put his hand on his gun as he passed them. 2 of them had their blowguns ready, but didn't use them. By the time he had turned the next corner he was soaked with nervous perspiration. Ahead was the rubble of the destroyed building. Grounded next to it was the tapered form of a spacer's pinnace. 2 men had come from the open lock and were standing at the edge of the burnt area. Brian's boots grated loudly on the broken wreckage. The men turned quickly towards him, guns raised. Both of them carried ion rifles. They relaxed when they saw his off-world clothes. "Bloody damned savages," one of them growled. He was a heavy planet man, a squashed-down column of muscle and gristle, whose head barely reached Brian's chest. A pushed-back cap had the crossed slide rule symbol of ship's computer man. "Can't blame them, I guess," the second man said. He wore Purser's insignia. His features were different, but with the same compacted body the 2 men were as physically alike as twins. Probably from the same home planet. "They're gonna get their whole world blown out from under them at midnight. Looks as if the poor slob in the streets finally realized what is happening. Hope we're in jump space by then. I saw Estrada's world get it, and I don't want to see that again, not twice in one lifetime." The computer man was looking closely at Brian, head tilted sideways to see his face. "You need transportation off-world?" he asked. "We're the last ship at the port, and we're going to boil out of here as soon as the rest of our cargo is aboard. We'll give you a lift if you need it." Only by a tremendous effort at control did Brian conceal the destroying sorrow that overwhelmed him when he looked at that shattered wasteland, the graveyard of so many. "No," he said. "That won't be necessary. I'm in touch with the blockading fleet and they'll pick me up before midnight." "You from Nijord?" the purser growled. "No," Brian said, still only half aware of the men. "But there is trouble with my own ship." He realized that they were looking intently at him, that he owed them some kind of explanation. "I thought I could find a way to stop the war. Now I'm not so sure." He hadn't intended to be so frank with the spacemen, but the words had been uppermost in his thoughts and had simply slipped out. The computer man started to say something, but his shipmate speared him in the side with his elbow. "We blast soon, and I don't like the way these Dissons are looking at us. The captain said to find out what caused the fire, then get the hell back. So let's go. Don't miss your ship," the computer man said to Brian, and he started for the pinnace. Then he hesitated and turned. "Sure there's nothing we can do for you?" Sorrow would accomplish nothing. Brian fought to sweep the dregs of emotion from his mind and to think clearly. "You can help me," he said. "I could use a scalpel or any other surgical instrument you might have. Leo would need those." Then he remembered Telt's undelivered message. "Do you have a portable radio transceiver? I can pay you for it." The computer man vanished inside the rocket and reappeared a minute later with a small package. "There's a scalpel and a magnetized tweezers in here, all I could find in the med kit. Hope they'll do." He reached inside and swung out the metal case of a self-contained transceiver. "Take this, it's got plenty of range, even on the longer frequencies." He raised his hand at Brian's offer to pay. "My donation," he said. "If you can save this planet I'll give you the whole pinnace as well. We'll tell the captain we lost the radio in some trouble with the natives. Isn't that right, moneybags?" He prodded the purser in the chest with a finger that would have punched a hole through a weaker man. "I read you loud and clear," the purser said. "I'll make out an invoice so stating, back in the ship." They were both in the pinnace then, and Brian had to move fast to get clear of the takeoff blast. A sense of obligation, the spacemen had felt it too. The realization of this raised Brian's spirits a bit as he searched through the rubble for anything useful. He recognized part of a wall still standing as a corner of the laboratory. Poking through the ruins, he unearthed broken instruments and a single, battered case that had barely missed destruction. Inside was the binocular microscope, the right tube bent, its lenses cracked and obscured. The left eyepiece still seemed to be functioning. Brian carefully put it back in the case. He looked at his watch. It was almost noon. These few pieces of equipment would have to do for the dissection. Watched suspiciously by the onlooking Dissons, he started back to the warehouse. It was a long, circuitous walk, since he didn't dare give any clues to his destination. Only when he was positive he had not been observed or followed did he slip through the building's entrance, locking the door behind him. Lee's frightened eyes met his when he went into the office. "A friendly smile here among the cannibals," she called. Her strained expression gave the lie to the cheeriness of her words. "What has happened?" "Since I woke up, the great stone face over there," she pointed to Ulf, "has been telling me exactly nothing." "What's the last thing you can remember?" Brian asked carefully. He didn't want to tell her too much, lest this bring on the shock again. Ulf had shown great presence of mind in not talking to her. "If you must know," Leah said, "I remember quite a lot, Brian Brand. I shan't go into details, since this sort of thing is best kept from the natives. For the record then, I can recall going to sleep after you left. And nothing since then. It's weird. I went to sleep in that lumpy hospital bed and woke up on this couch, feeling simply terrible. With him just sitting there and scowling at me. Won't you please tell me what is going on?" A partial truth was best, saving all of the details that he could for later. "The Magter attacked the Foundation building," he said. "They are getting angry at all offworlders now. You were still knocked out by a sleeping drug, so Ulf helped bring you here. It's afternoon now. Of the last day?" She sounded horrified. "While I'm playing Sleeping Beauty, the world is coming to an end. Was anyone hurt in the attack? Or killed?" "There were a number of casualties, and plenty of trouble," Brian said. He had to get her off the subject. Walking over to the corpse, he threw back the cover from its face. "But this is more important right now. It's one of the Magter. I have a scalpel and some other things here. Will you perform an autopsy?" Leah huddled back on the couch, her arms around herself, looking chilled in spite of the heat of the day. "What happened to the people at the building?" she asked in a thin voice. The injection had removed her memories of the tragedy, but echoes of the strain and shock still reverberated in her mind and body. "I feel so exhausted. Please tell me what happened. I have the feeling you're hiding something." Brian sat next to her and took her hands in his, not surprised to find them cold. Looking into her eyes, he tried to give her some of his strength. "It wasn't very nice," he said. "You were shaken up by it, I imagine that's why you feel the way you do now. But, Leah, you'll have to take my word for this. Don't ask any more questions. There's nothing we can do now about it. But we can still find out about the Magter. Will you examine the corpse?" She started to ask something, then changed her mind. When she dropped her eyes, Brian felt the thin shiver that went through her body. "There's something terribly wrong," she said. "I know that. I guess I'll have to take your word that it's best not to ask questions. Help me up, will you, darling? My legs are absolutely liquid." Leaning on him, with his arm around her supporting most of her weight, she went slowly across to the corpse. She looked down and shuddered. "Not what you would call a natural death," she said. Ulf watched intently as she took the scalpel out of its holder. "You don't have to look at this," she told him in halting Disan. "Not if you don't want to." "I want to," he told her, not taking his eyes from the body. "I have never seen a Magter dead before, or without covering, like an ordinary person." He continued to stare fixedly. "Find me some drinking water, will you, Brian?" Leah said. And spread the tarp under the body. These things are quite messy. After drinking the water she seemed stronger, and could stand without holding onto the table with both hands. Placing the tip of the scalpel just below the magter's breastbone, she made the long post-mortem incision down to the pubic symphysis. The great, body-length wound gaped open like a red mouth. Across the table Ulf shuddered but didn't avert his eyes. One by one she removed the internal organs. Once she looked up at Brian, then quickly returned to work. The silence stretched on and on until Brian had to break it. "Tell me, can't you? Have you found out anything?" His words snapped the thin strand of her strength, and she staggered back to the couch and collapsed onto it. Her blood-stained hands hung over the side, making a strangely terrible contrast to the whiteness of her skin. "I'm sorry, Brian," she said. "But there's nothing at all. There are minor differences, organic changes I've never seen before. His liver is tremendous, for one thing. But changes like this are certainly consistent within the pattern of Homo sapiens as adapted to a different planet. He's a man. Changed, adapted, modified, but still just as human as you or I." "How can you be sure?" Brian broke in. "You haven't examined him completely, have you?" She shook her head. "Then go on. The other organs. His brain. A microscopic examination. Here," he said, pushing the microscope case towards her with both hands. She dropped her head onto her forearms and sobbed. "Leave me alone, can't you? I'm tired and sick and fed up with this awful planet. Let them die. I don't care. Your theory is false, useless. Admit that. And let me wash the filth from my hands." Sobbing drowned out her words. Brian stood over her and drew a shuddering breath. Was he wrong? He didn't dare think about that. He had to go on. Looking down at the thinness of her bent back, with the tiny projections of her spine showing through the thin cloth, he felt an immense pity, a pity he couldn't surrender to. This thin, helpless, frightened woman was his only resource. She had to work. He had to make her work. Igel had done it, used projective empathy to impress his emotions upon Brian. Now Brian must do it with Leah. He had had some sessions in the art, but not nearly enough to make him proficient. Nevertheless he had to try. Strength was what Leah needed. Aloud he said simply, "You can do it. You have the will and the strength to finish." And silently his mind cried out the order to obey, to share his power now that hers was drained and finished. Only when she lifted her face and he saw the dried tears did he realize that he had succeeded. "You will go on?" he asked quietly. Leah merely nodded and rose to her feet. She shuffled like a sleepwalker jerked along by invisible strings. Her strength wasn't her own, and the situation reminded him unhappily of that last event of the 20s when he had experienced the same kind of draining activity. She wiped her hands roughly on her clothes and opened the microscope case. "The slides are all broken," she said. "This will do," Brian told her, crashing his heel through the glass partition. Shards tinkled and crashed to the floor. He took some of the bigger pieces and broke them to rough squares that would fit under the clips on the stage. Leah accepted them without a word. Putting a drop of the magter's blood on the slide, she bent over the eyepiece. Her hands shook when she tried to adjust the focusing. Using low power, she examined the specimen, squinting through the angled tube. Once she turned the substage mirror a bit to catch the light streaming in the window. Brian stood behind her, fists clenched, forcibly controlling his anxiety. "What do you see?" he finally blurted out. "Phagocytes, platelets, leukocytes, everything seems normal." Her voice was dull, exhausted, her eyes blinking with fatigue as she stared into the tube. Anger at defeat burned through Brian. Even faced with failure, he refused to accept it. He reached over her shoulder and savagely twisted the turret of microscope until the longest lens was in position. "If you can't see anything, try the high power. It's there, I know it's there. I'll get you a tissue specimen. He turned back to the disemboweled cadaver. His back was turned and he did not see that sudden stiffening of her shoulders, or the sudden eagerness that seized her fingers as they adjusted the focus. But he did feel the wave of emotion that welled from her, impinging directly on his empathetic sense. "What is it?" he called to her, as if she had spoken aloud. Something here," she said, "in this leukocyte. It's not normal structure, but it's familiar. I've seen something like it before, but I just can't remember." She turned away from the microscope and unthinkingly pressed her gory knuckles to her forehead. "I know I've seen it before." Brian squinted into the deserted microscope and made out a dim shape in the center of the field. It stood out sharply when he focused, the white, jellyfish shape of a single-celled leukocyte. To his untrained eye there was nothing unusual about it. He couldn't know what was strange, when he had no idea of what was normal. "Do you see those spherical green shapes grouped together?" Leah asked. Before Brian could answer she gasped, "I remember now." Her fatigue was forgotten in her excitement. Iceria purchasei, that was the name, something like that. It's a coccid, a little scale insect. It had those same shapes collected together within its individual cells. What do they mean? What is the connection with this? "I don't know," she said, "it's just that they look so similar. And I never saw anything like this in a human cell before." In the coccids, the green particles grow into a kind of yeast that lives within the insect. Not a parasite, but a real symbiote. Her eyes opened wide as she caught the significance of her own words. A symbiote, and this was the world where symbiosis and parasitism had become more advanced and complex than on any other planet. Lee's thoughts spun around this fact and chewed at the fringes of the logic. Brian could sense her concentration and absorption. He did nothing to break the mood. Her hands were clenched, her eyes staring unseeingly at the wall as her mind raced. Brian and Ulf were quiet, watching her, waiting for her conclusions. The pieces were falling into shape at last. Leah opened her clenched hands and smoothed them on her sodden skirt. She blinked and turned to Brian. "Is there a toolbox here?" she asked. Her words were so unexpected that Brian could not answer for a moment. Before he could say anything she spoke again. "Not hand tools, that would take too long. Could you find anything like a power saw? That would be ideal." She turned back to the microscope, and he didn't try to question her. Ulf was still looking at the body of the magter and had understood nothing of what they had said. Brian went out into the loading bay. There was nothing he could use on the ground floor, so he took the stairs to the floor above. A corridor here passed by a number of rooms. All of the doors were locked, including one with the hopeful sign "Tool Room" on it. He battered at the metal door with his shoulder without budging it. As he stepped back to look for another way in, he glanced at his watch. 2 o'clock. In 10 hours the bombs would fall on Dis. The need for haste tore at him. Yet there could be no noise, someone in the street might hear it. He quickly stripped off his shirt and wrapped it in a loose roll around the barrel of his gun, extending it in a loose tube in front of the barrel. Holding the rolled cloth in his left hand, he jammed the gun up tight against the door, the muzzle against the lock. The single shot was only a dull thud, inaudible outside of the building. Pieces of broken mechanism jarred and rattled inside the lock and the door swung open. When he came back Leah was standing by the body. He held the small power saw with a rotary blade. "Will this do?" he asked. "Runs on its own battery. Almost fully charged too." "Perfect," she answered. "You're both going to have to help me." She switched into the Desan language. "Ulf, would you find some place where you can watch the street without being seen? Signal me when it is empty. I'm afraid this saw is going to make a lot of noise." Ulf nodded and went out into the bay, where he climbed a heap of empty crates so he could peer through the small windows set high in the wall. He looked carefully in both directions, then waved to her to go ahead. "Stand to one side and hold the cadaver's chin, Brian," she said. "Hold it firmly so the head doesn't shake around when I cut. This is going to be a little gruesome." "I'm sorry. But it'll be the fastest way to cut the bone." The saw bit into the skull. Once Ulf waved them into silence, and shrank back himself into the shadows next to the window. They waited impatiently until he gave them the sign to continue again. Brian held steady while the saw cut a circle completely around the skull. "Finished," Leah said, and the saw dropped from her limp fingers to the floor. She massaged life back into her hands before she finished the job. Carefully and delicately she removed the cap of bone from the magter's head, exposing his brain to the shaft of light from the window. "You were right all the time, Brian," she said. "There is your alien." Chapter 16. Ulf joined them as they looked down at the exposed brain of the magter. The thing was so clearly evident that even Ulf noticed it. "I have seen dead animals and my people dead with their heads open, but I have never seen anything like that before," he said. "What is it?" Brian asked. "The invader, the alien you were looking for," Leah told him. The magter's brain was only 2/3 of what would have been its normal size. Instead of filling the skull completely, it shared the space with a green, amorphous shape. This was ridged somewhat like a brain, but the green shape had still darker nodules and extensions. Leah took her scalpel and gently prodded the dark moist mass. "It reminds me very much of something that I've seen before on Earth," she said. "The green fly, Drepanocyphum platanoides, and an unusual organ it has, called the Sedova. Now that I have seen this growth in the magter's skull, I can think of a positive parallel. The fly Drepanocyphum also had a large green organ, only it fills half of the body cavity instead of the head. Its identity puzzled biologists for years, and they had a number of complex theories to explain it. Finally someone managed to dissect and examine it. The Sedova turned out to be a living plant, a yeast-like growth that helps with the green fly's digestion. It produces enzymes that enable the fly to digest the great amounts of sugar it gets from plant juice." "That's not unusual," Brian said, puzzled. "Termites and human beings are a couple of other creatures whose digestion is helped by internal flora. What's the difference in the green fly?" "Reproduction, mainly. All the other gut-living plants have to enter the host and establish themselves as outsiders, permitted to remain as long as they are useful. The green fly and its yeast plant have a permanent symbiotic relationship that is essential to the existence of both. The plant spores appear in many places throughout the fly's body, but they are always in the germ cells. Every egg cell has some, and every egg that grows to maturity is infected with the plant spores. The continuation of the symbiosis is unbroken and guaranteed. Do you think those green spheres in the magter's blood cells could be the same kind of thing?" Brian asked. "I'm sure of it," Leah said. "It must be the same process. There are probably green spheres throughout the magter's bodies, spores or offspring of those things in their brains. Enough will find their way to the germ cells to make sure that every young magter is infected at birth. While the child is growing, so is the symbiote. Probably a lot faster, since it seems to be a simpler organism. I imagine it is well established in the brain pan within the first 6 months of the infant's life." "But why?" Brian asked. "What does it do?" "I'm only guessing now, but there is plenty of evidence that gives us an idea of its function. I'm willing to bet that the symbiote itself is not a simple organism, it's probably an amalgam of plant and animal like most of the other creatures on Dis. The thing is just too complex to have developed since mankind has been on this planet. The magter must have caught the symbiotic infection eating some Disan animal. The symbiote lived and flourished in its new environment, well protected by a bony skull in a long-lived host. In exchange for food, oxygen and comfort, the brain symbiote must generate hormones and enzymes that enable the magter to survive. Some of these might aid digestion, enabling the magter to eat any plant or animal life they can lay their hands on. The symbiote might produce sugars, scavenge the blood of toxins, there are so many things it could do. Things it must have done, since the Magter are obviously the dominant life form on this planet. They paid a high price for the symbiote, but it didn't matter to race survival until now. Did you notice that the Magter's brain is no smaller than normal? It must be, or how else could that brain symbiote fit inside the skull with it? Brian said. If the Magter's total brain were smaller in volume than normal, it could fit into the remaining space in the cranial hollow. But the brain is full-sized, it is just that part of it is missing, absorbed by the symbiote. The frontal lobes, Brian said with sudden realization. This hellish growth has performed a prefrontal lobotomy. It's done even more than that, Leah said, separating the convolutions of the gray matter with her scalpel to uncover a green filament beneath. These tendrils penetrate further back into the brain, but always remain in the cerebrum. The cerebellum appears to be untouched. Apparently just the higher functions of mankind have been interfered with, selectively. Destruction of the frontal lobes made the Magter creatures without emotions or ability for really abstract thought. Apparently they survived better without these. There must have been some horrible failures before the right balance was struck. The final product is a man-plant-animal symbiote that is admirably adapted for survival on this disaster world. No emotions to cause complications or desires that might interfere with pure survival. Complete ruthlessness, mankind has always been strong on this anyway, so it didn't take much of a push. The other Dissons, like Ulv here, managed to survive without turning into such a creature. So why was it necessary for the Magter to go so far? Nothing is necessary in evolution, you know that, Leah said. Many variations are possible, and all the better ones continue. You might say that Ulv's people survive, but the Magter survive better. If off-world contact hadn't been re-established, I imagine that the Magter would slowly have become the dominant race. Only they won't have the chance now. It looks as though they have succeeded in destroying both races with their suicidal urge. That's the part that doesn't make sense, Brian said. The Magter have survived and climbed right to the top of the evolutionary heap here. Yet they are suicidal. How does it happen they haven't been wiped out before this? Individually, they have been aggressive to the point of suicide. They will attack anything and everything with the same savage lack of emotion. Luckily there are no bigger animals on this planet. So where they have died as individuals, their utter ruthlessness has guaranteed their survival as a group. Now they are faced with a problem that is too big for their half-destroyed minds to handle. Their personal policy has become their planetary policy, and that's never a very smart thing. They are like men with knives who have killed all the men who were only armed with stones. Now they are facing men with guns, and they are going to keep charging and fighting until they are all dead. It's a perfect case of the utter impartiality of the forces of evolution. Men infected by this Disson life form were the dominant creatures on this planet. The creature in the Magter's brains was a true symbiote then, giving something and receiving something, making a union of symbiotes where all were stronger together than any could be separately. Now this is changed. The Magter brain cannot understand the concept of racial death, in a situation where it must understand to be able to survive. Therefore the brain creature is no longer a symbiote but a parasite. And as a parasite it must be destroyed. Brian broke in. We're not fighting shadows anymore, he exulted. We found the enemy, and it's not the Magter at all. Just a sort of glorified tapeworm that is too stupid to know when it is killing itself off. Does it have a brain, can it think? I doubt it very much, Leah said. A brain would be of absolutely no use to it. So even if it originally possessed reasoning powers they would be gone by now. Symbiotes or parasites that live internally like this always degenerate to an absolute minimum of functions. Tell me about it. What is this thing? Ulv broke in, prodding the soft form of the brain symbiote. He had heard all their excited talk but had not understood a word. Explain it to him, will you, Leah, as best you can, Brian said, looking at her, and he realized how exhausted she was. And sit down while you do it. You're long overdue for a rest. I'm going to try, he broke off when he looked at his watch. It was after 4 in the afternoon, less than 8 hours to go. What was he to do? Enthusiasm faded as he realized that only half of the problem was solved. The bombs would drop on schedule unless the Nijorders could understand the significance of this discovery. Even if they understood, would it make any difference to them? The threat of the hidden cobalt bombs would not be changed. With this thought came the guilty realization that he had forgotten completely about Telt's death. Even before he contacted the Nijord fleet, he must tell Heiss and his rebel army what had happened to Telt and his sand car. Also about the radioactive traces. They couldn't be checked against the records now to see how important they might be, but Heiss might make another raid on the strength of the suspicion. This call wouldn't take long, then he would be free to tackle Professor Commander Kraft. Carefully setting the transmitter on the frequency of the rebel army, he sent out a call to Heiss. There was no answer. When he switched to receive, all he heard was static. There was always a chance the set was broken. He quickly twisted the transmitter to the frequency of his personal radio, then whistled in the microphone. The received signal was so loud that it hurt his ears. He tried to call Heiss again, and was relieved to get a response this time. Brian Brand here. Can you read me? I want to talk to Heiss at once. It came as a shock that it was Professor Commander Kraft who answered. I'm sorry, Brian, but it's impossible to talk to Heiss. We are monitoring his frequency and your call was relayed to me. Heiss and his rebels lifted ship about half an hour ago, and are already on the way back to Nijord. Are you ready to leave now? It will soon become dangerous to make any landings. Even now I will have to ask for volunteers to get you out of there. Heiss and the rebel army gone. Brian assimilated the thought. He had been thrown off balance when he realized he was talking to Kraft. If they're gone, well, then there's nothing I can do about it, he said. I was going to call you, so I can talk to you now. Listen and try to understand. You must cancel the bombing. I've found out about the Magter, found what causes their mental aberration. If we can correct that, we can stop them from attacking Nijord. Can they be corrected by midnight tonight? Kraft broke in. He was abrupt and sounded almost angry. Even saints get tired. No, of course not. Brian frowned at the microphone, realizing the talk was going all wrong, but not knowing how to remedy it. But it won't take too long. I have evidence here that will convince you that what I say is the truth. I believe you without seeing it, Brian. The trace of anger was gone from Kraft's voice now, and it was heavy with fatigue and defeat. I'll admit you are probably right. A little while ago I admitted to Heiss too that he was probably right in his original estimation of the correct way to tackle the problem of dis. We have made a lot of mistakes, and in making them we have run out of time. I'm afraid that is the only fact that is relevant now. The bombs fall at 12, and even then they may drop too late. A ship is already on its way from Nijord with my replacement. I exceeded my authority by running a day past the maximum the technicians gave me. I realize now I was gambling the life of my own world in the vain hope I could save dis. They can't be saved. They're dead. I won't hear any more about it. You must listen. I must destroy the planet below me, that is what I must do. That fact will not be changed by anything you say. All the off-worlders, other than your party, are gone. I'm sending a ship down now to pick you up. As soon as that ship lifts I am going to drop the first bombs. Now, tell me where you are so they can come for you. Don't threaten me, Kraft. Brian shook his fist at the radio in an excess of anger. You're a killer and a world destroyer, don't try to make yourself out as anything else. I have the knowledge to avert this slaughter and you won't listen to me. And I know where the cobalt bombs are, in the Magter tower that Heiss raided last night. Get those bombs and there is no need to drop any of your own. I'm sorry, Brian. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but at the same time I know the futility of it. I'm not going to accuse you of lying, but do you realize how thin your evidence sounds from this end? First, a dramatic discovery of the cause of the Magter's intransigency. Then, when that had no results, you suddenly remember that you know where the bombs are. The best-kept Magter secret. I don't know for sure, but there is a very good chance it is so, Brian said, trying to repair his defenses. Telt made readings, he had other records of radioactivity in this same Magter keep, proof that something is there. But Telt is dead now, the records destroyed. Don't you see, he broke off, realizing how vague and unprovable his case was. This was defeat. The radio was silent, with just the hum of the carrier wave as Kraft waited for him to continue. When Brian did speak his voice was empty of all hope. Send your ship down, he said tiredly. We're in a building that belonged to the Light Metals Trust, Limited, a big warehouse of some kind. I don't know the address here, but I'm sure you have someone there who can find it. We'll be waiting for you. You win, Kraft. He turned off the radio. Chapter 17. Do you mean what you said, about giving up? Leah asked. Brian realized that she had stopped talking to Old some time ago, and had been listening to his conversation with Kraft. He shrugged, trying to put his feeling into words. We've tried, and almost succeeded. But if they won't listen, what can we do? What can one man possibly do against a fleet loaded with H-bombs? As if in answer to the question, Old's voice drowned him out, the harsh Desan words slashing the silence of the room. Kill you, the enemy, he said. Kill you, Yumedverk. He shouted the last word and his hand flashed to his belt. In a single swift motion he lifted his blowgun and placed it to his lips. A tiny dart quivered in the already dead flesh of the creature in the Magter's skull. The action had all the symbolism of a broken lance, the declaration of war. Ulv understands it a lot better than you might think, Leah said. He knows things about symbiosis and mutualism that would get him a job as a lecturer in any university on Earth. He knows just what the brain symbiote is and what it does. They even have a word for it, one that never appeared in our Desan language lessons. A life form that you can live with or cooperate with is called Medverk. One that works to destroy you is Yumedverk. He also understands that life forms can change, and be Medverk or Yumedverk at different times. He has just decided that the brain symbiote is Yumedverk and he is out to kill it. So will the rest of the Disans as soon as he can show them the evidence and explain. You're sure of this? Brian asked, interested in spite of himself. Positive. The Disans have an absolute attitude toward survival, you should realize that. Not the same as the Magter, but not much different in the results. They will kill the brain symbiotes, even if it means killing every Magter who harbors one. If that is the case we can't leave now, Brian said. With these words it suddenly became clear what he had to do. The ship is coming down now from the fleet. Get in it and take the body of the Magter. I won't go. Where will you be? She asked, shocked. Fighting the Magter. My presence on the planet means that Kraft won't keep his threat to drop the bombs any earlier than the midnight deadline. That would be deliberately murdering me. I doubt if my presence past midnight will stop him, but it should keep the bombs away at least until then. What will you accomplish besides committing suicide? Leah pleaded. You just told me how a single man can't stop the bombs. What will happen to you at midnight? I'll be dead, but in spite of that I can't run away. Not now. I must do everything possible right up until the last instant. Ulv and I will go to the Magter Tower, try to find out if the bombs are there. He will fight on our side now. He may even know more about the bombs, things that he didn't want to tell me before. We can get help from his people. Some of them must know where the bombs are, being native to this planet. Leah started to say something, but he rushed on, drowning out her words. You have just as big a job. Show the Magter to Kraft, explain the significance of the brain parasite to him. Try to get him to talk to Heiss about the last raid. Try to get him to hold off the attack. I'll keep the radio with me, and as soon as I know anything I'll call in. This is all last resort, finger in the dike kind of stuff, but it is all we can do. Because if we do nothing, it means the end of this. Leah tried to argue with him, but he wouldn't listen to her. He only kissed her, and with a lightness he did not feel tried to convince her that everything would be all right. In their hearts they both knew it wouldn't be, but they left it that way because it was the least painful solution. A sudden rumbling shook the building and the windows darkened as a ship settled in the street outside. The Nijord crew came in with guns pointed, alert for anything. After a little convincing they took the cadaver, as well as Leah, when they lifted ship. Brian watched the spacer become a pinpoint in the sky and vanish. He tried to shake off the feeling that this was the last time he would see any of them. "Let's get out of here fast," he told Ulf, picking up the radio, "before anyone comes around to see why the ship landed." "What will you do?" Ulf asked as they went down the street towards the desert. "What can we do in the few hours we have left?" He pointed at the sun, nearing the horizon. Brian shifted the weight of the radio to his other hand before replying. "Get to the Magter tower we raided last night, that's the best chance. The bombs might be there. Unless you know where the bombs are." Ulf shook his head. "I do not know, but some of my people may. We will capture a Magter, then kill him, so they can all see the Umetwerk. Then they will tell us everything they know. The tower first then, for bombs or a sample Magter. What's the fastest way we can get there?" Ulf frowned in thought. "If you can drive one of the cars the Offworlders use, I know where there are some locked-in buildings in this city. None of my people know how they are made to move. I can work them, let's go." Chance was with them this time. The first sand car they found still had the keys in the lock. It was battery-powered, but contained a full charge. Much quieter than the heavy atomic cars, it sped smoothly out of the city and across the sand. Ahead of them the sun sank in a red wave of color. It was 6 o'clock. By the time they reached the tower it was 7, and Brian's nerves felt as if they were writhing under his skin. Even though it looked like suicide, attacking the tower brought blessed relief. It was movement and action, and for moments at a time he forgot the bombs hanging over his head. The attack was nerve-wrackingly anticlimactic. They used the main entrance, Ulf ranging soundlessly ahead. There was no one in sight. Once inside, they crept down towards the lower rooms where the radiation had been detected. Only gradually did they realize that the Magter tower was completely empty. "Everyone gone," Ulf grunted, sniffing the air in every room that they passed. "Many Magter were here earlier, but they are gone now." "Do they often desert their towers?" Brian asked. "Never. I have never heard of it happening before. I can think of no reason why they should do a thing like this." "Well, I can," Brian told him. "They would leave their home if they took something with them of greater value. The bombs. If the bombs were hidden here, they might move them after the attack." Sudden fear hit him. "Or they might move them because it is time to take them, to the launcher. Let's get out of here, the quickest way we can." "I smell air from outside," Ulf said, "coming from down there. This cannot be, because the Magter have no entrances this low in their towers. We blasted one in earlier, that could be it. Can you find it?" Moonlight shone ahead as they turned an angle of the corridor, and stars were visible through the gaping opening in the wall. "It looks bigger than it was," Brian said, as if the Magter had enlarged it. He looked through and saw the tracks on the sand outside. As if they had enlarged it to bring something bulky up from below, and carried it away in whatever made those tracks. Using the opening themselves, they ran back to the sand car. Brian ground it fiercely around and turned the headlights on the tracks. There were the marks of a sand car's treads, half obscured by thin, unmarked wool tracks. He turned off the lights and forced himself to move slowly and to do an accurate job. A quick glimpse at his watch showed him there were 4 hours left to go. The moonlight was bright enough to illuminate the tracks. Driving with one hand, he turned on the radio transmitter, already set for Kraft's wavelength. When the operator acknowledged his signal, Brian reported what they had discovered and his conclusions. "Get that message to Commander Kraft now. I can't wait to talk to him, I'm following the tracks." He killed the transmission and stamped on the accelerator. The sand car churned and bounced down the track. "They are going to the mountains," Ulf said some time later, as the track still pointed straight ahead. "There are caves there and many magter have been seen near them, that is what I have heard." The guess was correct. Before 9 o'clock the ground humped into a range of foothills, and the darker masses of mountains could be seen behind them, rising up to obscure the stars. "Stop the car here," Ulf said, "the caves begin not too far ahead. There may be magter watching or listening, so we must go quietly." Brian followed the deep-cut grooves, carrying the radio. Ulf came and went on both sides, silently as a shadow, scouting for hidden watchers. As far as he could discover there were none. By 9:30 Brian realized they had deserted the sand car too soon. The tracks wound on, and seemed to have no end. They passed some caves which Ulf pointed out to him, but the tracks never stopped. Time was running out and the nightmare stumbling through the darkness continued. "More caves ahead," Ulf said, "go quietly." They came cautiously to the crest of a hill, as they had done so many times already, and looked into the shallow valley beyond. Sand covered the valley floor, and the light of the setting moon shone over the tracks at a flat angle, marking them off sharply as lines of shadow. They ran straight across the sandy valley and disappeared into the dark mouth of a cave on the far side. Sinking back behind the hilltop, Brian covered the pilot light with his hand and turned on the transmitter. Ulf stayed above him, staring at the opening of the cave. "This is an important message," Brian whispered into the mic. "Please record." He repeated this for 30 seconds, glancing at his watch to make sure of the time, since the seconds of waiting stretched to minutes in his brain. Then, as clearly as possible without raising his voice above a whisper, he told of the discovery of the tracks and the cave. "The bombs may or may not be in here, but we are going in to find out. I'll leave my personal transmitter here with the broadcast power turned on, so you can home on its signal. That will give you a directional beacon to find the cave. I'm taking the other radio in, it has more power. If we can't get back to the entrance I'll try a signal from inside. I doubt if you will hear it because of the rock, but I'll try. End of transmission. Don't try to answer me because I have the receiver turned off. There are no earphones on this set and the speaker would be too loud here." He switched off, held his thumb on the button for an instant, then flicked it back on. "Goodbye Leah," he said, and killed the power for good. They circled and reached the rocky wall of the cliff. Creeping silently in the shadows, they slipped up on the dark entrance of the cave. Nothing moved ahead and there was no sound from the entrance of the cave. Brian glanced at his watch and was instantly sorry. 10:30. The last shelter concealing them was 5 meters from the cave. They started to rise, to rush the final distance, when Ulf suddenly waved Brian down. He pointed to his nose, then to the cave. He could smell the magter there. A dark figure separated itself from the greater darkness of the cave mouth. Ulf acted instantly. He stood up and his hand went to his mouth. Air hissed faintly through the tube in his hand. Without a sound the magter folded and fell to the ground. Before the body hit, Ulf crouched low and rushed in. There was the sudden scuffling of feet on the floor, then silence. Brian walked in, gun ready and alert, not knowing what he would find. His toe pushed against a body on the ground and from the darkness Ulf whispered, "There were only 2. We can go on now." Finding their way through the cave was a maddening torture. They had no light, nor would they dare use one if they had. There were no wheel marks to follow on the stone floor. Without Ulf's sensitive nose they would have been completely lost. The cave branched and rejoined and they soon lost all sense of direction. Walking was almost impossible. They had to grope with their hands before them like blind men. Stumbling and falling against the rock, their fingers were soon throbbing and raw from brushing against the rough walls. Ulf followed the scent of the magter that hung in the air where they had passed. When it grew thin he knew they had left the frequently used tunnels and entered deserted ones. They could only retrace their steps and start again in a different direction. More maddening than the walking was the way time was running out. Inexorably the glowing hands crept around the face of Brian's watch until they stood at 15 minutes before 12. "There is a light ahead," Ulf whispered, and Brian almost gasped with relief. They moved slowly and silently until they stood, concealed by the darkness, looking out into a domed chamber brightly lit by glowing tubes. "What is it?" Ulf asked, blinking in the painful wash of illumination after the long darkness. Brian had to fight to control his voice, to stop from shouting. "The cage with the metal webbing is a jump space generator. The pointed, silver shapes next to it are bombs of some kind, probably the cobalt bombs. We found it." His first impulse was to instantly send the radio call that would stop the waiting fleet of H-bombers. But an unconvincing message would be worse than no message at all. He had to describe exactly what he saw here so the Nijorders would know he wasn't lying. What he told them had to fit exactly with the information they already had about the launcher and the bombs. The launcher had been jury-rigged from a ship's jump space generator, that was obvious. The generator and its controls were neatly cased and mounted. Cables ran from them to a roughly constructed cage of woven metal straps, hammered and bent into shape by hand. 3 technicians were working on the equipment. Brian wondered what sort of bloodthirsty warlovers the magter had found to handle the bombing for them. Then he saw the chains around their necks and the bloody wounds on their backs. He still found it difficult to have any pity for them. They had obviously been willing to accept money to destroy another planet, or they wouldn't have been working here. They had probably rebelled only when they had discovered how suicidal the attack would be. 13 minutes to midnight. Cradling the radio against his chest, Brian rose to his feet. He had a better view of the bombs now. There were 12 of them, alike as eggs from the same deadly clutch. Pointed like the bow of a spacer, each one swept smoothly back for its 2 meters of length, to a sharply chopped-off end. They were obviously incomplete, the warheads of rockets. One had its base turned towards him, and he saw 6 projecting studs that could be used to attach it to the missing rocket. A circular inspection port was open in the flat base of the bomb. This was enough. With this description, the Nijorders would know he couldn't be lying about finding the bombs. Once they realized this, they couldn't destroy Dis without first trying to neutralize them. Brian carefully counted 50 paces before he stopped. He was far enough from the cavern so he couldn't be heard, and an angle of the cave cut off all light from behind him. With carefully controlled movements he turned on the power, switched the set to transmit, and checked the broadcast frequency. All correct. Then slowly and clearly, he described what he had seen in the cavern behind him. He kept his voice emotionless, recounting facts, leaving out anything that might be considered an opinion. It was 6 minutes before midnight when he finished. He thumbed the switch to receive and waited. There was only silence. Slowly, the empty quality of the silence penetrated his numbed mind. There were no crackling atmospherics nor hiss of static, even when he turned the power full on. The mass of rock and earth of the mountain above was acting as a perfect grounding screen, absorbing his signal even at maximum output. They hadn't heard him. The Nijord fleet didn't know that the cobalt bombs had been discovered before their launching. The attack would go ahead as planned. Even now, the bomb bay doors were opening. Armed H-bombs hung above the planet, held in place only by their shackles. In a few minutes the signal would be given and the shackles would spring open, the bombs drop clear. Killers! Brian shouted into the microphone. You wouldn't listen to reason, you wouldn't listen to Heiss, or me, or to any voice that suggested an alternative to complete destruction. You are going to destroy this, and it's not necessary. There were a lot of ways you could have stopped it. You didn't do any of them, and now it's too late. You'll destroy this, and in turn this will destroy Nijord. Igel said that, and now I believe him. You're just another damned failure in a galaxy full of failures. He raised the radio above his head and sent it crashing into the rock floor. Then he was running back to Ulv, trying to run away from the realization that he too had tried and failed. The people on the surface of Dis had less than 2 minutes left to live. They didn't get my message, Brian said to Ulv. The radio won't work this far underground. Then the bombs will fall. Ulv asked, looking searchingly at Brian's face in the dim reflected light from the cavern. Unless something happens that we know nothing about, the bombs will fall. They said nothing after that, they simply waited. The 3 technicians in the cavern were also aware of the time. They were calling to each other and trying to talk to the Magter. The emotionless, parasite-ridden brains of the Magter saw no reason to stop work, and they attempted to beat the men back to their tasks. In spite of the blows, they didn't go. They only gaped in horror as the clock hands moved remorselessly towards 12. Even the Magter dimly felt some of the significance of the occasion. They stopped too and waited. The hour hand touched 12 on Brian's watch, then the minute hand. The second hand closed the gap and for 1/10 of a second the 3 hands were one. Then the second hand moved on. Brian's immediate sensation of relief was washed away by the chilling realization that he was deep underground. Sound and seismic waves were slow, and the flare of atomic explosions couldn't be seen here. If the bombs had been dropped at 12 they wouldn't know it at once. A distant rumble filled the air. A moment later the ground heaved under them and the lights in the cavern flickered. Fine dust drifted down from the roof above. Ulv turned to him, but Brian looked away. He could not face the accusation in the Dison's eyes. Chapter 18. One of the technicians was running and screaming. The Magter knocked him down and beat him into silence. Seeing this, the other 2 men returned to work with shaking hands. Even if all life on the surface of the planet was dead, this would have no effect on the Magter. They would go ahead as planned, without emotion or imagination enough to alter their set course. As the technicians worked, their attitude changed from shocked numbness to anger. Right and wrong were forgotten. They had been killed, the invisible death of radiation must already be penetrating into the caves, but they also had the chance for vengeance. Swiftly they brought their work to completion, with a speed and precision they had concealed before. What are those offworlders doing? Ulv asked. Brian stirred from his lethargy of defeat and looked across the cavern floor. The men had a wheeled hand truck and were rolling one of the atomic warheads onto it. They pushed it over to the latticework of the jump field. They are going to bomb Nijord now, just as Nijord bombed Dis. That machine will hurl the bombs in a special way to the other planet. Will you stop them? Ulv asked. He had his deadly blowgun in his hand and his face was an expressionless mask. Brian almost smiled at the irony of the situation. In spite of everything he had done to prevent it, Nijord had dropped the bombs. And this act alone may have destroyed their own planet. Brian had it within his power now to stop the launching in the cavern. Should he? Should he save the lives of his killers? Or should he practice the ancient blood oath that had echoed and destroyed down through the ages, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? It would be so simple. He literally had to do nothing. The score would be even, and his and the Dison's death avenged. Did Ulv have his blowgun ready to kill Brian with, if he should try to stop the launchings? Or had he misread the Dison entirely? Will you stop them, Ulv? He asked. How large was mankind's sense of obligation? The caveman first had this feeling for his mate, then for his family. It grew until men fought and died for the abstract ideas of cities and nations, then for whole planets. Would the time ever come when men might realize that the obligation should be to the largest and most encompassing reality of all, mankind? And beyond that to life of all kinds. Brian saw this idea, not in words but as a reality. When he posed the question to himself in this way he found that it stated clearly its inherent answer. He pulled his gun out, and as he did he wondered what Ulf's answer might be. Njord is medvirk, Ulf said, raising his blowgun and sending a dart across the cavern. It struck one of the technicians, who gasped and fell to the floor. Brian's shots crashed into the control board, shorting and destroying it, removing the menace to Njord for all time. Medvirk, Ulf had said. A life form that cooperates and aids other life forms. It may kill in self-defense, but it is essentially not a killer or destroyer. Ulf had a lifetime of knowledge about the interdependency of life. He grasped the essence of the idea and ignored all the verbal complications and confusions. He had killed the Magter, who were his own people, because they were Umedvirk, against life. And he had saved his enemies because they were Medvirk. With this realization came the painful knowledge that the planet and the people that had produced this understanding were dead. In the cavern the Magter saw the destruction of their plans, and the cave mouth from which the bullets had come. Silently they rushed to kill their enemy, a concerted wave of emotionless fury. Brian and Ulf fought back. Even the knowledge that he was doomed no matter what happened could not resign Brian to death at the hands of the Magter. To Ulf, the decision was much easier. He was simply killing Umedvirk. A believer in life, he destroyed the anti-life. They retreated into the darkness, still firing. The Magter had lights and ion rifles, and were right behind them. Knowing the caverns better than the men they chased, the pursuers circled. Brian saw lights ahead and dragged Ulf to a stop. They know their way through these caves, and we don't, he said. If we try to run they'll just shoot us down. Let's find a spot we can defend and settle into it. Back here, Ulf gave a tug in the right direction, there is a cave with only one entrance, and that is very narrow. Let's go. Running as silently as they could in the darkness, they reached the deadened cavern without being seen. What noise they made was lost in other footsteps that sounded and echoed through the connecting caves. Once inside, they found cover behind a ridge and waited. The end was certain. The Magter ran swiftly into their cave, flashing his light into all the places of concealment. The beam passed over the two hidden men, and at the same instant Brian fired. The shot boomed loudly as the Magter fell, a shot that would surely have been heard by the others. Before anyone else came into the cave, Brian ran over and grabbed the still functioning light. Propping it on the rocks so it shone on the entrance, he hurried back to shelter beside Ulf. They waited for the attack. It was not long in coming. Two Magter rushed in, and died. More were outside, Brian knew, and he wondered how long it would be before they remembered the grenades and rolled one into their shelter. An indistinct murmur sounded outside, and sharp explosions. In their hiding place, Brian and Ulf crouched low and wondered why the attack didn't come. Then one of the Magter came in the entrance, but Brian hesitated before shooting. The man had backed in, firing behind him as he came. Ulf had no compunctions about killing, only his darts couldn't penetrate the Magter's thick clothing. As the Magter turned, Ulf's breath pulsed once and death stung the back of the other man's hand. He collapsed into a crumpled heap. "Don't shoot," a voice called from outside the cave, and a man stepped through the swirling dust and smoke to stand in the beam from the light. Brian clutched wildly at Ulf's arm, dragging the blowgun from the Dissan's mouth. The man in the light wore a protective helmet, thick boots and a pouch-hung uniform. He was a Njorder. The realization was almost impossible to accept. Brian had heard the bombs fall. Yet the Njord soldier was here. The two facts couldn't be accepted together. "Would you keep a hold on his arm, sir, just in case," the soldier said, glancing warily at Ulf's blowpipe. "I know what those darts can do." He pulled a microphone from one of his pockets and spoke into it. More soldiers crowded into the cave, and Professor Commander Kraft came in behind them. He looked strangely out of keeping in the dusty combat uniform. The gun was even more incongruous in his blue-veined hand. After giving the pistol to the nearest soldier with an air of relief, he stumbled quickly over to Brian and took his hand. "It is a profound and sincere pleasure to meet you in person," he said. "And your friend Ulv as well. Would you kindly explain what is going on?" Brian said thickly. He was obsessed by the strange feeling that none of this could possibly be happening. "We will always remember you as the man who saved us from ourselves," Kraft said, once again the professor instead of the commander. "What Brian wants are facts, Grandpa, not speeches," Heiss said. The bent form of the leader of the rebel Nijord army pushed through the crowd of taller men until he stood next to Kraft. "Simply stated, Brian, your plan succeeded. Kraft relayed your message to me, and as soon as I heard it I turned back and met him on his ship. I'm sorry that Telt's dead, but he found what we were looking for. I couldn't ignore his report of radioactive traces. Your girlfriend arrived with the hacked-up corpse at the same time I did, and we all took a long look at the green leech in its skull. Her explanation of what it is made significant sense. We were already carrying out landings when we had your call about something having been stored in the Magter Tower. After that it was just a matter of following tracks, and the transmitter you planted. But the explosions at midnight?" Brian broke in. "I heard them." "You were supposed to," Heiss laughed. "Not only you, but the Magter in this cave. We figured they would be armed and the cave strongly defended. So at midnight we dropped a few large chemical explosive bombs at the entrance. Enough to kill the guards without bringing the roof down. We also hoped that the Magter deeper in would leave their posts or retreat from the imagined radiation. And they did. It worked like a charm. We came in quietly and took them by surprise. Made a clean sweep, killed the ones we couldn't capture. One of the renegade jump space technicians was still alive," Kraft said. "He told us about your stopping the bombs aimed at Nijord, the two of you." None of the Nijorders there could add anything to his words, not even the cynical Heiss. But Brian could empathize their feelings, the warmth of their intense relief and happiness. It was a sensation he would never forget. "There is no more war," Brian translated for Ulv, knowing that the Desan had understood nothing of the explanation. As he said it, he realized that there was one glaring error in the story. "You couldn't have done it," Brian said. "You landed on this planet before you had my message about the tower. That means you still expected the Magter to be sending their bombs to Nijord, and you made the landings in spite of this knowledge." "Of course," Professor Kraft said, astonished at Brian's lack of understanding. "What else could we do? The Magter are sick." Heiss laughed aloud at Brian's baffled expression. "You have to understand Nijord psychology," he said. "When it was a matter of war and killing, my planet could never agree on an intelligent course. War is so alien to our philosophy that it couldn't even be considered correctly. That's the trouble with being a vegetable eater in a galaxy of carnivores. You're easy prey for the first one that lands on your back. Any other planet would have jumped on the Magter with both feet and shaken the bombs out of them. We fumbled it so long it almost got both worlds killed. Your mind parasite drew us back from the brink." "I don't understand," Brian said. "A simple matter of definition. Before you came we had no way to deal with the Magter here on Dis. They really were alien to us. Nothing they did made sense, and nothing we did seemed to have the slightest effect on them. But you discovered that they were sick, and that's something we know how to handle. We're united again. My rebel army was instantly absorbed into the rest of the Nijord forces by mutual agreement. Doctors and nurses are on the way here now. Plans were put underway to evacuate what part of the population we could until the bombs were found. The planet is united again, and working hard. Because the Magter are sick, infected by a destructive life form?" Brian asked. "Exactly so," Professor Kraft said. "We are civilized, after all. You can't expect us to fight a war, and you surely can't expect us to ignore the plight of sick neighbors. No, you surely can't, Brian said, sitting down heavily. He looked at Ulf, to whom the speech had been incomprehensible. Beyond him, Heiss wore his most cynical expression as he considered the frailties of his people. Heiss, Brian called out, you translate all that into Disan and explain to Ulf. I wouldn't dare. Chapter 19. Dis was a floating golden ball, looking like a schoolroom globe in space. No clouds obscured its surface, and from this distance it seemed warm and attractive set against the cold darkness. Brian almost wished he were back there now, as he sat shivering inside the heavy coat. He wondered how long it would be before his confused body temperature controls decided to turn off the summer adjustment. He hoped it wouldn't be as sudden or as drastic as turning it on had been. Delicate as a dream, Lee's reflection swam in space next to the planet. She had come up quietly behind him in the spaceship's corridor, only her gentle breath and mirrored face telling him she was there. He turned quickly and took her hands in his. You're looking infinitely better, he said. Well, I should, she said, pushing back her hair in an unconscious gesture with her hand. I've been doing nothing but lying in the ship's hospital, while you were having such a fine time this last week. Rushing around down there shooting all the magter. Just gassing them, he told her. The Nijorders can't bring themselves to kill any more, even if it does raise their own casualty rate. In fact, they are having difficulty restraining the Dissens led by Ulf, who are happily killing any magter they see as being pure Umedverk. What will they do when they have all those frothing magter madmen? They don't know yet, he said. They won't really know until they see what an adult magter is like with his brain parasite dead and gone. They're having better luck with the children. If they catch them early enough, the parasite can be destroyed before it has done too much damage. Leah shuddered delicately and let herself lean against him. I'm not that sturdy yet, let's sit down while we talk. There was a couch opposite the viewport where they could sit and still see Dis. I hate to think of a magter deprived of his symbiote, she said. If his system can stand the shock, I imagine there will be nothing left except a brainless hulk. This is one series of experiments I don't care to witness. I rest secure in the knowledge that the Nijorders will find the most humane solution. I'm sure they will, Brian said. Now what about us? She said disconcertingly, leaning back in his arms. I must say you have the highest body temperature of anyone I have ever touched. It's positively exciting. This jarred Brian even more. He didn't have her ability to put past horrors out of the mind by substituting present pleasures. Well, just what about us, he said with masterful inappropriateness. She smiled as she leaned against him. You weren't as vague as that, the night in the hospital room. I seem to remember a few other things you said. And did. You can't claim you're completely indifferent to me, Brian Brand. So I'm only asking you what any outspoken Anvarian girl would. Where do we go from here? Get married? There was a definite pleasure in holding her slight body in his arms and feeling her hair against his cheek. They both sensed it, and this awareness made his words sound that much more ugly. Leah, darling. You know how important you are to me, but you certainly realize that we could never get married. Her body stiffened and she tore herself away from him. Why, you great, fat, egotistical slab of meat. What do you mean by that? I like you, Leah, we have plenty of fun and games together, but surely you realize that you aren't the kind of girl one takes home to mother. Leah, hold on, he said. You know better than to say a thing like that. What I said has nothing to do with how I feel towards you. But marriage means children, and you are biologist enough to know about Earth's genes. Intolerant yokel, she cried, slapping his face. He didn't move or attempt to stop her. I expected better from you, with all your pretensions of understanding. But all you can think of are the horror stories about the worn-out genes of Earth. You're the same as every other big, strapping bigot from the frontier planets. I know how you look down on our small size, our allergies and hemophilia and all the other weaknesses that have been bred back and preserved by the race. You hate. But that's not what I meant at all, he interrupted, shocked, his voice drowning hers out. Yours are the strong genes, the viable strains, mine are the deadly ones. A child of mine would kill itself and you in a natural birth, if it managed to live to term. You're forgetting that you are the original Homo sapiens. I'm a recent mutation. Leah was frozen by his words. They revealed a truth she had known, but would never permit herself to consider. Earth is home, the planet where mankind developed, he said. The last few thousand years you may have been breeding weaknesses back into the genetic pool. But that's nothing compared to the 100 millions of years that it took to develop man. How many newborn babies live to be a year of age on Earth? Why, almost all of them. A fraction of 1% die each year, I can't recall exactly how many. Earth is home, he said again gently. When men leave home they can adapt to different planets, but a price must be paid. A terrible price is in dead infants. The successful mutations live, the failures die. Natural selection is a brutally simple affair. When you look at me, you see a success. I have a sister, a success too. Yet my mother had 6 other children who died when they were still babies. And several others that never came to term. You know about these things, don't you, Leah? I know, I know. She said sobbing into her hands. He held her now and she didn't pull away. I know it all as a biologist, but I am so awfully tired of being a biologist, and top of my class and a mental match for any man. When I think about you, I do it as a woman, and can't admit any of this. I need someone, Brian, and I needed you so much because I loved you. She paused and wiped her eyes. You're going home, aren't you? Back to Anver. When? I can't wait too long, he said, unhappily. Aside from my personal wants, I find myself remembering that I'm a part of Anver. When you think of the number of people who suffered and died, or adapted, so that I could be sitting here now, well, it's a little frightening. I suppose it doesn't make sense logically that I should feel indebted to them. But I do. Anything I do now, or in the next few years, won't be as important as getting back to Anver. And I won't be going back with you. It was a flat statement the way she said it, not a question. No, you won't be, he said. There is nothing on Anver for you. Leah was looking out of the port at Dis and her eyes were dry now. Way back in my deeply buried unconscious I think I knew it would end this way, she said. If you think your little lecture on the origins of man was a novelty, it wasn't. It just reminded me of a number of things my glands had convinced me to forget. In a way, I envy you your weightlifter wife-to-be, and your happy kitties. But not very much. Very early in life I resigned myself to the fact that there was no one on earth I would care to marry. I always had these teenage dreams of a hero from space who would carry me off, and I guess I slipped you into the pattern without realizing it. I'm old enough now to face the fact that I like my work more than a banal marriage, and I'll probably end up a frigid and virtuous old maid, with more degrees and titles than you have shot-putting records. As they looked through the port, Dis began slowly to contract. Their ship drew away from it, heading towards Nijord. They sat apart, without touching now. Leaving Dis meant leaving behind something they had shared. They had been strangers together there, on a strange world. For a brief time their lifelines had touched. That time was over now. Don't we look happy? Heiss said, shambling towards them. Fall dead and make me even happier then, Leah snapped bitterly. Heiss ignored the acid tone of her words and sat down on the couch next to them. Since leaving command of his rebel Nijord army he seemed much mellower. Going to keep on working for the Cultural Relationships Foundation, Brian? He asked. You're the kind of man we need. Brian's eyes widened as the meaning of the last words penetrated. Are you in the CRF? Field agent for Nijord, he said. I hope you don't think those helpless office types like Fossil or Merv really represented us there. They just took notes and acted as a front and cover for the organization. Nijord is a fine planet, but a gentle guiding hand behind the scenes is needed, to help them find their place in the galaxy before they are pulverized. What's your dirty game, Heiss? Leah asked, scowling. I've had enough hints to suspect for a long time that there was more to the CRF than the sweetness and light part 1 have seen. Are you people egomaniacs, power-hungry or what? That's the first charge that would be leveled at us if our activities were publicly known, Heiss told her. That's why we do most of our work undercover. The best fact I can give you to counter the charge is money. Just where do you think we get the funds for an operation this size? He smiled at their blank looks. You'll see the records later, so there won't be any doubt. The truth is that all our funds are donated by planets we have helped. Even a tiny percentage of a planetary income is large, add enough of them together and you have enough money to help other planets. And voluntary gratitude is a perfect test, if you stop to think about it. You can't talk people into liking what you have done. They have to be convinced. There have always been people on CRF worlds who knew about our work, and agreed with it enough to see that we are kept in funds. Why are you telling me all this super secret stuff? Leah asked. Isn't that obvious? We want you to keep on working for us. You can name whatever salary you like, as I've said, there is no shortage of ready cash. Heiss glanced quickly at them both and delivered the clinching argument. I hope Brian will go on working with us too. He is the kind of field agent we desperately need, and it is almost impossible to find. Just show me where to sign, Leah said, and there was life in her voice once again. I wouldn't exactly call it blackmail, Brian smiled, but I suppose if you people can juggle planetary psychologies, you must find that individuals can be pushed around like chessmen. Though you should realize that very little pushing is required this time. Will you sign on? Heiss asked. I must go back to Anver, Brian said, but there really is no pressing hurry. Earth, said Leah, is overpopulated enough as it is.